In the vast desert, solitary smoke rises straight, while the long river reflects the setting sun in a perfect circle. The boundless expanse of the desert stretches infinitely, both empty and elevated, magnificent and profound. As the sun descends in the west, the horizon is painted with a deep crimson hue, evoking a sense of desolation amidst its grandeur. The ancient smoke of war has long faded with the passage of time, although the Yellow River Ancient Road has undergone numerous transformations, it endures still. Alone on his journey, Chu Feng feels weary. He lies upon the yellow sands, gazing at the blood-red sunset, uncertain of how much longer he must remain in this desert. Days prior, he graduated and bid farewell to the goddess of his campus, perhaps for the last time, as he had been gently informed that they would henceforth be worlds apart, that it was time to part ways. After leaving the academy, he embarked on his travels. The setting sun, a vivid red, hangs at the desert's edge, imparting a serene beauty to the vast emptiness. Sitting up, Chu Feng took a sip of water, feeling his energy rejuvenate considerably. He possesses a tall and robust physique, blessed with excellent health, and his fatigue begins to dissipate. As he journeys westward, he leaves behind a long and distant trail of footprints in the sand. Silently, fog unexpectedly rolls in, a rare occurrence in the desert. Unbeknownst to him, the mist thickens, swirling in shades of blue, enshrouding the arid landscape in a dreamy haze. At the desert's edge, the setting sun takes on an eerie quality, gradually transforming into a blue orb, exuding a bewitching beauty, while the fiery clouds are tinged with blue. Chu Feng furrows his brow, though he is aware that desert weather is notoriously capricious. What unfolds before him is decidedly abnormal. In the profound silence, he halts his steps. Before entering the vast desert, he had heard from the local herdsman tales of an individual wandering amidst the sands, occasionally encountering peculiar sounds and witnessing strange sights, necessitating utmost caution. At that time, he paid little heed to their warnings. The tranquility persisted aside from a layer of misty blue haze enveloping the desert. No other anomalies occurred. Chu Feng quickened his pace, eager to leave this unsettling place behind. At the desert's horizon, the sunset cast an eerie blue hue, painting the western sky, yet it was inexorably fading into the horizon. Chu Feng's speed intensified as he began to run, unwilling to linger in such a bizarre and uncertain realm. In the desert, mirages typically manifest under the blazing sun, yet this moment felt dissimilar. It did not seem to be a mere illusion. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged ahead, akin to something breaking through the sand, the noise dense and rhythmic. Chu Feng abruptly halted, fixating on the desert before him, where the ground sparkled with bluish lights, resembling scattered blue diamonds, glistening brilliantly in the twilight. What he beheld were tender sprouts, each less than an inch tall, emerging from the arid earth, exuding a mesmerizing luster, translucent and otherworldly, dotting the landscape. After a brief pause, the sound of rustling intensified as the blue-hued sprouts rapidly ascended, growing in an instant. In the sky, the blue sun dipped lower, on the verge of vanishing, as mist enveloped the vast desert, draping it in a peculiar blue veil. With a soft pop, the sound of blooming flowers resonated, and the desert transformed into a sea of azure at the moment the sun was about to disappear. These plants began to unfurl their blossoms in splendid abundance. A multitude of azure flowers, glistening like jewels, appears almost ethereal, intoxicating in their beauty, blooming profusely within the desert, a sight most surreal. These plants, standing over a foot tall, radiate a luminescence akin to blue coral, their petals elegantly unfurling in a captivating display, as if flourishing in a realm apart, imbued with an enchanting allure that captivates the heart and soul. Chu Feng took a step back, yet he found himself surrounded by this botanical wonder, the blue light flowing endlessly into the horizon. Astonished, he scrutinized the scene before him. Striving to discern the unfamiliarity, these resembled the famed higginbana, with petals unfurling and curling backward in exquisite beauty. However, while the higginbana is a vibrant crimson, these blooms are distinctly blue, a hue he had never encountered in such flowers. The higginbana exists in reality, steeped in rich religious symbolism and enveloped in myriad legends. Yet Chu Feng remained skeptical of such tales, utterly mesmerized by the spectacle before him. The desert, parched and devoid of moisture, rarely harbors the resilient flora, which appears sporadically across the landscape. In stark contrast, the higginbana thrives in shadowy, damp environments, making its presence here, especially in such vivid splendor, utterly implausible. These flowers blanket the ground as far as the eye can see. The vast desert stretches endlessly, a thin mist tinging the setting sun with blue, saturating the horizon, and the entire expanse of the boundless desert is adorned with azure higginbana, evoking an indescribable sense of wonder and mystery. A faint, delicate fragrance wafts through the air, rendering one spellbound. Chu Feng shook his head vigorously, cautiously stepping forward to avoid the blooms, soon discovering a singular area devoid of these plants, the ancient Yellow River Path. Through the passage of time and numerous alterations, it has traversed this great desert, now nearly desiccated, with blue higginbana flourishing along its banks, embracing it in their vibrant thrall. Flowers bloom on both banks, visible to each other from afar. At last, the sun has set, and it is precisely at this moment that these plants flourish, blossoming to their fullest, transforming into a cerulean ocean, shimmering with brilliance. Though twilight has descended, a blue luster envelopes the surroundings, dazzling and remarkably vibrant. Chu Feng stands upon the ancient path of the Yellow River, his heart restless, yet he does not linger and hastens along the riverbank. As darkness deepens, the last rays of the setting sun vanish from sight. The azure desert sparkles, and suddenly, with a resounding crack, all the blue flowers across the bank bloom in unison, only to wither away in an instant. The flamboyant petals wilt, and soon the entire plant begins to wither. They lose their hue, draining of vitality, swiftly turning yellow before crumbling, as though decades of life have been lost in a heartbeat. Bang! In that final moment, the desiccated blue flowers shatter into fragments, turning to dust. This bizarre spectacle is difficult to elucidate. They resemble fireworks briefly resplendent, exquisitely beautiful, only to wilt and become ashes. The withered powder settles upon the sandy ground, indistinguishable in the twilight, while the blue mist has long since dissipated and the desert returns to its original state, as if nothing had transpired, once again tranquil. Chu Feng does not pause, striding forward in the dim light. He traverses numerous sand dunes, ultimately catching sight of the silhouettes of mountains on the horizon, signaling his departure from the desert. As night falls, he emerges into clarity, distinctly seeing the mountains and, faintly, the tents of the herders at the foot of the hills in the distance before the mountains. Flickering lights danced amidst the shadows, and even from afar, a cacophony of sounds reached my ears, signaling that unrest was afoot. The air was thick with the anxious bleating of sheep and the distressed calls of cattle, accompanied by the deep, ominous growls of the Tibetan mastiffs. Was there something amiss? Chu Feng quickened his pace, hastening toward the base of the mountain, drawing near to the dwelling of the herders. Chapter 2. The post-civilization era of the livestock, such as sheep and cattle, appeared agitated, nearly breaking through the fence. The herders intervened, shouting sternly. Surprisingly, the usually fierce Tibetan mastiffs lay low, growling uneasily. Amidst this, children cried while women comforted them. A few elderly herders prayed devoutly, eventually kneeling in reverence, bowing towards the distant towering mountains with great solemnity. The arrival of Chu Feng did not astonish the herders, for outsiders frequently passed through, seeking refuge in their tents. After a considerable time, the clamor at the foot of the mountain began to subside. Having washed himself with warm water and sipped the rich, fragrant butter tea, Chu Feng felt a substantial alleviation of his fatigue. He generously distributed all the candies he had to the children, their cheeks flushed with the rosy hue of the highlands. They smiled shyly, embodying a simplicity that was endearing. Once the candies were shared, they scattered joyfully, their satisfaction evident. A question lingered in Chu Feng's mind. What had transpired in this mountainous region not long ago? Had the otherworldly blue ethereal flowers once bloomed here? The elderly herder, with his gray hair and deeply etched wrinkles, gazed with evident concern towards the mountains beyond the tent. Soon, Chu Feng learned that blue mist had indeed enveloped this area, swirling through the hills and startling many animals, causing them to exhibit erratic behavior as they sought to flee. However, there were no strange blue flowers, and the mist was quite thin. "Why do you bow towards the mountains?" Chu Feng inquired. "That is the direction of the sacred mountain," the old herder replied. Kunlun, often revered as the divine and sacred mountain, is steeped in mythological significance, with numerous ancient texts documenting its grandeur. From the Shanhai Jing to the Huainanzi and Shiji. In earlier times, a shallow veil of blue mist enveloped the vicinity of these mountains. Yet observers noted an unusually deep azure hue emanating from the direction of the Kunlun Range. There, dense fog surged, crystalline and luminous, swirling in a mesmerizing dance, eventually transforming into beams of radiant blue light, akin to a cascade of fiery clouds, resplendent in their intensity. It seemed as though a dazzling blue sun was ensconced within the thick mist, rising and falling, casting forth brilliant rays that flashed like lightning, despite the great distance. From afar, the spectacle appeared profoundly mysterious, the blue glow scintillating and ceaselessly undulating, strikingly brilliant. Consequently, some venerable herdsmen bowed in reverence towards that direction, offering fervent prayers. Clearly, the phenomenal occurrences there were astonishing, the dense blue mist unyielding, suffused with fervent rays of light, surpassing even the visions seen by Chu Feng amidst the desert's winds. What could be the cause of such extraordinary phenomena? Chu Feng pondered. He speculated that perhaps it was triggered by seismic activity within the mountains. In the past, a locale had experienced similar events, where thunderous roars would occasionally erupt in the valleys, striking living creatures. If a significant earthquake were to occur in the mountains, it might induce an exceptionally high magnetic field anomaly. Under the influence of the electromagnetic field, the charges within the cloud layers could interact with the mountain's magnetic forces, resulting in discharges of electricity. Coupled with auroral effects, this could render the area a vibrant, unique thunderstorm zone, markedly different from the ordinary. Chu Feng, however, was not superstitious. He believed that the occurrences within the mountains were largely natural phenomena. However, no matter how he explained himself, the old herdsman remained obstinate, glaring at him with contempt, convinced that he had desecrated the sacred mountain and nearly drove him away. In truth, there were indeed aspects that were illogical and strained, which even Chu Feng himself had yet to fully comprehend, such as the resplendent flower that had recently bloomed in the desert. He sighed softly. In this post-civilization era, many matters remained unresolved, despite humanity's earnest attempts to elucidate them through the lens of past principles. The world was becoming increasingly enigmatic. War had ravaged the earth, almost reducing it to barren wasteland. Although after a prolonged period of recovery, life had once again flourished, the brilliance of yesteryears was ultimately irretrievable. Throughout the extended years of the post-civilization epoch, several mysterious occurrences had transpired, leaving profound impacts, yet they remained enigmas to this day. As dawn broke, the fiery sun ascended from the horizon, and the vibrant morning glow cascaded over the hills, illuminating the tent and the lush grass beneath, radiating a sense of vitality. Chu Feng bid farewell to the tribe and set forth on his journey once more, heading westward into the plateau. Along the way, he learned that the mysterious blue mist had a remarkably vast reach, having manifested in every area he traversed. Could it possibly be another inexplicable phenomenon? He pondered. Historically, several such instances had stirred considerable uproar, and to this day, no definitive answers had emerged. The sky in the Tibetan region was exceptionally azure, with clouds as white as snow, hovering low, as if one could merely stretch out a hand to touch them. The Gobi, mountains, and pastures exuded a serene tranquility, creating an oasis untouched by conflict. Throughout his journey, Chu Feng heard numerous rumors. Some herdsmen claimed that the living Buddha atop the sacred mountain had awakened, which was why the blue light flowed and the thick mist enveloped the surroundings. There are whispers that the Bodhi tree is flourishing, poised to bear blossoms and fruits, heralding the arrival of the legendary dragon mastiff. Locals hold that the true mastiffs thrive in the wild, rivaling lions and tigers, while those raised by humans do not embody the essence of genuine mastiffs. Furthermore, there exists a legend that within the sacred mountains dwells a dragon mastiff, emerging once every few centuries, possessing unimaginable strength capable of vanquishing evil. Days later, Chu Feng approached the sacred mountain region, having learned that a faint blue mist had manifested along the journey, reminiscent of historical anomalies, signaling yet another significant transformation. This also implies, much like previous occurrences, that the average person will remain oblivious to the underlying causes, with most unaware of the potential repercussions. Recently, the withering leaves had carpeted the ground, yet now, a transformation was evident. The remaining leaves on the trees seemed to regain vitality, shedding their desolation and no longer falling, particularly near Kunlun. The wild grasses and thorny trees glistened in the warmth, vibrant and full of life. Although it was late autumn, the usual desolation was conspicuously absent. The warming weather prompted Chu Feng to ponder whether it was a result of the impending changes. At last, Kunlun Mountain came into view. From a distance, one could sense an overwhelming presence. The majestic peak stood tall, imposing and grand, like the spine of the earth, stretching across the horizon. Its magnificence and grandeur are unparalleled, unmatched by any ancient mountain. This range is steeped in countless legends, shrouded in a profound mythological aura from ancient times to the present. Indeed, it is here. Upon reaching his destination, Chu Feng stood at the foot of the mountain, a colossal edifice reminiscent of a divine citadel, majestic and imposing, rising from the western expanse. Its grandeur and vigor overwhelming. As he ventured into the mountain, gradually ascending, he pondered the recent earthquake. Observing the terrain, he noted the fissures etched into the mountainside, the surface marred by substantial cracks, and the presence of massive boulders that had evidently tumbled down from higher elevations, with some cliffs even having crumbled away. This very mountain had once witnessed extraordinary phenomena. What could this signify? Chu Feng's gaze fell upon a large stone, its surface adorned with inscriptions. The etchings deep, yet largely obscured by earth and stone. Following the earthquake, a portion of the mountain had collapsed, revealing this stone from the depths below. A layer of verdant hue, reminiscent of desiccated moss, covered the stone. Western King. As Chu Feng traced the engraved characters with his fingers, he recognized the two words. They were in bronze script, an ancient form of writing often inscribed on bells and tripods, elusive to the untrained eye. In an instant, a cascade of thoughts engulfed him. How could these two characters appear here? The sight of Western King inevitably conjured associations. Could it be that the Queen Mother of the West truly existed in that ancient era? Perhaps it was merely a memorial left behind by ancient visitors. Chu Feng shook his head, providing himself with an explanation. Yet something felt amiss. Suddenly, he froze. For as he brushed his fingers over the inscriptions, he discerned that the so-called dried moss was anything but ordinary. Verdigris. This revelation sent a tremor through his heart. This stone tablet had been sealed away, buried within the mountain, and upon reflection, it was improbable that any moss could thrive in such conditions. The epochs it had endured were exceedingly long, only to be brought back into the light after the violent quake. It is indeed composed of bronze. However, such a massive piece of ancient bronze is truly a rarity. The Simuwading unearthed from the Inshu site weighs less than 2,000 pounds and is renowned as the largest ancient bronze artifact. Yet this bronze tablet. As Chu Feng cleared away some earth and stones, it became evident that this bronze must weigh at least 5,000 or 6,000 pounds. an astonishing figure that would undoubtedly classify it as an extraordinary relic in ancient times. Its surface, mottled with green patina, unmistakably indicates that it has been buried for an extensive period. Were it a stone tablet, Chu Feng might entertain the notion that it was left behind by predecessors paying homage. However, with such a vast bronze tablet, he felt uncertain. In that distant antiquity, who could afford to expend resources merely for the sake of nostalgia? It has been a while since the new book Sacred Ruins began uploading. Members are encouraged to click, cast their votes, and bookmark it. The review section is bustling with activity, and many have shown their support. Thank you for your enthusiasm, and to all the fellow readers. Chapter 3. Bronze Kunlun. The sound of bronze echoed, resonating with the weight of time. Chu Feng set down the stone he had been holding, now convinced that this was indeed a bronze tablet, which left him somewhat incredulous. A bronze artifact weighing thousands of pounds is no trivial matter. If word of this were to spread, it would surely cause a sensation. Inscribed upon it are the characters for Western King, imbued with the essence of time. Its ancient simplicity carries an air of mystery that captivates the mind. It remains a mystery from which era it originates, and who might have buried it in the Kunlun Mountains. Chu Feng struck the bronze tablet, the metallic resonance echoing continuously. Regrettably, he was not an archaeologist and could draw no valuable conclusions. Perhaps, eons ago, this place once harbored an exceptionally splendid bronze civilization, he mused, allowing such speculation to unfold. He has never been superstitious, even though Kunlun is steeped in mythological grandeur. He remained skeptical upon encountering the imposing bronze monument inscribed with the characters Shi Wang. Chu Feng speculates that even if the Queen Mother of the West truly existed, she might merely have been the leader of a powerful ancient tribe, rendering this place merely a relic of the past. The violent earthquake, which triggered anomalies in the mountain's magnetic field and caused electrical discharges within the clouds, coupled with the exposure of the colossal bronze, could very well explain the ensuing tempest. Chu Feng increasingly believes this to be the case. He yearns to excavate the bronze tablet for a closer examination. However, with only a portion of it protruding from the earth and lacking the necessary tools, success remains elusive. After lingering for a moment, he resumes his ascent. The mountain's fissures are both wide and deep, dark and daunting, presenting a scene of desolation. The path is treacherous, with steep inclines and boulders strewn about, making the journey increasingly arduous. Standing upon the grand mountain's cape, he feels its majesty, and as he contemplates the myriad legends surrounding it, a sense of unease stirs within him. Gazing into the distance, the colossal mountain meets the heavens, a sight of immense grandeur. Ahead lies a considerable heap of earth and stone, where a segment of the mountain wall has recently collapsed. It resembles verdigris. From afar, he discerns a patch of greenish hue, rusted and mottled, located at the precipice, not a mere cluster, but a vast expanse. Upon approaching, he sees it clearly. Indeed, this sight is far more astonishing than the bronze tablet he had previously encountered. A substantial section of the cliff has fallen away, revealing the long-buried truth nestled against the steep mountainside. Against the stone wall, a verdant rust spreads in patches, imbued with an air of ancient mystery. This is a copper edifice, revealed as it descends with the mountain. 3 bronze houses, quaint and serene, lean against the rocky backdrop, partially buried beneath earth and stone, yet still largely visible. The architectural style of the bronze dwellings is archaic, exuding a profound sense of history. The tiles atop these metallic houses are also cast from bronze, laid out in orderly, regular patterns, resembling green scales that envelop the structure. Chu Feng is genuinely astonished, unable to quell the tumult within his heart. This is a sensational discovery. Such colossal bronze artifacts, entire houses constructed of copper, nestled within the Kunlun Mountains, once deeply interred. From what epoch do these relics originate? And who might have erected them? Based on his conjecture, this area must have once been home to a resplendent bronze civilization, its existence lost in the annals of time, unchronicled by any surviving historical texts. Yet, amidst his astonishment, a sense of unease and confusion lingers. The Simu Wu Ding is renowned as the largest ancient bronze vessel. But now, in comparison, it seems almost trivial, especially when juxtaposed with the grandeur of these houses. There is no doubt that the construction of such abodes surpasses the complexity of casting a ding. These bronze houses are a singular creation, forged together, exuding an air of majesty and solemnity, steeped in mystery. Should this discovery reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a treasure of exceptional significance. An unprecedented artifact of revolutionary proportions. Chu Feng, usually composed in the face of adversity, finds himself unable to maintain his usual poise. The existence of such bronze relics amidst the mountain ranges of the western lands is truly astonishing. He exerted himself to push open a bronze door. The slightly jarring sound of metal scraping resonating as the door creaked ajar. Chu Feng did not immediately step inside. Instead, he lingered outside for a moment, taking a breath before cautiously advancing. The interior was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if it were severed from the outside world, where even the sound of a falling needle could be discerned. Yet, it was starkly barren, devoid of any furnishings on the floor or walls. The other two bronze edifices mirrored this emptiness, presenting an expansive interior without tables or chairs. Upon meticulous inspection, there were no remnants left behind. The bronze structures were indeed hollow. Chu Feng stepped back, gazing at the three bronze houses, his mind swirling with countless questions. Were these remnants of ancient habitation or perhaps sanctuaries for ritualistic practices? In that distant epoch, such constructions seemed extravagantly lavish. Historical texts recount that during the Shang dynasty, the renowned Simu Ding vessel required the efforts of 200 to 300 artisans, working in unison to achieve its arduous completion. To conceive and forge three bronze houses in antiquity must have posed an immense challenge. He lingered here for a considerable time before ascending the mountain once more. Several hours later, he found himself nearing the summit, roughly 200 meters away, having shed copious amounts of sweat. His physique was exceptional, tall and robust. Yet the prolonged exertion of climbing such a grand mountain proved to be quite taxing. As he approached the peak, he gazed out over the undulating mountain ranges and the vast expanse of the earth, feeling insignificantly small, akin to mere dust. Standing atop the colossal mountain, he looked up at the azure sky so close at hand. A sense of liberation washed over him, allowing him to forget all worries, personal honors and disgraces, and everything else seemed utterly trivial. The altitude here was considerably high, yet he observed no signs of snow, and the presence of greenery continued to perplex him. There are traces of lightning strikes. Chu Feng discovered scorched marks on the mountain, evidence of having been struck by lightning. Vast areas of vegetation lay reduced to ashes, shrouded in darkness. Furthermore, the rocky terrain had been cleaved apart, with significant portions of the mountain ravaged. This only reinforced his belief that several days prior, amidst thick fog and swirling blue light, it was indeed lightning that had struck this place. The path ahead was treacherous, strewn with boulders, prompting Chu Feng to navigate around and seek a route up the opposite side of the mountain. However, upon reaching the other side of the summit, his body grew slightly rigid, and his pupils constricted in astonishment, a sensation he had never experienced even upon encountering the copper house. This side of the mountain had evidently suffered a landslide, with a thick layer of earth and stone cascading down, revealing a metallic sheen. Copper Mountain. The spectacle unveiled after the massive collapse was truly astonishing. This section of the summit was, in fact, composed of copper, previously concealed beneath layers of soil. This was not a mere isolated patch. Nearly 200 meters from the peak, a vast expanse now shimmered with a bronze hue. How could one not entertain other notions? Was this mountain, draped in earth and stone, fundamentally composed of bronze beneath its surface? It was utterly unfathomable. The truth remains elusive. Yet it is evident that the 200-meter-high mountain is indeed copper, a marvel that defies comprehension. Chu Feng stood in awe. This was a mountain within Kunlun, its core composed of copper, challenging his previously entrenched beliefs. He had always regarded such fantastical tales as mere stories, dismissing the mystical. Yet, the atmosphere here was rife with the uncanny, defying explanation. After being struck by lightning, the truth of the Copper Summit was revealed. The occurrences in this place were indeed astonishingly extraordinary. Chu Feng ascended the Copper Mountain, pausing nearly 100 meters from the summit due to the sheer steepness of the cliff, which resembled a wall of bronze, making further ascent exceedingly difficult. At that moment, he was captivated by a fragrant breeze wafting towards him. The area was composed entirely of cold metal, barren of any flora, stark and desolate. Gazing upwards, he scrutinized the rocky expanse and, to his astonishment, discovered a solitary plant flourishing on the bronze cliff. Although he could not reach the peak, he was able to discern the details of the remarkable sight. A vibrant little tree, standing over 3 feet tall, had taken root in the sheer bronze face of the cliff, and it bore a bud, poised to bloom. Chu Feng was certain he was not mistaken. There was no soil or stone to be found, only bronze. The notion that such a tree could anchor itself in solid metal was utterly bewildering. This extraordinary phenomenon was almost beyond comprehension. He repositioned himself, opting for a more advantageous spot to ascend, drawing closer to the marvel, and indeed, the tree was firmly rooted in the bronze surface. The myriad of comments and the bustling review section filled him with a sense of pressure. He felt compelled to craft an exceptional piece on the sacred ruins to meet the expectations of such enthusiastic support. Chapter 4. The Strange Tree and the Fierce Beasts. At the pinnacle of Kunlun Mountain, on the highest cliff, a 3-foot-tall tree thrived in solitude. It regarded the bronze as its soil, drawing sustenance from it, resolutely establishing its roots, its entire being glistening with a verdant sheen. The trunk, as thick as a wrist, though not towering, bore the rugged texture of ancient bark, splitting like layers of scales, exuding an air of resilience. Its leaves resembled finely carved green jade, imbued with an ethereal spirit, their shapes akin to the palms of children, cradling glistening dewdrops. As the gentle breeze caressed them, the droplets rolled like pristine pearls across a plate of jade. At the pinnacle of a small tree, there blossomed a bud, the size of a fist, entirely silver-white yet adorned with golden specks, poised to bloom amidst the sheer cliffs, its fragrance already wafting through the air, a sight of exquisite beauty. This enchanting tree stood silently and proudly. Chu Feng attempted several times to ascend the bronze mountain from this side, but found it insurmountable. Resolutely, he decided to take the risk of climbing from the side strewn with rolling stones. Yet he understood the necessity of extreme caution, for his life could hang in the balance. Retreating from the copper wall, he made his way to a level area, circling the mountain while gazing upward. How could it thrive upon bronze? Chu Feng pondered, unable to comprehend. He could only attribute it to the increasingly incomprehensible world that had experienced numerous upheavals. Calmness enveloped him as he furrowed his brow, reflecting on it all. The peculiar plant, the enigmatic bronze mountain. Everything seemed to defy logic. A figure emerged in his mind. For that person had once uttered some words that at the time he had dismissed, yet now they stirred something within him. One day, perhaps even a patch of wild grass by the roadside would bear fist-sized scarlet fruits. What we perceive as ordinary may soon vanish entirely. These were the words of Lin Nua Yi, delivered with an air of simplicity, as if spoken offhandedly. It was reminiscent of the moment she told Chu Feng they should part ways, her tone somewhat detached, her voice distant, as if she stood upon a lofty height while conveying those sentiments. Chu Feng had believed she was referring to their relationship, that neither life nor emotions were immutable. Was she hinting at something deeper? In this post-civilization era, the world had undergone several transformations, although the vast majority remained oblivious to the true circumstances. A small fraction was privy to the reality. What, indeed, did Lin Nui know? As her silhouette emerged in his mind, Chu Feng sighed, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Yet, he resolved to let the past remain in the past. He raised his gaze once more to the summit of Bronze Mountain, an unusual glint sparkling in his eyes. Did she truly imply something? Following her line of thought, perhaps many ordinary things were destined to transform. What of the rare and extraordinary trees? even before experiencing any anomalies. This small tree was undoubtedly remarkable. The ground beneath him was strewn with countless jagged stones, and Chu Feng had already reached the precipice of the mountain. The path here was arduous and treacherous. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, causing Chu Feng's eyelids to twitch. He observed a shadow rapidly descending upon him, threatening to engulf him. Something was drawing near. In the wilderness, especially while traveling alone, one must undoubtedly possess some means of self-defense. With a swift motion, Chu Feng turned and released a steel arrow, which whistled through the air with a resounding thud. In that instant, he beheld the creature. A look of indescribable astonishment crossed Chu Feng's face as he beheld the sheer magnitude of this beast, far surpassing its kin. A golden raptor, its wings glistening, stretched out to an impressive span of 5 or 6 meters, swooping down from the sky, nearly seizing him moments ago. With a resounding clang, the steel arrow whizzed past, striking a large piece of bluestone nearby, sending sparks flying as it narrowly missed the fierce bird. Simultaneously, its razor-sharp talons scraped against the earth, producing a jarring sound that sent chills down his spine. The creature ascended into the air, the rush of wind accompanying its flight. Chu Feng felt a shiver run down his back. Had his reflexes not been so swift, the consequences of being caught by this formidable raptor would have been unimaginable. The common eagle can effortlessly crush the skulls of prey such as wild hares, so the immense power of this golden raptor is indeed formidable. Had there been a moment's delay earlier, the consequences would undoubtedly have been dire. Chu Feng instinctively retreated, seeking advantageous terrain, and pressed his back against a massive rock. He then brandished a crossbow, aiming towards the heavens, remaining ever vigilant. In midair, the golden raptor circled with ferocity, its wings stirring up fierce winds as it glided close to the mountainside. Never before had he encountered such a colossal bird. It resembled a golden eagle, devoid of any blemishes, its body gleaming and its size astonishingly imposing. Its golden eyes sparkled with untamed ferocity, radiating an aura of menace. Such a large golden eagle is nothing short of extraordinary. This creature defies normalcy. In ancient times, certain tribes might have regarded this majestic raptor as a mythical rock. Historical accounts often tended towards exaggeration, and a 5 to 6 meter long golden predator would certainly be considered an anomaly, inciting great commotion upon its appearance. Particularly in the region of Kunlun Mountain, it would add an air of mystery to the surroundings. The golden giant bird was fierce, yet it did not immediately dive down. Instead, it circled, displaying remarkable acuity, evidently aware of the power contained within Chu Feng's crossbow. Suddenly, Chu Feng caught a whiff of a metallic scent. 3 snow leopards emerged silently from below the mountainside, their eyes dark and their mouths stained with blood, sharp white fangs glistening ominously. Clearly, they had recently hunted. They fixated on Chu Feng, their bodies slightly crouched, simultaneously casting wary glances at the golden raptor above, emitting low growls of unease. 3 snow leopards are far more robust than their ordinary counterparts, their sharp claws glinting ominously, and their powerful bodies poised for a lethal pounce. Chu Feng frowned. Unprepared for such peril, overhead soared a golden predatory bird, while on the ground raced swift leopards, placing him in a precarious situation. Suddenly, the 3 snow leopards' fur bristled, their neck hairs standing on end as they swiftly evaded, leaping into a pile of jagged rocks. Silently, a yak appeared on the mountain, its coat a deep, lustrous black, shimmering like satin, with a pair of formidable horns raised skyward. This magnificent creature could be described as the king of yaks, measuring over 10 feet in length. With sturdy limbs and a colossal physique, resembling a small black mountain as it stood there. This sight filled Chu Feng with trepidation. The sheer size of the black yak was astonishing, and it moved as stealthily as the snow leopards, having materialized without prior notice. Moreover, the 3 snow leopards seemed to fear this imposing black yak, retreating into the rocky crevice, which was highly unusual. The black yak raised its head to glance at the golden predator soaring above, then remained motionless, gazing toward the summit of the bronze mountain. How did these three creatures end up here? Aware of his perilous predicament, Chu Feng refrained from making any rash moves, biding his time for an opportunity to escape. In the distance, 6 or 7 animal silhouettes raced toward the mountain, moving with remarkable speed, revealing their white fangs, a clear display of their ferocity. They were 6 wolves, all tall and stronger than the average of their kind, with the lead wolf being entirely snow white, possessing a single eye that glowed an eerie green, exuding an air of menace. As they approached, they paused momentarily, displaying a hint of agitation upon sighting the dark yaks, then shifted their gaze to the golden predatory bird, revealing their unease. Suddenly, tranquility was shattered as 6 fierce wolves surged forward, simultaneously charging towards the mountain peak through the rocky terrain. In tandem, 3 snow leopards sprang into action, racing with astonishing speed towards the summit of the bronze mountain. Chu Feng retreated, wishing to depart from the scene. Near the mountaintop, the roars of beasts echoed incessantly as they vied to ascend. A thunderous crash resounded, the visage of one snow leopard grotesquely contorted, blood and flesh mangled, as it plummeted heavily from the heights, toppled by a yellow shadow. It struck like a bolt of lightning, appearing abruptly from an angle and plunging into the pack of beasts. This was a mastiff, its neck adorned with dense, long fur reminiscent of a lion's mane. Comparable in size to an ordinary Tibetan mastiff, its claws stained with leopard blood. Yet, its speed was unparalleled. It leaped several meters forward in an instant. Lunging at the front, the howls of wolves erupted, chilling and tragic as blood splattered. The neck of a green wolf was severed, flung away with brutal force. Another wolf was sent soaring by the impact of the fierce dog, crashing against the stone wall, incapacitated on the spot. This was the legendary true mastiff of the Tibetan region. Chu Feng was astounded. According to local lore, the true mastiff roams the wild. Capable of contending with tigers and leopards, its numbers exceedingly rare and seldom encountered by humans. Yet this true mastiff surpassed the tales, swift as lightning, infiltrating the pack and, upon mere contact, dispatching 1 leopard and 2 wolves. This was the king of mastiffs, and Chu Feng surmised it was likely even more formidable. The mastiff leaped once more, covering a distance of 7 to 8 meters. Its massive paw descended with a force akin to that of a bear's, striking a wild wolf's eye, sending it tumbling away. As it landed, the fierce mastiff pounced upon a snow leopard, its roar chilling to the bone. They tumbled together, a raw display of nature's ferocity. The snow leopard lay in a pool of blood, its throat torn, clearly on the brink of death. The mastiff, unscathed, stood with its mane erect like that of a lion. Though not particularly large, it exuded an extraordinary presence akin to that of a mythical beast. Leaping once more towards other ferocious creatures, Chu Feng could scarcely believe the might of such a mastiff. In mere moments, it was poised to dispatch the remaining predators. Ultimately, the last snow leopard succumbed, leaving only a one-eyed silver wolf desperately fleeing down the mountainside, yearning for survival. Yet, within a few bounds, the mastiff caught up, its gaping maw opening wide to deliver a lethal bite, severing the wolf's neck with a violent snap, nearly decapitating it. Thus, 9 fierce beasts were vanquished in a brief span. Chu Feng gripped his crossbow tightly, on high alert, for this place was fraught with peril. The mastiff fell silent, its muzzle stained with the blood of its prey, but not its own. It stood motionless, gazing up at a small tree on the bronze cliff. Though not towering, it appeared strikingly formidable, its earthy mane soaked in the blood of other beasts, emanating a commanding aura. Throughout this ordeal, a black yak had remained fixated on the small tree atop the cliff, exhibiting an unsettling calm. Meanwhile, a golden bird of prey circled overhead, much like before, surveying the scene below. 3 peculiar creatures exhibited an extraordinary tranquility, as if imbued with a human-like essence, their composure remarkable. Their focus was directed at a diminutive tree, yet they refrained from immediate action, seemingly awaiting something. Chu Feng was profoundly astonished, for these beings were undeniably extraordinary. Chapter 5. The bloom. The vicinity near the mountain summit had descended into an eerie silence, devoid of sound. The three creatures paid no heed to Chu Feng, as if he were inconsequential. He comprehended that he was distanced from the peak, and they likely perceived him as no threat, allowing him to remain unbothered below. These were remarkable beings endowed with spirit. Seizing the moment to depart, Chu Feng resolved to descend the mountain. Although his curiosity about the small tree rooted in the bronze mountain was insatiable, the perilous nature of the surroundings posed a grave threat to his life. The fragrance intensified, emanating from the bronze mountain. The mastiff stirred, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In but a few bounds, it navigated through the rocky terrain and ascended the steep mountain face, heading straight for the summit. The imposing black yak, over a yard in length and gleaming with a dark luster, bore formidable horns that commanded respect. It trod steadily, following at a leisurely pace. It maintained a firm footing, ascending the treacherous slopes of the bronze mountain. The avian predator in midair shimmered like gold, its wings becoming increasingly resplendent, its eyes glinting with golden brilliance. It lowered its altitude, approaching the precipice, fixating on the small tree. Just as Chu Feng prepared to retreat, the intoxicating aroma surged to unprecedented levels, heralding the imminent bloom of the buds. With a soft pop, the flowers unfurled, accompanied by a melodious sound. The fragrance enveloped the air, far more potent than before, as if possessing a unique enchantment that rendered one entranced. In an instant, three creatures rushed to the edge of the cliff, their tense gazes fixed ahead as they began to fervently inhale the floral fragrance, as if they were gulping down the intoxicating aroma. The three-headed beings could hardly restrain themselves, each yearning to unleash their primal ferocity upon one another. A series of delicate sounds resonated as silvery petals unfurled, accompanied by a gentle mist and glistening droplets. The blossoms bursting forth with a symphony of fragrance, tenfold in richness. At the pinnacle of a 3-foot-tall sapling, fist-sized silvery flowers fully blossomed, releasing a cloud of white mist that enveloped the bronze cliff, rendering it a scene akin to a celestial paradise. The petals, adorned with golden speckles, now radiated brilliantly. Within the mist, the golden particles sparkled like distant stars, shimmering with an ethereal glow. This spectacle was resplendent and enchanting. The three creatures awaited this very moment. Yearning for its fruition, they clashed fiercely, their claws slashing through the air, a raw expression of untamed wilderness, each vying to claim the extraordinary flower for themselves. As the dark yak trod upon the ground, the mountaintop trembled under its immense strength. A sudden clash echoed through the air as a golden predator spread its talons, colliding with the rugged horns of the yak, the sound reverberating like thunder. The hound growled deeply, its voice resonating like distant thunder. The three creatures engaged in a ferocious battle, attacking one another in a frantic bid for the blossoming flower. Amidst this chaos, they inhaled the fragrance with reckless abandon. The white mist swirled atop the bronze mountain, and through the haze, the golden spots danced, resembling a fragment of a starry sea illuminating the fog. It was a realm of profound mystery and beauty. Suddenly, they collided with the verdant sapling, and one of the hound's massive claws brushed against the flower. A fierce wind roared, and a golden predator swooped down, clashing fiercely with the great mastiff. Its sharp claws descended with the intent to rend the beast apart. Previously, they had refrained from engaging in combat, weighed down by mutual trepidation, but now, with the blossoming of flowers, they fought with reckless abandon, heedless of the consequences. As the golden avian flapped its wings, several petals fell from beneath the mastiff's massive claws, carried away by the tempest towards the base of the bronze mountain. This place, characterized by steep terrain, soon saw the petals shrouded in white mist drifting towards Chu Feng. He raised his hand to catch one, the intoxicating fragrance almost overwhelming him. Upon closer inspection, the inner surface of the petal bore a layer of glistening, golden speckles. Pollen. It was coated with a sheen of pollen, shimmering with vitality. Chu Feng reached out, sequentially grasping 4 petals in his hand. 2 of them bore a faint fragrance, having collected only a small amount of pollen, while the other 2 were richly aromatic, densely adorned with crystalline particles, their fragrance intoxicatingly potent. The three creatures atop the bronze mountain cast a cold glance downward before resuming their fierce struggle, vying for the petals that had yet to fall. Observing this, Chu Feng tightened his grip on the petals. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The petals in his palm had lost their warmth, replaced by a sense of desiccation. Opening his hand, he discovered that the lustrous sheen had vanished, and the petals had withered. In an instant, they had lost their luster, devoid of vitality, turning a dull yellow. A mere exertion of force caused one of the petals to crumble into fragments. Startled, Chu Feng discarded the remaining 3 withered petals, calling out to the mountain's peak, "Here, take them back." Subsequently, he decisively turned away, no longer concerning himself with the matter, and dashed down the mountain. Though eager to escape, he could not help but ponder why the 4 petals had withered in his grasp in an instant. This transformation was indeed peculiar. As he passed the bronze house and the copper monument, he did not linger, intent on descending the mountain swiftly. The terrain gradually became more level, allowing him to quicken his pace. After a considerable amount of time, when Chu Feng finally reached the foot of the mountain, the crimson sun had already begun its descent in the west. Fortunately, the 3 extraordinary creatures had not pursued him. They were still engaged in their struggle atop the peak. Drenched in sweat from such intense exertion on the lofty mountain, even his robust constitution felt utterly drained. Overwhelmed with fatigue, he settled at the mountain's base, gasping for breath. Long after, he could still hear the thunderous beating of his heart as he poured water into his mouth. Glancing back at the towering mountain, it truly appeared enigmatic. The Western King Copper Monument, the mysterious bronze house, and the Copper Mountain. Was the interior of this majestic peak truly composed of copper? If only it were possible. He yearned to peel back the layers of the mountain to discern what lay within. This mountain was merely one of the Kunlun range. Yet what secrets did this region conceal? He needed to depart quickly. If those 3 creatures descended, it would be exceedingly perilous. A few days prior, an earthquake had occurred, leaving numerous fissures in the mountainside, and the foot of the mountain was no exception, which Chu Feng carefully navigated. By chance, he spotted a stone in one of the crevices, about 3 inches tall and square. It possessed an unusually regular shape, which was indeed rare. He picked it up casually and continued on his way. Uncertain whether it is merely an illusion, Chu Feng has felt a peculiar sensation within himself throughout his journey, a subtle, ephemeral warmth coursing through his veins. When he attempts to focus on it, it vanishes. Yet, when he disregards it, it unexpectedly reemerges. Is it an illusion? Or perhaps a hypersensitivity of the body? He begins to doubt whether his perceptions have become disordered. This peculiar sensation originated in his left hand. He opens his left palm, recalling that his initial awareness was centered there, yet there is nothing tangible to be found, for petals had inexplicably withered in his hand. As he continues on his path, he ponders the matter, sensing that it is far from simple. There is something eerie about it that unsettles him. Those petals once emitted a misty white vapor, speckled with luminous points, appearing bizarre from any angle. The bronze Kunlun mountain behind him has profoundly challenged his preconceptions, presenting a revolutionary perspective that compels contemplation. The 3 creatures he observed were certainly not ordinary. They were vying for the flower atop a tree, seemingly harmless. Although he harbors some reservations, Chu Feng believes the flower poses no threat to his well-being. Otherwise, how could it incite such a rare and fierce struggle among formidable beasts? He shakes his head, temporarily setting aside these thoughts, and strides toward the inhabited pastoral area. Beneath the night sky, the vast plateau is eerily tranquil, with the occasional distant roar of a beast adding to the sense of desolation and emptiness. That night, he quietly reads, simultaneously trying to grasp the elusive warmth he had felt earlier, yet it remains intangible, uncertain if it will herald any change. After a long while, he exhales softly, let nature take its course. Through countless attempts, he discovered that the more he cared and focused on something, the less he could perceive it. Conversely, when he chose to disregard it, he could vaguely sense its presence. Pollen catalyst. As Chu Feng softly uttered these words, a sudden thought struck him. Upon graduating, Lin Nuyi's family had sent a vehicle to fetch her, and he vaguely recalled these words being mentioned, though they had been distant and unclear to his ears. Despite their separation, he had wished to bid her farewell, but upon noticing the cool indifference with which her family regarded him, he simply waved and departed. Lost in thought, he inadvertently caught sight of a stone beside him. The stone's shape was remarkably regular. He weighed it in his hands within the confines of the tent. Though it was cubic, its edges were smooth and slightly rounded, as if polished. Upon closer inspection, he noticed faint patterns etched upon its surface. Were these naturally occurring? The markings were so subtle that they could easily be overlooked if not examined closely. Were they the result of human intervention? He now realized that this stone was indeed quite special. Chu Feng washed the stone clean and scrutinized it under the flickering light. It stood 3 inches tall, displaying a grayish-brown hue, adorned with indistinct patterns that spiraled around it, resembling vines or ancient scars of nature, exceedingly antiquated. Could it be an artifact left by a long-lost tribe? He pondered, as he flipped the stone over and over, tracing the markings with his fingers. A sudden crack echoed through the tranquil night, piercing the serenity. Chapter 6. The stone box. The night was initially tranquil within the tent, but the abrupt sound shattered the peace, leaving Chu Feng's hand frozen in place, halting all movement. How could a cubic stone emit such a sound? A fissure appeared on the stone. Chu Feng set it down, apprehensive of any unforeseen developments, and observed intently. Having encountered unusual events today, he was particularly cautious. A stone box? He was taken aback. The patterns encircling the stone had previously concealed this fissure, which now became distinctly visible as it slightly opened. Earlier, the stone box fit so seamlessly together, appearing as a single entity, and with the mottled stains covering it, it was difficult to discern any anomalies. Who would have noticed that this was, in fact, a cubic stone box? Standing 3 inches tall, it exuded an ancient charm. Given the circumstances, Chu Feng felt a flicker of anticipation, for the stone box bore an air of mystery. He had discovered it at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Initially believing it to be merely a stone, never suspecting it held deeper secrets. Chu Feng positioned a copper basin from his tent in front of himself for protection, then cautiously opened the stone box, widening the fissure. With a crack, the lid detached, revealing nothing amiss. No danger was present. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief and examined the interior of the stone box. He felt a glimmer of hope, pondering what could be sealed within. The interior space was quite small, containing only a shallow groove, scarcely capable of holding anything substantial, clearly unsuitable for concealing pearls or precious gems. However, there was indeed something inside. Within that groove lay 3 shriveled seeds, completely filling the space, and nothing else. Chu Feng was considerably disappointed. Having found the stone box in Kunlun Mountain, he had anticipated it to harbor some treasure, only to discover it contained merely 3 seeds. One seed was jet black, thoroughly desiccated, exhibiting signs of deformation and lacking vitality. The other seed was purplish-brown, flattened, and oval, roughly the size of a fingernail. The last seed appeared somewhat normal. Apart from its wrinkled skin, it was relatively plump, at least not shriveled, and retained a rounded shape, though it bore a slight yellowish hue. Chu Feng was taken aback. Was this truly all there was? 2 of the seeds were so desiccated they were hardly recognizable, a far cry from his expectations. He had thought that the stone box he discovered at the foot of Kunlun Mountain might contain something extraordinary, yet it turned out to be rather mundane. He placed the 3 seeds in the palm of his hand and scrutinized them closely, finding them utterly unremarkable. How many years had these seeds been buried underground? It was difficult to ascertain, but the age of the stone box certainly suggested it was ancient, its surface adorned with indistinct patterns and marks. Were these relics from a bygone era? However, if they were indeed ancient artifacts, the fact that the seeds had not decayed upon being unearthed was rather fortunate. Many ancient objects, once exposed to light, risk immediate deterioration. Chu Feng examined them again, unable to identify the seeds, having never encountered them before, and was at a loss as to which 3 plants they might correspond. He felt somewhat speechless. Just moments ago, he had been consumed by fervent thoughts of uncovering hidden treasures, and now he stood in a daze before 3 meager seeds. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to plant them and see what might sprout. Chu Feng pondered. Yet, given the considerable passage of time these seeds had endured, he harbored concerns about their viability, especially since 2 of them were quite withered. If they did manage to grow, he hoped they would not be poisonous. After all, if they yielded beans or any type of vegetable, it would likely be considered an ancient variety. He chuckled softly. The starry sky of the plateau seemed to hover close to the earth, its brilliance illuminating the moonlit landscape, casting a serene glow upon the desolate terrain. In the deep of night, an extraordinary stillness enveloped the surroundings. The place where he sought refuge was remarkably distant, yet the deep, resonant roars of beasts could be heard in the dead of night, a truly astonishing phenomenon. Clearly, something was amiss in the Kunlun Mountains. The sounds did not resemble the growls of mastiffs or yaks, but rather hinted at the presence of other formidable predators. The very ground of that mountain range seemed to tremble faintly, echoing an unsettling restlessness. Some shepherds were roused from their slumber, fervently praying and prostrating themselves before the sacred peak, murmuring incantations. Chu Feng also rose and stepped out of his tent. Overhearing an elder shepherd's words, the living Buddha of the mountains had indeed awakened. Perplexed, Chu Feng pondered how the presence of an ancient monk could coincide with the roars of beasts. You do not understand. This is a legend of our Tibetan land. You should leave swiftly in the morning, the elder shepherd advised. Could it be that the sacred beasts of the mountains are about to emerge? Inquired a middle-aged man. According to legend, deep within the plateau's sacred mountains lay several slumbering ancient beasts, some rivaling deities in their might, capable of vanquishing demons, while others were exceedingly ferocious and could bring calamity. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng fell into contemplation. Although he did not wholly believe, he also did not dismiss the claims of the Tibetans as unfounded. After all, he had personally encountered extraordinary creatures during his experience at the Bronze Mountain, witnessing the likes of a golden bird of prey that measured 5 to 6 meters in length, which in ancient times would likely have been referred to as a golden-winged roc. There was also a pitch-black, lustrous yak, over 10 feet long, feared by leopards and wolves alike, its immense strength causing the summit of the Bronze Mountain to tremble beneath its weight. In ancient lore, it might have been dubbed an ox demon. Many ancient legends tend to exaggerate, and as time passes, they often become mythologized, especially when ancient people chronicled extraordinary occurrences. There was likely a tendency to embellish, and this place was no exception. In the stillness of the late night, the vast plateau finally succumbed to tranquility, the distant, muffled roars of beasts in the mountains fading into silence. The moonlight cascaded like water, delicate as wisps of smoke, creating an ethereal connection between this place and the starry sky, enveloping it in a hazy serenity. The herdsman, unburdened by worry, exhaled a sigh of relief. In this post-civilization era, despite its reconstruction, the brilliance of yesteryears may have dimmed, yet the disparity was not insurmountable, and various modes of transportation remained relatively accessible. Having traversed the plateau, desert, and mountains, he had turned off his communication device. Upon reactivation, a deluge of messages flooded in simultaneously. Finding his bearings and setting down his belongings, he grasped the communicator and began to peruse the recent news, astonished by what he discovered. Over the past few days, dense fog had enveloped regions across the nation, and even abroad, manifesting in shades of pale blue, deep red, and purple, blanketing vast expanses. Some speculated that this phenomenon might be a mutation triggered by the nuclear fallout of the bygone war. However, experts swiftly dispelled such rumors, assuring the public of their safety, attributing it merely to natural fog that would dissipate without consequence, thus alleviating any undue panic. Yet in public opinion polls, an alternative perspective emerged, suggesting this was a portent, reminiscent of historical events that had similarly affected numerous locales. Few dared to categorically refute these claims, for in this post-civilization age, such occurrences were not unprecedented, and the depths of the situation were profound. What was this occurrence? Vegetation materialized in midair, indeed a peculiar sight. As the train commenced its journey, A rotund man approached and settled into a seat nearby. Judging by his age, he appeared to be of similar vintage to Chu Feng. He was of average stature, his abdomen substantial, with a plump face and notably large ears. When he smiled, his eyes narrowed into mere slits, reminiscent of the jovial Buddha. He possessed a unique sense of festivity. Even in silence, his benevolent demeanor was accompanied by a gentle smile, increasingly reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha. Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle, convinced that this person was certainly not irksome. "Brother, where are you headed?" the plump fellow inquired, affably greeting him. "We can't possibly be from the same hometown, can we? Please specify your location." The rotund man laughed heartily. Upon inquiry, it turned out their destinations indeed coincided, fostering an immediate sense of camaraderie between them, both hailing from the same locale. Chu Feng also recalled the news that Zhou Quan had mentioned. Reports had recently surfaced regarding the discovery of peculiar floating plants in the sky, which struck him as rather bizarre. "I cannot fathom why they do not fall," Zhou Ponzi muttered. Chu Feng, having perused that news article, found himself equally perplexed. Could something significant be about to transpire? Zhou Quan speculated, chewing thoughtfully. "Let us hope for peace and safety. This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible." A voice interjected from the side. "Indeed, tranquility is preferable. It is quite disconcerting." This sentiment seemed to resonate, as several others nodded in agreement. It is only a matter of time before something occurs. Over the years, many inexplicable phenomena have arisen, accompanied by various rumors. Someone whispered. The atmosphere grew lively, with a myriad of conversations unfolding. 2 hours later, Zhou Quan had become quite familiar with Chu Feng, as they were both from the same place, naturally drawing them closer. He leaned in conspiratorially and said to Chu Feng, "A few days ago, I heard from a relative that he knows an extraordinary individual, claiming that the world is on the brink of a great transformation." "What sort of transformation?" Chu Feng inquired. "There will be some rather mystical occurrences," Zhou Ponzi replied in a hushed tone. "You seem more like the mystical type yourself," Chu Feng chuckled. "Indeed, you must believe me. My relative is not one to speak carelessly. He is typically meticulous and reliable, engaging with circles of a rather extraordinary nature." The stout man widened his eyes. Chu Feng chuckled and shook his head. The stout man, somewhat disheartened, remarked, "In truth, I am not entirely convinced either. That peculiar individual was merely rambling, suggesting that certain mythological figures from the West were fabricated, claiming that our own legends are not dissimilar." Uft. Nearby, someone was drinking water and, upon hearing this, sprayed it out in laughter. "Oh, come now, what is so amusing? Enough of this." The stout man felt the awkwardness keenly. Chapter 7. The anomaly. The stout man was quite loquacious, his chatter uninterrupted as he recounted tales from his school days in the West, filled with oddities and mysteries, all imbued with an unmistakable aura of enigma. The region is rich in folklore, with certain stories widely circulated locally, some of which can be traced back to their origins, undeniably captivating those seated nearby. Do not dismiss these as mere myths. Some of these events truly occurred, the stout man insisted earnestly. Intrigued, others urged him to continue. "I once beheld a small Tibetan mastiff guarding a dying old dog in a dilapidated temple, the pup weeping golden tears." Zhou Quan interjected. "Shoo!" A chorus of disbelief echoed from the group. They found this too far-fetched to accept as reality. "Absolutely true. I experienced it firsthand," the stout man asserted, thumping his chest in a vow of sincerity. "Alas, I would have taken it with me. But that decrepit temple housed a terrifyingly old lama who was impossible to communicate with and forbade me from taking anything." According to Zhou Quan, the dilapidated temple rests in the desolate depths of the high plateau, seldom visited throughout the year, on the brink of collapse. The elderly lama, advanced in years, has impaired hearing, making communication exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, Zhou Ponzi grasped the lama's meaning. The young mastiff did not belong to anyone and was destined to ascend the sacred mountain, where it could subdue demons in the future. However, the strength of the small mastiff was indeed frightening. It clamped onto my pant leg and sent me tumbling. An odd occurrence. As Zhou Quan recounted the event from years past, A peculiar expression lingered on his face. Others were skeptical. When did this happen? Chu Feng inquired, recalling an encounter with a formidable mastiff on Kunlun Mountain, known for effortlessly slaying ferocious beasts, far surpassing its peers, truly extraordinary. Perhaps 3 years ago, Zhou Quan replied. The train whistled as the scenery outside rushed by, heading eastward, gradually departing from the plateau. Did you buy so much food? Zhou Pongzi, unreserved, approached Chu Feng to share the burden, inquiring about the delicious items. These divine seeds have quite a pleasant taste, Chu Feng responded. What? Zhou Quan looked bewildered. Didn't you say that certain figures in mythology might have been cultivated? I believe these could be divine seeds. Chu Feng pointed to the orchid beans and various nuts. Zhou Pongzi, speechless, stuffed his mouth, mumbling, the flavor of divine seeds is indeed delightful. Laughter erupted around them. Suddenly, Zhou Quan grimaced in pain and extracted a bean from his mouth. Brother, where did you buy these orchid beans? Can they even be eaten? Harder than iron. My old teeth are about to break. He grimaced in pain, displaying a visage of distress. With a thud, he cast a seed onto the table. Good heavens, how hard it is. Just listen to the sound it makes. What error is this? And yet food safety remains unresolved. Zhou Quan, filled with indignation, clutched his jaw. Chu Feng was startled, for this was not a variety of orchid bean, but rather a seed from the stone box, somewhat plump and with a desiccated yellow hue. He intended to show it to those around him, but in the midst of their conversation, he forgot and carelessly placed it beside the nuts and other edibles. Zhou, the portly one, was left speechless, his face flushed and contorted in discomfort. Initially, there was silence, followed by a chorus of laughter. After a prolonged moment, Zhou finally exclaimed, Brother, you truly lack discernment. Can such a thing be carelessly tossed about? This is no seed. It is a block of iron. Chu Feng chuckled, offering him an array of nuts as an apology. Simultaneously, he laid 3 seeds upon the table, seeking the opinions of those nearby on the plant to which they belonged. Though he refrained from revealing the origins of the ancient seeds. One was round like a bean, yet distinctly not. Another was flat. Could it have been crushed? The third, shriveled and unseemly, was entirely black, which was indeed rare. People speculated, yet none could identify them, with a few guessing they were seeds from mountain vines. I truly wish to smash it. Zhou Quan puffed out his cheeks, gently kneading one of the seeds, fixated on it. No, this is a rare species. I intend to plant it. Perhaps it will yield a goddess. With a hearty laugh, Chu Feng remarked, according to Zhou Quan's perspective, one cannot be certain. The others joined in the laughter, teasingly suggesting, will they cultivate a goddess? I suspect we might end up with 3 old llamas, or perhaps 3 ancient Taoists. Zhou Quan responded, covering his mouth as if he were in great pain. The journey progressed swiftly. However, at a certain station along the route, the train came to a halt and did not proceed further. What had transpired? As the delay extended, many passengers grew restless and began to rise from their seats. Soon, a crew member informed them that an incident had occurred on the tracks ahead, which was being addressed urgently, and they would soon resume their journey. The passengers settled back down, waiting patiently. Look, there's breaking news. Zhou Quan exclaimed, nudging Chu Feng to draw his attention to the news on the communicator. This is monumental. Not only are there floating grasses, but also trees. The clarity of this photograph is remarkable. Chu Feng observed intently as the electronic image displayed several trees floating in space, brimming with vitality. Upon closer inspection, he noted that some trees were lush green. Others bore a deep purplish-brown hue, and there were even blood-red trunks, all exceedingly peculiar. How could such trees appear in the sky? Everyone was bewildered. In an instant, the train was filled with a cacophony of voices as passengers fervently discussed the bizarre occurrence, deeming it extraordinary and potentially alarming. Until the train embarked once more. Whistling away into the distance, the passengers' attention was momentarily diverted, their voices softened. I was somewhat familiar with this route, having traversed it numerous times during my academic years in the West. Zhou Quan narrated tales of the cities we passed along the way. Approximately an hour later, the train halted at a particular station. Simultaneously, Zhou Quan gazed out of the window, lost in thought, murmuring, "This station does not feature any mountains." Indeed, I too had frequently traveled this line, and there were no towering peaks in the vicinity. Others echoed their confusion. "No, look quickly. That is not a mountain. It is a colossal tree," someone exclaimed. Many leaned closer to the window for a clearer view. Chu Feng, with astonishment etched on his face, recognized it distinctly. It was indeed a gigantic tree, so immense it resembled a mountain, reaching skyward in the distance. "Are there any passengers boarding at this station? Perhaps they can enlighten us on the situation," someone suggested. Shortly thereafter, a number of individuals boarded the train, their revelations leaving everyone in a state of shock and awe. It was an ancient ginkgo tree, renowned in the area, having stood for several hundred years, yet recently, for reasons unknown, it had begun to grow at an astonishing rate. This phenomenon had caused a significant uproar locally, as many were left astounded. The site had since been cordoned off, prohibiting any approach. It is indeed true. Just 2 days ago, I saw someone post a photograph, only for it to be mysteriously deleted. "This is truly happening," a voice exclaimed within the carriage. Such an extraordinary occurrence was utterly perplexing. An ancient tree, despite its extensive existence, cannot sprout to such an extraordinary height within just a few days. That notion is utterly preposterous. As time flowed by, the train came to a halt and remained stationary, with half an hour slipping away in the blink of an eye. The conductor explained that an unforeseen incident had occurred ahead, and they were diligently working to resolve it, assuring that they would soon be back on the road. On board, passengers were unable to find tranquility, engrossed in discussions about the ancient tree and speculating on the bizarre trees in outer space, pondering whether there was any correlation between the two. Eventually, impatience took hold, prompting some to disembark and stretch their legs. In his hand, he clutched a handful of soil, grasping an ordinary wild grass that, at this moment, appeared unusually vibrant, its lush green hue radiating a vigorous life force. Furthermore, it bore a singular, bright red fruit, as large as a fist, emanating a delightful fragrance. This was indeed a remarkable discovery, a weed yielding a luscious, aromatic fruit. Zhou Quan exclaimed in awe. A shiver ran down Chu Feng's spine. What was happening to this world? It seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Chapter 8. The world has changed. Lin Nuyi's words from that day had come to fruition. Even a roadside weed had borne striking red fruit, fragrant and no longer ordinary. Chu Feng was engulfed in unrest, his thoughts tumultuous. This world had transformed into something incomprehensible. A sense of unease gripped him. Such changes defied understanding, and various anomalies were occurring. Could this be edible? It must be said, Zhou Quan possessed an immense heart. Inhaling the rich aroma of the fruit, he yearned to take a bite, still feeling that longing even now. "Why don't you give it a try?" "Absolutely not. I dare not take the risk. Who knows if it is poisonous?" A weed bearing bright red fruits. This truly feels like a ghostly encounter. Fat Zhou shook his head. Yet he swallowed hard. For the luscious fruits sprouting from the verdant wild grass were irresistibly enticing, their fragrance far more potent than any fruit he had ever encountered. Even Chu Feng was taken aback. The fruits glistened with a crystalline sheen, resembling red agate, and appeared utterly delectable. How could they possibly originate from an ordinary weed? The other passengers on the train expressed their astonishment, though it did not evoke overwhelming shock, as recent events had been too numerous and bizarre, particularly the ancient ginkgo tree looming in the distance, which instilled a sense of unease. While the wild grass-bearing fruit was indeed peculiar, it did not incite fear, however. The colossal tree raised serious suspicions about whether it might be transforming into a sentient being, potentially bringing calamity. "We should leave this place at once. I cannot shake this unsettling feeling," a pale-faced, middle-aged man declared, choosing to remain seated. However, after the train halted, it did not resume its journey. Time passed. Another 15 minutes slipped by, and Chu Feng disembarked, gazing out from the platform. The ancient tree was overwhelmingly magnificent, towering higher than most mountains, its branches lush and expansive, casting a shadow over the town below. Such a colossal tree was bound to attract attention. Not far off, a few individuals approached, each carrying leaves taller than themselves. resembling giant banana fans. Those were the leaves of the ginkgo tree, astonishingly large. Moreover, a young man struggled to carry a fruit, which was as large as a basin. The ginkgo fruit glowing a pale yellow. "Did you pick those?" someone asked in surprise. "How could that be?" "They were gathered over there." They pointed into the distance. The ginkgo tree loomed large, with some branches sprawling across, reaching towards their side, while the ground was littered with fallen leaves and fruit. Many locals were preparing to depart, their hearts heavy with unease. Someone remarked, "Having learned of the situation, I wonder why the train has halted for such an extended period. I wish to know what unforeseen events lie ahead. This is not the first time." Some could no longer bear the weight, growing increasingly restless. To this point, the attendants had offered no explanation regarding the circumstances. Zhou Quan nudged Chu Feng's arm and whispered, "Brother, I sense something amiss. This railway has been trouble-free for years. Today feels distinctly peculiar. I hope we can leave soon." Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Over an hour passed, with many feeling agitated and unable to endure the delay any longer when the train finally resumed its journey, ready to depart from this place. Thank heavens, they were finally on their way. An elderly man exhaled a sigh of relief, and indeed, many felt a weight lifted from their shoulders. In the distance, dark clouds churned ominously. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed as a bolt of lightning struck down, the weather changing with alarming swiftness. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour was imminent. The area plunged into darkness. Fortunately, they were all safely aboard the train. "My goodness, what's that glowing over there?" someone exclaimed, as through the glass window, they beheld the distant giant tree enveloped in a hazy green light, both ethereal and terrifying. The tree swayed, appearing somewhat uncanny amidst the flashes of lightning. Was it cloaked by the lightning, or did it emit its own glow? Such a towering tree was likely to be struck down. Boom! Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed as the colossal tree emitted a radiant glow, its numerous branches snapping and a multitude of enormous leaves cascading down. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, casting a shadow over the world, yet that singular spot remained illuminated, allowing it to be seen. One by one, the ginkgo fruits burst open, and an astonishing scene unfolded as they danced through the air like dandelion seeds. The fallen fruits emitted a hazy light, adorned with silvery fluff, resembling tiny umbrellas drifting towards the horizon. Was this a ginkgo tree or dandelions? Zhou, the plump fellow, swallowed hard, feeling his throat parched, as this spectacle was utterly extraordinary. Inside the carriage, people were left speechless. The scene was so surreal that it instilled a sense of unease, utterly unbelievable, as the myriad of seeds scattered amidst the thunder and lightning. The ancient tree stood in silence, its branches steadfast, no longer breaking, towering in its entirety. Until the torrential rain began to pour, the pattering sound obscured the windows, rendering everything invisible, while the onlookers remained entranced. The train moved on, leaving behind a void of visibility. "Brother, has this world gone mad, or have we lost our minds? What have I witnessed that contradicts all prior understanding?" Zhou Quan remarked to Chu Feng. They had distanced themselves from that place, unaware of the unfolding events behind them, sensing an unrest in the universe, as if everything had subtly shifted. Many lowered their heads, examining their communication devices for news, seeking clues from the unfolding stories. Yet, there was no mention of the ancient ginkgo tree. However, reports of anomalies from other regions were plentiful. Some places had discovered rare beasts thought to be extinct for millennia, while in others, ancient wells, dry for centuries, began to flow with fresh spring water. Various omens appeared to be quite extraordinary, as if they were poised to unveil something significant. The Wanwu Mountain witnessed a stream of purple mist. Was it genuine or merely a figment of imagination? Some were filled with doubt. This report was astonishing, yet according to the comments on the communicator from various regions, the majority remained skeptical. Following a series of unusual occurrences, many passengers on the train found themselves in a state of ambivalence. Subsequently, reports emerged of the Dongting Lake, its surface shimmering brilliantly beneath a veil of mist, with wisps of white fog curling gracefully, resembling a celestial realm. This sparked speculation and discourse among the populace. As time progressed, having traversed the storm-laden area and entered a different terrain, the sky became illuminated, starkly contrasting with the preceding darkness. An hour later, fresh information surfaced regarding the trees suspended in the atmosphere. These were clear images captured by satellites, garnering attention both domestically and internationally. These trees exhibited rapid growth, confirmed by botanists to belong to species indigenous to Earth, which could be found on the ground. How could they exist in the sky, suspended and thriving? To this day, no relevant parties have provided an explanation. Undoubtedly, the journey of this train was fraught with difficulties, as it came to a halt once more in the evening. It found itself stranded in a desolate area, far from any village or establishment, an abnormal stopping point. We received notification that this route was experiencing various issues for reasons unknown. In some locations, the tracks were no longer leveled, and it appeared we would have to cease our journey entirely. The passengers were taken aback, followed by a wave of panic. The conductor informed us that an urgent inspection was underway ahead, and it was imperative to ensure sufficient safety and stability before proceeding. That evening, Chu Feng spoke with his parents, expressing concern as unusual signs emerged across various locales, leaving him anxious for their well-being. Indeed, his parents were also concerned about the myriad problems he might encounter while alone in the outside world. As anticipated, the train came to a halt and refused to proceed, as the potential for a significant safety incident loomed. The crew, mindful of the situation, provided refreshments and sustenance for the passengers. Had there been no delays, the train, given its current speed, would have reached its destination by nightfall. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, anxiety permeated the air, sleep eluded many, and hushed conversations filled the compartments. It was not until the late hours of the night that a semblance of tranquility began to settle. Outside, an impenetrable darkness prevailed, devoid of starlight, rendering visibility non-existent and creating an atmosphere that was both eerie and disquieting. Suddenly, in the depths of the night, a resounding tremor jolted the passengers awake, their eyes wide with confusion as they scanned their surroundings. What could have caused such a violent shudder in the heavy train? Was something colliding with it? Many faces turned pale, unease evident as they cast anxious glances out the window. Yet, the outside world remained shrouded in impenetrable darkness, a mountainous terrain devoid of any celestial illumination, evoking a sense of dread and an unsettling chill. The mountains loomed, dense with foliage, and the occasional sounds of wild beasts and owls echoed through the night, heightening the sense of unease. Another jarring tremor shook the carriage, eliciting screams from some passengers. What could be outside that possessed such immense strength to move the train? A cacophony of noise ensued. Silence, Chu Feng commanded. Panic only leads to greater troubles. I am familiar with this area. It was once a battleground where many lost their lives. A middle-aged woman's voice trembled as she spoke. Be quiet, and do not speak such nonsense, Zhou Pengzi bellowed, yet his countenance was far from pleasant, appearing somewhat pallid. He frequently traversed this route and was well aware of its nature. In this world, there were no phantoms, even if they existed. They were merely electromagnetic fields that would swiftly dissipate, incapable of shaking the train. Others stepped forward to stabilize the crowd's emotions. Soon, everyone realized that all communication devices had severed their connection with the outside world. At that moment, a chill gripped their hearts, sending shivers down their spines. This night was destined to be sleepless, as none possessed the inclination to slumber. Numerous individuals gazed anxiously into the pitch-black abyss outside, yearning for dawn. For an unsettling sensation loomed, as if some colossal entity lingered nearby, enveloping them in an overwhelming sense of dread. Before the break of dawn, the sky remained dim, and a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the mountains entirely. What is happening outside? Zhou Quan inquired. Let us descend and take a look, Chu Feng suggested. No, we mustn't. Zhou Quan vehemently shook his head. I believe it is safe now. If something were amiss, it would have occurred by now, Chu Feng responded. Ultimately, Chu Feng, Zhou Quan, and several young individuals resolved to disembark, eager to uncover the situation. The white mist surged, rendering silhouettes indistinguishable even from a few meters away, evoking an eerie and unnatural fear. Silence enveloped the vicinity, devoid of any sound. Heavens, what is that? Suddenly, a young man shouted, his voice laced with terror. His eyes wide open, fixated intently on the. This scream of dread not only sent chills down the spines of those nearby, but also plunged the passengers in the carriage into a state of sheer terror, their scalp prickling with fear. Chapter 9. Horror. Though dawn was approaching, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, particularly due to the rare, dense fog that enveloped the mountains and forests, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. This already tense atmosphere was abruptly heightened when a young man let out a piercing scream, causing the frayed nerves of those present to nearly unravel. Among those who had ventured outside the carriage, two individuals recoiled in terror, nearly collapsing to the ground, unable to suppress their own screams, filled with dread. "What are you screaming about? Do you wish to scare us to death?" Zhou Quan glared, his own fear palpable, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Chattering. The man's teeth were chattering, his lips quivering as he pointed towards the void above, his legs betraying him, frozen in place despite his instinct to retreat. "There's a dark figure. I saw it." "What is that?" The two who had earlier been startled now raised their heads, their voices trembling in unison. They staggered backward, trembling uncontrollably in fright. At that moment, tranquility was rendered impossible within the carriage. The sounds from outside reached their ears, and several women screamed in unison, plunging the scene into chaos. This area was an ancient battleground, rumored to be the site of numerous deaths, and now shrouded in fog, with their communication devices inexplicably severed from the outside world. How could one not feel unnerved? Fearful cries erupted from the crowd. "Can't you see what it is? What is so terrifying?" Chu Feng shouted. He and Zhou Quan moved closer, their vision obscured by the fog, catching a glimpse of a dark silhouette suspended in midair, hazy and indistinct, shrouded by the mist. Earlier, a man cried out again, for he was closest to the shadow suspended in midair, directly beneath it. Overcome with fear, he fell to the ground, rolling and crawling away as if he had encountered the most terrifying of horrors. Blood! I see him!" he exclaimed. His legs, once stiff, were now animated by sheer terror as he scuttled away from the scene. "Heavens, you are covered in blood." The two individuals nearby, upon seeing the blood on his face, were consumed by dread, the eerie atmosphere sending shivers down their spines as if their very skin might split. "It's not mine. It's from there." It dripped from him. The terrified man's face was etched with horror as he pointed at the shadow above. "There is indeed the scent of blood," whispered Zhou Quan. In a few swift strides, Chu Feng rushed forward and beheld the shadow in the air, resembling a person suspended above, shrouded in darkness, with blood cascading down. A malevolent spirit, a vengeful ghost hanging in the air. The severely frightened man screamed, filled with dread. He scrambled to his feet, turning to flee towards the carriage, with the other two following suit. Zhou Pengzi felt a chill creeping down his back. Yet, steeling himself, he approached Chu Feng, not fleeing, exhibiting a semblance of courage. "Someone truly died here. Could this be murder?" Zhou Quan remarked, looking upwards. On the ground lay a pool of blood, and the shadow above swayed in the wind. It was a corpse, still oozing blood. How could he be suspended in midair? Chu Feng felt a cold shiver run through him. Despite his normally audacious nature, this encounter sent waves of chill coursing through his being. The individuals aboard the vehicle were gripped by fear upon overhearing their conversation. Anguished screams from women mingled with the whimpers of the timid, creating an atmosphere of sheer panic. A malevolent spirit, suspended in midair. The first young man to flee to the vehicle wore a pallid expression, muttering incoherently, with droplets of blood staining his face, rendering him a ghastly sight. His presence only intensified the atmosphere of dread among the passengers. The train halted amidst the mountains, a sight where many had perished, now shrouded in thick fog. An eerie spectacle that naturally incited terror. "Fear not, for it is merely a corpse. There is no malevolent spirit here," Chu Feng exclaimed, his voice resonating to calm the collective anxiety. Zhou Quan also regained his composure, reassured by the absence of immediate danger in their surroundings. bolstered by a newfound courage. He bellowed, "If he continues to scream and frighten us, simply throw him out." In truth, both Chu Feng and Zhou Quan harbored their own trepidation. For the body suspended aloft had long, dense hair that obscured its face, swaying ominously in the wind, a truly chilling sight. Let a few sturdy lads come down. We shall bring it down and ascertain how it met its end. After all, it is merely a corpse. What is there to fear? Zhou Quan shouted. His own fear palpable, yet he sought the company of others to bolster his courage. Observing the calm demeanor of the two, the others began to feel a measure of tranquility, their terror somewhat alleviated. Before long, several robust young men disembarked, joining the two to scrutinize the mysterious shadow dangling in the air. Chu Feng ascended to the roof of the car, where the view was considerably clearer. Furthermore, if he wished to retrieve the corpse, this was the only place where he could awkwardly extend his hand. Upon reaching this vantage point, a jolt of unease coursed through Chu Feng, for the attire of the individual in question seemed utterly incongruous with modernity, evoking the appearance of an ancient person. Coupled with a mane of thick, long hair that obscured the head, the scene grew increasingly macabre. Could it be that some bizarre phenomenon was about to unfold? He harbored a twinge of apprehension. Zhou Quan also climbed up, and despite his corpulent frame, his physical prowess was commendable, exhibiting no clumsiness as he swiftly ascended. Observing this, a few robust young men behind him felt emboldened. Safety in numbers, they thought, and followed suit. Is this a film shoot? What on earth is he wearing? Zhou, the plump man, nearly uttered an expletive upon discerning the figure. Who is this person, dressed in such a manner? A young lad remarked, his expression betraying discomfort. Why do I feel as though this is an ancient being? Could it be that he is buried beneath this battlefield? How is he suspended in midair? Another inquired. Upon these words, a chill enveloped those atop the car, a shiver coursing through them as the atmosphere turned decidedly frigid. Is that an iron chain? How could it possibly be hanging from such a height? This defies logic. Zhou could no longer maintain his composure. He tugged at Chu Feng's sleeve and whispered urgently, "Brother, we cannot afford to meddle with matters we cannot comprehend. Let us leave at once." A dense mist hung heavily in the air, obscuring everything from view. In the midst of the air, vague and indistinct, what appeared to be chains of considerable thickness dangled ominously, suspending a lifeless body, evoking a sense of dread akin to scenes of torment from the depths of hell. Upon hearing the words of the rotund Zhou, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically as they turned to leap from the vehicle, discomfort enveloping them in this unsettling place. "Fear not, it is merely vines, not chains," Chu Feng interjected at an opportune moment, causing a ripple of astonishment among the group. How did mountain vines come to be here? Zhou pondered, scrutinizing the scene further. Through the mist, it appeared that some leaf-like structures adorned the so-called chains. Indeed, they seemed to be vines. A nod of agreement was exchanged, and a collective sigh of relief was released. I suppose this individual must have fallen from the mountain. Those involved in the filming truly risked their lives, remarked the tall youth, shaking his head in disbelief. Chu Feng removed his outer garment, grasped one of the sleeves, and with a vigorous motion, ensnared it around a vine, pulling it forcefully towards him. The body swayed in response, eliciting gasps of alarm from two individuals. "Brother, your courage is remarkable. You dare to act so boldly?" Zhou exclaimed, initially startled but soon regaining his composure, hastening to assist. "Quickly, everyone, lend a hand." Zhou Quan called to the others. Reluctantly, they approached, their reluctance palpable as they dreaded the thought of disturbing the corpse. Chu Feng paused, for in the process of retrieving the vine, he discerned an object of ancient and striking design. It was a short sword, entirely black, devoid of any gleaming luster. Seemingly crafted from blackened gold, firmly grasped in the lifeless hand, never relinquished even in death. They untangled the entwined vines and gently lowered the corpse to the ground. "Is there another sword?" Several individuals were taken aback. Chu Feng pried open the hand of the man, grasping the black gold short sword, his heart filled with astonishment. The blade measured barely over a foot in length, yet it felt remarkably heavy. "Let me see," exclaimed Fatty Zhou as he took the sword, his hand trembling, nearly causing the dark blade to plummet. "How can it be so heavy?" The others regarded the sword with disdain. reluctant to touch it as they were preoccupied with examining the corpse. "Let us place him on the ground," Zhou Quan suggested, passing the short sword back to Chu Feng before beckoning the others to assist in moving the body. Before long, some individuals from the carriage emerged, encircling the lifeless form on the ground, their hearts racing with trepidation and confusion. The deceased was a tall man, his attire starkly out of place in this era, and his wounds were grievously fatal. A gaping, blood-slick hole pierced through his chest, roughly the size of a fist, with blood still dripping, not yet congealed. It appeared as though he had been impaled by a formidable weapon, even shattering the ribcage beneath, leaving behind a terrifying wound. Whispers of horror filled the air. "Such brutality," lamented one woman from the carriage, unable to bear the sight. "Brother, why haven't you come down yet?" Zhou Quan called out in confusion to Chu Feng, who was atop the carriage. Chu Feng waved, signaling for him to ascend. Fatty Shou climbed once more to the roof, following closely behind Chu Feng as they made their way forward. "Look," Chu Feng pointed with his finger. In midair, thick vines hung down, each as thick as a wrist, easily within reach. How did so many mountain vines grow here? At this rate, the train won't be able to pass through, Zhou Quan muttered. Zhou Quan's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Not a mountain vine. Could it have descended from the heavens?" He abruptly raised his gaze, mirroring Chu Feng's upward glance. Yet, the dense fog enveloped them, obscuring all vision in a shroud of white. Chu Feng, wielding the black-gold short sword, pushed aside the low-hanging vines, stepping atop the car roof as he advanced. Suddenly, he halted, his body stiffening, pupils constricting in shock as an overwhelming sense of alarm coursed through him. "Why have you stopped?" Zhou Pongzi inquired from behind, moving closer. In that instant, he appeared almost petrified, frozen in place, before finally erupting into expletives. By heavens! Could it be that the violent tremor earlier was caused by it crashing onto the car roof? He could scarcely believe his eyes, sharing Chu Feng's profound astonishment, as both were rendered momentarily speechless. Entwined in vines, an object dangled precariously from the car roof. Zhou Quan tilted his head back, murmuring as if in a dream. "Is this a satellite ensnared by vines, having fallen from the celestial dome?" His incredulity was palpable, struggling to accept the bizarre sight before him. Chapter 10. The transformation. The fog thickened, with vine-like tendrils hanging in the air, their forms indistinct and shrouded by mist. A colossal satellite, ensnared by numerous vines, had plummeted onto the train, enveloped in an eerie silence, as if the very essence of stillness had descended upon the scene. The sight was undeniably jarring. A satellite that should have been soaring through the cosmos on a predetermined trajectory had inexplicably fallen from grace. The chill of unease crept up the spines of Chu Feng and Zhou Quan, compelling them to glance skyward into the somber expanse above. What could possibly be there? "Please do not tell me that these vines are genuinely cascading down from the firmament." Zhou Quan's voice was hoarse, his expression grim. The sight before him was utterly bewildering, a reality too staggering to accept. Chu Feng remained silent, stepping closer to part the vines for a clearer view. Upon scrutinizing them again, he became convinced that what he beheld was indeed a genuine satellite. There could be no mistake. Contemplating the situation, Chu Feng pondered the state of the outside world. They must hasten their departure from this place, for lingering here was no longer an option. "I intend to ascend to the heights," Chu Feng declared. "Are you in the mood for jest?" Zhou Quan retorted, typically a jolly soul akin to a benevolent Maitreya Buddha, now wearing a countenance steeped in worry. The sudden turn of events had ignited a sense of panic within him. "I shall climb up to take a look," Chu Feng insisted, yearning to reach a higher vantage point. "No, it is far too perilous. This is not a celestial pathway. Do you truly believe you can scale the heavens?" Zhou Quan protested, apprehensive for his friend's safety. "Fear not. I shall not ascend too high. Merely a brief observation," Chu Feng reassured him, showcasing his remarkable physical prowess as he swiftly climbed 6 or 7 meters. At that moment, a dense mist enveloped him, rendering visibility below nearly non-existent. "Brother, are you unharmed?" Zhou Quan called out from below. "I am fine," Chu Feng replied, continuing his ascent until he had reached a height of several dozen meters before pausing. The vines above had grown thicker, hanging straight down, their appearance distinctly unlike those sprouting from the mountainsides. They were indeed descending from the lofty heights. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, finding it hard to believe that such a monumental event could transpire overnight. He recalled the earlier news he had seen about trees appearing in space and other plants floating, all of which were species native to Earth, flourishing and verdant, igniting a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Chu Feng descended along the vine, feeling no need to delve deeper into danger. "Brother, we must leave at once. We cannot remain here. I sense an unsettling presence," Quanjing said. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. The train had stalled, and this place was unsuitable for lingering. Their communication device had severed contact with the outside world, compelling him to devise a plan for their escape. The series of unsettling events left him anxious. Passively waiting was not an option. My heavens, what have I just witnessed? At that moment, a scream pierced the air. A few athletic young individuals had also climbed atop the train and were greeted by the sight of the heavy satellite, their faces frozen in disbelief. As if they had encountered a ghost, the news spread swiftly, inciting chaos and panic, disrupting the tranquility of the mountainous region. Everyone vacated the train compartments, their cries mingling with various cacophonies. "This is bound to lead to trouble," Quanjing remarked. "In such a state of disorder, incidents are most likely to occur." But who could restore order now? The train crew had long been bewildered and helpless. "What has become of the ancient man?" Chu Feng inquired. "What else could have happened? He has surely perished. I just went to check. I overheard others say he might not be an ancient person at all, for he was equipped with a communication device." Quanjing replied. "Indeed?" Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had observed everything about that individual. The attire was not merely a simplistic retro style, but rather possessed a distinct ancient charm. Why dwell on such thoughts? We must hasten our departure, Zhou Quan urged, unwilling to linger for even a moment. In fact, others were also in motion, eager to vacate the premises. Chu Feng weighed the black sword in his hand, a little over a foot in length yet remarkably heavy, its density surpassing any metal he was familiar with, which filled him with suspicion. What about that individual as communicator? He wanted to ascertain whom they had been in contact with. It was all rather peculiar. Unfortunately, Chu Feng's efforts were in vain. The crowd was too dense and chaotic, and the communicator was nowhere to be found. "Let us go." They wasted no time and set off together swiftly. Groups of people departed in pairs, heading towards the nearest town. Chu Feng and Zhou Quan walked along the railway. Zhou, being somewhat familiar with this route, had traveled it multiple times by train. According to him, after traversing several miles through the mountains, a small town awaited them. Who could have done this? No wonder the train had to come to a halt. This is terribly damaging. Zhou Quan fumed as they continued down the path. After walking several miles, they encountered a section of the tracks that had been severed. Undoubtedly a significant safety hazard. Should a train attempt to traverse this, a catastrophe would surely ensue. However, something felt amiss. After walking another 2 miles, they encountered another break in the tracks, yet this time it seemed oddly peculiar. Not as if it had been excavated by someone, but rather there was a hidden agenda. "Did you notice? Something is not right." Zhou Quan scrutinized the situation intently, his expression turning grave. The ground appeared to have been stretched, expanding in size, while the railway tracks had been fractured, rendering them incapable of connecting with each other. The two men exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that the original area had the capacity for such expansion, now even greater than before? "It must be an earthquake," Zhou Quan suggested. Yet, they had not sensed any tremors earlier, and the situation was decidedly eerie, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. As they ventured forward, they soon heard the unmistakable sound of the tracks breaking and witnessed the scene unfold before their eyes. The earth seemed to stretch and expand. Zhou Quan stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a word. "It's a supernatural occurrence," he finally exclaimed. "Let us hurry. This area is unstable," Chu Feng urged, quickening his pace. Despite Zhou Quan's corpulence, it was evident from their previous climb onto the train that he possessed considerable stamina. Although he was panting while running, he did not complain of fatigue. No path ahead? A massive mountain loomed in front of them, obstructing their way. Strangely, the tracks appeared to lead directly to this mountain, as if it were compressing them beneath its weight. Upon closer inspection, they could indeed see parts of the track buried beneath the earth and stones. Not only Zhou Quan, but even Chu Feng was left in utter disbelief. What was the meaning of this? How had a mountain suddenly materialized in their midst? Are you certain there is a town ahead? Chu Feng inquired. I am certain, Zhou Quan replied, swearing that he had never seen this mountain before, as if it had emerged from thin air. There is no other option, let us climb over it. I refuse to believe we cannot enter an unknown realm, Zhou Quan declared. No, let us find a way around. It's not too far. Chu Feng interjected, preventing him from proceeding. Zhou Quan felt a twinge of reluctance. He was genuinely curious about the origins of this mountain and how it could seemingly materialize from thin air. With a resounding roar that reverberated through the forest, a terrifying beast emerged from the imposing mountain, its presence unmistakable. How could this be? The roar was astonishing. Yet this region was not known for harboring any large predators. Where could it have come from? Zhou Quan's heart raced with apprehension. Chu Feng gestured towards the towering mountain, prompting Zhou, the corpulent companion, to immediately extinguish any thoughts of scaling it and instead opt for a more prudent route. During their journey, they were repeatedly startled by ominous roars, followed by the chilling sound of human screams. Someone was traversing the mountain. Zhou Quan's complexion paled as he felt grateful for not choosing that path. Ultimately, the duo successfully circumvented the mountain, continuing along the railway in hopes of reaching the town. However, their trepidation grew as the distance between the railway segments widened, and the ground appeared to stretch further than before. What was once a mere 10-mile journey now felt like an arduous trek of over 20 miles. Fortunately, they arrived safely in the small town. At that moment, the mist finally dissipated, yet the sun remained obscured. Indeed, there was a colossal entity. Chu Feng's expression shifted as he observed an array of thick vines cascading from the sky, lush and imposing. They blotted out the sun, stretching across the heavens like a mythological spectacle. A gigantic vine enveloped the area, casting a shadow over the town. As the fog lifted, the townsfolk beheld this astonishing sight, which immediately incited widespread panic. We must flee. We need to leave at once, Zhou Quan bellowed. In truth, many were fleeing, with vehicle after vehicle starting up and speeding away into the distance. We must quickly flag down a car while the roads remain passable. Otherwise, we will surely be trapped here, Chu Feng remarked. What are we waiting for? Let us seize one, Zhou Quan shouted. Ultimately, they managed to stop a vehicle. A middle-aged man graciously offered them a ride as they escaped the city, heading toward the horizon. Once the thick fog had lifted, their communication devices astonishingly resumed functioning, allowing contact with the outside world. Chu Feng eagerly activated his device to uncover any startling news. To his astonishment, renowned mountains such as Songshan, Wangwu, and Luofu were exhibiting bizarre phenomena, with even rocks flowing with purple mist. Zhou, in his excitement, exclaimed upon discovering a report that so much had transpired in just one night. Hey, someone found an ordinary little tree by the roadside bearing silver fruits. After consuming one, he astonishingly grew a pair of silver wings. After reading this, Zhou Quan fell into a daze. The world was undergoing radical transformations. This was the most immediate impression Chu Feng had after perusing several reports. Chapter 11. Homecoming. Zhou's expression turned peculiar, as if he were caught in a conflict of emotions, hesitantly nudging Chu Feng and whispering, "Do you think that person with silver wings can soar through the skies?" "It's possible," Chu Feng nodded, finding the situation somewhat amusing. "But why are you so shy about it? It's not like you grew wings yourself. Don't I also possess a bright red fruit?" Zhou cautiously opened his backpack, revealing the herb he had unearthed earlier, carefully wrapped in a transparent bag to contain its fragrant aroma. Upon that patch of grass rested a single, vividly red fruit, approximately the size of a fist, glistening like a ruby. The moment the bag was slightly opened, an intoxicating fragrance surged forth. If I were to consume it, might I also sprout something? Pondered the corpulent figure, filled with doubt and inner turmoil. This time, Chu Feng did not chuckle. Instead, his expression turned solemn. Had he remained ignorant, it would have sufficed. But now it was evident that the fruit born of this anomalous plant was extraordinary. Wait a moment, let us observe whether the individual with silver wings is reported again. Chu Feng remarked. How can it be so fragrant? What sort of fruit do you possess? Questioned the astonished middle-aged driver. The vehicle sped swiftly, distancing itself from the small town, racing towards the horizon's edge. A wild fruit. The type remains unknown. I hardly dare to taste it, Zhou Pengzi confessed. Indeed, he was hesitant to indulge, fearing that rather than wings, he might sprout horns or a tail, leaving him no place to lament. If you do not understand it, do not consume it recklessly. The risk of poisoning could lead to dire consequences, the middle-aged driver kindly cautioned, before sighing, consumed by concern for his family. He merely worked in that small town, while his family resided in another village, hundreds of miles away. He was uncertain of their well-being. In a single night, many places experienced strange phenomena, particularly after his personal encounter, which filled him with dread, yearning to return home as swiftly as possible. Thus, the journey was nothing short of a furious whirlwind. I concede, Uncle, you have truly impressed me. Zhou Quan initially found the thrill exhilarating, but soon fell into a state of utter despondency, nearly on the brink of foaming at the mouth. Outside the car window, the trees lining the road raced by in a blur, causing Chu Feng to feel slightly dizzy. He genuinely worried that such reckless speed might lead to a perilous accident. He glanced back, spotting a massive, verdant vine that draped across the sky, casting a shadow over the sun. It remained distinctly visible, still within its domain, suspended in midair. Its main body soared away from the ground, resembling a colossal green citadel that seemed to rival the heavens, akin to undulating mountain peaks, vast and magnificent. How enormous must it be? Yet upon reflection, it became clear. After all, how else could it have the power to pull down an artificial satellite? The middle-aged man accelerated to a staggering 100 miles before finally decelerating upon entering a smaller town, where the traffic had grown denser. There were subsequent reports. Look, that individual with silver wings can truly soar into the sky, enveloped in a shimmering silver light, a sight both astonishing and awe-inspiring. Zhou Quan pointed it out to Chu Feng, showing a clear photograph of the man on the communicator. He was a strikingly handsome young man, radiating silver light, his pupils sparkling with a silvery glow. And even his hair appeared to shimmer like fresh snow. Chu Feng was moved. The world was undergoing dramatic changes, and some matters were becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Certain supernatural phenomena defied the established laws of nature. Why not report more extensively, allowing that individual to share his experiences? Zhou Quan expressed his dissatisfaction, continuously searching until he finally stumbled upon a new article. This man had been taken by the Celestial Biological Group, a prominent company that would conduct comprehensive testing of his vital signs, Zhou Quan remarked. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. The Celestial Biological Corporation belonged to the Lin family, which specialized in biomedicine. Initially, he was unaware of this, but after parting ways with Lin Nui, he gradually came to realize it. The name Celestial Biological Corporation indeed had a certain gravitas. Chu Feng pondered. Previously, he had merely perceived the leader of the Lin family as spirited and ambitious, hence the name. However, now it seemed to carry deeper connotations. Through Lin Nuayi's demeanor, he understood that the family was privy to certain truths and had long anticipated the impending changes in the world. Since discovering the Lin family's profound heritage, he comprehended why, upon graduation, he wished to bid farewell to Lin Nuayi, only to be met with her family's frigid indifference, forcing him to wave from a distance before departing. What is the matter, brother? Lost in thought? Zhou Quan inquired upon noticing his distraction. Thinking of my ex-girlfriend. Chu Feng replied casually. Did you break up with her? Regretting it now? Zhou Quan chuckled. No, it was she who ended things with me. Chu Feng admitted candidly, finding no shame in the matter, believing it ought to be laid to rest. Have you moved on so quickly? Zhou Quan exclaimed, astonished, then lamented, recounting how his first love had left him heartbroken for 2 years, a wound that had yet to heal. This time, he traveled to the Tibetan region, revisiting old haunts in an effort to finally forget. Chu Feng remarked, our relationship was rather uneventful. We seldom walked side by side. What began as a tranquil affair concluded in the same fashion. What is going on? Zhou Quan asked, intrigued. Chu Feng shook his head, though he had moved on. He preferred not to elaborate further. At last, after traveling hundreds of miles, the middle-aged man was nearing home. Chu Feng and Zhou Quan found themselves unable to continue their journey by hitching a ride and had to disembark early. In that area, an indescribable sense of oppression lingered in the air. Half an hour later, they entered the neighboring metropolis and arrived at the long-distance bus station, where there were departures heading towards the northern Taihang Mountains. Once the bus departed smoothly, both felt a wave of relief, having previously feared that it might not leave under the current circumstances. The destination of this long-distance coach was a grand city in the north, renowned as the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties. Along the way, it would pass by the foothills of the Taihang Mountains, and in fact, the homes of Chu Feng and Zhou Quan could be considered the northernmost point of the Taihang Range, adjacent to that ancient capital. If all goes well, we should reach the base of the Taihang Mountains before sunset, Chu Feng remarked. The distance to that grand city was 800 miles, and even accounting for potential traffic, the speed of the long-distance bus would surely allow them to arrive before nightfall. With unusual events occurring in various regions, the most prevalent topic of discussion aboard the bus was these very occurrences. It was rumored that missiles had been deployed to bring down certain objects from space. Indeed, I have heard whispers of such things, yet I have not seen any reports. I wonder about their veracity. The bus was filled with a cacophony of voices, each contributing to the discourse. Chu Feng and Zhou Quan exchanged glances, recalling the peculiar suspended plant resembling a colossal vine. It truly warranted immediate action. As time passed, the coach proceeded steadily. Zhou Quan sighed, searching through his communicator. Yet all he could find was the last image, a young man with silver wings being taken away by beings from the Celestial Realm. That was the last photograph. Thereafter, there were no further reports concerning him. Was this truly a visit for an inspection? It appeared more akin to a grand reception for a new noble. Zhou Quan muttered his discontent, noting that a convoy of luxury vehicles was dispatched to escort the young man, with senior members of the Lin family personally present. Chu Feng glanced at the photograph, but remained silent. In this day and age, various reports circulated, causing a sense of unease, as unusual incidents continued to emerge. After a cursory review, he ceased to pay attention, consumed some food and water in the vehicle, and began to meditate with his eyes closed, gradually drifting into slumber. "Brother, wake up. Something's amiss," Zhou Quan urged him. Chu Feng was jolted awake, and upon opening his eyes, he realized it was already afternoon, with the sun nearing the horizon. "What happened?" he inquired. The driver, visibly rattled, informed him that they had already traveled over 1,000 miles, yet their destination remained distant, and judging by the road signs, it appeared they still had several hundred miles to go. Zhou Quan relayed this information. Chu Feng was completely startled, reminiscent of the area cloaked in vines. Was the earth expanding, as if being stretched? Some speculated that the driver had taken a wrong turn, but he resolutely insisted that he had traversed this route for 5 or 6 years without error. The vehicle continued its journey, following the directions indicated by all recognized road signs. "I refuse to continue. This is utterly bizarre. This must be connected to the reported anomalies. I wish to live, not perish." The driver, already of a hot temper, was further agitated upon hearing grievances about his potential misdirection, ultimately abandoning any pretense of calm. Someone raised their gaze towards the left front. There loomed a grand mountain, towering and majestic, piercing the clouds. It had appeared abruptly, mere inches from the roadside, nearly blocking their path. "Driver, please hurry and leave this place." A cacophony of screams erupted within the vehicle. Without uttering a word, the driver pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing away in a frenzy, genuinely terrified by the inexplicable emergence of the looming mountain. "I should never have ventured this far," he lamented, his face pale with regret, as he accelerated wildly. Inside the bus, many passengers were gripped by fear. However, Chu Feng and Zhou Quan, having encountered similar experiences, managed to maintain their composure. The vehicle careened down the road, swerving perilously close to several accidents. It was evident that other vehicles had also increased their speed, suggesting that their occupants were similarly frightened. As the stars twinkled into view, Zhou Quan exhaled deeply, recognizing familiar landmarks, including the distant, undulating Taihang Mountains. Yet, After traveling a few more miles, the bus abruptly came to a halt, causing many passengers to collide with the seats in front, resulting in a chorus of cries. "What kind of driving is this?" someone exclaimed in anger. However, silence soon enveloped the bus, amidst the scattered stars and moonlight cascading like water. A vast lake appeared ahead, shrouded in wisps of mist that blended seamlessly with the moonlight, resembling a delicate veil. The lake was expansive, shimmering softly under the celestial glow, exuding an indescribable aura of ethereal beauty. It truly was enchanting, as pristine as a fairy lake, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. What is going on? The road is blocked. How did this lake appear out of nowhere? Zhou Quan was astonished. Having grown up in this area, he had never encountered such a lake before. "The road ends here. What are you waiting for? Get out and go around," Chu Feng urged. Lakes unexpectedly emerged, resembling the sudden appearance of towering mountains previously encountered by Chu Feng. The earth is expanding, undergoing profound changes. Some mountainous landscapes, once obscure to the world, are now revealed in all their glory. The passengers in the vehicle split into two factions. Some wish to circumvent the lake, while others prefer to remain and wait for dawn. After trekking for dozens of miles, Chu Feng and Zhou Quan finally navigated around the vast lake and continued their journey into the night, eventually spotting a distant small town. This town, named Shunping, is the hometown of the corpulent Zhou. However, Chu Feng's residence lies still several miles further. At last, they have arrived home. Zhou is filled with immense joy, utterly reassured. But what is that? Chu Feng gazes towards the Taiyang Mountains, where a thunderous roar resonates incessantly. Towering peaks suddenly rise from the earth, reaching for the heavens. They are magnificent, soaring thousands, even tens of thousands of meters high, with hundreds, if not thousands, of these majestic formations emerging in a single breath. Compared to these, the original mountains appear diminutive. Moreover, the scene is radiant and divine. Chapter 12. The Sacred Mountains of Taiyang in the Stillness of Night. The Taiyang Mountains resonate with a continuous rumble as hundreds and thousands of majestic peaks rise from the ground, materializing out of thin air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Some summits reach heights exceeding 1,000 zhang, resembling celestial swords piercing the sky, steep and perilous, nearly insurmountable. Others are grand and robust, reminiscent of ancient mythical beasts, exuding an aura of primal wilderness, standing steadfast with heights of up to 10,000 meters. Silver waterfalls cascade down some of these mountains, appearing from a distance like shimmering ribbons under the moonlight, ethereal and vibrant with spiritual energy. Is this still the Taiyang Mountains I once knew? Zhou Quan was overwhelmed with shock, nearly biting his lip in disbelief, convinced that this was not a mere dream. The transformation was so profound. It felt as if the very heavens had been upended. The extraordinary sights rendered him speechless, almost incredulous. Chu Feng stood dazed, his mind drifting as well. Before them, towering mountains appeared in clusters, soaring far above the original Taiyang range, shimmering with resplendent hues and brimming with vitality, resembling a celestial paradise. The expanse of the Taiyang had broadened significantly, now exuding an even more majestic aura. Both Chu Feng and Zhou Quan had grown up in this region, intimately familiar with it. The changes before their eyes were nothing short of monumental, an overwhelming sense of primordial energy enveloping them. This left them both astonished and apprehensive. One might wonder if there were divine fruits within these mountains, or perhaps the abodes of celestial beings. Zhou Quan's mind raced, his eyes sparkling with excitement. They had seen reports on their communicator of various miraculous phenomena occurring in places like Songshan and Wanwu Mountain, where even ordinary rocks flowed with purple mist. The young man who consumed the extraordinary silver fruit and sprouted silver wings had resided near Wanwu Mountain, only to be taken away by beings of divine nature. This ignited Zhou Quan's imagination, prompting a flurry of thoughts. Chu Feng, however, remained composed, stating, "Wake up. Do not let your thoughts drift too far into fantasy. With so many towering mountains, fierce beasts will undoubtedly abound. If a few were to emerge, it could spell disaster." Zhou Quan's heart raced at this caution, recognizing the potential for danger at any moment. A roar echoed from deep within the mountains, seemingly affirming Chu Feng's words, followed by a billowing of smoke and clouds as a colossal beast let out a howl towards the sky, expressing its fury. Zhou Quan's hair stood on end as he turned his gaze towards the mountain range, meticulously searching for the source of the sound. It is that great mountain. How can I not perceive? As if a monstrous creature stands atop, howling? His speech faltered as he gestured towards a colossal peak in the range. Although it lay far away, faintly visible, there flickered a firelight, as if a crimson-haired beast were gazing and roaring, subsequently devouring the essence of the sun and moon. Indeed, there exists a fearsome beast, and its lair lies beyond the Taihang Mountains, a perilous domain. Ah, it seems a wind has risen from the distance. A shadowy cloud drifting by, eventually descending into the mountain. A colossal bird. My eyelids fluttered. What a magnificent creature it must be. Surely, I am not mistaken. My throat quivered as I struggled to swallow. The immense bird, shrouded in a gray hue, plunged into the depths of the mountain range. Should it set its sights on the denizens outside for sustenance, escape would be utterly futile. I sighed, acknowledging that such a raptor possesses astonishing speed. A mere blink could see it soaring out of the mountain. As I spoke, a purple raptor emerged from the mountain, not as large as the previous one, yet still impressive, perhaps measuring over 10 meters in length, soaring gracefully towards the outside world. It was extraordinary, its wings glimmering with an astonishing sheen, akin to being forged from metal. Alas, I truly spoke too soon. A fierce avian is indeed about to emerge. I could hardly restrain my desire to chastise myself. Both of us felt a shiver run down our spines and swiftly concealed ourselves behind a large tree by the roadside, fearful of being detected and becoming the first prey. In the night, that divine bird emitted a radiant glow, akin to a purple ribbon, racing towards the mountain's exterior, its call resonating with excitement, yearning for something. Boom. Suddenly, its body erupted in a blaze of purple flames, illuminating the heavens, rendering the vast expanse as bright as day, while a fierce conflagration raged. This spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. The radiant flames, even from a distance, sent shivers down one's spine, evoking waves of heat that cascaded from the sky, causing Zhou Quan to break out in a sweat. The colossal purple avian soared across the sky like a radiant sun, casting a brilliant glow upon the surroundings. How terrifying! This monstrous bird, singular in its might, possessed the power to annihilate an entire town. Zhou Quan murmured, his heart heavy with trepidation. Chu Feng remained silent. For who could fathom the number of fearsome beasts lurking within the Taihang Mountains? Just moments ago, countless towering peaks had emerged. However, a haunting cry from the sky left both men in shock. The purple flames surged, engulfing the giant bird, which writhed in agony, plummeting toward the earth. What was happening? Chu Feng and Zhou Quan exchanged bewildered glances. Only moments prior, it had exuded an aura of formidable strength, appearing poised to take flight and conquer the skies. Its flames a testament to its power. Yet, it had ultimately ignited itself. A resounding explosion echoed through the air before the colossal purple avian could touch the ground. It disintegrated in a deafening blast, transforming into a cloud of ashes that drifted gracefully downward. Was it truly dead? For a long moment, neither Chu Feng nor Zhou Quan spoke. May the sacred mountain protect us. At last, Zhou Quan shattered the silence, bowing in reverence toward the Taihang Mountains. A gesture of respect driven by the bizarre occurrences they had witnessed. Suddenly, deeper within the Taihang Mountains, a disturbance arose. A monster emerged, radiating a crimson glow, resembling an upright crocodile, yet adorned with wings, measuring nearly 10 meters in length, its entire body ablaze with fiery red hues, soaring outward. As they approached the mountain's edge, a violent burst of light erupted, igniting and screaming as it fell from midair, transforming into ash and charcoal. Another formidable creature had perished. At this juncture, Chu Feng and Zhou Quan began to grasp a certain essence. Were they unable to venture forth? They exchanged glances, both momentarily hesitant. Should they dare to investigate? The heavens and earth were in tumult, with extraordinary phenomena unfolding before them. They understood that the world henceforth might be utterly transformed. And if they were audacious and proactive enough, they could perhaps seize unforeseen opportunities in this nascent era. Of course, it was equally plausible that they might lose their lives in the endeavor. Both were not lacking in courage, Despite their reservations, they felt an irresistible urge to advance. Intending merely to gaze upon the mountain's periphery, what lay beyond, and what had caused the colossal beasts to be consumed in flames. Though it did not seem far, they traversed considerable distance before reaching the mountain's outlet, where vast patches of ash and charred bones lay scattered, remnants of those not entirely incinerated. Why does it feel as though a menacing aura looms ahead? Zhou Quan pondered, inexplicably sensing his legs tremble, nearly unable to stand, his calves cramping and quaking uncontrollably. Chu Feng, too, felt a profound unease, as if being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. His body stiffened, goosebumps rising all over, and his eyelids fluttered incessantly. They inhaled deeply, retreating steadily. Their initial thoughts had been overly simplistic. This mountain range was no longer a place to approach closely. It was utterly transformed from what it once was. Moments later, as they took refuge in the woods, they suddenly beheld, at the mountain's entrance, pairs of glowing orbs materializing, some blood red, others a deep blue, and still others a striking gold, all exuding a chilling intensity. Too abundant. That place is densely packed. Eyes, there are pairs upon pairs of them, yearning to emerge. Zhou Quan muttered in fear, nearly losing his composure. So many pairs of eyes, particularly conspicuous at the pitch-black mountain pass, many as large as basins. A thought that sends shivers down one's spine. For reasons unknown, that area is exceedingly dark, unlike the luminous depths of the mountains, where light seems to be devoured, revealing only those terrifying and merciless gazes. Suddenly, a creature burst forth with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled, the forest quaked, and leaves cascaded down in a harrowing display. However, akin to the dreadful sights witnessed earlier, it had scarcely emerged from the mountain pass when it erupted with a resounding blast, disintegrating into flames, consumed entirely. Was this a self-immolation, a desire to escape existence? Zhou Quan murmured, his words light yet his legs trembled with trepidation. Then, a series of roars echoed. Primordial beasts charged forth, including a silver spider the size of a house, a terrifying spectacle, yet the outcome remained unchanged, each one reduced to ashes. None could survive to breach the outside world. The Taihang sacred mountain. Zhou Quan nearly fell to his knees, muttering incessantly. After a long while, silence enveloped the dark mountain pass. An eerie stillness prevailed, yet the aura of ancient ferocity lingered, clearly indicating ongoing peril. Those creatures had not departed. Until golden rays streamed forth, a hazy light materialized, shattering the tranquility. A small calf, standing about a meter tall, cautiously inched its way outward, moving exceedingly slowly. As if gripped by fear, yet filled with hope, carefully and cautiously advancing. Was this calf forged from gold? Zhou Quan was left in a daze. Chu Feng, too, was astonished, gazing ahead. The little calf, entirely golden, radiated a luminous glow in the darkness, its coat gleaming as if forged from pure gold. Even its pupils and tiny horns were of the same resplendent hue. Unlike ordinary cattle, it exuded an aura of ethereality, appearing truly extraordinary. Indeed, one had never encountered a calf that resembled gold in such a manner. The mountain pass was eerily quiet, with pairs of piercing eyes, like lanterns, fixated on the golden calf, observing whether it could emerge unscathed. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps, until 100. The calf remained unscathed, its excitement palpable, displaying emotions akin to those of a human, its courage swelling as it quickened its pace. Ultimately, it triumphantly emerged from the mountain pass, alive and visible beyond the mountains. With a curse, Zhou Quan expressed his concern, yet also a burgeoning eagerness, whispering, "A divine calf has appeared, entirely golden. It must possess some extraordinary qualities. It is so small, can we capture it?" Chapter 13. Not of this realm. Chu Feng shook his head in disagreement. Though this calf stood merely a meter tall, still a mere calf, it was undoubtedly formidable, rushing in recklessly could pose a threat. Under the silvery moonlight, amidst the forest, the golden calf was exuberant. After successfully breaking free, it tossed its head and flicked its tail, then leaped high, emitting a low moo. The forest was abundant with flora, many adorned with blossoms. Upon sighting them, the golden calf felt a surge of anxiety, tempering its excitement as it cautiously approached, as if facing a formidable adversary. Clearly sensing that it had not yet entirely escaped peril, it moved slowly, its golden hooves making a soft sound as it approached a cluster of mountain vines in bloom. Taking a gentle breath before standing still, a pair of short, curved horns gleamed with a golden sheen, and reassured of its well-being. It resumed its journey towards a more verdant area. Pollen, a catalyst. Chu Feng pondered thoughtfully. He observed clearly as the young calf consumed the pollen, as if testing something. Its nervousness palpable as it circled widely, brushing against numerous mountain flowers. In recent days, the world had undergone strange transformations. The most noticeable change was the rapid growth of various flora, with flowers blooming abundantly and buds appearing unusual. The golden calf turned in a circle, and to its astonishment, its body emitted a golden flame. With a low bellow, it trembled in fear, a sign that it might follow the fate of those ferocious beasts before it, possibly facing incineration. At the mountain pass, pairs of lantern-like eyes watched intently, a heavy atmosphere suffused with a chilling, dreadful aura. Was it to perish as well? Zhou Quan was taken aback. Flames danced around the calf, which was in a state of panic and unwillingness, continuously bellowing as its radiant golden fur rippled, as if attempting to dispel the flames. This time was different. The golden calf was not consumed by fire. Just as the flames surged, they quickly extinguished, leaving it unharmed. A roar echoed through the mountains, as the cries of fierce beasts filled the air. Chu Feng covered his ears, yet still felt a rush of blood and energy within him. Zhou Quan fared worse, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. The golden calf had passed through the gates of peril, no longer displaying any signs of anxiety. It was no longer fearful, its hooves pounding the ground, its bellowing persistent and resolute. Stimulated by this outcome, 6 or 7 creatures surged forth from the mountains, some taking to the air while others dashed across the terrain. As the wind howled and the forest trembled, however, their fate was dire. They all met with failure, disintegrating into fiery bursts at the mountain's edge, leaving only vast expanses of ash in their wake. In the end, silence reigned at the mountain pass, with no more ferocious beasts emerging. Emerging alive was a golden calf, swaying its head and tail in exuberance, but its subsequent actions left Chu Feng and Zhou Quan utterly astonished. It sat down on its hind legs, mimicking a human, albeit awkwardly and unsteadily. Then, it raised its front hooves, one pointing towards the heavens and the other towards the earth, simultaneously emitting a series of sounds, moo, moo, moo. What was it doing? Had it once been well-versed in Buddhist scriptures? Zhou Quan wore a look of disbelief. This creature was striking a pose akin to that of a Buddha descending to earth, one hoof pointing skyward, the other earthward, proclaiming its singular supremacy over all. Zhou Fatty's eyes widened in astonishment. It was merely a calf, yet it engaged in such ridiculous antics, evoking a sense of absurdity. Zhou Quan nudged Chu Feng and whispered, "I believe we can catch it. After all, it is just a little calf and should be easy to handle." Suddenly, they were discovered. Zhou Quan gasped. The golden calf, moving slowly, flared its nostrils and approached Zhou Fatty, unexpectedly biting onto his backpack and tugging forcefully. Unfortunately, the agile golden calf shook itself violently, freeing itself from Zhou Fatty's grasp, and then stood upright on its hind legs, extending its front hooves like a wrestler, toppling Zhou Fatty over. Zhou, the chubby one, was somewhat bewildered. What kind of calf was this? And it even wrestled. So small, yet it managed to topple him. "I shall fight you," Zhou Quan exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet and charged at the golden calf, engaging it in a wrestling match. Observing this scene, Chu Feng felt a mix of disbelief and concern. He had already drawn his black short sword, poised to strike and assist Zhou, but he hesitated upon noticing the calf's lack of malice. Its eyes, lively and expressive, twinkled with intelligence. It felt less like confronting a mere beast and more akin to facing a highly evolved primate, radiating a sense of benignity. However, he could not stand idly by as Zhou faced adversity. He swiftly rushed to help, seizing the calf by its 2 horns, attempting to pin it down. "That little rascal is after my fruit," Zhou Quan shouted. Throughout this encounter, The golden calf exhibited immense strength. Its hind legs firmly planted on the ground while it clutched Zhou with its front hooves, sending him tumbling helplessly. Zhou was infuriated. It would have been one thing to be knocked over by a full-grown bull, but to be outmaneuvered by a mere calf, leaving him disheveled and disgraced, was intolerable. Chu Feng, determined to assist, gripped the calf's horns tightly and pulled it aside. He discerned that if this calf were to truly lose control and charge at Zhou with its golden horns, it could inflict serious harm. Yet it displayed little hostility and refrained from doing so. At that moment, Zhou's frustration peaked as he noticed the calf grinning widely, its mouth stretched almost to its ears, laughing at him. "You wretched creature, pressing down on me while grinning foolishly and mocking me. Get off." Zhou, the robust figure, was infuriated. With a grunt, the golden calf bit open his backpack, eager to devour the luscious, crimson fruit that exuded an intoxicating fragrance. Zhou Quan, in a state of desperation, exerted all his strength to push its head away. Though he had never dared to taste the fruit, he had no intention of relinquishing it, constantly weighing his options. The young man, adorned with silver wings, appeared nothing short of extraordinary. Otherwise, how could the deities of high standing greet him as if welcoming a newcomer? With the assistance of Chu Feng, he relinquished the cow's horn, wrapped his arms around its neck, and forcefully maneuvered it aside, determined not to let the fruit be snatched away by the calf. The golden calf remained resolute, persistently attempting to bite forward. With a pop, the crimson fruit ruptured, scattering red light across the surroundings, which transformed into a sanctified space, rich with the sweet aroma of fruit that lingered in the air. Chu Feng was taken aback. Had the golden calf truly swallowed the fruit? However, upon looking down, he noticed the hefty figure on the ground, coughing violently, his face flushed, as he repeatedly pounded his chest. In a critical moment, he exhibited remarkable audacity, shoving the red fruit into his mouth. Within mere moments, he had swallowed it whole, even the pit, causing him to gasp in distress. The golden calf lowered its forelegs, ceasing its wrestling with Zhou Quan, standing firmly on all fours, visibly agitated. The allure of the fruit was too potent for it, causing steam to emanate from its nostrils. Clearly, it was not a malevolent beast, even in its disappointment. It harbored no intent to kill. "I'm choking. Water, water, water." Zhou Quan cried out, coughing incessantly, tears streaming down his face. Chu Feng lifted him from the ground, offered him a bottle of water, and gently patted his back until Zhou Quan finally regained his composure. "To contend with me? You are still quite inexperienced." He glared fiercely at the golden calf, his anger boiling over. "You little calf, how dare you wrestle with me and roll around on the ground? It's infuriating. Why are you getting angry with a mere calf? The fruit tastes delightful, doesn't it? How do you feel now?" Chu Feng inquired, genuinely concerned for any potential issues. "I feel a bit cold, and there is a chaotic energy surging within me." As he spoke, he closed his eyes to reflect. At that moment, the golden calf was fixated on him, its gaze landing on the vibrant green grass in his hand. This was a common wild grass, yet after bearing red fruits, it seemed transformed, pulsating with vigorous life force. "Ah, that is merely grass. You shouldn't eat it. Just let it go," Chu Feng cautioned him. "Ugh, it's utterly bitter. How disgusting," Zhou Quan lamented, realizing he must have been dazed by the calf's tumble. Otherwise, how could he have done something so foolish as to munch on grass leaves? Across from him, the golden calf glared back, its nostrils flaring with white steam, and even wisps of vapor began to escape its ears, nearly charging towards him. "Don't come any closer. I can give you the grass, all right?" Zhou Quan stammered, feeling a twinge of guilt as he extended the vibrant green grass towards the calf. With a snap, the golden calf devoured half of it in one bite, nearly clamping down on his hand, causing Zhou Quan to recoil in fright and hurriedly release the grass. "The grass has also been consumed by you. Cease glaring at me. Furthermore, quickly conceal the white smoke emanating from your nose and ears. Why are you angry?" "I am equally incensed. Zhou's bones are nearly shattered from the fall," Zhou Quan remarked. The golden calf calmed down. "Can you comprehend our conversation?" Chu Feng sought to engage with it, eager to unravel the mysteries surrounding the abnormalities of Tying Mountain. For this calf had emerged from within, perhaps possessing insights into the entire truth. The golden calf neither nodded nor shook its head. Instead, it began to scrutinize him. In that moment, the golden calf raised its head and regarded him with a sidelong glance, a look that left Joe the portly questioning his existence. For the calf seemed to embody a certain disdainful expression. Do you sense that? Zhou Quan inquired of Chu Feng. I have this peculiar illusion that this calf is mocking me, as if it perceives me as a fool. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded. Am I being scorned by a mere calf? Zhou Quan exploded in fury. Subsequently, he pointed at the golden calf and declared, having consumed my extraordinary grass, you shall serve as my steed, do you understand? In the blink of an eye, the golden calf sprang into action, its hooves pounding the ground with astonishing speed, appearing behind Zhou Quan. Then, astonishingly, it stood upright, resting upon him, its front hooves draped over his shoulders, ultimately wrapping its forelegs around his neck. What the? Zhou the portly seethed with rage, this calf clinging to him like a stubborn adhesive. What is happening? I commanded you to be my steed. What are you doing? He exclaimed in exasperation. I believe it intends to treat you as a steed. Chu Feng chuckled heartily. Zhou Pongzi pondered for a moment, realizing that the calf indeed seemed to convey such an intention. Get down. A cacophony erupted from the woods. Moments later, Zhou Quan, breathless, sprinted ahead, pursued by a golden calf that occasionally reared up on its hind legs, playfully leaping onto Zhou Pongzi, seeking to be carried. Help! Zhou Pongzi, utterly exasperated, concluded that after such a lengthy struggle, he could not contend with the calf. Instead of riding it, he was compelled to bear its weight. I know not whence you come, but I am aware that our world, undergoing a profound transformation, possesses an irresistible allure for you, Chu Feng remarked. In an instant, the golden calf ceased its pursuit of Zhou Pongzi and turned its gaze towards Chu Feng, even when aware of the peril of death. Those ferocious beasts still yearn to breach our realm, illustrating the magnitude of that temptation. Chu Feng continued. He had successfully captured the calf's attention, calming it. Zhou Pongzi, having been thoroughly humiliated, found solace behind Chu Feng, drenched in sweat, and plopped down onto the ground. I have been humiliated by a mere calf. What a disgrace. He muttered, his voice low, wary of further provocation. Simultaneously, he found himself captivated by Chu Feng's words, listening intently. In our transformed world, even a stray weed by the roadside might bear extraordinary fruit. Indeed, some who consume such fruits can soar through the skies or traverse the earth. I believe even more astonishing fruits await in the future, and it is for this reason that you have come, Chu Feng articulated. Wang serves as a symbolic reference for Chu Feng. He is aware that the golden calf should be able to comprehend. The golden calf grew increasingly silent. From where do you truly hail? Chu Feng inquired softly. The sacred ruins require collective nurturing. As Monday arrives during this new book period, support is sought in the form of clicks from members, recommendations, and collections to be placed on the bookshelf. Chapter 14. The Bull Demon King. The golden calf remained mute, neither mooing nor nodding or shaking its head, simply gazing at Chu Feng with a tranquil demeanor, as if pondering something profound. I sensed something peculiar about this calf. Perhaps it's best not to provoke it, Zhou Quan remarked, still somewhat rattled from recent events and reluctant to draw attention from the golden calf. Pollen, catalyst. Chu Feng suddenly uttered these words. When Lin Nui graduated, her family had sent a vehicle to collect her, and in a vague recollection, these words were mentioned. However, at that time, he had been met with indifference and stood at a distance, unable to hear clearly. It could understand Chu Feng's words. Those few phrases resonated with its senses. Chu Feng momentarily lost himself in thought, concluding that the so-called exotic fruit might not be of paramount importance, while certain peculiar floral powders could indeed hold greater significance. Nevertheless, when he posed further inquiries, the calf remained unresponsive, offering no sign of acknowledgement. I once beheld a bronze mountain on the western plateau, revealed only after a lightning strike, upon which grew a remarkable plant. Its blossoms, even from a distance, exuded an unparalleled fragrance, evoking a sensation of lightness, as if one were on the verge of transcending to ethereal realms. Zhou Quan found himself momentarily entranced, quietly listening from the side. The golden calf could no longer remain composed. Its emotions ignited as it leaned closer, nodding incessantly and emitting low mooing sounds, as if urging him to continue. Chu Feng felt a sense of perplexity. Was the flower blossoming from that small tree truly of such significance? His previous encounters had only revealed a faint, almost imperceptible warmth, devoid of any other remarkable changes. Yet, observing the golden calf's fervent demeanor, its yearning for the blossoms far surpassed the earlier display of interest when it beheld the red fruit from Zhou Quan. I encountered a magnificent golden giant bird, a mystical mastiff, and a large black bull of your kin, Chu Feng remarked while scrutinizing its expressions. The golden calf exhibited a rich tapestry of emotions akin to those of humans, its mouth agape in astonishment and tension, clearly invested in the outcome of this matter. In our world, yaks and mastiffs do not rank among the apex primates. Their intellect remains unrefined. However, those few creatures that appeared on Bronze Mountain were remarkably different, possessing an essence that even surpassed humanity. As Chu Feng observed its reactions, he spoke slowly, piecing together his conjectures. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the golden calf donned a serious expression, seemingly placing immense importance on those creatures. He pondered that in the past, under such circumstances, they had the potential to awaken their intellect, dominating the Western Plateau. Thus, in the wake of this world's transformations, they might transcend even further, perhaps attaining a saintly status. The golden calf listened intently, instinctively nodding in agreement, an unconscious affirmation of the notion. Yet, Chu Feng discerned clearly that this validated the suspicions in his heart. The calf's pupils constricted, evidently stirred by these revelations. At this moment, Zhou Quan had grasped certain trends and felt a quiet sense of alarm. He began to follow Chu Feng's line of thought and speculation. The golden calf regarded Chu Feng with a discernible air of familiarity, even a hint of esteem. At the very least, it did not regard him with the same disdainful gaze it cast upon Zhou Quan. What does this mean? When it looks at me, it seems to see a fool, filled with contempt and disdain, yet when it gazes upon him, it appears equal, even respectful. You little calf, you infuriate me. Zhou Quan felt wounded. Particularly, during the latter part of the night, the golden calf was openly mocking him with its wide grin, and its eyes betrayed its intentions far too clearly. In the stillness of the mountains, having distanced themselves from the exit of the Taihang Mountains, the ominous presence of predatory beasts was no longer palpable. The moonlight flowed like water through the forest, casting a gentle, ethereal glow. Brother, was the little tree you encountered on Bronze Mountain truly so miraculous? You encountered the three-headed monster, yet you did not reap any rewards? Zhou Quan inquired. For petals fell into my palm, Chu Feng replied. Did you truly gain something? Initially, Zhou Quan had merely posed the question casually. In his view, with such formidable beasts as the fierce mastiff and the golden giant bird, it was already remarkable that Chu Feng had descended the mountain alive. At this moment, the golden calf appeared quite agitated, charging towards Chu Feng to nudge his palm with its head, its large eyes wide open, as if striving to perceive something. It has long since vanished, Chu Feng chuckled. Yet, the golden calf refused to depart, circling around him with a peculiar gaze. Ultimately, it stood upright, extending a front hoof to point at Chu Feng, its expression a complex blend of excitement and regret. What do you truly know? Speak up. Zhou Quan glared at the calf, his frustration boiling to the point where he longed to deliver a slap, yet he dared not do so. Chu Feng and Zhou Quan walked ahead, while the golden calf followed closely behind, seemingly intent on accompanying them to the very end. They made their way toward the county town named Shunping, where Zhou Quan's home resided. Having lingered for far too long, they were finally nearing their destination. With great enthusiasm, he suggested a name for the calf. You are so small yet utterly mischievous, and being a creature of the other world, I think Bull Demon King would suit you perfectly, both grand and melodious. Zhou Quan exerted every effort to persuade the calf to accept this title. Suddenly, he was met with a powerful kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he lay for quite some time before managing to rise. Damn it, Bull Demon King. Zhou Quan grumbled as he finally got back on his feet, seething with indignation and a desire to retaliate. Upon entering the county town, which was modest in size, the hour had grown late, and the streets lay in hushed stillness, with only the occasional scurrying of a cat breaking the silence. The streetlights cast a dim glow. Chu Feng bid farewell to Zhou Quan, as he still had several more miles to traverse before reaching home. Zhou Quan implored him to remain until the following morning. However, Chu Feng shook his head, harboring a sense of unease. He feared that after a night had passed, those few miles might transform into dozens, or even hundreds, due to the recent cataclysmic changes in the world. Take care, my brother. Once I reunite with my family and settle down, I shall seek you out, Zhou Quan said, understanding that in the near future, the entire world might be irrevocably altered. This chance encounter with a fellow traveler had proven to be quite valuable. Witnessing the golden calf resolutely following Chu Feng without a second thought, even without casting a glance back at him, caused Zhou Quan to grit his teeth in frustration. You heartless little calf, consuming my miraculous herbs, and now, when the moment of parting arrives, you display no sign of acknowledgement. Zhou Quan exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. The tail of the calf stood upright, an unprecedented display of disdain directed at him. Begone, you beastly demon, Zhou Quan retorted angrily. He wished to assist Chu Feng in procuring a vehicle, yet his efforts were thwarted, for the calf, resplendently golden, was far too conspicuous to be seen by too many eyes. At that moment, Zhou, feeling exceedingly weary, longed to succumb to slumber. Sensing that an extraordinary transformation had taken place within him since consuming that singular fruit. Farewell. Though it was already late into the night, darkness was absent. The bright moon hung high, casting a silvery glow over the land. Bathed in moonlight, the golden calf shimmered brilliantly. On the road, Chu Feng, filled with curiosity, reached out to touch the creature, discovering that its coat was indeed fur, not metal, smooth and soft, reminiscent of satin, save for its two golden horns, which were cold and hard. Qingyang town lay a mere dozen miles from the county seat. Chu Feng was born here, remaining until the age of 10 when he and his parents relocated to the grand city of Shuntian, 200 miles away. Shuntian, a former capital of 6 dynasties, is the largest city in the north. Despite the late hour, Chu Feng could not resist activating his communicator to reach out to his parents. And the call was swiftly connected. Father, I am nearing home. In Chu Feng's perspective, this place was indeed the epicenter of the north, the grandest city, where, should any peril arise, the highest level of protection would be assured. The conversation persisted for quite some time, eventually convincing his parents to remain within the safety of that great city. The night was tranquil, and at last, he arrived home. This is a 2-story small building located at the easternmost edge of Qingyang town, accompanied by a spacious courtyard and adjacent to sprawling orchards, offering a distant view of the majestic Taihang Mountains, creating a picturesque scene. It was already the late hours of the night when Chu Feng brought the golden calf into the courtyard and chose to disregard it, feeling quite fatigued. He ascended to the 2nd floor, entered his room, and collapsed into slumber. At dawn, golden rays cascaded into the room as the sun ascended, radiating the vibrant hues of morning. Despite having slept late, Chu Feng awoke promptly. He first activated his communicator to check for any sensational news, as various regions were experiencing anomalies and unusual phenomena that warranted attention. Divine King? He was taken aback upon encountering such reports online. In just the past few days, apart from the mysterious young man with silver wings, 3 additional cases of mutation had emerged among humanity. Moreover, it had been confirmed that these 3 individuals had acquired formidable supernatural abilities, with some enthusiasts dubbing them divine kings. Those who were among the earliest to possess such extraordinary powers might very well surpass others, making it conceivable that one day they could be revered as divine kings. For instance, the young man, whisked away by celestial beings who had developed silver wings, could now soar through the skies, a future that was unimaginable. Setting down the communicator, Chu Feng descended the stairs and made his way to the courtyard. He was immediately astonished by the sight of the golden calf, bathed in the resplendent morning light. Its posture was exceedingly peculiar. It sat on its hind legs like a person, with its front hooves comfortably extended, seemingly inhaling and exhaling the morning rays in communion with the rising sun. This was utterly bizarre. It was unmistakably a calf, yet it behaved like a human, as if engaged in a meditative practice. Chapter 15. The mysterious breathing technique. Though Chu Feng was quite intelligent, he initially struggled to adapt. After several attempts of unevenly exhaling and inhaling, he found himself choking, succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. The golden calf, upon witnessing this spectacle, burst into a fit of laughter, its mouth stretched wide in amusement. "What is so funny?" Chu Feng glared at it, finally understanding the feeling of being mocked by a mere calf, which indeed sparked a desire to retaliate. As the dawn painted the sky in resplendent hues, brimming with vitality, the golden calf sat in a meditative posture, remarkably steady, engaging in its breathing technique. A fragrant white mist emanated from its mouth and nostrils. With each breath, the pristine mist flowed in and out, mingling with the morning light as it gathered the essence of the sun and moon. It was evident that during this unique breathing practice, the calf radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, its entire being resembling a golden statue, further enhancing its extraordinary presence. With a low moo, it expelled a gust of white vapor, which erupted in the air with a thunderous roar, akin to a muffled thunderclap, deafening and astonishing. The sudden noise startled Chu Feng. Were that vapor to strike a person, it would likely send them flying, the extent of bodily harm remaining uncertain. How powerful! Chu Feng marveled at the sheer force of what was merely a breath from the golden calf. Could I possibly learn this breathing technique? His eyes sparkled with fervor and yearning. The golden calf, brimming with pride, held its head high, exuding an air of immense confidence. Chu Feng instinctively sensed that this calf harbored an extraordinary arrogance regarding its mastery of the breathing technique, which he surmised was indeed something remarkable. Was this breathing method truly of significant origin? Chu Feng inquired, observing a diminutive calf, merely a meter in height, and could not fathom that it had independently discovered such knowledge. The golden calf exhibited signs of unease, its demeanor radiating an acute sense of vigilance. Chu Feng was taken aback. Could it be even more enigmatic than he had initially presumed, harboring reservations even in its external expressions? "May I learn from you?" he asked with a glimmer of hope, harboring concerns for his own future safety. The world was undergoing tremendous upheaval, manifesting various anomalies, with certain individuals mutating and acquiring supernatural abilities. The trajectory of these developments remained shrouded in uncertainty. One could easily surmise that, aside from humanity, other species might also be evolving, exemplified by the colossal vine that had ensnared satellites high in the heavens. In the days to come, peril would abound. Furthermore, there existed formidable mountain ranges, such as the depths of the Tying Mountains, where inexplicably hundreds, if not thousands, of majestic peaks had emerged, accompanied by ferocious beasts. These phenomena might merely represent the tip of the iceberg. Thus, Chu Feng felt an acute sense of urgency. He yearned for self-preservation amidst the relentless transformations of the world. Striving to survive, the golden calf was a marvel, instilling within him a sense of hope. The creature sat in contemplation, motionless, as if weighing its options. "You know, I have encountered peculiar little trees upon the Bronze Mountain. In the future, I could guide you to find them," Chu Feng suggested enticingly, adding, "provided that I endure." "Moo." The golden calf, as if having reached a decision, emitted a low bellow and nodded solemnly. Chu Feng felt a surge of joy, taken aback by the unexpected ease of the agreement. He had genuinely feared that the golden calf might exhibit a capricious temperament, obstinately disregarding him. The golden calf pointed towards the sun with one of its forehoofs, gesturing for Chu Feng to follow suit, facing eastward and embracing the dawn, initiating a peculiar breathing technique. To the average observer, this seemed quite adept, a remarkable imitation indeed. However, Chu Feng felt no sense of ease. Several times he nearly choked. His chest constricted as if stifled by an unseen weight, his head swirling in a foggy haze. This was evidently abnormal, as he observed the golden calf, inhaling rhythmically, emitting a soothing snore, its eyes closed, on the verge of slumber, exuding a delightful fragrance. A mere calf, yet through its breathing, It naturally exuded an aroma, truly extraordinary. Frowning, Chu Feng halted, realizing a grave concern. This breathing method, while perhaps extraordinary, might not be suitable for humans. The golden calf sensed his pause, opening its eyes, filled with curiosity, as if to inquire why he had stopped. To his astonishment, without a moment's hesitation, the golden calf nodded, offering him a decidedly affirmative response. This left Chu Feng astonished, prompting him to seek further confirmation. Is there truly no issue? What exactly is this breathing technique, and can other races also practice it? With a look of pride, the golden calf spoke of this method, grinning broadly, lifting its head high, exuding an air of supreme confidence, as if proclaiming it the greatest breathing technique in existence. A remarkably impressive breathing technique. Chu Feng remained skeptical. The golden calf sat cross-legged, its forehooves raised, one pointing skyward, the other to the ground, repeatedly vocalizing, "Moo, moo, moo." Chu Feng persevered, refusing to relent. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder reverberated through the air, and the solitary calf, engrossed in its own breathing, emitted a resonant moo, as if imbued with an extraordinary force. In that instant, everything around resonated in harmony. A delicate fragrance permeated the atmosphere, and a veil of pure white mist enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by an unceasing roar. Chu Feng felt a buzzing in his ears, and then he sensed a resonance within himself, drowning out all other sounds, leaving only a rhythmic breath in his ears. Previously, he had merely imitated forms, but now he grasped the essence of the divine. Chu Feng realized he had first learned the form, and now he had attained the spirit. The mooing, the thunder, and the white mist converged, embodying the divine, which he ultimately perceived with clarity, receiving a profound inheritance. As he opened his eyes, the white mist dissipated. Returning to the golden calf, he nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude. He began to engage in this breathing technique with a newfound serenity. Everything felt transformed, yielding immediate results. Facing the rising sun, he experienced a vibrant essence of life with each breath. In that morning light, he felt an unprecedented relaxation, his entire being at ease. Every pore expanding, a warm current coursing through him. Gradually, Chu Feng remained still, immersing himself completely. The golden dawn bathed him, and a subtle golden glow adorned his face. The golden calf opened its mouth in mild astonishment, gazing at him for an extended moment. When Chu Feng opened his eyes again, the sun had ascended high in the sky. He felt invigorated, mentally refreshed, and despite having only slept for 2 or 3 hours the previous night, he now felt exceptionally well. Truly remarkable, Chu Feng marveled. He felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. With every gesture, he exuded an invigorating vitality, his physical form radiating a subtle luminescence, brimming with boundless energy. He yearned to continue, perceiving this endeavor as a source of delight. However, the golden calf halted him, signaling that it was sufficient. Was merely a brief session of this breathing technique adequate for the day? Chu Feng was taken aback. The golden calf nodded. This revelation was rather unexpected for him. Subsequently, Chu Feng tidied up a house he had not occupied for a long time, and then ventured out for a substantial shopping spree. Clearly, recent reports had incited widespread anxiety, nearly emptying the major retail establishments. Indeed, it's wise to give you a name. Otherwise, how shall I address you on ordinary days? Chu Feng mused. He wished to inquire about the golden calf's original name, yet it merely mooed a few times, rendering it incomprehensible. In truth, the nameable Demon King was quite fitting, and he suggested it. However, as soon as he mentioned it, the golden calf displayed a look of disdain, as it deemed that the plump fellow was rather foolish and did not wish for a name conjured from whimsicality. In the end, with no other recourse, Chu Feng casually proposed several names and inadvertently uttered Yellow Ox, which the golden calf found quite appealing. Chu Feng was astonished, his mouth agape, wanting to articulate something, but the golden calf had already settled on this name. With a peculiar expression, he wondered what Zhou Quan's reaction would be when next they met. Given that he had exerted considerable effort to bestow the imposing titleable Demon King upon the golden calf, only for it to prefer Yellow Ox. Shall we consider another option? Chu Feng suggested, but the golden calf glared, clearly displeased. Adorned in resplendent gold, it exuded an air of pride. Chu Feng pondered whether there lay a hidden significance. Perhaps the so-called golden bloodline, which could explain its peculiar fondness for the term yellow cow. At noon, Chu Feng prepared fresh grass for the yellow cow, along with some pears and apples, while he himself partook of a modest meal. Subsequently, he gingerly retrieved a stone box, 3 inches tall, square in shape, and imbued with an ancient, unremarkable simplicity. Upon sighting the stone box, the yellow cow's eyes sparkled with intrigue as it silently approached. "Do not move. This is something you must not consume," Chu Feng cautioned. The yellow cow fixated on the 3 seeds, one dark and murky, another flattened, and the last wrinkled. It instantly displayed a disdainful expression, seemingly unimpressed. "Do not underestimate them. I assure you, these are no ordinary seeds," Chu Feng remarked with a hint of eccentricity. He was well aware that such statements might render the yellow cow more dismissive. Otherwise, he genuinely feared it might gulp them down without a second thought. "Moo." The yellow cow shook its head, grinning mockingly. Chu Feng, busy digging in the courtyard, declared, "I intend to grow the Queen Mother of the West from this first seed. The 9 heavens mysterious woman from the second, and as for the third, allow me a moment to contemplate." In Chapter 16, a great event approaches. He contemplated whether to add some fertilizer. He cleared a section of the flower bed in the courtyard, hesitating before burying the seeds. Due to the weight of his intentions, he approached the task with utmost caution, knowing that ordinary fertilizers would not suffice. Glancing sideways at the yellow cow, he noticed it still grinning, clearly regarding him with the bemusement reserved for a fool, convinced that the 3 wrinkled seeds would not survive. "The yellow bull, you must assist me. The germination of these 3 seeds relies entirely on you." Observing his earnest expression, the bull was taken aback, utterly perplexed, and let out a low moo, as if inquiring why he would make such a statement. "You see, the soil in my flower bed is solely suited for planting flowers and grasses, lacking the necessary nutrients. I kindly ask you to contribute a bit," Chu Feng calmly requested. Initially bewildered, the bull soon grasped the implication, its eyes widening in astonishment, and white smoke began to emanate from its nostrils as it fixed an intense gaze upon him. "Do not be angered. This is a trivial matter for you. Quite natural indeed. I grant you permission to resolve it right here in the flower bed." The bull's ears also began to emit smoke, its gaze fierce enough to kill, glaring at Chu Feng in indignation, while one of its front hooves began to dig into the earth, poised to charge. "There is no need for such excitement. I bear no disdain for you. If it stinks, so be it. I shall endure." Chu Feng, oblivious to the danger, continued to persuade. Suddenly, with a bang, the bull charged forward, sending him flying. Fortunately, it refrained from using its golden horns. Yet even so, Chu Feng found himself tumbling into the flower bed. He grimaced in pain. Finally understanding the peril of negotiating with a bull, it was exceedingly dangerous. In fact, the bull was angrier than him, its eyes glaring with suspicion. Doubting whether this fellow was even more unreliable than that rotund man, deserving of a good thrashing. As Chu Feng rubbed his arm and rose, he sighed deeply, saying, "You do not comprehend. These are sacred seeds, and I fear ordinary fertilizer may not suffice. Is it not said that your origins are mysterious? They often speak of the potency of cow dung, and furthermore, there is the notion of bull luck. Moo, stay back, just don't come any closer. If you don't want to give it, then so be it." Chu Feng exclaimed as he observed the yellow cow fiercely stamping its hooves, poised to charge into the flower bed. He gently placed the slightly plump seed into the soil, covering it carefully before beginning to water it. "Now, it's up to your fate," he murmured to himself. The 3 seeds had been sealed within a stone box for countless years, and he truly wondered whether they would sprout. A sense of uncertainty enveloped him. However, if they were not mere ordinary seeds, their vitality should indeed be remarkably resilient. Even if the present environment was less than ideal, they ought to survive in due course. No need for cow dung. Thankfully, Chu Feng continued to reflect, as a serious thought crossed his mind. The yellow cow, overhearing his musings, exhibited a displeased expression, coupled with a hint of confusion as it stared at him. Chu Feng clarified, "What if a Western Queen Mother or a 9 heavens mysterious maiden were to sprout? If they were to discover that I used cow dung as fertilizer, I would surely face dire consequences. The yellow cow stood in a stupor, then, inflamed with indignation, bellowed in response, contemplating charging forward again. Stay back. I speak the truth. If they were to find out, it would be the gravest sacrilege possible. I'd rather keep things peaceful and straightforward, avoiding any trouble. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. The yellow cow snorted, releasing a puff of vapor from its nostrils, casting a fierce glance before turning to munch on a pineapple. What you are eating is fresh grass and apples. The pineapple is mine. Chu Feng called out in pursuit. In the end, he buried the 3 seeds in 3 distinct locations, reasoning that the soil for planting flowers varied greatly, and dispersing them felt like a safer approach. I sincerely hope they sprout soon, he thought eagerly, yearning to discover what wondrous forms might emerge. However, if a mystical maiden were truly to emerge, I would have little to fear. After all, I am the architect of their existence, so what need is there to discuss blasphemy? Perhaps they would be quite obedient. A smile adorned his face. Moo. The sound of a cow's lowing abruptly interrupted his reverie. The yellow bull, with its mouth agape and eyes cast askew, seemed to mock him for indulging in fanciful daydreams, wearing an expression of disdain. Away with you. Chu Feng pushed aside the approaching bull's head, feeling somewhat at a loss for words as he was ridiculed by a mere beast. Suddenly, he heard a deafening roar in the distance. A brilliant fire soared towards the heavens, shaking him to his core. A missile. Is it aimed at those plants in outer space? Chu Feng felt a surge of alarm. The yellow bull, with its keen instincts, widened its eyes in surprise, sensing the impending threat even before Chu Feng did. Its entire body tensed, the golden fur radiating waves of light. It was evidently anxious, acutely aware of the danger. Chu Feng understood that witnessing the launch of a missile was a rarity, as such events were typically hidden from the public eye. The fact that he had caught a glimpse of it, not too far away, indicated the gravity of the situation. His expression turned grave. In recent days, he had heard numerous rumors suggesting that such terrifying weapons had long been deployed against outer space, though no official reports had emerged. He resolved to search the internet for information. There must be some updates available. At that moment, his communicator chimed softly, signaling that Zhou Quan was attempting to reach him. Upon connecting, he immediately heard the excited voice of his plump friend. Brother, did you just see that? It was truly magnificent. The sword soared into the heavens, poised to strike beyond the skies. I could scarcely believe my eyes, for it seemed destined to purge those bizarre plants entirely. Subsequently, he inquired how Zhou Quan felt after consuming that fruit. The transformation was profound. Well, I shall not elaborate further. I am exceedingly fatigued and on the verge of succumbing to slumber once more. Zhou Quan chuckled awkwardly, an air of unease about him. You Haven Tea sprouted a tail. Have you? Chu Feng mused, suspecting that this fellow's evasiveness was telling. Impossible. Zhou, the plump one, protested vehemently, striving to clarify that he had not morphed into a grotesque creature. Then what ails you? Why so hesitant? Chu Feng pressed. I have grown a horn. Zhou Quan lamented, tears nearly spilling forth, before erupting into expletives, declaring, it must be the work of that bull demon king. It resembles a bull's horn. His tirade was loud and fervent. The yellow cow, intrigued by Chu Feng's communicator, scrutinized it closely, and overhearing Zhou's curses, ambled closer to mock him unceremoniously. Moo, moo moo. Bull Demon King, are you suggesting I resemble a cow? Just like you, you'll be mooing before long. Zhou Quan fumed with exasperation. With a decisive click, Chu Feng severed the connection, though the yellow cow remained somewhat entertained, finding joy in Zhou Quan's flustered state. Chu Feng then commenced a search for various reports. None were official, and the authorities remained taciturn regarding rumors surrounding the deployment of such weapons, yet the abundance of hearsay was overwhelming. Indeed, some had uploaded images reminiscent of what Chu Feng had witnessed. Across the globe, there exists a pervasive belief that a cataclysmic cacophony of firearms has already commenced, with some even witnessing a deluge of plant debris descending from the heavens. Something monumental is imminent, Chu Feng murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in deep concern. If any progress had been made, it would have been announced by now. Yet, the parties involved remained conspicuously silent, indicating the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, He perused additional reports, discovering that the public remained fervently engaged in discussions surrounding supernatural abilities. Despite the prevailing tense atmosphere, many continued to analyze and scrutinize. The silver-winged celestial, the diamond, the fire spirit, and the white tiger king. These four individuals were rumored to possess extraordinary powers, perhaps destined to be revered as deities one day. Chu Feng closed these reports, a sense of unease enveloping him as he pondered the uncertainties of the future. Preparations were necessary. The yellow bull expressed its dissatisfaction at his decision to shut off the reports, gesturing for him to reopen them, as the audibly and visually stimulating content captivated its interest. Chu Feng tossed the communicator to it and stepped out of his home alone. To this day, such ancient crafts are on the verge of extinction. Yet the Zhao family has preserved their legacy through generations without interruption. The Zhao clan has also embraced modernity, utilizing contemporary alloy materials to forge renowned tools, cherished by aficionados in the field. The folding crossbow that Chu Feng brought to the Tibetan region was a gift from the elder Zhao. At first glance, it was evident that this towering elder was a person of remarkable fortitude. "You certainly have a way with words, lad. I suppose you're after something from me again?" Zhao San asked with a smile. "3 Elder, I would like your assistance in sharpening some crossbow bolts." Chu Feng expressed his concerns, noting the recent upheavals across various regions, which left him feeling quite unsettled and eager to prepare for any potential dangers. He had little hope for firearms, as they were heavily regulated and nearly impossible to acquire. However, in this era, certain cold weapons could be legally sold with the appropriate permits. After a brief exchange, Chu Feng articulated his desires before bidding farewell. He had heard from Zhao San that many individuals had recently sought out various alloy knives, creating a high demand that far exceeded supply. But he was certain that the items he sought would be prioritized. Before long, he perceived a troubling situation. The individual he was dealing with was engrossed in fiddling with a communication device, appearing quite pleased with himself. What caught Chu Feng's attention was the sight of a contact list being displayed, indicating that the person was engaged in conversations with others. A wave of dizziness washed over Chu Feng, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His heart sank further when he recognized some of the names on the list, which suspiciously included Lin Nuai among others. "Ox Demon King, I will not let this go unchallenged," Chu Feng shouted. Chapter 17, Tears of Frustration with a Low Growl. The Ox Demon demonstrated surprising agility, deftly evading Chu Feng's advance without the typical clumsiness associated with cattle. "Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Chu Feng gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he charged forward once more. What would others think? After an inexplicable call, the only sound resonating from his end was the incessant mooing. The mere thought of such an absurd scenario made Chu Feng's blood boil. He felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate this bovine. It was utterly humiliating. Even if he attempted to explain, how could he articulate the situation? Who would believe him? Chu Feng felt a throbbing headache approaching. Could he possibly convey to others that a golden calf was conversing with them through his communicator? Would he, in his position, believe such a preposterous tale? The situation was only becoming increasingly absurd. The yellow calf remained uncooperative, persistently evading him. It stood upright on its hind legs, clutching the communicator with its front hooves, circling around him in the courtyard, darting left and right. "Hand it over," Chu Feng shouted. The yellow calf displayed agility surpassing that of humans, resembling a golden monkey as it leaped and bounded around the stone table, skillfully eluding him. It clung to the communicator, refusing to relinquish it, occasionally mooing into the device. Chu Feng's face turned a shade of green. Was this creature still conversing with someone? "Bull Demon King, I shall slay you," he roared, nearly overcome with rage. This detestable creature showed no signs of remorse, continuing its mischief unabated. The yellow calf expressed disdain, its expression dripping with contempt. After committing countless misdeeds, did it still dare to provoke him? Frustrated and unable to catch up, Chu Feng resorted to picking up various items from the courtyard, hurling them in an attempt to distract it. This was undeniably a torment for him. Each additional second the yellow calf held onto the communicator felt like a searing heat upon his face. Ultimately, the yellow calf halted, placing the communicator on the stone table. At that moment, Chu Feng's forehead darkened, his expression one of exasperation, feeling utterly despondent. Clearly, the yellow calf was immensely curious and fond of the communicator. For even after setting it down, it continued to poke at it with its nimble hooves, which glimmered with a faint golden sheen. Chu Feng stared at it, feeling somewhat defeated as he sat down. He glanced from the communicator to the yellow calf, pondering how on earth he would explain this to anyone. The weight of the dilemma bore heavily upon him. He let out a soft sigh, picked up the communicator, and realized there was no other option but to speak candidly. "Remember, you must testify for me later. While I am speaking, you should moo a few times," Chu Feng instructed. The yellow cow, appearing somewhat anxious, nodded in apparent agreement. However, when Chu Feng glanced at the communicator, his expression turned to one of shock. Where had the communication records gone? He was utterly bewildered. "Yellow cow, bull demon king. What mischief have you wrought?" Chu Feng exclaimed, initially pondering how to remedy the situation, only to discover that no remedy was required. "Whom did you speak with?" he demanded, recalling that he had caught a glimpse of Lin Nuai earlier, which was the last person he wished to be associated with. "Who else?" The yellow cow shook its head, adopting a foolish demeanor, implying it was equally clueless. "How did you access the contact list?" Chu Feng was on the verge of losing his temper, but as he pressed down on those infuriating golden hooves and felt their warmth, clarity struck him. "You still dare to laugh? One day, when I manage to contact a chef, I shall prepare a grand feast of beef while you are asleep." Chu Feng threatened indignantly. Just then, the communicator flickered. It was Zhou Quan attempting to reach him. Once connected, Zhou's boisterous voice boomed through the line. "Bull Demon King, you little rascal. You've truly become a nuisance, daring to persistently disturb me." After the call ended, Chu Feng's face grew stiff. He could only imagine the chaos this foolish cow had caused and whom else it had harassed. Fortunately, Zhou was somewhat familiar with the cow, so no explanation was needed. The pleasant ringtone chimed once more, and as Chu Feng answered, he saw it was his university classmate, Yi Xian. "Chu Feng, are you all right?" Yi Xian inquired. "I'm fine, just listen to me." It truly wasn't Teamy Chu Feng, while on the call, gestured towards the stubborn bull, urging it to cooperate. However, the obstinate creature remained motionless, staring blankly at him, indifferent to his entreaties, utterly unresponsive. "I understand. I comprehend that you just broke up with Lin Nuai and are feeling down. However, excessive drinking is detrimental to your health. Try to drink less. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now." Yi Xian concluded the call. "What do you mean, drink?" Chu Feng listened to the monotonous beeping on the other end, feeling both frustrated and helpless. It was utterly inexplicable. "You bull, come here. Wasn't he agreed that you would vouch for me?" Chu Feng glared at the creature. The communicator rang again, this time revealing a university classmate, Su Lingxi, a strikingly beautiful girl. In that moment, Chu Feng understood. After the bull had finished its antics, it likely perused his classmate's directory. "Su Lingxi, let me explain," he said, grasping one of the bull's golden horns, determined to make it atone for its misdeeds, and he intended to initiate a video call. However, Su Lingxi did not require his lengthy explanations. She simply laughed and said, "Are you trying to tell me that there's a bull beside you? That it's the one responsible for everything, and you're planning to send me a photo as proof? All right, I believe you. But this isn't like you. Chu Feng, aren't you usually quite carefree? So what if you broke up with Lin Nui? Is it necessary to drown your sorrows? By the way, with the recent turmoil everywhere, take care to drink less and look after your health. Well, I want to say more. I have some important matters to attend to. Goodbye." Chu Feng stood there in a daze, the call having ended. This is the essence of Su Lingxi's style. She is exceptionally beautiful, perhaps even handsome, executing tasks with remarkable precision and an effortless grace. After a considerable period, Chu Feng finally fixed his gaze upon the yellow cow and exclaimed, "You wretched creature. You have brought me great misfortune." The yellow cow wore an innocent expression, seemingly indicating its desire to make amends, yet alas, it was not granted the opportunity. After waiting for an extended time, Chu Feng was relieved to find that no one sought him out. It appeared to be just these few individuals. He exhaled deeply. Beside him, the yellow cow nodded decisively, exuding a sense of certainty, suggesting that there were no further troubles, Just these few. What are you nodding for? Clearly, there is still one more. How am I to approach her? He fell silent for a moment, pushing aside the yellow cow's head that had leaned in too closely. Preparing to converse with Lin Nui. When the communicator connected, soothing melodies filled the air. Chu Feng refrained from speaking immediately. He did not wish to provide a formal explanation to Lin Nui. Perhaps she should understand that he would not stoop to such triviality. On the other end of the line, silence enveloped them, neither speaking, both ensnared in a quietude, faintly aware of each other's breathing. This persisted for half a minute. Suddenly, the yellow cow raised its head and charged forward, bellowing into the communicator with a resonating moo that left Chu Feng's ears ringing. Bull Demon King. Chu Feng was utterly exasperated. While he had not intended to clarify matters, he had not anticipated this outcome. Earlier, when he had requested its cooperation, it had ignored him with an air of indifference. Yet now, when he needed it no longer, it charged forth with such a thunderous roar. Chu Feng distinctly heard the sound of a high-stemmed wine glass shattering on the floor from the other end of the communicator. Clearly, Lin Nui was startled as well, and promptly disconnected the call. For an extended period, Chu Feng remained frozen in place, motionless, until he finally let out a furious roar. Damn cow. I shall dismember you into 8 pieces. The yellow bull looked utterly innocent, as if to say, did you not advise me earlier to cooperate? The courtyard was filled with the cacophony of people shouting and the bull bellowing, creating a scene of chaos that was anything but tranquil. When he finally awoke, twilight had descended. Chu Feng prepared a lavish dinner to reward himself. This was his way of coping with distress, indulging in a hearty meal. Although he had once harbored thoughts of slaughtering the bull in his anger, his fury had since subsided, and he now prepared fresh grass and fruits for it. In the evening, Chu Feng perused various reports, keenly interested in the unfolding anomalies across different regions. Suddenly, both the television and communicator experienced instability, the signals becoming blurred, which caused a slight sinking feeling in his heart. He understood that the satellites in space were likely under attack. Eventually, the interference dissipated and the internet erupted with activity. Some semi-official news had emerged, stating that the terrifying flora in space had been thoroughly eradicated, nearly all of it eliminated. Chu Feng pondered deeply, had it truly been cleared away? As night deepened, he grew increasingly anxious upon viewing additional reports, doubting that the mission had been accomplished. Many areas were undergoing comprehensive upheaval. Clear photographs surfaced, revealing that outside one family's door, dozens of towering mountains had suddenly appeared, majestic and soaring into the clouds, as if conjured from a myth. In another report, a young man sought to journey to a neighboring town 10 miles away, yet he ended up driving a full 100 miles before finally arriving. At that moment, the phenomena were not confined to Mount Song, Mount Wangwu, or the Taiyang Mountains. Many places were manifesting inexplicable wonders, with countless towering mountains and silver waterfalls suspended in the air. What on earth had transpired? Why had Wui Mountain expanded exponentially, revealing some mysterious new regions? The main peak of Mount Huashan ascended directly to the heavens, radiating with a brilliance that illuminated the surroundings. This area had magnified several times over, presenting innumerable steep summits, cascading with crimson clouds. This information spread across the internet from various locales, and there was even more. The upheaval appeared to occur instantaneously, transcending mere exceptional sights. Renowned mountains and rivers everywhere had transformed, shrouded in mist and vapor, brimming with spiritual energy, where ferocious beasts and ominous creatures lurked, rendering the environment exceedingly perilous. Earthquakes, power outages, communication failures, and structural collapses accompanied these occurrences, creating an exceedingly grave situation. In the dead of night, Chu Feng sat quietly alone in his room. Aware that what was destined to come had inevitably arrived, the most intense transformation was upon him. Suddenly, a knock resounded on the door, accompanied by the lowing of a golden calf. Chu Feng opened the door, and the golden calf gestured for him to follow it into the courtyard. Thereafter, the calf sat back on its hind legs, gazing up at the starry sky, and began to perform a peculiar breathing technique, urging him to join in. Astonished, Chu Feng complied under the calf's encouragement. The moonlight was gentle, pale, and ethereal, as if guiding him, gradually intensifying until it coalesced into a soft sphere of white light, radiating purity. Additionally, the myriad stars above began to shower their essence, transforming into countless delicate streams that flowed gently down. Chu Feng remained motionless, enveloped in this luminous brilliance, shrouded in a veil of obscurity. Chapter 18. The panic of the future in the dim glow of moonlight and the gentle twinkling of stars. A thick mist enveloped Chu Feng, as if he were submerged in a tranquil haze. From a distance, one could perceive a wisp of white vapor rising. This sensation was profoundly comforting. Chu Feng engaged in a unique breathing technique, his chest and abdomen rhythmically rising and falling, while a delicate fragrance wafted from his mouth and nostrils. Historical texts recount that when certain venerable monks or aged sages entered a state of transcendence, their physical forms remained uncorrupted, filling the room with an ethereal aroma, an extraordinary phenomenon. Some suggest that this is a result of their prolonged alchemical studies, which have pervaded their beings over the years. Scholars have posited that such a fragrant essence is inherent to all individuals, akin to the scent of orchids and musk. However, due to the impurities of the world, only a select few can emanate this primal fragrance. At this moment, a swirling mist encircled Chu Feng's mouth and nose, and he could distinctly sense a sweet fragrance in his saliva, which was immensely pleasurable. Before long, the yellow cow opened its eyes. One front hoof pointed skyward while the other touched the earth, mooing several times as it concluded its breathing exercise. Stars cascaded from the heavens, and Chu Feng, too, came to a halt, experiencing a moment of enlightenment. Although the duration had been brief, his vitality had reached a state of saturation. To continue would serve no purpose. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered by the sound of cracking from the courtyard wall, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground, subtle yet discernible. An earthquake? Then, startled exclamations erupted, shattering the calm of the town. Abruptly, the streetlights extinguished one after another, and every household was simultaneously plunged into darkness. A power outage ensued. Concurrently, Chu Feng activated his communicator, only to find the signal fading into obscurity before ultimately disconnecting. Moo. With a low roar, the yellow bull raised its head, its eyes shimmering brightly as it gazed towards the Taihang Mountains, where wisps of purple mist unfurled and silver light flowed like a gentle stream. Faintly, a rumble echoed in the distance. A great upheaval was commencing. Although far away, one could already sense an overwhelming pressure, a majestic aura sweeping across the land. The mountains appeared more formidable. Chu Feng was astonished, for he could see more peaks emerging in the direction of the Taihang, some towering to great heights, surpassing those before. Was this truly the authentic visage of the Taihang Mountains? Panic engulfed the town, with cries of alarm resonating through the air. The ground was stretching, some streets had fractured, and houses began to fissure, revealing terrifying cracks, threatening imminent collapse. The only solace was that this transformation was not swift. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Various fearful cries, alongside the wails of women and children, broke the stillness of the night, creating a cacophony of chaos. Boom. A structure collapsed. "Mama, I'm scared," sobbed a child. "Woo-woo. Grandma, what is happening?" Dong Dong is so frightened. Many children wept in terror. On this night, Qingyang town was in disarray. Beset by an unprecedented calamity, Chu Feng rushed out to assist others, finding some comfort in the fact that casualties were minimal, as most people had managed to escape their homes in time. When dawn broke, Qingyang town had undergone a profound transformation. A quarter of the buildings had crumbled, primarily in the northern part of the town, as if they had been violently torn apart, with the fragmented structures distanced from one another. The eastern, southern, and western sections of the town fared better, with only partial damage and cracks, yet no total collapses occurred. Water and electricity were entirely cut off, and the impact of the ground fractures was immense. 3 lives were lost, and over a dozen were injured. Relatively speaking, one could consider themselves fortunate. As the Earth's fissure unfolded slowly, granting individuals ample time to flee, only a few, ensconced in slumber, neglected to abandon their abodes, resulting in this tragedy. Yet, This incident has sufficiently instilled panic. Such occurrences have never transpired before, particularly amidst the uncertainty of what lies ahead, as the environment undergoes transformation. Shrouded in a veil of fog, humanity has always harbored trepidation towards the unknown, for ignorance breeds fear, rendering the unfamiliar increasingly daunting. This is precisely the scenario we find ourselves in, a perplexing epoch marked by myriad phenomena, concurrently accompanied by calamity. Who can foretell the nature of the era that awaits us? Will it be one of prosperity or one of dread? The hearts of the populace are adrift in uncertainty. In Qingyang town, a pall of sorrow hangs heavy. The sounds of weeping and anxious whispers permeate the air as the denizens appear listless and restless, their vision of the future obscured. Furthermore, with the cessation of water, electricity, and communication, they are severed from the outside world. Will help ever arrive? The townsfolk remain oblivious to the state of the outside realm, whether it mirrors their plight or is beset by even graver challenges. Fear not, for only a portion of the buildings have collapsed, reassured Zhao San, who had been summoned by Chu Feng to soothe the anxious hearts. There remains ample shelter for us. And the power outage is not insurmountable. We possess generators that will soon be operational. As for the water supply, we need not fret, for several ancient wells will suffice for our needs. Zhao San, a figure of considerable respect within the community, is renowned for his ancestral craftsmanship, a unique workshop specializing in cold weapons. His open-mindedness and resilient character have garnered him admiration. In the distance, a yellow bull gazes towards the east, its eyes aglow with a faint golden beam, brimming with anticipation. What is it that you await? Chu Feng inquired. Yet the yellow cow remains silent, enveloped in an aura of tranquility. For several consecutive days, this place had been severed from the outside world, completely cut off from communication. Under normal circumstances, the county town would be merely a few dozen miles away, not far from Qingyang town. However, the situation had altered drastically. Additionally, mysterious mountains had emerged along the journey. Some of these peaks were shrouded in darkness, exuding an oppressive atmosphere, while others were lush with vegetation, filled with the cries of monkeys and the roars of tigers, creating a startling scene. Were it not for the familiar landscapes within this region, one might genuinely suspect they had entered another realm. Qingyang town seemed to be isolated from the world, and the populace was steeped in pessimism. Even though the town's generator was operational, illuminating the nights, it could not dispel the dread of an uncertain fate. Throughout these days, Chu Feng remained remarkably composed. Not succumbing to panic, he observed everything with a calm demeanor. His parents resided in Shuntian, a colossal city renowned as the northern center, equipped with the most comprehensive protective measures, so he harbored little concern. He had attempted to lift the heavy stone table in the courtyard, an endeavor previously deemed impossible. Even with his extraordinary physique, he had only managed to raise it slightly in the past. Chu Feng was astonished at the evident results. During the rest of his time, he roamed outside, scrutinizing the alterations in the terrain. Some areas had been stretched, while others remained unchanged. He traversed all the familiar locales nearby and discovered that the overall area had expanded significantly. The distances between adjacent mountains, lakes, and other geographical features had increased by more than tenfold, and the other terrains were similarly affected. Chu Feng found himself lost in thought. The once accessible Shuntian, merely a little over 200 miles away, now seemed to be nearly 2,000 miles distant based on the current speculations. It has become increasingly difficult to visit one's parents. After 6 days, the communicator unexpectedly regained signal. Chu Feng promptly contacted his parents, and both parties assured each other of their safety. One could distinctly sense the anxiety of the elderly couple, who urged him to come to Shuntian City, deemed the safest refuge with its comprehensive defensive measures and contingency plans. Historically, all 6 dynasties had established their capitals there, perhaps for good reason. Even amidst the recent upheaval, the grand city remained unscathed. It was not a zone of distortion, and the structure stood intact. This revelation brought Chu Feng a sense of reassurance, prompting him to comfort his parents, assuring them that he would visit soon and asking them to be patient. Chu Feng, are you all right? My heavens. The situation here has drastically changed. The county town has been split in two, and looming just outside the city are two colossal mountains, piercing the clouds, vast beyond measure. Zhou Quan called, his voice filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Guess what I saw? A frog, enormous as a millstone, and it's devouring an elephant." Zhou, in his animated frenzy, was nearly incoherent. At last, Chu Feng grasped the situation. The mysterious mountains adjacent to the county town were home to various inexplicable creatures. While they had yet to descend, their shadows were clearly discernible through the lens of binoculars. Zhou Quan had witnessed a frog the size of a millstone pursuing ferocious beasts, even managing to pounce on an elephant to feast upon it. After concluding the call, Chu Feng fell into deep contemplation. If those ferocious birds and beasts were to emerge, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. He could only hope they remained confined within the mountains. As the incessant ringing of his communicator persisted, it was filled with familiar voices of friends and classmates, each reaching out to connect and share updates, ultimately exchanging words of caution and care. A profound sense of impending chaos enveloped Chu Feng. It was his initial instinct that something monumental was about to unfold, and that the situation was bound to spiral out of control. In haste, he turned to the internet, seeking various reports to gain a comprehensive understanding of the unfolding events. For who could guarantee that the communicator's signal would remain uninterrupted? The world was undergoing a dramatic transformation. Countless buildings collapsed in a widespread catastrophe. Despite the slow onset of the ground fissures, which provided ample time for escape, a small number of individuals tragically lost their lives. People observed that the distances between places had expanded, generally by a factor of 10, suggesting that the surface area of the entire world had increased over 100-fold. Cries of despair echoed as some believed the Earth was now connected to other terrifying realms. Others proclaimed that this was the true visage of the Earth, a primordial land that had long been concealed, now finally revealed. In a whirlwind of speculation, theories of folded space and other phenomena were fervently explored. Across various regions, unrest prevailed, and photographs of extraordinary occurrences surfaced. Particularly noteworthy were the sacred mountains and rivers, adorned with auspicious signs, where divine trees blossomed and sacred springs gushed forth. Strangely, some individuals appeared to be vying for these wonders, as if their presence had been premeditated, igniting astonishment and suspicion among the masses. During these days, the yellow bull remained unusually tranquil, standing in the courtyard, fixated on the void as if attuned to some unseen presence. Yet, within its depths lay a fervor, excitement, and anticipation. It was in hiding, waiting. On that fateful morning, as the resplendent sun ascended from the Taihang Mountains, the yellow bull could no longer contain its instincts. Letting out a low roar and beckoning Chu Feng to follow, charging forth from the courtyard with unwavering resolve. Chapter 19. Strange substance. Here lies the easternmost edge of Qingyang town, where the orchard extends in vast stretches, enveloped in serene tranquility. In the distance, one can behold the enchanting Taihang mountain range, its scenery captivating. A yellow cow has plunged into the orchard, galloping ahead with vigorous strides, radiating an ethereal golden glow, as if crafted from pure gold. Chu Feng pursues with all his might, yet he can only trail behind. This diminutive bovine, standing at a meter tall, possesses remarkable stamina and astonishing speed that leaves one astounded. Typically, cattle are perceived as clumsy and sluggish, yet this yellow cow defies such notions. It weaves effortlessly through the expansive orchard, graceful and swift, as if soaring above the grass, until it reaches an open field, emerging from the grove. Before him stands a low hill, not particularly lofty, shrouded in wisps of white mist on this glorious morning as the sun rises. This hill did not exist before. It materialized abruptly during the strange occurrences a few days prior, a fact that Chu Feng is already aware of. While other peaks in different locales tower majestically, this one is distinctly different, rising only a few hundred meters, rendering it quite modest in stature. In recent days, the yellow cow has fixated upon this hill. From the very beginning, it has gazed intently in this direction, observing closely, and only today does it take action. Chu Feng is taken aback. Is this the cow's intended destination? Moo. The yellow cow bellows, its voice deep and resonant, akin to thunder rumbling in the distance, expressing both excitement and joy. After lying in wait for several days, it finally springs into motion. The low hill bears no extraordinary grasses, nor ancient trees, and no fierce beasts are visible. It appears quite ordinary, save for the tendrils of pure white mist that rise in the cool morning air, lending it an air of peculiarity. The yellow bull stood motionless, its gaze fervent and filled with an insatiable yearning, quietly awaiting the arrival of that enigmatic moment. Although Chu Feng felt a sense of curiosity, he remained silent, embodying a tranquil demeanor as he stood alongside the yellow bull, anticipating the unfolding of a mysterious occurrence. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the sun emerging from the Taiyang Mountains appeared exceptionally crimson, casting a warm glow upon the earth, enveloping all in an ineffable sense of comfort. Simultaneously, Chu Feng observed that the entire expanse of heaven and earth seemed to pulsate with newfound vitality. Suddenly, the dawn's glow burst forth, illuminating the surroundings with a divine radiance, bathing the land in its warmth. To his astonishment, Chu Feng noticed that the distant colossal peaks, particularly those deep within the Taiyang mountain range, shimmered with vibrant hues, surging outward with a robust life force. A rich vitality suddenly permeated the earth, leaving Chu Feng astonished. This energy emanated from those primordial mountains, spreading across the vast expanse, making one feel as though their very pores were opening wide, akin to a sacred baptism. The yellow bull remained undistracted, continuing to fixate on the low mountain. Abruptly, the low mountain trembled, exuding luminous mist, transforming into something profoundly mysterious. Moo! The yellow bull let out an exuberant bellow, disregarding everything, and charged toward the low mountain. Approaching the place where the radiant dawn and white mist surged forth, there lay a cave, previously obscured by vines, now revealed in its entirety. With a swift motion, the yellow bull plunged into the cave, unable to contain its excitement, while Chu Feng followed closely behind. The stone cavern was profoundly deep, leading further inward. The path bore the marks of axes, indicating that this stone passage had been hewn by human hands, its origins lost to the annals of time, not a natural cavern. Within the stone cave, clouds of mist billowed and rosy light illuminated the surroundings, bestowing an ethereal quality upon the scene, shrouded in a sense of mystery. Why was this humble cave enveloped in such enigma? In this peculiar environment, Chu Feng felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body. There existed a strange substance here, nurturing his corporeal form. What could it be? Suddenly, he discerned a small snake, its body shimmering silver, clinging to the rocky wall, only to be swiftly devoured by a yellow bull that charged forth. Did it consume flesh? No. Chu Feng abruptly realized that this was no ordinary serpent. It emitted a fragrant aroma, and upon being bitten by the yellow bull, it transformed into a cloud of white mist that vanished into the creature's mouth and nostrils. It was not a snake. After consuming one, the yellow bull surged ahead, racing toward the cave's terminus. Along this luminous path, vibrant colors danced in the air. It was far from dark, and there was no fear of colliding with the stone walls. Chu Feng kept close to the yellow bull, feeling as though they had covered several miles, which seemed rather unnatural, certainly exceeding the limits of the low mountain's belly. It was a straight path, devoid of twists and turns, and devoid of ascents or descents. Folding space. The thought struck Chu Feng immediately. He was experiencing it firsthand. The journey was long, and he spotted several more silver snakes, capturing two himself and swallowing them. He felt as though he were transcending, weightless and ethereal. Was this a form of white vapor? Chu Feng marveled, convinced that this was a unique substance capable of enhancing one's life vitality, undoubtedly invaluable. At last, they reached the end of the path, where a hazy light obstructed their way, concealing whatever lay beyond. With a decisive moo, the yellow bull stepped forward, and Chu Feng followed suit. In the next moment, the seasoned trader was left astounded, while Chu Feng stood in a daze, grappling with disbelief, as if the scene before him was utterly surreal. At the end of the path, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound. Most perplexing was the sight of a colossal star looming ahead, grand and boundless, rotating slowly, a most unexpected occurrence. Perhaps one could attribute the shock to the abrupt arrival of Chu Feng and the traitor, finding themselves confronted by such a spectacle. Where were they? Could it be that they were amidst the cosmos, gazing upon a gigantic celestial body? Though not far away, its magnificence was palpable. The traitor was astonished. While Chu Feng stood petrified, it was utterly illogical that they had traversed a stone cave only to arrive at such an extraordinary place. The forces of gravity seemed to have lost their potency, as they felt none of its effects. If they ventured closer, could they possibly reach that star? Chu Feng mused as if in a dream. It was an ancient planet, exuding an aura of timelessness, imbued with the essence of countless ages, silent and slowly revolving. A dense white mist emanated from it, surging toward them and spreading through the cavern. Something was approaching, Chu Feng exclaimed. On that enormous planet, apart from the mist, objects were swiftly advancing towards the cave. Ah, a silver serpent? He beheld a peculiar substance, coalescing into a serpentine form, arriving alongside the haze. The traitor opened his mouth wide, beginning to swallow. Witnessing this, Chu Feng, too, did not hesitate, starting to capture the silver serpent. He understood it was not a serpent at all, but rather a rare and enigmatic material. Subsequently, he encountered solid fragments of the same substance, which were equally fragrant as he consumed them. Why is there a celestial body, and were they truly standing beneath the starry sky? Chu Feng paid no heed, as he and a lone ox tirelessly captured peculiar substances. Upon emerging from the stone cave into the outside world, Chu Feng felt as though he had traversed into another realm. Where exactly had he just been? Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the low hills shook, beginning to crack. The yellow ox let out a mighty roar, galloping downwards in a frenzied escape. Chu Feng, feeling a sense of fullness within, struggled to run. Grasping the two golden horns of the calf, he plopped down upon its back. As they distanced themselves, the hill slowly disintegrated, culminating in a thunderous crash that scattered dust into the air. Yet, amidst this chaos, white mist surged forth, billowing into the heavens, dense and unyielding. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the mist finally dispersed, returning to the vast expanse of the earth. The yellow ox, having forgotten any grievances with Chu Feng, hunched its neck and waited patiently until the smoke cleared, cautiously approaching thereafter. Chu Feng too arrived at the scene. All that remained were dirt and stones, completely collapsed. As for the stone cave, that so-called folded space, it could no longer be found. How could such a place exist, connected to a celestial body? Chu Feng was filled with bewilderment. He too felt an extraordinary vitality coursing through him, and during this process, he broke into a profuse sweat, his consciousness foggy. After an unknown duration, he finally regained his senses. Upon reflection, he noticed his heartbeat was remarkably vigorous, thumping like a drum. As he attentively sensed within, he was astonished to hear his internal organs resonating like a drumbeat. Chu Feng stood in a daze. Suddenly, he realized that his vision had remarkably sharpened. He could clearly see a wildcat on a distant peak, an impossibility in the past. Chu Feng was taken aback, feeling an overwhelming stench emanating from himself. Drenched in sweat and sticky with grime. Simultaneously, an insatiable hunger gnawed at him, so intense that he felt capable of devouring an entire cow. His gaze fixated on a yellow bull, which had also awakened and was now staring back at him with glowing green eyes, baring its teeth as if to devour him whole. In a hurry, Chu Feng rushed to take a shower, then laid a variety of food upon the table, beginning to eat voraciously. On the other side, the yellow bull mirrored his actions, consuming grass and fruit until nothing remained, eventually attempting to pilfer Chu Feng's food, including steaks. For reasons unknown, Chu Feng felt an insatiable hunger. This single meal felt equivalent to 10 past meals, yet the terrifying hunger persisted. However, he dared not eat further, fearing it might ruin his appetite, and could only watch helplessly as the yellow bull devoured everything in sight. "I am so hungry," he exclaimed, a hint of fear creeping in. He stepped outside to seek the counsel of an elderly doctor in the town, worried about the potential for unforeseen health issues. "Why are you so abnormal?" Dr. Wong, his hair flecked with gray, kind-eyed yet visibly astonished, scrutinized Chu Feng with a furrowed brow. Startled, Chu Feng inquired, Have I encountered a serious problem? No, Dr. Wang replied. You are far healthier than the average person. Some of your life metrics are 10 times that of an ordinary individual. He conducted a comprehensive examination of Chu Feng using various diagnostic instruments. Chu Feng was left in a state of disbelief at such a revelation. But I am incredibly hungry, he articulated, clarifying his dilemma. Are you feeling bloated? Dr. Wang inquired. Not at all. Your digestive and absorption capabilities surpass those of an ordinary person by a factor of 10. Food transforms into the substances you require in the briefest of moments. Feel free to eat as much as you wish. There should be no issue. Although Dr. Wang had never encountered a patient like this, he boldly offered such advice. Please keep this confidential. Chu Feng insisted fervently before departing, unwilling for the information to leak. Dr. Wang nodded seriously and informed Chu Feng that he could return at any time should any issues arise. In truth, he was quite intrigued and wished to monitor and observe how Chu Feng would ultimately evolve. While enjoying his meal, he logged on to his communicator to peruse various reports. To his astonishment, he discovered that certain regions had witnessed ominous fog and the collapse of several mountains, with vital energies surging like an ocean. Was this not reminiscent of the situation at the low hills? Yet he wondered if anyone had inadvertently wandered into a folded space. Tell me, is this not one of the opportunities you have been waiting for since arriving in our world? Chu Feng asked. The yellow cow initially nodded, then shook his head. After some effort, Chu Feng understood. To the yellow cow, this was not a matter of great significance, but merely a favorable opportunity. Chu Feng was quite astonished. Considering that some of his life metrics had already surpassed those of ordinary individuals tenfold, a result of these recent developments. Moreover, this transformation was still progressing gradually. Chapter 20. The Sanctification of the Flesh. At long last, Chu Feng felt satiated, enveloped in a sense of profound contentment. His body warm and relaxed as he reclined in his chair, reluctant to move. He now feels both physically and mentally at ease. The hunger he experienced not long ago seemed utterly terrifying, and upon emerging from that state, he surprisingly felt a sense of happiness. The table was strewn with plates, all impeccably clean and completely emptied. Chu Feng found himself momentarily dazed, pondering just how much he had consumed. Had he truly become a glutton? Not far away. The yellow bull lay with a round belly, soundly asleep. Suddenly, its stomach growled, waking it from slumber. Startled, Chu Feng wondered if his days would be spent solely in a cycle of eating and sleeping. Would he not become akin to a pig? The yellow bull, already awake, began to roam about, scavenging whatever fruits and delicacies remained in the cold storage. Unsatisfied, it approached Chu Feng, demanding more. What's the rush? I'll prepare some beef for you shortly. Chu Feng replied with mild irritation, retrieving a large chunk of meat from the freezer and heading into the kitchen. The yellow bull's eyes widened in anticipation, and it grew anxious, its golden horns shimmering as it snorted, exuding a puff of white smoke. As if ready to contest him for the food. Go away, don't cause a ruckus. This is pork chop, Chu Feng admitted sheepishly. In the end, the yellow bull devoured an ample portion of pork chop, relishing the taste and snorting in satisfaction. As for Chu Feng, he resolutely prepared a pot of beef, solemnly informing the yellow bull that it was goat meat, which had a rather gamey flavor and was not suitable for its palate. The yellow bull regarded him with skepticism, frequently glancing at the pot, its mouth opening a few times as if contemplating whether to sample it or voice an objection, yet ultimately refraining from approaching the pot. This stubborn creature, with its keen sense of smell, would surely complicate matters when he craved beef in the future, Chu Feng mused to himself. Meanwhile, he inwardly lamented the absurdity of a cow having a penchant for meat. What brought him a modicum of reassurance was that this meal was considerably less substantial than the previous day's daunting feast. Stepping into the courtyard, he grasped the heavy stone table with one hand, effortlessly lifting it above his head, finding it surprisingly easy. Chu Feng was curious to gauge the extent of his newfound strength. His gaze fell upon a large ornamental stone in the yard, which was quite weighty, having required considerable effort from several individuals to transport it here, weighing approximately 600 to 700 pounds. Its size made it challenging to handle. Yet Chu Feng embraced it firmly and then, with a mighty heave, lifted the brown boulder off the ground. With a resounding thud, he set it down, causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath him. In a state of astonishment, Chu Feng realized the astonishing power of his arms, capable of hoisting such a hefty stone, a feat worthy of awe. If witnessed by others, it would likely induce sheer shock. His strength was undoubtedly more than tenfold that of an average person, he mused softly. Subsequently, Chu Feng retrieved a timer and ventured outside, intending to measure his speed. Upon dashing forward with a whoosh, he was immediately enveloped by the rushing wind, the trees flanking him blurring past in rapid retreat. To cover 100 meters in just 3 seconds? Chu Feng was left speechless. Though his speed had not quite reached 10 times that of an ordinary person, it was nonetheless astonishing, far surpassing any recorded human speed limits, leaving him in disbelief for an extended period. Following this, he engaged in various tests, assessing his vision, resilience to impact, neural reflexes, and hearing, albeit in a rudimentary manner rather than with precision. All these attributes had seen a dramatic enhancement, varying from several times to tenfold increases. With a mixture of astonishment and delight, Chu Feng felt a subtle radiance emanating from his body, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. There lingered a faint, ethereal fragrance about him, reminiscent of the venerable Taoist sages and eminent monks chronicled in ancient texts, whose corporeal forms became translucent in their twilight years, exuding a delicate aroma, and whose remains remained uncorrupted post-mortem, a veritable enigma. In the ensuing 2 days, Chu Feng chose to remain indoors, quietly reflecting upon his metamorphosis, while diligently practicing a unique breathing technique each morning and evening. Meanwhile, the yellow bull displayed an air of lethargy, seemingly wishing to sleep the day away. However, as time progressed, it gradually returned to its usual self, once again expressing interest in meddling with Chu Feng's communication device. Bull Demon King, I warn you. Do not tamper with my communicator, or I shall take immediate action, Chu Feng declared. Moo, retorted the yellow bull defiantly. I have matters to attend to and no time to play games with you, Chu Feng replied, intending to consult with Dr. Wang regarding his health. Upon hearing this, the yellow bull appeared quite pleased, yet it soon adopted a wary demeanor, retreating a couple of steps and fixing Chu Feng with a wide-eyed stare. Foolish bull, what is that look supposed to mean? Do not presume to judge my magnanimity with your duplicitous heart. No, your bovine heart, Chu Feng remarked, glancing at it. Moo. The yellow bull scoffed in disdain. The yellow bull opened its mouth, laughing mockingly, as if to say, so you've revealed your true self, have you? Chu Feng remained remarkably composed, displaying no embarrassment as he stated, the communicator is a treasured artifact. Possessing it grants one insight into the significant events unfolding across the world. Do consider this. With that, he pushed the door open and departed. In recent days, the air in Qingyang town has seemed exceptionally fresh. Taking a deep breath invigorates the spirit. Chu Feng, lost in thought, wonders if this is a result of the changes in the world around them. Faintly, he can see various hues of mist emanating from distant mountains, enhancing the freshness of the region. To his surprise, a considerable crowd has gathered before Dr. Wang's clinic, with Chu Feng standing at the end of the line, waiting for his turn for quite some time. Have so many people fallen ill? He inquires. Upon recognizing him, Dr. Wang beams and gestures for him to enter the inner courtyard, clearly wishing to shield Chu Feng's uniqueness from the onlookers. You are mistaken. These individuals did have some ailments in the past, yet in the last couple of days, their chronic illnesses have begun to fade, and their health is improving, Dr. Wang explains. Chu Feng, taken aback, contemplates this revelation, a hint of intrigue flickering across his face. Is this related to the changes in nature? He speculates. Indeed, Dr. Wang affirms, sharing his astonishment. Those distant peaks release mist that seems to contain special substances, highly beneficial to one's health. Many people with chronic conditions have gradually shown signs of recovery in recent days. Most of those who have come today merely seek confirmation of their newfound vitality. Although the world has undergone drastic changes, leading to widespread panic, it appears the situation is not as dire as one might have imagined, he reflects. In these past few days, ordinary individuals have reported a remarkable surge in energy, a transformation that fills them with immense joy. Chu Feng gazes into the distance, aware that those primordial mountains harbor fierce beasts and ominous creatures. Should they emerge, the current tranquility would surely be disrupted. For instance, the toad that Zhou Quan observed was as large as a stone mill, capable of pursuing various ferocious beasts and even tackling elephants for sustenance. Dr. Wang meticulously examined Chu Feng and patiently conducted multiple physical fitness tests. Ultimately, he was astounded to ascertain that Chu Feng's physique had indeed improved. This time, Chu Feng completed the 100-meter dash in a mere 2.5 seconds, which genuinely startled the elderly gentleman. His strength had reached 12 times that of an ordinary person. And his senses, hearing, neural reflexes, and vision, were even more astonishing than before. This was simply inconceivable. Could he continue to enhance further? Dr. Wang muttered to himself, slightly lost in thought. Even so, it resembled a myth. Dr. Wang struggled to regain his composure, and suddenly, he caught a whiff of a faint, delicate fragrance. "Is this emanating from you?" he inquired, uncertainty etched upon his features. Chu Feng nodded. Upon confirming that the scent was naturally exuded from Chu Feng's body, Dr. Wang's expression froze, nearly petrified. He found it hard to believe, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. "How is this possible?" he stammered, dumbfounded as he stared at Chu Feng, rendered speechless for quite some time. "Is there a problem?" Chu Feng asked. "No problem at all. In ancient times, this would undoubtedly be a significant matter. Some venerable Taoists or enlightened monks, having lived beyond a century, might emit such a fragrance. Coupled with this level of strength and speed, there exists a notion in ancient lore known as the sanctification of the physical body." "Is there such a notion?" Chu Feng was taken aback. He stood in a daze, truly astonished. "Some ancient records, though seemingly mystical, cannot be entirely dismissed. Some possess a measure of credibility," remarked Dr. Wang, who, despite his mastery of Western medicine, is firmly rooted in traditional Chinese medicine. His profound studies of ancient medical texts, including certain alchemical formulas and scriptures from Taoism and Buddhism, have endowed him with considerable insight. He mused that the limits of the human body can indeed be transcended, citing the very existence of individuals like you as a testament. Dr. Wang expressed his astonishment, asserting that individuals from antiquity must have achieved similar feats. For instance, the act of Shakyamuni tossing an elephant, while it may sound fantastical, suggests that with sufficient physical prowess, such an accomplishment is conceivable. According to his perspective, the Buddha was merely human, yet possessed extraordinary strength, enabling him to perform such a remarkable act. The legends of Shakyamuni tossing elephants and Taoists moving mountains exemplify the sanctification of the physical form. These individuals, even after death, remain uncorrupted and exude a fragrant aroma. As Dr. Wang grew more animated, it became evident that his fascination with these ancient texts was profound, particularly as he observed a living example in Chu Feng, which left him unable to contain his excitement. "While you may not yet be capable of tossing elephants, you have illuminated the possibility of surpassing human limitations." Dr. Wang was eager to dissect and study Chu Feng in detail. In a hurry, Chu Feng rose to bid him farewell and hastily departed. On his way home, numerous thoughts flooded his mind. As he neared his doorstep, he heard the wind howling in the courtyard, accompanied by thunderous roars, creating a cacophony. What could be happening? He felt a twinge of concern, wondering if the bull demon king had stirred up trouble once more. As Chu Feng stepped into the courtyard, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Before him stood a yellow cow, its hind legs firmly planted on the ground while its forelegs danced in an astonishing display. It was practicing martial arts. The gusty winds and rumbling thunder emanated from its very being. Was this a form of combat? A cow, proficient in martial arts. Chapter 21. The mighty bull demon fist Chu Feng stood there like a statue, his eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the yellow cow performing its punches in the courtyard. This creature was nothing short of extraordinary. With its hind legs grounded, the yellow cow exhibited both stability and grace. When it shifted its stance, it moved with a swiftness that was simultaneously elegant and powerful. This was no ordinary bovine. Chu Feng watched in awe, utterly astonished. The yellow cow cast a fleeting glance in his direction but continued its display, exuding an air of pride and an indescribable arrogance. The intensity of its punches escalated, becoming increasingly formidable. With a physique both agile and robust, it struck like a great rock swooping down to seize its prey. The force of its punches stirring the air with an indomitable majesty. In another moment, it resembled a voracious beast, ferocious and unmatched. Its thunderous strikes resonating with an ear-splitting roar, an aura of menace pervading the atmosphere. Chu Feng was taken aback. The martial prowess of this yellow cow was rather daunting. Even without prior experience, he could sense its remarkable strength. Abruptly, it ceased its punches, disregarding him entirely, a rather pragmatic approach. Chu Feng pondered, bewildered by the sudden halt. He had yet to fully absorb the magnificence of the earlier performance. Initially, he was somewhat dazed, unsure why the cow had stopped, but upon closer inspection, he noticed the sly glances it cast in his direction, as if confirming something. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The creature was indeed fixated on the communicator. With its ears perked up, the yellow cow listened intently to his words, and then it broke into a wide, silent grin, not one of mockery, but rather one of genuine delight. Inwardly deriding the situation, Chu Feng thought the stubborn fellow was quite the realist. Meanwhile, the man, feigning seriousness, waved his fists once more, gesturing theatrically, before exhaling a puff of white breath, signaling the end of his performance, as if to provide himself a graceful exit. Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words. Was it really necessary to force a conclusion when the spar had already ceased? However, observing the man's seemingly composed demeanor, he chose to feign ignorance. "Moo," the man called out, noticing Chu Feng standing idly, and unexpectedly urged him to move. Without uttering a word, Chu Feng turned on his heel and made his way to a second-hand shop half a mile away. Upon entering, he called out, "Uncle Lu, sell me your oldest and cheapest communicator." "I'm doing well," Lu replied, puzzled. "But why do you want an antiquated communicator? Don't the youth prefer the latest models these days?" "I have my reasons," Chu Feng insisted. "However, it matters not if its functions are outdated. Its appearance must be pristine. Although this is a second-hand shop, few people desire old communicators, so I hardly have any in stock," Lu explained. After rummaging through his wares, he finally unearthed a few units. These items rarely sold, except for the occasional nostalgic buyer seeking to collect them, rendering them almost devoid of value. Chu Feng's gaze settled upon a large communicator that appeared remarkably new, its silver surface gleaming with luster, apart from the screen. "This one, I must say," shouted Chu, "while this device looks pristine, its functionality is notably inferior to the others." Lu cautioned, "That's of no concern. Its new appearance is sufficient." Chu Feng decisively declared, opting for it. Lu, somewhat bemused, chose not to press the matter further. At last, upon seeing that Chu Feng intended to offer payment, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "Forget it. This worthless item is merely taking up space here. Consider it a gift." "Very well, Lu Bo. Next time I shall bring you a fine bottle of wine," Chu Feng replied, maintaining an air of familiarity. As he prepared to depart, Lu Bo broached the subject once more. He was momentarily taken aback. Who could be seeking him? If it were classmates or friends, they would surely have reached out to him beforehand. The group of young individuals appeared quite extraordinary, especially a certain young lady who was remarkably beautiful. Lu Bo elaborated on what he had observed, leaving Chu Feng in a state of perplexity as he departed, unable to deduce who might have come looking for him. Suddenly, the yellow bull charged forward, landing on its hind legs, and with a swift motion, it seized the communicator with its front hooves, cradling it in its embrace. It glanced at its gleaming new silver communicator, and then at the one Chu Feng was using, and with an air of disdain, it broke into a mocking grin. Ignoring Chu Feng, it placed the communicator upon the stone table and began to prod it fervently with its front hooves, which shimmered with a faint golden hue. Ultimately, it grew furious due to its failure to activate. It turned to Chu Feng, nostrils billowing white smoke, expressing its incredulity. "It hasn't been charged," Chu Feng replied calmly, remaining silent as the bull continued its frantic poking until he finally spoke in a languid manner. "Moo." The yellow bull cautiously lifted the brand-new, high-end communicator and, with utmost care, presented it to Chu Feng, indicating he should charge it. When it observed Chu Feng nonchalantly tossing the silver communicator onto the desk and carelessly plugging in a power cord, its eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. The expression was clear. Be cautious, don't damage my premium item. Simultaneously, it couldn't resist casting another scornful glance at Chu Feng's device. During the charging process, the cattle began to prod about indiscriminately. However, in the end, it found itself somewhat conflicted. After all, with a language barrier and illiteracy, its keen interest was thwarted by numerous obstacles. When it approached with a series of grunts, Chu Feng spent considerable time deciphering its intentions. What do you want? To place my contacts into your communicator? The farther you go from me, the better. The memory of the last incident ignited Chu Feng's irritation. The cattle was fascinated by the idea of communicating over vast distances. Yet how could Chu Feng acquiesce to such a wish? Unable to fulfill this desire, it implored Chu Feng to teach it how to comprehend those video reports. If you could read, everything would be simple. Communication, watching videos, browsing textual reports. None would pose a challenge. Chu Feng gently guided the conversation, a strategy he had meticulously planned from the outset. Indeed, the cattle nodded. It had come to this realm with purpose. If it could decipher the written language of this world and wield a communicator, life would become significantly more convenient. You teach me martial arts, and I shall teach you to read. Chu Feng smiled amiably. The cattle stared at him, uttering a few low moos, as if to say, you have ulterior motives. In summary, this arrangement benefits you as well. The world is on the brink of unrest. I seek merely to ensure my survival. So I may assist you in finding that peculiar little tree in Kunlun, Chu Feng declared. The cattle extended a foreleg, pointed at him, and after a long gaze, finally nodded in agreement, signifying a mutual compromise. For 3 consecutive days, Chu Feng practiced his martial arts, yet the first stance proved arduous, requiring an immense force with each strike. He had previously trained in Sanda and possessed remarkable skills. However, the martial art he is currently learning is entirely different. With each strike, one can sense a peculiar energy enveloping his fists, particularly when Huang Yo encourages him to practice his punches while attempting a specific breathing technique. The experience becomes even more extraordinary, occasionally producing a sound akin to a muffled thunderclap. Chu Feng is both delighted and entranced. Over the past few days, Huang Yo has learned quite a few characters and displays considerable intelligence. This is precisely why Chu Feng hesitates to teach more, justifying it as a need for consolidation. Fearing that once Huang Yo masters the skills, he might abandon his lessons in martial arts. During these 3 days, in the county town, Fatty Zhou has been driven nearly to madness. The only contact in Huang Yo's communicator is Zhou Quan, a number that Chu Feng had input for him. For 3 consecutive days, whenever Huang Yo recalls this contact, he calls out to Fatty. Sometimes it's at noon, other times in the dead of night, or even at the crack of dawn. Whenever Huang Yo finds himself idle, he will jab at the device, bleating to Fatty. Oh, the Bull Demon King. I shall surely slay you one day. It's one thing to disturb me in the dead of night, but now this. The dawn is approaching, and I have just fallen asleep. I cannot endure this any longer. Zhou Quan is on the brink of insanity, relentlessly harassed by Huang Yo. I warn you. If you continue to pester me, I shall truly cook you alive. Zhou Quan exclaims, exasperated. Yet, Huang Yo remains undeterred. He finds great amusement in Fatty's furious reactions, which has become a source of wicked delight for him. Thus, Zhou Quan's warnings fall on deaf ears. Chu Feng, this is your doing, Bull Demon King. I wish to devour you alive. Zhou Quan laments, on the verge of tears. On the 4th day, Huang Yo had learned a considerable number of characters. At Chu Feng's behest, he inscribed the name of a martial art. Although the characters were somewhat crooked, they remained legible. Great Strength Bull Demon Fist. Chu Feng read it aloud. Huang Yo, with pride emanating from his demeanor, held his head high and nostrils flared, exuding a sense of accomplishment as if to proclaim the greatness of this martial art. That name is utterly mundane, remarked Chu Feng. M.O. Huang Yo roared in fury, his voice reverberating through the room and causing it to tremble. You guard the home. I shall step out for a while. With that, Chu Feng slipped out of the house, heading to old Zhao's place to retrieve the crossbow arrows, which, by now, should have been polished. The weapon workshop of Old Zhao was bustling with patrons, as various regions were experiencing strange occurrences, prompting many to seek personal protection through weaponry. Little Chu, you've arrived. I had prepared this for you long ago. Had you delayed any longer, I would have sent it over. Old Zhao, a tall man with a head of stiff, short hair and a booming voice, laughed heartily. Thank you, Old Zhao, Chu Feng replied, smiling as he lifted the heavy bundle. As he walked along, passing by a second-hand shop, Lu Bo greeted him, saying, Little Chu, that young man from last time has returned, though he has brought fewer companions. Having gone to your place, Chu Feng was taken aback. Who could it be? Given the current disruptions and frequent phenomena, who would dare to travel far? His mind was filled with questions. Chapter 22. A trust bestowed. The streets were tranquil. In recent days, the townsfolk seemed to have overcome their inner turmoil. No longer gripped by panic or fear, and the sounds of weeping from women and children had diminished. Chu Feng walked along the cobblestone path towards his residence. Situated at the easternmost edge of the town, adjacent to sprawling orchards, a place of serene solitude. Would the yellow cattle provoke trouble? He felt a twinge of concern. This creature was anything but docile. Despite his prior admonitions to hide away should anyone approach, he doubted this beast would heed such counsel. Its striking golden hue, with horns resembling those cast from pure gold, would draw the attention of anyone who laid eyes upon it, rendering it conspicuously abnormal. The courtyard was eerily quiet, devoid of any sounds of cattle or human voices, which allowed Chu Feng to exhale with slight relief. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed the absence of any individuals, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. Wasn't someone seeking him? It seemed rather unusual for them to depart so swiftly. Chu Feng had long harbored curiosity regarding who would venture into this perilous landscape, where roads between cities had been severed and anomalies were rampant, to seek him out. This time, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip by. He must uncover the truth. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the balcony of the study on the second floor, a young man with a subtle smile, surveying him from above. Chu Feng felt a flicker of displeasure. He had never encountered this individual before. The audacity of a stranger intruding upon his study, indifferent to the presence of the host, struck him as exceedingly rude. Particularly unsettling was the man's calm demeanor as he stood there silently, gazing at Chu Feng with an air of nonchalance, as if he were the rightful owner of the place. Who are you? Chu Feng inquired. Was this one of the young men Lu Bo had mentioned? Yet, he was at a loss to identify him. The young man, named Zhuojun, possessed an average build, sun-kissed skin, and a shock of unruly short hair. His eyes sparkled with intensity. He was not conventionally handsome, yet exuded a distinctive charisma, imbued with a somewhat formidable aura. Zhuojun appeared far from ordinary, reminiscent of a soldier accustomed to navigating the wilderness. However, it is merely a semblance. It should not be so. He exudes an aura of sharpness, an air of arrogance. Unmistakably not the type to heed commands. I do not know you. Chu Feng fixated on him. Do you not recognize me now? Zhuojun replied, calm and composed, surveying Chu Feng with a scrutinizing gaze, appraising him from head to toe. Chu Feng felt a surge of disdain. This was his home. And yet this man had the audacity to take charge, seemingly indifferent to his feelings, and rather imposing. If you have no business here, please leave. I do not know you, Chu Feng declared, dismissing him. You think I would willingly come to this wretched place? I am merely here at someone else's behest to see how you are faring, Zhuojun stated. At whose request? Zhuojun did not respond, circling around Chu Feng, unabashedly assessing him. From their first encounter, he had been observing. Now it had escalated further. He concluded, aside from being slightly handsome, there was nothing remarkable about him. Presumptuous. Chu Feng's irritation deepened. It was their first meeting, and they were strangers to one another. What could he possibly know? Yet this individual had the audacity to form such a judgment? Do not take offense. I merely speak the truth. To say you are unremarkable is to spare your dignity. Zhuojun spoke bluntly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Chu Feng, asserting, a person like you can only be deemed ordinary. The world has changed. And unless some unforeseen circumstance arises, you shall inevitably descend to the lower ranks. Are you unwell? Chu Feng was utterly repulsed. This man spoke as if from a lofty perch, lecturing him on life. Leave my presence at once. Chu Feng gestured toward the courtyard entrance. Leave? Zhuo Jun's gaze was piercing, akin to a blade, accentuated by his wheat-colored skin and short, rigid hair, which unmistakably marked him as a formidable individual. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? He scoffed, shaking his head as if the notion were utterly ludicrous. Do you consider yourself exceptional? What gives you the audacity to come to my home and flaunt your authority? Chu Feng endeavored to restrain himself, wishing to avoid confrontation with this man, merely seeking to expel him from his presence. Do you think I am idle? The Tying Mountains stand as a magnificent range, one of the most renowned in the world. And now, treasure abounds. My time is precious. Had it not been for someone's considerable influence, which allowed us to traverse this area, I would not have come here. Zhuo Jun snorted dismissively. You may leave. I have no need for your assistance. Chu Feng frowned, observing Zhuo Jun. Such assistance was unwelcome and thoroughly irksome. He chose to ignore him and ascended the stairs to his study, where some papers remained from his efforts to teach the yellow cattle to recognize characters. A room Zhuo Jun had previously entered. Zhuo Jun let out a derisive laugh, stating, You still fail to comprehend the nature of this era. It is understandable. For someone of your lowly status, such realities are beyond reach, always lagging behind, oblivious to the vast chasm that separates us. He followed Chu Feng into the study with an air of nonchalance. Leave me be. Chu Feng could no longer tolerate him and shouted in frustration. Foolishness. Zhuo Jun's expression turned frigid. You know nothing at all. Then, with a tone laced with disdain, he added, Your past fortune was merely a stroke of luck in meeting that individual. Now, as nostalgia wanes, who knows what the future holds? What is the distance between the divine and the beggar? In the hazy and bewildering period of our existence, there was but a fleeting intersection with you. And that is where it ends. The chasm that will emerge from now on shall be insurmountable. Chu Feng gazed at him with a calm demeanor and said, Are you finished? Depart. Do not shout at me. You still fail to comprehend the insurmountable chasm that separates mortals from beings like myself. You are in no position to offend me. Zhuo Jun spoke coldly. He then turned to Chu Feng and said, Now gather your belongings and accompany me to the county town. Suppressing his anger, Chu Feng gradually calmed and inquired, Why must we go there? He restrained himself, eager to grasp the situation. The Taihang Mountains are rich in treasures. I, along with a few others, have come to the Taihang Mountains to oversee this area. Now, establishing ourselves in the county town will ensure your survival. After all, I have a responsibility to fulfill, is what Jun replied matter-of-factly. Is there a group of people near the Taihang Mountains? Chu Feng's eyes narrowed with keen interest. I am quite well here. I do not wish to go to the county town. He rejected the proposal and further questioned, What sort of individuals are you? Though he had his suspicions, he sought confirmation. You, a mere mortal, need not concern yourself with such matters. Our world is beyond your reach. Be content to live your ordinary life. And come with me shortly, is what Jun said with disdain, having lost his patience. You may leave now. I will not accompany you. Chu Feng asserted as he exited the study. You truly do not recognize your own worth, nor do you appreciate the gravity of your situation. Do you still entertain the notion that others will come to fetch you? If so, that only reflects your foolishness, Zhuo Jun remarked. As he passed by Chu Feng's bedroom, Zhuo Jun inadvertently caught a glimpse of a black short sword. He immediately halted his steps and approached with purpose. Do not move. Chu Feng reacted swiftly, following closely behind and seizing the sword in his grasp. This blade, ancient and extraordinary, must have been acquired by chance, he remarked. Hand it over. Let me see. Zhuo Jun's voice was low yet commanding, exuding an undeniable authority. The black short sword, measuring over a foot in length, had been obtained by Chu Feng outside the train, where a mysterious ancient figure had met an untimely death, suspended from a massive vine. Additionally, a satellite hung from the same tendril, leaving him profoundly unsettled at the time. This belongs to me. It is of no concern to you. Chu Feng firmly rejected. The craftsmanship of the sword is commendable and infused with an ancient essence. It is no ordinary artifact. Here's the deal. You may gift it to me as a token of our meeting, and in return, I shall extend my protection to you in the future. Otherwise, It would be a travesty for such a treasure to remain in the hands of a mere mortal, an exquisite pearl cast before swine. Zhuojun's words were rather brusque, devoid of any regard, exuding an air of self-importance that rendered his remarks particularly jarring. Chu Feng regarded him with icy disdain, choosing silence over a response. Zhuojun, ostensibly acting on behalf of another, had come to oversee the situation, yet his audacity in attempting to seize the black short sword was utterly detestable. "Give it to me," Zhuojun commanded, his tone laced with authority. Chu Feng ignored him, his expression steely. Without hesitation, Zhuojun reached out to take the sword himself. Having recognized its potential as an extraordinary weapon, there was no way he would allow it to remain in the possession of a mere mortal. Thud. At this moment, Chu Feng relinquished all restraint, no longer willing to endure. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck Zhao Jun in the abdomen, bending his body like a shrimp, sending him hurtling through the air with a tremendous sound. Zhao Jun's face was etched with agony, pale and shocked, unable to believe that he had been injured by a mere mortal whom he deemed inferior. Chu Feng possessed extraordinary strength, a magnitude 12 times that of an average person. His physique slightly radiant, exuding a fragrant aroma, akin to a saintly form in ancient times. The force behind that punch was immense. Zhao Jun's visage twisted in pain, feeling as though his abdomen had split open, his insides akin to being severed. The blow propelled him backward, crashing against the bedroom wall with a thud, causing a slight tremor. With such immense power, any ordinary person would have experienced catastrophic internal damage, akin to being struck by a boulder, leaving them unable to rise. Zhao Jun fell to the ground, curled like a shrimp, yet his resilience shone through as he endured the excruciating pain. Pushing himself up with his hands to mount a counterattack, Chu Feng's expression shifted. The force of his punch had been colossal, and with just a bit more effort, he could have pierced through flesh, an act of fatality. Yet, astonishingly, Zhao Jun had withstood it and still sought to retaliate. Chu Feng was a decisive individual. He stepped forward with incredible speed, covering a distance of 100 meters in a mere 2.5 seconds, arriving before Zhao Jun in the blink of an eye. Before Zhao Jun could fully rise, Chu Feng delivered a crushing kick. The impact resonated with a deafening sound as Zhao Jun's back absorbed the blow, eliciting a muffled groan from him, his expression contorted in pain, revealing a hint of savagery. He collapsed directly onto the ground, unable to rise. Consumed by rage and humiliation, he could hardly fathom how a mere mortal could possess such immense strength. Previously, he had regarded Chu Feng with disdain, but now he found himself injured and struggling to catch his breath. "You seek death," he roared, his body swelling as the bones within his flesh crackled ominously, as if his form were on the verge of expanding. Chu Feng, wishing to spare his bedroom from damage, seized him and unceremoniously hurled him from the balcony into the courtyard. "Chu Feng, you have successfully provoked me. You shall wish for death," Zhuojun proclaimed, his voice chilling as he plummeted toward the yard. However, he underestimated Chu Feng's speed as he leapt from the second-floor balcony. Chu Feng delivered a decisive kick that struck his back. Thud. The ground trembled slightly as they both landed, a testament to the extraordinary force exerted. Zhuojun lay flat on the ground, effectively crushed beneath Chu Feng's descent, and the impact left his bones feeling as if they had shattered, with the most brutal blow landing on his lower back. Gasping, he could not suppress the blood that surged forth, staining the earth, a grievous injury indeed. Chu Feng was astonished. He had held back, fearing for the other's life, yet it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Even with such a heavy hand, the opponent had not met his demise. Boom. Standing atop Zhuojun, Chu Feng stomped down with incredible force, realizing he had been overly cautious. The other could withstand his mightier blows. Zhuojun let out a muffled groan, his body convulsing while simultaneously undergoing a dramatic transformation, bracing himself against the onslaught. Even so, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if his back had exploded, leaving behind bruised imprints, while blood continuously trickled from the corners of his mouth. With a thunderous roar, Zhuojun turned and finally broke free from Chu Feng, leaping directly upwards, causing the ground to tremble beneath him with a seismic force. Chu Feng inhaled sharply. Was this still a human? How could such a transformation occur in such a brief span of time? At that moment, Zhuojun's physique underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, his height soaring from over 1.7 meters to approximately 2.8 meters. His clothing was tattered, reduced to mere strips clinging to his form. His exposed body, a dusty yellow, was enveloped in a hazy golden mist. This physique was remarkably robust, muscles bulging with explosive power. How could a mere mortal undergo such a drastic change in so short a time? His weight had now surpassed 500 or 600 pounds. His sinewy frame resembling a coiled dragon, radiating a lustrous sheen, exuding virility and strength, creating an immense visual impact. Clearly, he possessed unimaginable explosive force. In that fleeting moment, he had swelled with power. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Chu Feng found himself perplexed. With a resonant thud, as Zhuojun took a step, the ground quaked slightly, clearly showcasing his immense strength. With a resounding crash, despite his large stature, his speed was not to be underestimated. He leaped several meters in a single bound, closing the distance with alarming swiftness. His palm, as large as a fan, descended upon Chu Feng's head with devastating intent. If a typical person were struck by such a blow, their skull would likely shatter and be sent flying. Zhuojun was consumed by genuine fury, disregarding the consequences. Intent on trampling Chu Feng beneath him, the recent ordeal filled him with profound humiliation, and he yearned to unleash his pin-up rage and cleanse himself of this disgrace. With a mere 2.5 meters, Chu Feng covered 100-meter distance, showcasing an astonishing speed. He sidestepped, evading the colossal hand, and launched a punch towards Zhuojun's abdomen. Unfamiliar with the weight and force of his opponent's fist, he prioritized evasion over confrontation. Zhuojun, brimming with arrogance, did not flinch. He tightened his core, bracing to absorb the blow, while simultaneously reaching out with his massive hand to grasp Chu Feng, intent on seizing him. The impact resonated like a drum, a thunderous sound echoing in the air. Chu Feng felt a slight numbness in his fist, while Zhuojun staggered, taking several steps back, a flicker of pain crossing his face. He had not anticipated that, in this transformed state, he would still experience discomfort in his abdomen. How immense must that individual's strength be? It is worth noting that he currently existed in a peculiar state, almost mythological, in ancient times. He would be regarded as a pinnacle warrior within martial arts. Moreover, he was capable of further evolution, and it would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as a deity in the future. In fact, in these recent days, he had faced no defeat, having subdued ferocious tigers and vanquished monstrous beasts with his bare hands, leaving a trail of triumph in his wake. Now, a mere mortal, unaltered and in a normal state, had managed to withstand him and stand as an equal. How could this not astonish him? Zhuojun's pupils constricted, growing increasingly frigid. He could not allow this individual to live. Even if he faced repercussions afterward, he resolved to eliminate him. As he clenched his fist, a haze of yellow energy emanated from him, akin to the earthy tone of his physique, unleashing a tempestuous aura. Following his initial probing punch, Chu Feng was now convinced he could withstand Zhuojun's heavy strikes, possessing a level of fearlessness that was remarkable. With a low roar, Zhuojun seemed to swell in stature, his body surging as if it had grown half a foot, as he struck towards Chu Feng with formidable force, resembling an unstoppable conqueror. His massive physique, robust to an extreme degree, appeared almost as if he belonged to a different race entirely. Unfazed, Chu Feng met him head-on, unleashing his full power, a staggering 12 times that of an ordinary person, coupled with an astonishing speed that could shatter boulders with his fists. The sound of their clash resonated, boom, boom, boom. Not only did Chu Feng dare to trade blows with him, but he also deftly utilized his superhuman speed to dart to Zhuojun's flanks and rear, launching fierce attacks. At that moment, Chu Feng held nothing back. With a resounding thud, after multiple exchanges, he maneuvered behind Zhuojun and delivered a punch that sent the towering figure hurtling through the air, crashing down into the flower bed, where soil erupted around him, the impact monumental. Simultaneously, a misty haze enveloped Zhuojun's right arm, reminiscent of yellow earth, and in an instant, his right hand expanded significantly. With a thunderous crash, he lunged at Chu Feng, his right hand transforming into a pale golden hue, colossal in size, larger than a grinding wheel, outstripping his left hand by several times. As it descended, it cast a shadow over Chu Feng, an ominous spectacle as the earthy gas erupted, releasing a terrifying aura. Startled, Chu Feng swiftly evaded while devising a strategy. The boxing techniques imparted by the Yellow Ox were still unrefined, so he resorted to a unique breathing method to recalibrate his strength. In that fleeting moment, as Chu Feng swung his fist, he sensed a tremendous surge in his power, invigorated by the special breathing technique, compelling him to counterattack. With a resounding impact, the collision reverberated through the air. Blood splattered as Chu Feng's fist pierced through the palm as large as a grinding disc, a scene so astonishing that even he was momentarily taken aback. Before long, he returned to a normal height, the earthy yellow mist surrounding him dissipating, leaving him weak and collapsed on the ground, groaning in pain. Is this the power you wield over mortals? Hardly impressive. Chu Feng approached, gazing down at him. Left Jun felt a surge of fear. He realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. How could this individual possibly be an ordinary human? Though he displayed no signs of being extraordinary, he was undeniably formidable. His heart raced, terrified that Chu Feng might take his life. How many of you are there? What is your purpose for coming to the Taihang Mountains? Tell me everything you know, from beginning to end. Chu Feng spoke calmly. Although he had surmised part of the truth, many uncertainties lingered, and he sought to extract the answers directly from his adversary. Initially paralyzed by fear of death, Left Jun, when confronted with the moment of truth, steeled himself, refusing to utter a word. Without hesitation, Chu Feng struck hard, landing a powerful punch on his nose, a sensitive area where even a slight injury inflicts great pain, let alone such a forceful blow. The agony was excruciating. Left Jun's vision darkened, his nose tinged with pain, tears and blood mingling as he nearly lost consciousness. Yet he remained silent, tightly clenching his lips, biting down hard. At that moment, the yellow bull thief poked its head cautiously from a room, then ambled slowly toward them. Indeed, it had obediently stayed hidden within the room. However, Chu Feng suspected that this creature's compliance was merely for entertainment. When the time truly came for it to conceal itself, the prospect seemed bleak. Chu Feng, wishing to keep the scalper's identity concealed, landed 3 measured punches squarely on Zhuojun's nose and eyes, eliciting a pained cry and causing him to shut his eyes tightly. What a nuisance! A headache began to throb within him. This obstinate fellow refused to divulge any information, even at the cost of his own life. How to proceed? The thought of simply eliminating him felt burdensome. After all, he was a man of the modern age, unaccustomed to the act of taking a life, and he found himself grappling with an internal conflict. However, releasing him would undoubtedly invite significant trouble. Moreover, imprisoning him was not a foolproof solution. Zhuojun's companions would undoubtedly come searching for him, and others might also venture here. After all, someone had once instructed them to keep an eye on Chu Feng, and should they arrive to find Zhuojun imprisoned, it could lead to dire consequences. If only he could forget the events of this day, Chu Feng mused. Huangyo, upon hearing this, ambled over at a leisurely pace, unhurried, and inscribed 2 crooked characters on the ground. Simple. Do you have a solution? Chu Feng was taken aback. Huangyo raised its head, displaying an air of arrogance. Then let us resolve this quickly. Chu Feng exclaimed with joy, urging action. Huangyo sauntered up to Zhuojun, scrutinizing him briefly before suddenly stomping down with a resounding thud, delivering 2 heavy blows to Zhuojun's head. Be gentle, or you'll crack it open. Chu Feng gasped in alarm. Rushing to intervene, he was well aware of the immense strength of this creature and never expected it to trample Zhuojun. Zhuojun first let out a horrific scream before decisively losing consciousness, yet even in his unresponsive state, he continued to convulse, frothing at the mouth and shaking his head incessantly. What kind of solution is this? Chu Feng raised his doubts. The yellow bull sluggishly inscribed words on the ground, still crooked and disjointed. This time it was 3 characters, memory lost. You are truly ruthless. Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, this bull demon was no ordinary creature. With just a couple of thuds, it had rendered someone amnesiac. Chapter 24. The Path of Simplicity. Are you certain it is this simple? He harbored some skepticism. Such brute force, devoid of finesse, could it truly be effective? There was an underlying feeling that the yellow bull was unreliable. The bull remained remarkably composed, slowly scrawling a few rather unsightly characters, the path of simplicity. Chu Feng stood there, utterly dumbfounded, speechless, ultimately wishing to utter an expletive. With such a crude display, it was indeed simple, but could it truly be regarded as the essence of the path? My skull crushed beneath the mountain, I am perishing. On the ground, Jun was foaming at the mouth, babbling nonsensically. The impact of those two hooves had inflicted profound damage, leaving his thoughts in disarray. Even in his stupor, he cried out in pain, feeling as if his head had shattered. Would he be all right? Would there be lingering repercussions? If he failed to awaken, that would indeed pose a significant problem. Chu Feng felt a twinge of concern, for the yellow bull was neither gentle nor benign. He truly could not fathom the consequences of those two hooves. Just observing Jun in his current state was painful for Chu Feng. Although Jun had fainted, he lay convulsing on the ground, unable to cease his thrashing. Was this the legendary retribution that evil men faced from malevolent bulls? Chu Feng murmured to himself as he rummaged through Jun's belongings, searching for any peculiar items. The daggers and swords, forged from alloy, though remarkably exceptional, pale in comparison to the obsidian short sword. Additionally, there were various trifles, including food. Ultimately, Chu Feng retrieved a parchment made of beast hide from within his garments. It appeared quite recent and not at all antiquated. It is presumed that paper maps are prone to deterioration, while this leather variant offers greater durability, particularly for Jun, whose physique can instantaneously transform into a towering giant nearly 3 meters in height, surrounded by a haze of earthy yellow mist, making it easy for him to damage his belongings. The beast hide, treated with special care, was exceedingly supple and neatly folded when unfurled. It revealed an impressive expanse that covered a considerable area of ground. This was a segment of the terrain map of the Taihang Mountains, with annotations extending for hundreds of miles in the vicinity, providing an intricate depiction of the various peaks, some of which Chu Feng had never encountered before. Since Chu Feng resided in this area, he was well acquainted with the Taihang Mountains and surmised that the map had likely been drawn recently, encompassing the newly emerged colossal mountains. A smile of delight adorned his face. This map would prove immensely beneficial to him. As he examined it closely, he noticed distinctive markings on the beast hide. Certain regions were illustrated with black skulls, while inscriptions of harvesting adorned some of the mountains. Moreover, several mountainous areas were circled in red ink. Although the markings were few, they were striking enough to capture immediate attention, suggesting that those locations held peculiarities. Should he retain the beast hide map? After some contemplation, Chu Feng ultimately decided against it. Instead, he procured some paper and, using the beast hide map as a reference, swiftly sketched a copy. It was best to expedite the resolution of this matter. Chu Feng carried Jun and ventured into the adjacent orchard, located at the easternmost edge of the town, a seldom trodden path that afforded convenience. Given Chu Feng's current stamina and speed, bearing another person while sprinting was a trivial task. He dashed over 20 miles, traversing the woodland, and unceremoniously deposited Jun on a fractured stretch of asphalt. Jun remained unconscious, oblivious to his surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng noted that the road was flanked by wheat fields, far removed from the mountains, rendering the presence of wild beasts improbable. He turned to depart. The town was tranquil, as the populace had ceased their panic. In recent days, some youths had begun to seek an escape, armed with knives and other means of self-defense, attempting to advance toward the county city. They believed that the county, being more populous, might offer greater security. However, those who had successfully entered the county city soon found their perception altered, for looming near the county were two towering mountains, reaching skyward, uncomfortably close. Glimpses revealed fearsome creatures upon the colossal peaks, 2-meter-long silver centipedes, resembling white serpents, causing all creatures to flee in terror. There were also sightings of crimson raptors seizing tigers and leopards as prey, their blood-soaked remains a gruesome testament. Reports of spiders the size of houses weaving webs between the mountains emerged, their sudden silken strikes bringing down colossal birds from the sky, creating a scene of savage carnage. Many of these creatures had never before been witnessed, yet they now roamed the mountains outside the county city, instilling dread. Recently, a significant number of the county's inhabitants had begun to flee, fearing the day when those monsters might descend. As for the urban and provincial directions, it was rumored that conditions were no better, perhaps even more dire, as if the ancient era had returned, with boundless mountains and forests teeming with ferocious beasts. During this period, many pragmatic individuals, primarily from the older generation, began cultivating crops outside the town, aspiring to achieve self-sufficiency. With pre-existing fields and now an expansion of tenfold in area, even if some parts were forested, the scope for cultivation has significantly broadened. It is already deep autumn, however. The leaves have not turned yellow, and the flora remains vibrant and lush, as if early summer has returned. This creates a remarkable spectacle. For instance, to the east of Chu Feng's courtyard, certain fruit trees still bear bright red fruits, while others have begun to blossom anew. The mingling of fruity and floral fragrances fills the air, with some trees laden with bountiful harvests and others adorned with an abundance of petals, creating a stunning vista. Autumn holds a special significance for the inhabitants of this world. In the post-civilization era, the arrival of autumn mandates that everyone partakes in the harvest of crops. Subsequently, even when adverse conditions arose, life flourished once more. Gradually establishing a custom, autumn became extraordinarily meaningful, evolving into a grand holiday. Chu Feng glanced into the cold storage. The once towering piles of food were now dwindling, primarily due to the voracious appetite of the yellow cattle. Presently, the major markets have been stripped bare, and resources are scarce, prompting him to devise a plan. Chu Feng resolved to practice his boxing first, ensuring his safety while navigating the mountains. He sought to hunt for some wild game. As in this era where sustenance could become a significant challenge, nothing replenishes the body quite like meat. In the courtyard, he practiced his boxing vigorously, the movements exuding a fierce energy. His first technique, the bull demon style, was gradually taking shape, and he was nearing mastery, delivering powerful strikes that occasionally echoed like thunder. A mysterious force enveloped his fists, capable of unleashing terrifying strength. Bang! Chu Feng attempted to strike the large blue stone at the entrance of the courtyard with a single punch, shattering it into fragments. Is this truly the hand of a human? He stood in a daze, staring at the half-meter-high stone, now cracked and strewn across the ground. How terrifying was this imprint? As he pondered, he realized that this force was not the so-called inner strength found in novels. Rather, it resembled a delicate veil enveloping his fist. Simultaneously, he discerned that when combined with a peculiar breathing technique, the power would multiply, becoming even more formidable. Chu Feng faintly speculated that this breathing method must be extraordinary, remarkably mysterious to elevate an already exceptional martial prowess. No wonder the yellow ox practiced it diligently every morning and evening, even more so than its own kin's bull demon fist. As the golden sun ascended, casting its radiant glow, Jun felt a piercing pain in his head, gradually awakening. A slight shake of his head made it seem as though his brain might splatter out. Where am I? He swayed, rising to his feet, his complexion pale, eyes devoid of clarity, utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Glancing down at his tattered clothing, he wondered if he had endured a battle. Had he been ambushed upon arriving here? Doubt clouded his mind. Ultimately, he staggered towards Qingyang town, sneering to himself, "It's merely a mortal, even in my current state. I could easily crush him." Just as he regained his footing, he spotted the swaying figure of Jun, who was leaning against the courtyard door as he entered. Chu Feng was taken aback. Why had he come back? His first thought was that the yellow ox had proven unreliable, not allowing this fellow to forget. And now he had returned seeking vengeance. "Bull Demon King, what a fine mess you've created," Chu Feng exclaimed. "Merely a mortal. Do not bellow and create a ruckus before me," Left June declared with palpable disdain and impatience. His demeanor was markedly more forthright than the previous day, stripped of any pretense, and exceedingly impolite, for the throbbing pain in his head was rendering him irritable. Chu Feng, taken aback, remarked, "You truly are incorrigible." seemingly oblivious to past lessons. Are you? Do you know me? Left Jun regarded him with suspicion, though his expression soon darkened as he retorted, regardless. You must endure some hardship and torment. There are individuals beyond your reach, and even those who stand beside her can effortlessly crush you. Chu Feng's expression grew peculiar. He could ascertain that Left Jun had indeed lost his memory, yet he still retained recollections from even earlier days, such as the intention to come here and cause him trouble. This was quite the predicament, and he felt both amused and exasperated. His head throbbed painfully. What had transpired? Who had ambushed him on the way? Left Jun rubbed his forehead, bewildered and incensed, which only intensified his agitation. I feel as though I've been kicked by a mule. My head is pounding, he muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Indeed, you have been kicked by a mule. Left Jun, oblivious to the presence of the yellow bull, sneered and staggered forward, intending to strike Chu Feng. Bang! The yellow bull, moving languidly, pointed a hoof at the ground where the simple characters had yet to be erased. Then it ambled toward Left Jun, dazed and disoriented. He found it hard to believe that he had been sent flying by a mere mortal. At that moment, he beheld a small, golden-hued calf, its face twisted in derision, slowly approaching and mocking him. What is happening? Is this an illusion? It seems surreal to be scorned by a cow. Is this peculiar scene unfolding within a dream? Thud, thud, thud. Once again, the bovine brute acted with its usual bluntness, delivering 4 crushing blows to Zhuijun's head, 2 more than the previous encounter. With an air of sage-like superiority, it slowly turned, embodying the steadfastness of a mountain, and leisurely ambled away. Zhuijun stood there, his expression one of sheer astonishment, frozen in disbelief. Ultimately, he could only roll his eyes and gradually collapse, followed by convulsions, succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet again, this matter had been resolved in such a manner. Could it be deemed reliable this time? Chu Feng's concerns lingered. If Zhuijun were to be discarded once more, would he still seek retribution? The bovine had delivered 2 successive kicks, indicating that this time, with the additional 2 strikes, all would be well. After a prolonged silence, Chu Feng finally broke it, struggling to utter, Could you not employ a different approach? The bovine remained silent and composed, gesturing towards 4 characters inscribed on the ground, remnants from the day before, scrawled in an atrocious hand. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Just as Chu Feng was about to take a sip of water, he nearly choked, erupting in a spray. Chapter 25. Unprecedented prosperity. As Chu Feng circled Zhuijun, he could clearly observe the significant swelling of his head, the result of 6 brutal hoof strikes. Surely, he must have suffered total amnesia now? Why pursue further confrontation? Chu Feng shook his head. However, he pondered that should Zhuijun dare return, his head might not withstand another encounter. After all, should the bovine deliver 2 more kicks under the guise of simplicity, it would likely result in a fate akin to that of a crushed watermelon. Chu Feng meticulously examined Luo Jun from head to toe, particularly scrutinizing his communicator for any recent calls. Unfortunately, it remained devoid of any signs of activity. Chu Feng surmised that once Luo Jun made contact with someone, he likely deleted all traces of it. The town had regained its vitality, with numerous individuals laboring diligently in the fields, having now sown a considerable amount of crops. According to the elders, the current climate was most conducive to agricultural growth. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the harvest would likely be bountiful in a few months. Consequently, the smiles among the townsfolk had multiplied significantly. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the street as a group of people hurriedly carried a young man who was burning with fever, surrounded by swirling white mist, writhing in agony and crying out in distress. Quick, take him to Dr. Wang. Someone shouted, their expression fraught with anxiety. As a cluster of young men rushed the ailing individual towards the town's most renowned clinic. Wang Pan, my child, what has happened to you? The young man's mother cried out, rushing forward, tears streaming down her face, utterly terrified. Wang Pan's visage was contorted in pain, his body thrashing about, and even several adults struggled to restrain him, as he radiated heat and emitted white mist. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feng was taken aback, deep in contemplation. Big sister. Wang Pan consumed a fruit while working in the fields, and this is the result, a middle-aged man beside him informed. Recently, many in the town had taken to cultivating their lands. Wang Pan's family also possessed a plot of land, and today he had been working there. During a break, he had caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance and had discovered a silver fruit amid the grass in the distance. The grass was remarkably ordinary, commonplace even. Yet it bore a lustrous silver fruit. Wang Pan, parched and enticed by the fragrant allure of the fruit, succumbed to temptation and consumed it. However, it was too long before he began to writhe in agony on the ground. The crowd buzzed with chatter, recounting the unfolding events. Wang Pan's mother was immediately overcome with sorrow, her face awash with tears, terrified at the thought of losing her son. Why weep? The child is not yet dead. Wang Pan's father exclaimed angrily, rallying a few others to assist in transporting him to the medical hall. Immediate rescue was of paramount importance. Despite the combined strength of several adults, their efforts proved futile as Wang Pan's strength surged, nearly breaking free. Finally, Chu Feng stepped forward to lend a hand, successfully restraining him. Old Dr. Wang meticulously observed the situation, utilizing instruments to conduct a comprehensive examination of Wang Pan. His vital signs were exceedingly erratic. With certain hormones surging alarmingly, the prognosis appeared grim. I have never encountered a patient in such a state, old Dr. Wang remarked, perspiration beading on his forehead. Feeling somewhat helpless, this child has fallen victim to rumors. He must have believed the tales that claimed someone who consumed a fruit transformed into a silver-winged deity. It all sounds like sheer nonsense. An elderly man interjected. Indeed, while there have been many bizarre occurrences lately, some are simply too absurd to be believed. Another middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Chu Feng remained silent, listening intently as he observed the young man on the sickbed, fully aware that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Wang Pan was destined to become extraordinary. Though old Dr. Wang was highly skilled and renowned far and wide, he found himself at a loss regarding Wang Pan's treatment. With a look of regret, he informed Wang Pan's parents that he had no clear solution at present, and they could only wait and observe. Wang Pan's father appeared pallid, while his mother began to weep uncontrollably, consumed by fear. On that day, the townsfolk cautioned their children to refrain from consuming the peculiar wild fruits, lest the misfortune that befell Wang Pan befall them as well. Since being restrained by Chu Feng, Wang Pan gradually succumbed to slumber, ceasing his struggles. However, his body continued to tremble incessantly, shrouded in a menacing white mist. Wang Pan's parents, sleepless and with swollen eyes from weeping, remained by his side. As dawn broke, the bound Wang Pan finally awakened, emitting anguished cries as he attempted to break free. Startled, Chu Feng rushed forward to restrain him. "It hurts," Wang Pan cried out. Throughout this ordeal, a nebulous white mist enveloped him, clearly indicating that his body underwent a profound transformation. Eventually, his wails reverberated, alarming all those nearby, drawing numerous townspeople to the scene. After half an hour, Wang Pan calmed, the mist dissipating, leaving everyone aghast, as if they had encountered a specter. To their astonishment, 2 silver arms had sprouted from Wang Pan's abdomen, exuding strength. "Oh, Wang Pan, what has happened to you? Are you still unwell?" his mother exclaimed, rushing towards him. Wang Pan, pale and somewhat feeble, reassured her, saying he was fine but felt an overwhelming hunger. "See, I have an extra pair of arms now," he added. His mother wept once more, heartbroken at the sight of her son transformed into a creature. News of this bizarre occurrence spread throughout the town, and people flocked to the medical facility, crowding it to the brim. "Quick, prepare some food," Wang Pan's father called out, enlisting the help of relatives and neighbors to bring sustenance. Could those reports truly be authentic? "Look, Wang Pan has indeed undergone a transformation," someone whispered. Now, Wang Pan had completely changed. Once somewhat plump, he was now remarkably slender, possessing an additional pair of arms. And his skin had transformed from a dark hue to a fair complexion. Ultimately, Wang Pan devoured copious amounts of meat, consuming bowl after bowl of rice until he felt satiated, no longer plagued by hunger or weakness. Throughout the meal, his 2 silvery arms were in constant motion, shoveling food into his mouth, leaving onlookers astonished. Eventually, Wang Pan stepped out of the courtyard, waving his silvery arms, acutely aware of his transformation. A sense of heaviness settled in his heart. After all, he bore a resemblance to a monster. Bang! He struck his fist in frustration, causing many to gasp in shock, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. In the courtyard of the medical clinic, there was a decorative stone that he struck with considerable force, resulting in deep and lengthy fissures. It was likely that with just a couple more blows, the stone would shatter. My goodness, what extraordinary strength! The crowd exclaimed. The reports were indeed true. Those peculiar fruits could genuinely induce transformation, resembling something out of a superhero tale. Many young individuals gazed on with envy. On that day, numerous townsfolk ventured out into the fields and the grassy thickets, searching for various wild fruits, predominantly young adults who seemed to perceive a mysterious gateway before them. Countless individuals yearned to approach and step through that portal. 2 days later, when Wang Pan returned to the clinic for an examination, his body exhibited numerous abnormal readings. Notably, his arms were exceptionally resilient, impervious to ordinary cutting tools, and possessed a strength equivalent to that of several adults combined. Wang Pan has transformed from slightly overweight to utterly slender, and his complexion has taken on a silvery hue. According to the estimations of Dr. Wang, his metamorphosis may continue unabated. My son has acquired extraordinary strength, and as reported, he may ascend to divinity in the future. Wang Pan's mother expresses her concerns to anyone who will listen, fearing that others might label her son a monster, thereby hindering his prospects of finding a partner. In truth, many people are envious. Even some adults venture beyond the town in search of peculiar fruits. In recent days, Chu Feng has engaged in specialized breathing techniques and practiced martial arts while utilizing communication devices to scour various reports, keeping abreast of news regarding these extraordinary fruits. A surge of reports about anomalous fruits has emerged online in recent days. It is not merely a handful of individuals experiencing transformations. Rather, countless people from around the globe have undergone such changes. A day later, as Chu Feng continued his search for updates, he discovered that the numbers had escalated further. Numerous towns have reported occurrences, and in even moderately sized locales, there are invariably 1 or 2 individuals exhibiting transformations. Some have estimated that, based on the current reports, the number of those who have undergone mutations has surpassed 10,000. This astonishing figure represents only the known cases. One can only imagine how many more remain unreported, potentially multiplying the count several times over. The online community is abuzz with excitement. Could it be that a mysterious new era is truly upon us? Those who have transformed possess supernatural abilities. Some can soar through the skies, others can melt metal, and some can immerse themselves in magma without succumbing to harm. The world is alive with discussion and jubilation as people sense that a grand epic may soon unfold. The prowess of certain individuals rivals that of mythical beings from ancient lore, invoking both awe and trepidation. Regardless of the perspective taken, the prevailing sentiment is that the number of individuals exhibiting extraordinary transformations is on the rise, with many acquiring supernatural abilities akin to divine manifestations, reaching an unprecedented zenith. In the evening, a report surfaced detailing how several of these transformed individuals confronted the silver-winged deity at the Tianshan biological group. However, the outcome was terrifying. These beings, united in their endeavor, were effortlessly vanquished by the silver-winged deity, unable to withstand even a single strike. This result sent shockwaves throughout the realm, leaving people astonished in every corner of the world. The previously agitated transformed individuals gradually regained their composure, although they all shared the same transformation. A significant disparity in strength remained evident, particularly among the earliest awakened, who appeared exceptionally formidable. Subsequently, another report emerged, revealing how the formidable figure known as the Diamond had single-handedly obliterated a certain organization of transformed individuals, defeating dozens and igniting yet another wave of fervor. At this juncture, the public recognized the unassailable status of the initial group of transformed beings, the silver-winged deity, Diamond, Fire Spirit, and White Tiger King, who now seemed to occupy the pinnacle of a metaphorical pyramid. Rumors circulated that they were backed by mysterious and powerful forces, providing them with an array of resources, including various extraordinary fruits, thereby augmenting their strength. After contemplating these reports, Chu Feng pondered the future. He had not undergone any transformation nor received any peculiar fruit. For now, he was engaged in a unique breathing technique, diligently practicing his martial arts in solitude. He chose to disregard the commotion surrounding him, focusing instead on his own gradual ascension to strength. Once he perfected the bull demon fist, he intended to venture into the Tying Mountains to see what he might discover. Suddenly, his communicator emitted a soft chime, indicating someone was seeking him. It was Lin Nuai. Chu Feng was taken aback. Since their separation, she had never reached out to him. So what could prompt her to do so today? Chapter 26. The goddess Aura. Lin Nuai's voice was calm, offering a polite greeting that carried an air of detachment, rendering it somewhat aloof. Although the duration of their separation was not particularly long, Chu Feng felt as if time had slipped away, creating a dissonance in space that overlapped with certain memories from the past. Lin Nuai was composed, rational, and astute. During their time on campus, she never deliberately sought attention, yet naturally exuded an aura of divinity that made her seem unattainable. Perhaps it was her extraordinary beauty or her strikingly cool demeanor, but she always instilled a sense of insecurity in those around her. Despite the many who aspired to win her affection, they ultimately faltered in her presence. Chu Feng's initial acquaintance with her was, by all accounts, serendipitous. Although his academic performance was commendable, he was anything but diligent. Skipping classes was a frequent occurrence. He often arrived just in time for various mandatory courses, only to find the classrooms already brimming with students. It was easy to imagine that by the time he entered, the room was filled to capacity, requiring him to expend considerable effort to find a seat at the back. On one occasion, he discovered that the last row was entirely occupied. Scanning the room, he noticed an empty seat by the window in the middle section and confidently strode over. This particular row was predominantly filled with girls, all of whom possessed pleasing appearances. However, the only vacant desk bore a note inscribed with the name Lin Nuai, indicating that the seat had been reserved, presumably by one of her dormitory mates. Unfazed by this, Chu Feng sat down amidst the astonished gazes of several girls and, with a casual flick, folded the note bearing Lin Nuai's name into an airplane, sending it gracefully out of the window. Several girls were lost in thought, their eyes reflecting astonishment. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Someone dared to take Lin Nuai's seat. Soon, Chu Feng realized who Lin Nuai was, yet after a moment's contemplation, he chose to remain seated. At that very moment, a long-haired girl approached, strikingly beautiful, standing at approximately 170 centimeters. Her figure was slender, her hair smooth as silk, and her face, resembling a delicate oval, was complemented by her expressive eyes, captivating enough to pierce through one's soul. It could be said that she was exceptionally lovely, yet her beauty bore an air of coldness. Standing before Chu Feng, she regarded him with an impassive gaze, uttering not a single word. The surrounding girls joined forces, casting fierce glares at Chu Feng, silently urging him to vacate the space. However, Chu Feng remained unperturbed, sitting comfortably, and after exchanging a glance with Lin Nuai, he began to peruse the book in his hands. Lin Nuai stood in silence for a brief moment, ultimately saying nothing, before turning and departing. Although it was not an ideal introduction, it marked the beginning of their acquaintance, which gradually blossomed into a deeper connection. While others might have felt intimidated and retreated, Chu Feng's character, perhaps due to his audacity, allowed him to naturally hold on to her hand, smiling without any intention of letting go. Lin Nuai eventually turned her head, no longer resisting, permitting him to hold her hand. It was precisely that moment that led others to perceive them as a genuine couple. On that day, many witnessed the scene. Numerous boys lamented and scolded Chu Feng for his shamelessness, yet he succeeded. Nevertheless, that was all there was to it. Lin Nuai continued to exude an air of aloofness, leaving even Chu Feng with the impression that she deliberately maintained a certain distance, slightly remote. Once, as his hand rested gently on her shoulder, she initially met his gaze with calmness, only to shoot him a piercing glance before turning away. At that moment, Chu Feng chuckled from behind, remarking that she exuded an aura of a goddess. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely felt overwhelmed by her presence, unable to engage on equal terms. On the other end of the communicator, Lin Nuyi's voice was magnetic and melodious, yet tinged with a certain monotony and chill. Ultimately, Lin Nuyi inquired if he required assistance, and in that moment, a palpable distance emerged between them. Their previously subdued relationship seemed to grow even more tenuous after their separation. Chu Feng furrowed his brows, for he did not need help. However, thoughts of his parents surfaced in his mind. The world had changed, with anomalies becoming increasingly common. Tranquility was a luxury no longer afforded, and danger lurked at every corner, with the potential for significant events to unfold at any moment. As a member of the Celestial Biological Group, Lin Nuyi undoubtedly possessed a deeper understanding of the circumstances, bolstered by her formidable family background. After some contemplation, Chu Feng stated, "My parents are in Shuntian, the great city in the north. If possible, I hope you might look after them." He was aware that the Celestial Biological Group held such capabilities. Chu Feng was forthright when necessary, never one to feign awkwardness due to their separation. When it came to the safety of his parents, he spoke candidly. Yet, he also urged her not to let such care lead to unforeseen complications. He recognized Lin Nuyi as an exceptionally astute woman. Even a casual remark from him would resonate with her. Lin Nuyi listened calmly and ultimately replied with a simple, "Understood." Chu Feng refrained from further conversation, feeling an air of detachment. It seemed the time had come to conclude the call. Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh. It was in his nature to remain unperturbed by her icy demeanor. He teased, "I have consistently told you that you owe me an embrace. Are you finally here to make amends?" Suddenly, the communicator went silent. The call abruptly ended. In the county town, Zhuijun slowly opened his bleary eyes. The slightest movement sent a jarring pain through his head, as if it might split apart, and he was beset by double vision, feeling quite unwell. At long last, "You are awake," someone exclaimed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Zhuijun sat up in bed, letting out a pained groan as he clutched his head, taking a considerable amount of time to finally open his eyes, his mind buzzing and thoughts in disarray. What on earth has transpired? Zhuijun wondered. He lifted his gaze to the opposite side of the room, where a young woman sat, her features exquisite and her hair a cascade of dark silk, adorned with a smile. Zhu Qingyu, he uttered her name. She was one of the two most formidable members of their team. Regardless of her mood, be it joy or anger, her smile rarely faded. "Do you realize you have been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights? Do you know what you have endured?" Another man spoke up from within the room, appearing to be in his mid-20s, with a fair complexion and keen, elongated eyes that bespoke his astuteness. "Yi Gu." Zhuijun recognized him. It was astonishing that both of the strongest individuals were present. Yi Gu and Shu Qingyu were the leaders of their group. The room was filled with several others, some adorned with azure-hued wings, others possessing 2 heads, and still others whose fingers shimmered with a golden luster. All were extraordinary beings, their gazes fixed on Zhuijun, awaiting his response. You must have encountered a formidable opponent, one who, despite transforming into a giant, was still vanquished. Sustaining a grievous head injury that led to amnesia, Night Song remarked, a shimmering violet light flickering in her elongated eyes, further speculating, "It must be a human. Had it been a ferocious beast, you would likely have already become its prey." "Zhuijun, have you stirred up trouble again?" Zhu Qingyu inquired, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Since becoming extraordinary beings, have you all not become excessively inflated with self-importance, believing that no one can subdue you?" "I. Haven T," Zhuijun retorted. "You claim you Haven T, yet it's not just you, it's all of you. Don't think I'm oblivious to your recent excursions into various towns, where you carry yourselves with an air of superiority, looking down upon ordinary folk." Zhu Qingyu's tone turned frosty as she surveyed the group. "After awakening, having gained unimaginable power in such a short time, your hearts have become unbalanced. Zhu Qingyu speaks the truth. The number of awakened individuals is on the rise. You ought not to assume yourselves invincible, for you are not deities," Night Song asserted. "We awakened first, gaining an advantage. If anyone is destined to become a deity, it will surely be among us. Some expressed discontent. Silence. Zhu Qingyu commanded. Night Song added, behave yourselves for now. Soon, important figures will arrive. The Silverwing Celestial? Someone inquired. Focus on your own matters and refrain from meddling in these affairs. However, concerning Zhuijun, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. It is important to recognize that Zhuijun is no weakling. He is formidable. And yet he has suffered such a dire fate, resulting in amnesia. Night Song furrowed her brow. In Qingyang town, after finishing his martial arts practice, Chu Feng noticed a layer of vibrant greenery in the flower bed. Recently, the weather had changed, causing various plants to grow wildly, resulting in a significant proliferation of grass in the yard. He pondered the fate of the seeds he had buried. Initially, he would rush over several times a day, fervently hoping that the 3 mysterious seeds would germinate and sprout soon. However, after days of no signs of growth, his enthusiasm waned, especially in recent days. With numerous events unfolding, he had forgotten about the 3 seeds. Calculating the time, they should have rooted and sprouted by now. Filled with anticipation, Chu Feng hurried over. Chapter 27. A great turmoil. The soil in the flower bed could not be described as fertile, yet it was sufficient for planting flowers and grass. The crabapple, canna, and rose were thriving, their fragrances rich and intoxicating. Meanwhile, the pomegranate tree bore golden fruits, already ripe, splitting open to reveal gleaming, plump red seeds. Chu Feng crouched there, nearly pressing his face into the soil, examining it closely. Yet, the ground remained bare, devoid of any tender shoots. Disappointment washed over him. Why had they not taken root? On that day, for the sake of caution, he had buried the 3 seeds in 3 distinct areas. Yet now there was still no sign of life. Not even a weed had emerged from the soil. Chu Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Surely, the 3 seeds could not have completely withered and become unviable? Nevertheless, he couldn't shake the feeling that these seeds were not so simple. Having lain buried at the foot of Kunlun Mountain for countless years, preserved within a stone box, their existence was shrouded in mystery. He felt a pang of reluctance. If only one of the seeds could sprout, he longed to see what they would ultimately become. A few days ago, he had been diligently researching and scouring the internet for various plant seeds, meticulously comparing the myriad of options available. To his dismay, none matched the 3 peculiar seeds he possessed, further intensifying his anticipation that these seeds were no ordinary specimens. Suddenly, a yellow cow approached, lifting its head and taking a bite of a golden pomegranate, juice dribbling down as it savored the sweet delight with half-closed eyes. Beware, O cow demon. As you enter the flower garden, tread lightly so as not to trample my seeds, Chu Feng warned. In response, the yellow cow displayed a disdainful expression, utterly unconvinced that the 3 shriveled seeds could possibly sprout. It continued to chew on the pomegranate, relishing its delectable flavor. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. He yearned for the seeds to break through the soil, yet there was no sign of movement. Ultimately, he resolved to carefully excavate the soil to discern the situation, for he was plagued by an insatiable curiosity about the outcome. He opted to examine the most plump of the seeds. Crouching down, Chu Feng gently brushed away the damp earth, cautious not to disturb the area too much, lest he inadvertently damage any potential sprouts. A slightly wrinkled seed emerged, partially buried in the soil. Although it had yet to germinate, it seemed to possess a hint of vibrant green, suggesting life within. Hope surged within Chu Feng. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the seed's wrinkles appeared somewhat smooth, now adorned with delicate streaks of fresh green. The intricate patterns were both complex and enigmatic. The seed was no longer as it had been previously. It had been an entirely withered yellow, but now it was entwined with unusual green streaks, exuding an extraordinary allure. Chu Feng was astonished. The more he gazed at the seed, the more remarkable it seemed. He exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief, albeit gradually. Yet he believed that it would eventually break through the soil. In the end, he hesitated, contemplating whether to enrich the soil for the seed to expedite its growth. Chu Feng set his gaze upon the yellow cow, donning a feigned smile, and said, "Little Huang, ah Huang, Even if you are reluctant this time, you must assist me, for I find myself in a predicament." The yellow cow, startled, shivered and stepped back, its wide eyes filled with suspicion, as if to say, "Speak plainly." "Without such disconcerting flattery. Important matters shall be stated once. Cow dung." Now, the yellow cow retaliated with a swift kick, compelling Chu Feng to evade hastily. Each day, it lay sprawled on the bed in utter disarray. Chu Feng felt a twinge of resentment, yet he was powerless to change the situation. At the same time, he yearned to venture into the Taihang Mountains, hoping to glean some fortune. But that required him to possess sufficient strength to traverse the rugged peaks without succumbing to the sudden assaults of ferocious beasts. He continued to practice the first form of the bull demon repeatedly, his fists slicing through the air, stirring the fallen leaves in the courtyard to dance around him. Days prior, he had nearly perfected it, and now a peculiar sensation welled within him, channeling an extraordinary power that enveloped his fists. With a sudden motion, as he swung his fist, a resounding bellow erupted, accompanied by a fierce wind and thunderous reverberations that shook the courtyard. Startled, the yellow cow bolted out of the door, its eyes wide with astonishment, observing the commotion. Behind Chu Feng stood a towering, jet-black bull, robust and formidable, its eyes gleaming as it radiated a dark aura. Indistinguishable from the real thing, it emanates an astonishing aura, as if it has traversed the eons from a primordial era to manifest in this world. All of this is a consequence of Chu Feng's formidable punch, as the dark and towering demon bull materializes behind him, seemingly poised to surge forth with that very strike. Chu Feng understands that this is the ultimate manifestation of the bull demon fist. The first stance has been thoroughly mastered. This is the foundation, the most solid bedrock of the mighty bull demon fist, upon which the 9 stances of the bull demon are constructed. Mastering this initial stance is the most arduous task. Once the first stance is perfected, the subsequent ones will come swiftly. Indeed, in the following 2 days, Chu Feng progressed to the 5th stance in one breath, achieving success with each, his speed notably increasing. The yellow bull's eyes nearly bulged out. It appeared peculiar over these 2 days, once again scribbling a series of crooked characters, inquiring whether Chu Feng's ancestors were bull-headed beings. Chu Feng was infuriated. That day, while preparing pork chops for the yellow bull, he decisively tossed in 2 pieces of steak. "Brother, I truly missed you after all this time. How have you been?" Zhou Quan conversed with Chu Feng. "I am well, and was just about to ask you what you have transformed into lately. There has been much talk of extraordinary beings. Are you in good health?" Chu Feng inquired with concern. "I can now incinerate gold and melt stones, and I must say, I startled myself quite a bit, but I have finally adapted. However, the horns sprouting from my head are quite unsightly," Zhou Quan lamented bitterly. Recently, he had styled his hair into his slick-back do, attempting to conceal the horns, but was met with ridicule from his family, who claimed the exaggerated hairstyle made him resemble a ruffian, leaving him utterly dejected. Chu Feng couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Zhou Quan's grievances only deepened. "Ah, how peculiar it is. Over the past few days, the Bull Demon King has refrained from harassing me, maintaining an unusual tranquility that leaves me somewhat unsettled," Zhou Quan remarked. Chu Feng was at a loss for words. Not long ago, the bull harassed Zhou, incessantly prodding the communicator day and night, tormenting him to the brink of despair. Now, with a slight improvement in the situation, Zhou was struggling to adjust. Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Feng, and he wore a look of astonishment. "That's not right. I distinctly saw it clutching the communicator for the past 2 days, intermittently jabbing at it and mooing incessantly, clearly engaged in conversation with someone. Impossible. It has been exceptionally quiet here. Not a soul has disturbed me even in the dead of night, and I find myself unable to sleep," Zhou insisted, firmly believing that the bull had not conversed with him. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly ended the call. If that bull had not been bothering Zhou, it was truly unfathomable. Was it perhaps meddling with his classmates? Chu Feng felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Could it be that this insufferable creature had grown increasingly cunning, secretly taking note of those contact details? He felt a surge of frustration, as if steam were about to erupt from his head. Overcome with anxiety, he stormed into the bull's chamber, bellowing, "Bull Demon King, I shall confront you." Chu Feng lunged into the room and forcefully pinned the bull, who lay sprawled in an ungraceful manner. The bull, bewildered, glared at him with its large eyes, seething with anger. "Have you been pestering those I know?" Chu Feng demanded, his face darkened with displeasure. The bull shook its head resolutely, then extended a hoof to poke at the screen. With a sense of suspicion, Chu Feng seized the communicator and swiftly perused its contents, exhaling a sigh of relief as his worries proved unfounded. However, a lingering curiosity consumed him. Whose unfamiliar contact number was this? And which unfortunate soul had caught the attention of this bovine creature? In a residence within the county town, Zwejun teetered on the brink of despair. Ever since awakening in the past 2 days, he had been incessantly pestered by the same individual, day and night, without respite. Sometimes it was in the evening, at other times in the dead of night, or even during the early morning hours. Each intrusion left him in utter agony. The harassment was intolerable. One must understand that he had only recently endured 6 brutal kicks from a cow, resulting in his amnesia, and his head throbbed incessantly, leaving him perpetually drowsy. And now, he found himself tormented by this unbearable nuisance, waking from his fleeting dreams to the nightmarish sound of a ringing that echoed like a haunting reminder. He dared not turn off the communicator, for as an extraordinary individual, it was his sole link to those above and his companions in the Taihang Mountains. The most infuriating aspect was that this relentless tormentor continually imitated the sounds of a cow, mooing incessantly, driving him to the brink of fury. Wishing he could silence the source of his torment, his head ached profoundly, feeling as though it had been repeatedly struck by a cow's hoof. The constant mooing only intensified the sensation of being kicked, exacerbating his pain. At times, in his agitation, he truly contemplated shattering the communicator. However, it was a specialized device. Though simple in function, it was robust, ensuring connectivity at all times and in all places, intricately linked to his identity, and thus irreplaceable. Meanwhile, in Chu Feng's home in Qingyang town, the yellow cow gestured for him to place the communicator on the bed. With a series of deft jabs, as if well-versed in the task, it successfully established a connection before promptly distancing itself. Indeed, a thunderous roar emanated from the communicator. "You scoundrel, don't let me catch you." The individual on the other end was cursing vehemently, clearly exasperated. Chu Feng stood there, dumbfounded, finally realizing who the victim was, Zwejun. This unfortunate soul had caught the attention of a scalper. Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. On the day he had searched Zwejun, the scalper had been nearby, fiddling with the communicator to jot down contact information. This was not simply a matter of simplicity, it was an endless labyrinth of complications. Suppressing his laughter, Chu Feng exited the room. That very night, he practiced his punches relentlessly, astonishingly mastering the 6th and 7th forms of the bull demon fist in one go. Standing at the doorway, he seized a palm-sized, sturdy stone and struck it lightly, instantly reducing it to powder that scattered upon the ground. Chu Feng was taken aback, gazing at his palm, contemplating the sheer magnitude of his strength. The progress of the bull demon fist was remarkably swift. He had once expressed doubt and consulted the scalper, who had scribbled some words in response. It was revealed that some individuals might spend a lifetime attempting to master this technique, failing even to conquer the first form. Conversely, others could grasp several forms within a mere 10 days to a month, albeit only in their preliminary stages, as the profound essence contained within required gradual comprehension over time. At this rate, I shall soon achieve mastery, Chu Feng mused to himself. He refrained from practicing further that night in pursuit of speed, believing that a more natural approach was preferable. After taking a shower, he began searching online for relevant reports. The number of extraordinary individuals had risen once more, and noteworthy figures were gradually becoming known. Chu Feng scrutinized those reports intently until a particularly recent piece of news captured his attention. It has been reported that an extraordinary tree has been discovered in the Taihang Mountains, attracting many extraordinary individuals who eagerly await the ripening of its fruits to compete for them. This revelation has caused a significant stir. Rumors suggest that nearly all extraordinary beings underwent their transformations after consuming the peculiar fruits born of herbaceous plants. In contrast, the silver-winged celestial, the diamond, the fire spirit, and the white tiger king are uniquely powerful because they have partaken of the fruits from the rare small tree. Consequently, the news has left people astounded, inciting various factions into restless anticipation, as it signifies the potential emergence of a superlative being capable of dominating all other extraordinary entities. In an instant, the Taihang Mountains have come under the scrutiny of all, destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 28. Trials in the Mountains. The Taihang Mountains are on the brink of unrest. As Chu Feng mused while gazing out the window at the vast night sky, where fleeting meteors occasionally streaked across, he pondered the inevitable arrival of extraordinary beings. The fruits of the remarkable tree have the potential to create masters akin to the silver-winged celestial, the diamond, the fire spirit, and the white tiger king. How could such a lure fail to captivate? Any formidable extraordinary being, provided they arrive in time, would most likely converge upon this place. While some may achieve fame through battle here, others might extinguish like the meteors in the night sky, perishing within the mountain range. Regardless, the Taihang Mountains are poised for an imminent tempest. Is Lin Nuo also here for this purpose? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, foreseeing that the near future would be fraught with turmoil, and the mountain would become exceedingly perilous. He was well aware that celestial beings was a colossal entity, now further empowered by the silver-winged deity. It was rumored that during the last confrontation, those who dared challenge them were decisively defeated, with none able to withstand their might. In a residential area of the county town, Yigu wore a stern expression, his elongated eyes shimmering with a violet glow. Not long ago, he had been interrogated by higher authorities regarding the rapid leak of information about the treasure tree in the Taihang Mountains. Zhu Qingyu's countenance was equally grim. Her usual smile had vanished. As one of the leaders of this team, she too had faced inquiries. It was evident that celestial beings had been monitoring the Taihang Mountains for quite some time, dispatching personnel to seek out the peculiar tree, which they had discovered first. Who could have anticipated that the news would spread beyond their confines? Consequently, a storm was brewing, and the word was out. It was inevitable that a multitude of extraordinary individuals would soon arrive, leading to inevitable conflicts when the fruits of their labor ripened. The higher-ups were furious. Zhuijun lowered his head, gripping the communicator tightly, his gaze fixated on the screen. He harbored an intense loathing for that individual. As soon as the screen illuminated, he would connect immediately to unleash his fury. Zhuijun, what are you daydreaming about? Yiga barked. Typically composed, he was clearly agitated now, adding, you were severely injured. Could it be that you leaked information prior to your amnesia? Zhuijun was taken aback, his face paling in an instant as he hastily shook his head. Such a notion was unbearable. Otherwise, he would certainly face dire consequences. Absolutely not. How could I be so spineless? I fought tooth and nail. I wouldn't have reached the point of amnesia. Zhuijun, overwhelmed with emotion, stood up and roared in fervent defense. A few of us could not possibly have leaked the information. Could it be the other two teams? One of the outsiders remarked. Although several teams are affiliated with Tianxian Biotech, they are also in competition with one another. Those two teams later learned of the location of the little tree. It is possible that other forces, such as Bodhi Jin, have also appeared in the Taihang Mountains in recent days, suggested Xu Qingyu. Bodhi Jin, which primarily focuses on biomedicine, has consistently remained at the forefront of the industry, akin to Tianxian Biotech, both enjoying a leading position. In its nascent stages, it bore an air of mystery. It is said that during its inception, they enlisted several top-tier experts from the field of biomedicine and a few centenarian monks, utilizing the most advanced instruments. They conducted various examinations on the monks. Subsequently, Bodhi Jin gradually expanded, gaining prominence in the post-civilization era, evolving into a colossal conglomerate. We have claimed this region of the Taihang Mountains, yet they still seek to stir the waters. One of the outsiders expressed discontent. Perhaps they have sensed our advantageous position here and wish to muddle the waters, Zhu Qingyu replied. The outsiders furrowed their brows. Bodhi Jin is not to be trifled with, as they are certainly not lacking in skilled individuals, such as King Kong, who can rival the silver-winged deity. These matters must be troubling those in higher echelons. We need only focus on what we must do at present. The atmosphere gradually calmed. They all understood that it would not be long before conflict erupted in this mountain range, and they were uncertain how many outsiders would emerge. In Qingyang town, within the courtyard of the Chu family, the wind howled and distant thunder rumbled. Chu Feng practiced his martial arts, his movements markedly different from before. As a mysterious force enveloped his fists. As he swung his fist, petals and leaves danced in the air. He had mastered the 8th form of the ox demon fist. The speed of his progress was so remarkable that even the oxen gazed at him in bewilderment. However, after 2 days of arduous practice, he was unable to achieve the 9th form, which was rather unique and resonated with the challenging 1st form. He paused for a brief respite before heading to the kitchen to prepare some sustenance. Alas, the refrigerator was bare, offering little in the way of nourishment. The freezer contained a solitary steak, but should the ox catch sight of it, a fierce confrontation would surely ensue. No, it was time to venture out. Chu Feng resolved. At present, all the markets had been stripped bare, rendering the acquisition of meat virtually impossible. While there were some grains at home, his rigorous training demanded substantial energy, leaving him perpetually famished. Ordinary food was utterly insufficient, and he required copious amounts of meat. Ox, let us ascend the mountains, Chu Feng declared. If they were to embark on a journey to the great mountains, the ox, who had emerged from the mysterious primordial wilderness, must accompany him. The ox, however, remained indifferent, languid, and utterly disinclined to move. The pork chops are gone. The turkey is devoured. You shall have to feast on grass from now on. It is your concern, Chu Feng threatened. Upon hearing this, the ox sprang up from the bed, for the notion of a meatless existence was intolerable, and it hardly resembled a herbivorous creature. Ultimately, at Chu Feng's insistence, it agreed to accompany him. The Tying Mountains stretched endlessly, a magnificent sight to behold. In this expanse, the mountains rose in undulating waves. After traversing through the orchard for a couple of dozen miles, they would enter the mountainous terrain. In the mountains, a plethora of wildlife has long thrived, though hunting was previously prohibited. Among the diverse species, wild boars, leopards, macaques, roe deer, and badgers, the most unwelcome presence is undoubtedly that of the wolf packs. With the swiftness of Chu Feng and the yellow bull, they soon ventured deep into the mountains. Throughout the journey, Chu Feng remained vigilant, keenly observing for any peculiar fruits. Given the area's rarity of human presence, alas, his efforts bore no fruit. Wait, where are you heading? That way is perilous. Chu Feng suddenly halted. The yellow bull had surged ahead, intent on charging towards a majestic mountain, shrouded in mist and echoing with the fearsome roars of beasts, occasionally revealing immense, formidable birds soaring overhead. The yellow bull paused, signaling its determination to proceed. That place is fraught with danger. The ferocious creatures abound. Chu Feng's expression shifted. It is crucial to understand that this was not merely the Tying Mountain of ordinary renown, but a primordial mountain revealed by the upheaval of the heavens and earth. Its colossal mass stood alone, rivaling the height of dozens, if not hundreds, of typical peaks, soaring over 10,000 meters into the clouds. The mountain was adorned with ancient towering trees, thick vines, and echoed with the primal cries of apes and tigers, epitomizing an untouched wilderness. Even from a distance, one could sense an overwhelming aura of malevolence, an oppressive presence that was utterly terrifying. Combat. The yellow bull inscribed these two characters in the earth with solemnity, underscoring the purpose of their arrival and what Chu Feng lacked in this moment. Chu Feng's countenance changed slightly, hesitating as he had not anticipated approaching such fearsome creatures before their journey. Following the anomalies that had befallen Tying Mountain, this region had given rise to countless mysterious giant peaks, and this was but one among them. Moo, the yellow bull urged. All right, I shall heed your words. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, understanding that the yellow bull would not lead him astray, and its reasoning was profoundly sound. Having learned the bull demon fist, what was there to fear? Perhaps the bull demon fist was conceived in such a brutal environment. At last, they approached the mountain, an imposing giant, akin to entering a vast plateau that stretched infinitely. The vegetation here was lush, teeming with primitive life forms. They cannot emerge, yet I can enter? Chu Feng inquired. The yellow bull affirmed this. But will I be able to return? Chu Feng expressed his doubts. The yellow bull nodded, assuring him not to worry. As long as he was not slain by wild beasts, he could retrace his steps. Chu Feng felt bewildered, unable to grasp the rationale. Yet it was evident that the yellow bull was unwilling to elucidate further. He swallowed hard, an unsettling sensation washing over him. Could he truly contend with such formidable beasts? The yellow bull glared at him, emphasizing that once they entered the forest, it was not imperative to fight desperately. The primary objective was survival. One must ensure their own existence before selecting suitable adversaries for the hunt. Finally, Chu Feng stepped into this primeval mountainous expanse. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and some vines were as thick as water barrels, sprawled across the forest floor. The bull demon promptly warned him to traverse using the various forms of the bull demon fist, tensing his body and sealing his aura. Chu Feng complied, swiftly following the yellow bull away from their previous position. Boom. Indeed, the forest was perilously dangerous. In the distance, the foliage rustled as a beast. The size of a house charged towards them, resembling a leopard but boasting a pair of horns. With a thunderous crash, it landed precisely where they had just stood. From afar, Chu Feng, concealed among the underbrush, gazed in horror, drawing a sharp breath. He realized that there was still much to learn. Indeed, this vast primordial mountain served as a rigorous training ground. Surviving and emerging from it would signify his true initiation. At this point, Chu Feng harbored no aversion. Instead, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to honing his skills. Soon, the Taihang Mountains would become a gathering place for extraordinary beings, inevitably leading to fierce battles. As he ventured into the primordial mountain, he embraced the risks, understanding that this experience would catalyze his transformation and adaptability to various crises, which was far more significant than merely enhancing his martial techniques. While traversing the dense forest, a spider, the size of a fist, suddenly descended on a silken thread, nearly brushing against Chu Feng's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a punch, sending meat splattering. He quickly examined his fist, anxious about potential toxins. The yellow bull, moving slowly, shook its head, conveying that there was no need for concern. The bull demon fist was not so frail. Along the way, Chu Feng encountered numerous monsters. The most perilous moment occurred when a massive, 20-meter-long ferocious bird nearly struck him. The scene was nothing short of terrifying. The bird, radiant and fiery red, crashed into the mountainside while pursuing him, melting boulders upon impact. The danger was palpable. Chu Feng wisely chose not to confront it directly and swiftly darted into the forest, vanishing from sight. As he passed through a silent grove, a profound sense of unease gripped him. Drawing upon his earlier experiences, he surmised that a formidable beast likely lurked nearby. This location could very well be its lair, a place where other creatures dared not tread, for the stillness was unnerving. However, the yellow bull insisted he press onward. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng's hair stood on end as he beheld a snow-white tiger, devoid of any stripes, measuring an impressive 6 meters in length, its large claws glinting with a chilling light. It was not a mere tiger, because it possesses 3 tails, each shimmering with a crystalline luster, gently swaying as it shatters the rocks around it. The yellow bull inscribes words into the ground, informing Chu Feng that today it shall be hunted. Chu Feng widened his eyes. This was a colossal beast. Could they truly be hunting it? Indeed. The yellow bull solemnly nodded, urging him to leap forth and engage, thereby honing his martial skills. Ahead lay an open area, devoid of vegetation, with a hard, dry ground, and a cave embedded in the mountain wall, clearly the lair of this creature. At that moment, the 6-meter-long behemoth opened its merciless eyes, gazing in their direction, sensing the intrusion of unfamiliar beings. With a thunderous roar that shook the mountains, the creature transformed into a flash of white light, lunging forward with astonishing speed, accompanied by a foul stench. "Practice your punches," Chu Feng shouted, gritting his teeth as he charged forward. Chapter 29. The Return of Wildness. Chu Feng cried out, dashing ahead. In this moment, his adrenal hormones surged, his heart raced exponentially, and his blood flowed with increasing velocity. Oh whoa! The 6-meter-long beast, resembling a white tiger, lunged before him. Its sharp claws, resembling gleaming scythes, descended directly. Chu Feng evaded, refraining from a direct confrontation before gauging the creature's power. With a leap, he narrowly brushed past the edge of the massive claws, rolling forward. Crack! The beast's claws struck the ground, sending sparks flying as they carved deep gashes into the stone, a testament to their sharpness and immense force. Buzz! The air crackled with a fierce roar as three formidable tails swept through the atmosphere with immense power. When the colossal beast's tails swung, they remained rigid, resembling iron rods. Chu Feng evaded once more, and with a resounding crack, a nearby tree, thick as a man's arm, was effortlessly snapped in two, crashing to the ground amidst a flurry of falling leaves. Chu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. As a modern individual, he had never encountered such a terrifying creature, even amidst the cataclysmic changes of the world, which had given rise to various phenomena. He had never personally faced such ferocity embodied in a monstrous beast. This fearsome creature was known as the three-tailed beast, a variant of the giant tiger. Boasting three powerful tails and a massive physique typically exceeding 6 or 7 meters in length, it possessed all the abilities of its tiger counterpart. With tails as hard as iron, capable of cleaving through mountains and severing the bodies of foes with ease, the beast let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest. As the three-tailed beast lunged forward, its gaping maw was wide enough to consume an adult whole, its fangs extending over 2 feet, gleaming with a chilling brilliance. Chu Feng retreated, aware that had it not been for his remarkable speed, he would have been swallowed whole in that very moment. In the distance, a yellow bull let out a low bellow, urging Chu Feng to attack without fear. Who feared whom? It was time to fight. Chu Feng threw himself into the fray, roaring like a wild beast, causing the trees around him to tremble slightly. Having evaded the beast several times, he discerned that its strength was not necessarily superior to his own. It was merely the ferocity of its gaping maw and sharp claws that was truly intimidating. Now that it charged toward him, he felt no trepidation. The first stance of the mighty bull demon fist was unleashed as he assumed the posture, his fist enveloped by an enigmatic aura of power. With a thunderous roar, he surged forward. Behind him, the silhouette of a colossal bull emerged, its obsidian form radiating an ethereal glow, imbued with the essence of primordial chaos. Muscles rippling, its eyes flared with fury, and its immense horns arched towards the heavens, as if it had descended from the dawn of time itself. With a resounding bellow, the bull's roar reverberated through the mountain forest, causing an avalanche of leaves to tumble and dance through the air. The three-tailed beast, startled, bristled with its pristine white fur, coiling its body in preparation to unleash its most ferocious strike. The ground trembled as Chu Feng's fist collided with force, and as the imprint of his punch blossomed. The dark bull behind him lifted its head high, its great horns gleaming with a swirling black light, charging forward. The three-tailed beast opened its gaping maw, its massive claws striking out with full force, attacking from multiple angles. With a thunderous crash, the earth quaked. And though the disparity in size between the man and the beast was notable, true strength transcended mere physical dimensions. A howl erupted from the three-tailed beast as it found itself injured, staggering backward before collapsing. The massive bull charged forth, toppling it with sheer might. As the dark light dissipated, Chu Feng's punch shattered the three-tailed beast's massive claw, severing a 2-foot-long ivory fang, blood gushing forth. The first stance of the bull demon fist, known as the ultimate divine form, manifested the bull's immense power, surpassing even that of the three-tailed beast. The ground was soaked in crimson, a broken fang lying there like a gleaming blade. Blood dripped from the three-tailed beast's mouth as it rolled back to its feet, its expression transformed in that moment. No longer arrogant, it had lost its previous ferocity. Such prowess, capable of slaying titanic beasts. Chu Feng murmured, gazing at his clenched fist, as if lost in a reverie. He was not born in the wilderness, where blood-soaked battles were commonplace. Facing the fearsome fangs moments ago was a substantial shock to him. The martial arts techniques I have mastered can pulverize bluestone to dust. Thus, I fear not. Come, monster, let us spar, Chu Feng declared. Having transitioned from initial tension and trepidation, he gradually steadied himself, slowly acclimatizing to the primal ferocity of the Grand Mountains. The three-tailed beast's eyes glimmered with a fierce light, its body coiled, claws concealed, and white fangs bared, not in submission, but in the accumulation of power. This ferocious creature bore traces of the white tiger's lineage, a variant of the colossal tiger, inherently savage and seldom inclined to yield. When engaged in combat with humans, it would fight to the bitter end. Come, let us spar. Fearless, Chu Feng took the initiative, unleashing his martial prowess as he charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. In the forest, the sounds echoed, as Chu Feng unleashed a flurry of punches, engaging the three-tailed beast in fierce combat, executing the great strength bull demon fist from the first to the eighth stance. In the throes of battle, he became increasingly adept and gradually relaxed. Had he intended to kill, the three-tailed beast would have already succumbed. However, in pursuit of honing his techniques, he restrained his full power. Bang! The beast's iron tail swept toward him once more, only to be met by Chu Feng's fist in a forceful counterattack, resulting in the severance of a massive tail. Blood sprang forth. He furrowed his brow and retreated. Despite his remarkable prowess, he found himself somewhat disconcerted by the brutality of it all. As a modern individual, he was ill-suited for such carnage. However, the three-tailed beast, driven by its ferocity, showed no mercy. Its thunderous roar echoed through the air as it launched a fierce counterattack, its massive claws and gaping maw suddenly looming before him. Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he narrowly evaded the onslaught. The colossal claw grazed his cheek, almost tearing him apart. With a powerful roar, he unleashed his primal instincts, leaping forward to deliver a series of devastating blows. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimately, with 3 successive punches, Chu Feng shattered the three-tailed beast's enormous claw, cracked its skull, and pierced its chest, creating a gaping, bloodied wound. The battle concluded with the 6-meter-long behemoth crashing down, blood gushing forth. This time, Chu Feng did not shy away. He allowed the hot beast's blood to splatter upon him, feeling an unexpected calmness, as if undergoing a form of baptism. It was not a manifestation of savagery or brutality, nor a tribute to bloodshed, but rather an awakening of survival instinct, gradually transcending into something profound. Chu Feng sensed the echoes of ancient ancestors, standing upon the primordial earth, where the environment was harsh, necessitating a struggle against nature and ferocious beasts, drenched in divine blood, all for the sake of existence. The yellow bull had approached, urging him to hastily drag away the giant beast. Chu Feng understood that lingering in this place was unwise. The stench of blood was too potent, likely to attract other predators. He hurriedly towed the three-tailed beast, retracing his steps with urgency. Yet, despite his haste, they encountered relentless hunters along the way. The scent of blood drew various predators, and within the primal forest, pairs of terrifying eyes opened, fixating on their direction before launching a frenzied pursuit. The journey became a continuous battle. Fortunately, they remained on the outskirts, not deep within the mountains, and had not encountered particularly fearsome entities. It was only as they were about to depart that peril struck. A massive, shadowy hand descended from the heavens, immense enough to encompass 3 houses, crashing down with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the entire forest trembled violently, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. Simultaneously, the three-tailed beast that Chu Feng had been dragging bore the brunt of the blow, its body reduced to mere sludge, blood splattering in a horrific display. Moo! The yellow bull bolted, galloping away from the mountain's edge. Chu Feng, drenched in the creature's blood, managed to roll away, narrowly escaping the black hand that had nearly crushed him and the bull beneath its weight. The hand loomed like a mountain itself, colossal in size, possessing a humanoid form, entirely shrouded in darkness. Its hair cascaded down, measuring 5 to 6 feet in length, and the black fur upon the hand was equally unsettling. It had lunged forward with ferocity, its palm nearly obliterating both Chu Feng and the yellow bull beneath it. Now it stood upright, its gargantuan figure towering at least 100 to 200 meters, resembling a black mountain, its cold, piercing eyes fixed upon the exterior. However, it did not breach the threshold. After a moment of contemplation, it gradually retreated, causing the forest to sway, leaves cascading to the ground. Chu Feng observed intently as the creature vanished behind the mountain, delving deeper into the wilderness where even more primordial giants resided. Long after, he continued to gaze, his body smeared with the beast's blood and drenched in cold sweat. Finally, he glanced down at the remnants of the three-tailed beast, which now consisted of only 2 hind legs and a small portion of its torso, the majority having been obliterated in that cataclysmic strike. What manner of monster is this? Just a moment longer, and we would have been reduced to mere flesh. He felt a sense of nostalgia, noting how his body still felt somewhat frigid. Black divine ape, yellow ox. He inscribed these 3 characters, then etched another line into the ground, declaring, "In a year and a half, I shall slay it." After a brief and simple tidying up, he skinned the beast and, using his black short sword, dismembered its legs, stowing them away in 2 large freezers, ensuring he could remain indoors for many days to come. Chu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the yellow ox shook his head and solemnly informed him that he must venture out daily. Chu Feng opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately nodded. He understood that honing his skills in that environment would yield significant rewards. If he could navigate various dangers, he would undoubtedly undergo a transformation. For instance, compared to his state prior to entering the mountains, he had undoubtedly grown immensely, experiencing a comprehensive enhancement in temperament, courage, and experience. Otherwise, he would be left to passively await the arrival of a harsh and cruel environment in the future, at which point he might have to barter his blood and life for experience, losing far more in the process. In the following days, Chu Feng ventured into the mountains each day, refining his skills and practicing his punches. His strikes grew increasingly powerful and his understanding of the first 8 forms deepened, leading him to a newfound comprehension that significantly amplified the might of the Bull Demon Fist. Subsequently, he also mastered the 9th form of the mighty Bull Demon Fist, compelled to unleash a greater force while battling a ferocious bird over 10 meters in length. Shakyamuni throws the elephant. Chapter 30. The treasure of the Bull Demon King. In the course of several days, Chu Feng traversed the vast and untamed mountains, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. From a state of anxiety, drenched in cold sweat and faint at the sight of blood, he gradually evolved into a figure of composure, steadiness, and poise, capable of thriving in the primal wilderness, engaging in fierce battles, and emerging alive and unscathed. He relentlessly practiced his punches, solidifying his mastery over all 9 forms of the Bull Demon Fist. Amidst the mountains, ancient trees flourished, their age-old presence casting shadows that obscured the sun. Chu Feng ventured forth, this time without the company of the Yellow Bull, entirely on his own. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed, reminiscent of thunder, reverberating in his ears. In the sky above, a colossal black bird of prey descended with alarming speed, accompanied by a fierce wind. This giant creature, entirely black and measuring over 10 meters in length, appeared as if forged from obsidian, exuding a chilling metallic sheen, its talons as dark and razor-sharp as any blade. With a swift motion, Chu Feng evaded its grasp, taking refuge behind a massive boulder. Yet, the bird's powerful claws effortlessly shattered the stone, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Its eyes, a blood-red hue, radiated a cold and savage ferocity, marking it as an exceptionally formidable predator, capable of devouring an enormous elephant with ease. The wind howled as the creature lunged again, showing no regard for the dense forest. Its ebony feathers, hard as steel, wreaked havoc upon the ancient trees, snapping them like twigs and sending leaves swirling chaotically through the air. Unfazed, Chu Feng, transformed by his days of training, strode through the primordial expanse with unwavering calmness and fearless resolve, embodying both courage and valor. A fierce battle ensued, lasting a full quarter of an hour. Ultimately, with a powerful leap, Chu Feng surged forth to confront the menacing bird of prey descending upon him from the sky. In that moment, the 9th style fist seal, akin to a world-turning imprint, exuded a fierce and domineering force, as if it could shatter any obstacle in its path, crashing into the chest of the colossal dark avian. The feathers, reminiscent of obsidian, erupted from its breast, swirling through the air like a tempest. The ferocious creature emitted a piercing screech, an ear-splitting cry that felt as though it would rupture the eardrum. With a thud, its chest caved in and subsequently split open, revealing a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. The immense carcass collapsed, crashing down onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. While the ancient trees swayed violently and boulders rolled about, Chu Feng stood amidst the deluge of the aviant's blood, motionless and composed, having shed the anxiety of previous days. Calmly observing the scene before him, he then collected portions of the creature's flesh and blood, slinging them over his shoulder as he departed. Today, he would savor the meat of the giant fowl. Upon returning home, he busied himself, utilizing a black short sword to slice the flesh, preparing a grand feast in the kitchen with a variety of dishes, braised, fried, and more. Indeed, the flavors were exquisite. Chu Feng marveled at the culinary delight. Most importantly, the game he had hunted in recent days was infused with remarkable energy, sufficiently replenishing his physical needs and enhancing his martial practice, thereby fortifying his constitution. Moo. The yellow bull appeared equally content, its belly noticeably swollen, having gained weight over the past few days, becoming somewhat plump. Behave yourself at home. I shall deliver some game to Uncle Lu and Master Zhao, Chu Feng remarked to the bull after his hearty meal. Over the past few days, he had brought some of the beast's meat to Uncle Lu of the second-hand shop and Master Zhao of the cold weapons workshop, both of whom extolled its exceptional quality. Of course, he dared not disclose that it was the flesh of a colossal beast. As dusk descended, Chu Feng, carrying 2 hefty bags of cooked meat, made his way into the courtyard. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he wandered towards the spot where he had buried the seeds, examining the ground with great care. Regrettably, no tender sprouts had yet emerged. The yellow ox, noticing Chu Feng's gaze upon it, felt a surge of unease, as if he harbored some malicious intent. It widened its eyes in alarm and promptly slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. "Humph, do you think I am in desperate need of your dung?" Chu Feng retorted with a chuckle. Now, aside from dragon dung, I could procure the excrement of any colossal beast. Had I not feared offending the Queen Mother of the West and the 9 Heavens' mysterious maiden, I would have acted long ago. He burst into laughter. Moo. The entire room trembled with the ox's indignation. Ignoring the creature, Chu Feng strolled towards the tranquil street. The ox, like a thief, swiftly darted into the orchard on the eastern side of the courtyard. Chu Feng, hiding around the corner of the road, was taken aback. What secrets did this creature hold? Why was it so furtive, sneaking into the orchard under the cover of night? His curiosity piqued. He recalled the yellow ox's teachings, tensed his body to prevent any energy leakage, and stealthily followed in pursuit. Something was amiss. Undoubtedly, the ox was wary of him, fearful that he would follow too closely. Chu Feng was compelled to halt, maintaining a considerable distance, for he knew the yellow ox possessed an acute sensitivity, an almost instinctual intuition. Should he draw too near, he would certainly be detected. Recently, his training in martial arts had borne fruit, granting him a similar sense, even from afar, without the sight of lurking dangers. He could sense their presence in advance. It felt akin to a primal instinct. After sufficient distance had been established, Chu Feng was convinced that the yellow bull could not detect his presence. He followed at a leisurely pace, merely catching a glimpse of a hazy golden glow moving through the orchard. Chu Feng secretly lamented the bull's excessive caution, pondering what peculiarities could warrant such carefulness. He quickly concealed himself behind an ancient peach tree, remaining utterly still. Moments later, he observed the yellow bull digging a hole, seemingly burying something. Was this creature concealing treasure? How dare it do so behind his back? Chu Feng ground his teeth yet managed to maintain his composure, patiently waiting, hidden behind the old tree. Foolish beast. Attempting to deceive me, there's no chance. Soon, I shall uproot everything, leaving you nowhere to lament. Chu Feng schemed quietly, a smug smile betraying his thoughts. He could already envision the bull's fury upon discovering the barren ground when it returned to search for its buried prize. With a chuckle, Chu Feng waited until the yellow bull had completely departed before leisurely emerging from behind the tree, ready to unearth the treasure. He understood well that the bull demon king was notoriously selective. Anything it deemed worthy was likely extraordinary. Had it acquired something remarkable while it covertly trekked through the mountains on his behalf? Chu Feng speculated. Suddenly, he heard a sound, faint yet discernible to his keen senses despite the distance. Who could possibly be visiting the orchard at this late hour? This thought ignited a sense of alarm within him. He retreated behind the old tree once more, falling into silence, tensing his body and sealing his aura, seamlessly merging into the vastness of the night. In the air, a colossal bat materialized, slowly descending toward the fruit grove. Chu Feng was taken aback. Subsequently, he furrowed his brow, for what he beheld was indeed a man. Yet he possessed a pair of devilish, fleshy wings, resembling a large bat as he descended silently. Simultaneously, a woman appeared, as if carried by the wind. Arriving almost in tandem with him, the man with the demonic wings bore a gentle and strikingly beautiful countenance. Landing precisely at the location where the yellow bull's treasure was concealed, the woman, though her appearance was merely average, took great care in her adornment. Her lips were of vivid crimson, her smoky eye makeup fashionable, and she donned a gown of pristine white amidst the darkness. What had I just witnessed? A swirl of golden light, ethereal and elusive, which I perceived as a golden bolt truly bizarre. The two figures stood there, engaged in hushed conversation. I had observed earlier that they had moved toward Xingyang town. They are in pursuit of our target, Chu Feng, within the same town. In the distance, Chu Feng, with his keen senses, had already heard them, and a wave of foreboding washed over him. These two were intent on him, regarding him as their objective. He immediately froze, taken aback by the audacity of ordering us to act together against what was merely a mortal. Regardless, tonight, blood will be spilled, the man with the devilish wings declared, his otherwise handsome face etched with cold determination. The golden creature had previously excavated a pit here, seemingly hiding something. Perhaps fortune favors us. The woman in white gathered her long hair, a charming smile gracing her lips, seemingly indifferent to the trivial matter of slaying Chu Feng. Her focus solely on the present. Gracefully, she knelt down, her fingers, though accustomed to cleanliness, now soiled with earth. For she had just glimpsed a remarkable golden creature, indeed extraordinary. If there are benefits to be gained, we shall divide them equally. The man with demonic wings spoke, his voice resonating in the darkness. Chu Feng remained calm. Observing the situation, now was not the opportune moment to intervene, for the adversary had set their sights on him, and a more favorable opportunity would soon arise. On the ground, a rustling sound echoed as the woman clad in white dug into the earth, her eyes gleaming in the night with palpable anticipation. Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but, after a moment's consideration, felt little concern. He would soon deal with both individuals. And surely the prized possession of the cattle trader would not elude him. Suddenly, the woman in white let out a piercing scream that reverberated through the night, echoing far and wide. It was as though she had awakened from a nightmare, flailing her arms in a frenzy, and subsequently began to frantically wipe her hands on the man with demonic wings. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, evidently grasping the situation in an instant, his anger flaring as he retreated rapidly, unable to suppress his retching. "Cow dung, cow manure." The woman cried out in a heart-wrenching wail, continuing to shake her hands, scrubbing them against the ground and the tree trunks, until finally, she collapsed onto the earth, overwhelmed by the urge to vomit. In the distance, Chu Feng stood in stunned silence, rendered motionless for quite some time as he absorbed the scene unfolding before him. His mind raced, conjuring countless thoughts in a fleeting moment. After what felt like an eternity, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming inwardly, his grandmother's, that was too perilous. His complexion shifted through shades of green, red, and white, a hint of dread creeping in. The cattle trader truly was despicable. He cursed inwardly, berating the situation. Originally, he had intended to trail the cattle trader discreetly, poised to unearth a hidden treasure, ready to seize it all in one fell swoop. Had it not been for the emergence of these two individuals, he dared not envision the harrowing consequences that might have unfolded. The imagery was, indeed, quite chilling. Chu Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing the yellow cow incessantly in his mind. Wasn't it merely a matter of resolving his own issues? Why the air of mystery? As if he were a thief? This creature was inherently troublesome. Anyone who noticed its peculiar movements would naturally be curious and compelled to pursue it discreetly. Soon, Chu Feng realized that his constant requests for help regarding cow dung over the past few days had evidently instilled a psychological shadow in the yellow cow, prompting it to be wary of him. Darn beast. In the distance, the fastidious and beauty-loving woman in white was on the verge of retching, her coughs indicative of her distress, accompanied by continuous, haunting wails. The sound was somewhat terrifying, as if she were enduring the most excruciating torment. The man with demonic wings was also gagging for an extended period. He decisively stripped off his clothing and hurled it to the ground, his countenance dark enough to suggest it might drip with despair. Calling all brethren, "Do you have any votes to spare? Please cast them my way. I would be immensely grateful." Chapter 31. Unstoppable, I'm going mad. The woman in white, her face ashen from her retching, shook her head vigorously, shrieking incessantly in a near-manic state as she rose and sprinted away. There lay a stream ahead, and she could no longer tolerate the contamination on her hands. She longed to sever them from her body. Running frantically, she reached the water's edge, plunging her hands into the frigid liquid, scrubbing vigorously until her skin nearly peeled away. The man was no exception. His face was grim as he continued to gag while staggering toward the stream, squatting there to wash incessantly. Chu Feng observed from a distance, refraining from ambushing them, as he found them somewhat repugnant. He opted to wait until they had finished their cleansing ritual, for even from afar, he could hardly endure the sight. One could only imagine the turmoil within those two. The woman clad in white remained motionless, as if she wished to cleanse herself countless times. As Chu Feng turned, he vanished into the night. After a considerable interval, the two individuals finally appeared, arriving at the threshold of the Chu residence. At that moment, Chu Feng coincidentally pushed open the door and emerged from the courtyard. Had he not sought to extract information from them, he would have acted long ago. Now, he feigned the demeanor of an ordinary individual, expressing surprise as he inquired about their identities. "I disdain to engage in further dialogue with you. Just understand that there are those who wish for your demise." The man, adorned with demonic wings, wore an expression of revulsion, accompanied by an aura of chilling malevolence. "Why? Who seeks to kill me?" Chu Feng feigned astonishment, retreating a few steps. The night sky was tranquil, adorned with brilliant stars. The man unfurled his pair of black demonic wings and descended slowly, hovering above, emanating an incomparably potent presence that seemed to confine the very essence of this realm. "Now, I present you with an opportunity. Choose your method of demise. 1. Accidental electrocution. 2. Immolation, reduced to cinders. Make your choice swiftly," he urged coldly, showing utter disregard for life, as if Chu Feng's existence were a mere triviality. "You are an extraordinary being, yet you submit to others. Simultaneously, you fear the repercussions should I evade an untimely death, thus causing you concern," Chu Feng stated calmly. "Deducing much from the exchange, a mere lowly mortal dares to command my caution? Killing you is as inconsequential as squashing a loathsome insect." The man with demonic wings retorted disdainfully. "I wish to linger not a moment longer. Let us conclude this swiftly." The woman in white grew increasingly agitated, losing her patience as she gritted her teeth and declared, "Once we enter Qingyang town, I shall personally hunt down that abomination and slay it." The man with demonic wings acted swiftly, diving down without a moment to squander. Bang! Yet, in the next instant, he was hurled backward. Chu Feng stood firmly, delivering a powerful punch that sent him soaring through the air, shattering several bones and causing a significant dent in his chest. The man was sent flying, ultimately crashing to the ground, blood frothing from his mouth. As he lay there, coughing up blood, his face was a canvas of shock. The sheer force had instilled a sense of dread within him. He was no ordinary being, possessing an extraordinary physique, yet he had nearly been obliterated by a single strike. "You are not a mere mortal. I misjudged you," he exclaimed, and then released an eerie roar that unleashed a mysterious and unfathomable power. It resembled sound waves, yet it was tangible, transforming into black ripples that surged outward in relentless waves, a terror beyond compare, crashing against Chu Feng. Bang! The grass, trees, and stones on the ground shattered under the onslaught, the scene utterly terrifying, for this power was immensely formidable. Not far away, the woman in white felt a surge of relief, hastily retreating. For the man with demonic wings, the mere emission of black ripples from his mouth was a harbinger of unspeakable horror. He had single-handedly obliterated countless extraordinary beings, unbothered by group battles, an unstoppable force. As for dealing with ordinary people, he had conducted experiments, capable of annihilating thousands in one breath. The black ripples, once unleashed, knew no distinction between friend and foe, obliterating everything in their path. At this moment, the stars in the sky shimmered brilliantly, a sight to behold. A man born with demonic wings, as if obscuring the starry sky, unfurled a pair of colossal fleshly wings, his lips stained with blood, and his eyes cold and merciless. From him emanated dark ripples, shattering various objects upon the ground, creating a scene of sheer terror. This was the otherworldly being. Chu Feng indeed found himself in dire straits, as the ripples seemed to penetrate every pore, threatening to tear apart his body and invade his mind, inducing excruciating pain. Yet, he remained composed, utterly unflustered. Boom! He summoned the bull demon fist, condensing the ultimate divine form, as a towering black bull materialized behind him. With a low growl from Chu Feng, it too raised its head towards the heavens. Roar! The immense roar unleashed a terrifying sonic wave. The manifestation of the bull demon fist resonated with the sound of thunder and the primal bellow of ancient bulls. It was both a martial technique and a sonic assault. Puff! In midair, the handsome man with demonic wings felt the black ripples erupting from his mouth completely shatter, and he was struck as if by a thunderbolt, coughing blood profusely as he plummeted downwards. He felt a searing pain in his throat, blood surging uncontrollably, while his chest throbbed painfully, and blood flowed from his mouth, nose, and ears. Every orifice was injured. The woman in white witnessed this scene, her face turning pale. She swiftly acted, her palm emanating a purple glow, summoning a vine that rapidly extended towards Chu Feng like a whip. Chu Feng evaded, yet the vine struck the ground, instantly fracturing the blue stone slabs with astonishing force. Hiss! From her palm, vine after vine erupted, swiftly spreading to seal off all escape routes, intent on ensnaring Chu Feng and suffocating him alive. Simultaneously, the vines swayed, continuously striking and causing the ground to fracture, the soil and stones crumbling in a terrifying display. Thud! However, the current Chu Feng was no longer the same as when he battled against Jun. He faced these two extraordinary beings with remarkable composure, his speed unparalleled. At present, he could cover a distance of 100 meters in merely 1.8 seconds. Ever since he mastered the 9th form of the bull demon fist, both his strength and velocity had increased significantly, his physique becoming increasingly astonishing. The notion of flesh becoming sacred was being validated before his very eyes. In a flash, Chu Feng leaped into the air, delivering a forceful kick that sent the woman clad in white hurtling away, crashing into the orchard with a resounding thud, her mouth bloodied. Unable to rise again. In just a few moments, he had dispatched both adversaries. Suddenly, a warning surged within him, a tingling sensation prickling the back of his head, urging him to evade. Bang! Not far away, a man with demonic wings squeezed the trigger, the dark muzzle of his gun erupting with flames, intent on executing a lethal strike from behind. The bullet whistled past with astonishing speed, yet Chu Feng's gaze sparkled with brilliance, as if he could perceive its trajectory. He had already dodged in advance, evading a fatal shot to his head. Bang, bang, bang. The man continued to fire, his eyes cold and menacing. He had suffered severe injuries, his face marred with blood, and his chest nearly punctured by a powerful blow. Now, wielding the might of a mechanical gun, he sought retribution, aiming to eliminate his target ruthlessly. However, ever since mastering the 9th form of the bull demon fist, Chu Feng not only exhibited remarkable reflexes, but also awakened a primal instinct, his intuition sharpening to the point where he could foresee impending dangers. Sensations of tingling and numbness occasionally coursed through his body, heralding the approach of peril, allowing him to evade danger each time. Two individuals with unusual characteristics experienced a constriction of their pupils and an ashen pallor, both struck by fear. Was this truly the target they sought to eliminate? What an absurdity! As their ammunition was expended, a man adorned with demonic wings, enduring excruciating pain and bleeding profusely, fervently flapped his wings, ascending into the sky in an attempt to flee. In a decisive moment, Chu Feng unleashed a black dagger that soared through the air like a bolt of lightning. With a resounding thud, it pierced his body, causing him to plummet from the heavens once more. The winged man could rise no longer. His injuries were too grave. Nearly fatal. The starry sky twinkled above, enveloped in an eerie silence. Now, not a sound could be heard. Chu Feng remained tranquil, bathed in starlight, exuding an ethereal glow as he gazed down upon the two individuals below. They were utterly astounded, gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. This young man, named Chu Feng, had not even revealed his extraordinary abilities, yet managed to vanquish them effortlessly. Just how formidable was he? Both felt a chill, as though they were confronting a deity or demon, exalted and invincible. At that moment, a yellow cow appeared, its gaze fixed curiously upon the two, puzzled by their presence. Had it not been for the tumult outside, it would have remained undisturbed. The woman in white, upon lifting her gaze, immediately spotted the yellow cow, her expression shifting dramatically as she realized that it was the source of her torment. She screamed, her mind racing back to a recent harrowing experience, akin to a nightmare. As the yellow cow approached, she could not suppress her nausea, trembling as she crouched down. The psychological impact it had left upon her was profound. The yellow cow, initially bewildered, soon grew irate, for the closer it drew, the more violently she retched. "Do you look down upon me?" With a resounding thud, it lunged forward, its hoof striking the woman's forehead, causing her to roll her eyes back and succumb to unconsciousness. "Reveal all that you know," Chu Feng demanded, his gaze fixed upon the man with demonic wings. Yet, the man remained tight-lipped, exuding an air of defiance and resentment. His eyes filled with hatred and a palpable sense of powerlessness. Deep within, there lingered a trepidation. He regarded Chu Feng as if confronting a deity or a demon. With a decisive stomp, Chu Feng rendered him unconscious as well. "Behold them," Chu Feng proclaimed as he ventured into the orchard. On this tranquil night, he dialed Lin Nua's communicator. He surmised that this incident was not orchestrated by her, yet it bore traces of causality. Perhaps it was one of her admirers, or someone within her circle who had precipitated this occurrence. Initially, there was Zhua Jun, intent on tarnishing his dignity, and now two extraordinary beings had arisen, intent on his demise. Did they truly believe him to be weak and easily trifled with? He bore no ill will towards Lin Nui, for this was not her doing. Yet he felt the pressing need to unearth the true instigator and ensure they faced consequences. He merely wished to convey the truth to Lin Nui, trusting in her composure and intelligence to swiftly discern the culprit, thereby enlightening him as well. "Come forth. Let the votes rain upon me, as the new book ascends the rankings. I extend my heartfelt gratitude." Chapter 32. The Woman. Enduring such targeted animosity was not in Chu Feng's nature. Even the manner of his demise had seemingly been predetermined, whether by electrocution or by fire, reduced to charred remains. Death itself was rendered an indignity. Had he not mastered the ninth style of boxing, his fate would have been quite lamentable. As the communicator connected, a woman's voice emerged. Under the night sky, adorned with countless stars, Chu Feng stood amidst the tranquil orchard, his expression one of astonishment. This was not Lin Nui at this moment. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, instilling a sense of serenity, and he could hear distinctly. Had he mistaken the person? He lowered his head, scrutinizing once more. There was no error. This was indeed Lin Nui's communication signal, yet how could it be another's voice? "I am looking for Lin Nui," he stated calmly. "Chu Feng. The one from Tying Mountain?" The woman on the other end evidently recognized his name displayed on the communicator, confirming his identity. "Indeed," Chu Feng replied. "You are in Qingyang town, correct? That place is rather remote, yet it possesses a certain tranquility, far removed from the bustle of the great city, a commendable locale where diligence might yield substantial achievements, much superior to what one might find in Jiangning City." The woman remarked nonchalantly. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. What did this woman mean, and who was she? Though her tone was light, It carried an undercurrent of implication. Qingyang was merely a small town at the foot of Taiying Mountain, while Jiangning was a sprawling metropolis, vibrant and thriving, serving as the heart of Jiangnan. The juxtaposition of the two, subtle and unadorned, seemed to serve as a reminder or hint to him. However, Chu Feng remained composed, merely expressing that he had matters to discuss with Lin Nuai. Recently, Nuai has been quite occupied. Tianxin biology has numerous significant matters awaiting her attention, and those in closer proximity to her are aware, hence they refrain from disturbing her. The woman's voice on the communicator conveyed a soothing warmth. Chu Feng was taken aback. This was a formidable woman, seemingly gentle, yet speaking with an air of casualness that belied deeper significance, inviting contemplation. The preceding dialogue underscored Lin Nuai's esteemed position and delineated the circle of individuals closely associated with her. The conversation unfolded seamlessly, exhibiting an impeccable flow, yet concealed an underlying sharpness. Chu Feng speculated that this woman shared a close connection with Lin Nuai. Otherwise, how could she have accessed her communicator? He refrained from contradicting her, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. Subsequently, Chu Feng offered a polite smile and excused himself, concluding the call. The incident took him by surprise, as he was unable to reach Lin Nuai. Who exactly was this woman, and what was her relationship with Lin Nuai? It was challenging to ascertain her age solely from her voice. She could very well be a young lady in her 20s or a sophisticated woman in her 30s or 40s. An hour later, Chu Feng dialed Lin Nuai's communicator once again. On the other end, a languid yet melodious voice emerged, tinged with a hint of disdain, inquiring. "Why are you calling again?" Chu Feng, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought, "Why is it still her?" The woman continued. "You would do well to refrain from contacting Nuai any further. She is quite busy and lacks the time. One must possess self-awareness." This time, her tone was rather forthright, imbued with a sense of arrogance. "You are overthinking it. I merely wish to clarify a few matters with her in person," Chu Feng replied, still maintaining his calmness. "Some issues need not be entangled, as they will yield no resolution. Do you comprehend what I mean? Focus on living a grounded life in Xinjiang town. It is quite suitable for you." The woman's voice betrayed a touch of indifference, clearly indicating her dwindling patience. As her words lost their prior subtlety, it seemed that the misunderstanding had deepened. Chu Feng's responses were succinct. Despite this, he had no intention of elaborating further. "There is no misunderstanding. Henceforth, do not disturb Noi. She has her own life, and you inhabit your own realm, belonging to different worlds. Take care of yourself. Should you insist on entangling yourself, unforeseen events are likely to arise. Perhaps you do not grasp this now, but I believe you will soon come to understand." The woman's voice grew cold. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng felt a stir within. Seemingly indifferent, he replied, "In truth, you are overthinking. I merely wish to inform Noi of a peculiar occurrence." "Oh, what matter is it? You may share it with me, and I shall convey it." The woman appeared somewhat surprised. "Today, a large bat fell outside my home, covered in blood." Once he reached this point, he fell silent, attentive to her response. "Indeed." The woman seemed taken aback, as if she had suddenly sat up in bed, and for a moment, she was quiet, no longer speaking. Only after a while did she calmly inquire, "Such a trivial matter is the news you wish to convey?" "Although that large bat was grievously injured, it has never been particularly amiable towards me. It seems that even if it is not a celestial being, there exists some connection," Chu Feng replied leisurely. There was a brief silence on the other end, and when the woman spoke again, her tone had softened slightly. "Since it bears some relation to celestial beings, you ought to render assistance. It must not come to harm." Chu Feng's gaze turned somewhat frigid. This woman recognized the man with the demonic wings. "Why should I offer assistance? Though I do not know the reason behind its injury, it has consistently been hostile, as if it seeks to kill me," he stated. The woman, consumed by anger, found herself unable to maintain her composure at this juncture. She could no longer address Chu Feng with her previous demeanor. Feeling a surge of indignation, "I warn you, should anything happen to him, you shall not escape unscathed," she declared with unwavering resolve, issuing a threat. Chu Feng pondered deeply. Recognizing that the man with demonic wings was indeed a formidable foe, far from a mere pawn to be easily discarded, hence her willingness to offer protection. The man with the demonic wings unleashed a torrent of black ripples, indiscriminately wreaking havoc upon all within a certain radius, the very ground beneath him shattering. A testament to his extraordinary prowess and status. Why should I concern myself with that? He was already fated to die, likely unable to endure more than a couple of days, Chu Feng remarked, casting a glance at the two individuals lying in the distance. Someone will come to retrieve him. You need only tend to his wounds and refrain from further involvement. The woman replied coldly before abruptly ending the call, setting down the communicator. A wry smile crept across Chu Feng's lips. He had caught a glimpse of the underlying truth and held no fear of them. The night passed in tranquility, devoid of visitors. It was not until midday, after Chu Feng and Huang Niu had relished a hearty meal, that someone intruded into the courtyard. You are Chu Feng. Where is he? Inquired a middle-aged man in his 30s, his complexion slightly darkened, of average build, exuding an imposing presence, his gaze piercing. I am Chu Feng. Behold, he is right over there. Chu Feng gestured towards the corner of the courtyard wall. This is not my fault. Despite being gravely injured, he still bore a menacing demeanor. Who wouldn't fear such a creature? I had no choice but to bind him. Chu Feng shrugged, adopting an expression of resignation. Very well, I shall take him with me. As for you, perishing in the inferno, the middle-aged man declared, charging forth with the fury of a tempest, his fist aimed squarely at Chu Feng's temple, intent on taking his life. Chu Feng's expression remained impassive, his feet firmly planted, as he clenched his right hand into a fist, deliberately meeting the adversary's strike head-on. A cry of anguish escaped the middle-aged man as he was sent hurtling through the air, his fist mangled and his arm grotesquely contorted, as if crushed by a mountain, leaving it utterly ruined. You are indeed peculiar, he seethed. Simultaneously, several gun barrels emerged atop the courtyard wall, equipped with silencers and loaded with lethal high-caliber ammunition, unleashing a barrage of bullets aimed at Chu Feng. However, having mastered the 9 forms of fist, a primal instinct within Chu Feng awakened, enabling him to foresee peril and evade it. His speed was astonishing, propelling him over the wall in an instant. Bang, 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 one punch after another. The 4-armed assailants were met with bone-crunching impacts, blood spewing from their mouths as they were flung to the ground, incapacitated. The middle-aged man was taken aback, as he unleashed a stream of white light from his mouth, resembling spider silk, ensnaring Chu Feng in its eerie grasp. He appeared like a monstrous black spider, ejecting threads as he charged forward, his dark legs carving deep gashes into the ground, severing stones with a horrifying ease. Buzz. The air resonated with a subtle hum as he closed in, several of his spider-like legs extending rigidly, lunging toward Chu Feng's body, akin to a cluster of formidable black spears, sharp beyond measure. Crack. Regrettably, after Chu Feng consolidated the ultimate form of the ox demon fist, he clenched his fist, shattering several ebony spider legs. With a single, forceful blow to the chest, he pierced through, leaving a gruesome wound. The middle-aged man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Chu Feng remained remarkably composed as he surveyed the scene. Although these individuals were gravely injured and on the brink of death, he bound them securely. Yellow Bull, dispose of them in the great primordial mountains, Chu Feng commanded. The Yellow Bull tilted its head, conveying its refusal. That woman and the man with demonic wings unearthed the grave you buried, uncovering your secret, Chu Feng explained. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Bull's fur bristled with indignation, its golden hairs standing on end as if exposed to a shocking revelation. It was furious, as though its most intimate secrets had been laid bare. Do not blame me. It was they who dug it up. If you do not believe me, interrogate them. Otherwise, why would the woman in white have vomited upon seeing you? Chu Feng asserted. The Yellow Bull's countenance shifted, flushed with a deep hue, reminiscent of a human's pallor during distress. Its privacy had been breached, inciting its wrath. After a moment of turmoil, it resolutely dragged the group away, heading straight toward the mountains. What a frightful reaction, merely for having one's personal matters exposed. Is such rage truly warranted? Chu Feng mused. He discerned that the yellow bull was particularly sensitive to scrutiny, and thus resolved never to mention the matter of cow dung again. The captives were tethered together and swiftly towed away by the yellow bull. The cow seemed to have regained its composure, one hoof covering its eyes, letting out a few mournful moos, as if to convey that the next scene would be too brutal to witness. Chu Feng was rendered speechless, for it was clearly you who had cast it into the mountains. What brutality could there be? In the evening, after finishing his martial arts practice, Chu Feng took a hot shower and settled down in his room to read. This time, he refrained from contacting Lin Nuai, or that woman. Before long, the communicator chimed, indicating an incoming call from the other party. He chose not to answer, engrossed in his reading. Moments later, the communicator rang again, prompting him to finally engage in conversation. It was once again the same woman, her voice slightly elevated as she inquired whether Chu Feng had seen anyone attempting to rescue a man with demonic wings. Indeed. This time I witnessed a humanoid spider plummeting from the sky, narrowly avoiding a fatal fall at my doorstep, Chu Feng replied calmly. Chapter 33. A tender abode. Upon hearing these words, the woman on the other end of the communicator fell silent, no sound emanating from her. After a brief pause, she erupted in frustration. Is there a large pit at your doorstep? One falls in after another, and in the end, they are either crippled or gravely injured. Her voice was exceedingly loud, resonating in his ears like a tempest of unleashed emotion. Chu Feng moved the communicator away from his ear, attentively listening before responding in a measured tone. Yes, there is indeed a large pit. It was once a pond that has since dried up. We scattered vegetable seeds and planted some crops, alongside a few fruit trees. Upon closer inspection, the pit is still quite conspicuous. On the other end of the communicator, the woman's breathing became heavier and more pronounced, as if one could visualize her chest rising and falling dramatically. Chu Feng swiftly removed the communicator from his ear once more. Indeed, a voice erupted from the other end. I have no time to discuss ponds or large pits with you. Nor do I care whether you are tending to vegetables or planting trees. Listen carefully. Those individuals must not come to harm. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. The woman's tone was somewhat frigid as she shouted, feeling a loss of composure, her voice involuntarily rising. This was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor, noble, dignified, serene, and graceful, all of which seemed to evaporate as a fire raged within her. However, they have inexplicably sustained severe injuries and lie in the pit, on the verge of death. What can I do? Chu Feng replied. You must find someone to provide medical assistance, the woman commanded. Why should I? The young man from Taihang Mountain dared to speak to her in such a manner. With a sharp sound, the woman abruptly ended the communication, realizing that this was inappropriate. A person who loses their composure reveals their vulnerabilities, and that was not her style. She needed to regain her calm, even if it was just some insignificant boy from Taihang Mountain, insignificant and ineffectual. She did not wish to expose any more of her inner self before him. Clearly incensed, the woman managed to restrain herself and quickly recalibrated her emotions. She quieted down, her agitation subsiding, the fire within her cooling as cold light flickered in her eyes, analyzing the situation. An insignificant lad with no abilities, who was aiding him? She murmured to herself, recalling Lin Nuai. Could she have sensed something? This thought startled her. Yet, how could that be? Lin Nuai had always maintained a rather indifferent relationship with Chu Feng, and recently, she had been preoccupied with her own pressing matters, awaiting a transformation, with no time for anything else. The Bodhi gene is conspiring against us? She furrowed her brow, pondering excessively. She contemplated the intricacies of Chu Feng and reflected upon the dynamics within the divine biological entity, subsequently casting doubt upon the formidable conglomerate of Bodhi gene. She retrieved her communicator, accessed her contacts, and selected a name marked Mu. Yet, hesitation gripped her, and she ultimately shut it down. As her mind raced with anxiety, Lin Nuai's communicator chimed. Upon glancing at the name, her expression stiffened. It was a call from Chu Feng. At this moment, her disdain for him was palpable. as the recent misfortunes seemed inextricably linked to him. "What do you want?" she inquired coldly. "Is it not you who has matters to address? That bat and the large spider are on the brink of death. How long do you intend to leave them here?" Chu Feng pressed. "I am in communication with them." The woman replied in a low tone, even now exuding an air of disdain, commanding Chu Feng to relay the communicator to the two. "I had already informed you. Both have succumbed, gravely injured, and their chances of survival are slim. Even I am nearly terrified to death by them. Hasten to have someone remove them," Chu Feng urged. The woman fell silent for a moment before informing Chu Feng that assistance would arrive within a day or two and insisted that he must take care of the situation or face dire consequences. Once the call concluded, Chu Feng retired to bed with a sense of satisfaction. However, the woman found herself sleepless, irked by the feeling that she had failed to handle the matter with the detachment she desired, allowing her emotions to cloud her judgment. Regardless of whether the fault lay with her or others, she resolved to eliminate any threat posed by herself. Her gaze turned cold, and a sense of determination enveloped her. In the early morning, Chu Feng sat against the dawn, engaging in a unique breathing exercise that he performed daily at both dawn and dusk. He understood that this practice might hold greater significance than the formidable bull demon fist. Observations of the yellow bull revealed its relentless dedication, regardless of its inherent laziness. It never faltered in this routine, practicing with more diligence than even its own kin's powerful martial arts. After breakfast, Chu Feng called to the yellow bull, saying, "Let us venture into the mountains." The bull, scratching the ground with its hoof, inquired about the possibility of others arriving. "Our targets are me and the missing otherworldly beings. They are not present here. What can we do?" Chu Feng chuckled, unperturbed by the thought. Those who lurked in the shadows would not act openly. Even if they wished to eliminate him, they would meticulously craft a scenario for an accidental demise, ensuring that nothing would go awry in his absence. With a sense of amusement, he decided to spare them the trouble and left a note instead. Taking a piece of paper, he inscribed a large message and affixed it to the door. Those who were typically brazen, treating his abode with disdain, would likely intrude upon reading his words. The message was succinct, recently startled and in need of respite, exploring the mountains. He even marked the correct path leading to the vast primordial mountains he intended to visit. Should there be any urgent matters, they were welcome to seek him in the mountains. However, if anyone dared to come, none would escape unscathed. This was Chu Feng's plan. Those who sought to harm him would have to face the consequences. He harbored a deep disdain for that woman, eagerly awaiting her next move to dispatch otherworldly beings. He intended to capture each one, eliminating her confidence and severing her influence, inflicting pain upon her and those behind her. Yet, he resolutely refused to squander time waiting idly for such events to unfold. In search of him, one must take the initiative to present oneself. Should he venture into the mountains to hone his martial skills, it would be wise for those extraordinary individuals to swiftly follow suit. As he journeyed along the path, Chu Feng contemplated Zhou Quan. Recently, he had been immersing himself in the depths of the mountains for self-improvement, experiencing rapid advancements in all aspects. Although fraught with peril, it proved to be an excellent environment for growth. He resolved to invite Zhou Pengzi to accompany him on this endeavor. Zhou Quan, being an extraordinary person, surpassed the common man. A rigorous trial in the vast wilderness should enable him to progress further. Thus, he set off to locate the portly companion. Now, with his martial arts flourishing and his physique significantly enhanced, he possessed astonishing speed and strength, traversing distances of 100 miles with ease. In the past, the journey between the county town and Qingyang town spanned merely a dozen miles. Now, it had astonishingly expanded to over 100 miles, with mysterious towering mountains emerging along the way. "Pengzi, I have come to find you. Hurry to the outskirts of the county town, for I shall take you to a delightful place," Chu Feng communicated with Zhou Quan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi let out an excited exclamation, stating, "I've been cooped up lately. Once you arrive in the county town, my treat, I shall take you to indulge in a feast. Later, we can enjoy a bath. And as for any enchanting street, if it piques your interest, I shall gladly accompany you." "What? There exists such a splendid place, and I was unaware? In this small territory of the county town, I am well informed. After all, I am somewhat of a local authority, Zhou Quan exclaimed, incredulous. You shall soon find out. Just wait and see. Chu Feng chuckled. All right, I shall head to the outskirts of the county town to meet you. Zhou Pengzi replied, brimming with excitement. A silver-gray sedan sped towards them, and Zhou Quan arrived in a flurry. Upon seeing Chu Feng, he slammed on the brakes, flung open the car door, and leaped out. Brother, it's been ages. I've missed you dearly. Zhou Quan exclaimed with exuberance, immediately enveloping Chu Feng in a bear hug. Chu Feng stood momentarily dazed. Was this really the same Zhou, the once portly figure? Now, he was slender, a far cry from his former self. Undoubtedly, the most striking feature was his slicked-back hair. Styled in an almost exaggerated manner, the strands combed back so thickly that, from a distance, it resembled a dustpan atop his head. Unable to contain himself, Chu Feng burst into laughter. Hidden within that impressive hairstyle were two protruding horns. No wonder Zhou's parents chastised him for looking like a ruffian rather than a decent person. Indeed, this appearance was hardly commendable. Zhou Quan wore an expression of exasperation, sighing as he touched his extravagant hairstyle, irked by the inexplicable emergence of two horns that nearly drove him to despair. Just lighten up. At least you've successfully lost weight, Chu Feng chuckled. In the past, Zhou Quan had a round belly, a cherubic face, and large ears, exuding a benevolent charm reminiscent of the laughing Buddha. Yet now, he was remarkably lean. Where's the bull demon king? Zhou Quan inquired, adding, by the way, I brought along two cousins. They insisted on tagging along after hearing you speak so highly of this place. Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly at this news. Currently, he was entangled in troubles and preferred not to be seen alongside Zhou Quan, which was why he had asked him to come out of the city. He would have to caution Zhou Quan to advise his cousins to keep their mouths shut. Finally, Zhou Quan spotted the yellow cattle. The fellow sat upon a large boulder in the distance, resembling a meditative posture, with its front hooves cradling wild fruits, savoring them delightfully. Upon noticing Zhou Quan's greeting, it ambled over, balancing itself upright on its hind legs. My goodness! The two young men, who had long since disembarked from their vehicle, were so startled that they screamed. Their faces as pale as ghosts, nearly leaping back into the car in a frantic attempt to flee. What are you so frightened for? Come here. At this critical moment, Zhou Quan remained composed, summoning his two cousins with a serious demeanor, stating, There has appeared an extraordinary being. You are not unaware of such phenomena. Have you not noticed the horns sprouting from my head? This creature is somewhat similar, though a failure. An error occurred during its transformation, resulting in its bovine appearance. Is that so? The two young men expressed skepticism. The yellow bull released wisps of white smoke from its nostrils, but ultimately restrained itself, extending a front hoof to lift Zhou Quan's tousled hair, inspecting it closely. Finally, it clutched its belly, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Zhou Quan's complexion fluctuated between green and white as he retorted angrily, What are you laughing at? It's merely a couple of extra horns. That's far better than your condition. The yellow bull inscribed on the ground. Incomplete evolution of a bull-headed man. Subsequently, it pointed at the plump cousin. What? Are you calling me a bull-headed man? I'll take you on. Zhou Quan, incensed, lunged forward. Chu Feng, hand resting on his forehead, observed that these two were inherently at odds, bickering relentlessly whenever they were together, truly beyond remedy. You are the bull-headed man. Your entire family embodies the bull-headed lineage. Even after being separated, Zhou Fatty continued to shout indignantly. The yellow bull regarded him with disdain. From a large bag draped over its body, the yellow bull decisively retrieved a communicator, swiftly searching for something, and then broke into an even broader grin, unable to contain its mirth. Zhou Quan's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon it. Although he had heard Chu Feng speak of this fellow's obsession with the communicator and his frequent disturbances, witnessing its adept manipulation left him momentarily stunned. What a remarkable creature! He exclaimed. Finally, Zhou Quan sternly admonished his two cousins before sending them on their way, while he himself accompanied Chu Feng into the mountains. My brother, where exactly is this intriguing place you mentioned? Why are we heading into the mountains? Zhou Quan inquired, puzzled. We're on the right path. We shall arrive shortly, Chu Feng assured him. That's reassuring. By the way, is it truly exhilarating? Zhou Quan expressed his anticipation. Fear not. I guarantee an unprecedented thrill that will set your heart racing. As I mentioned, it will leave your very core trembling with excitement. Let us proceed. Chu Feng led the way. I have also heard tales of estates built by tycoons within the Taiying Mountains. You wouldn't have connections there, would you? Zhou Quan asked eagerly. I would love that. I've heard such places can be intoxicating. By the way, with the recent upheavals in the world, has it remained unaffected? Is it still operational? Zhou Quan continued. Rest assured, it has encountered no significant impact, Chu Feng replied. Fantastic. I thrive on such excitement. Here I come, realm of indulgence. Zhou Quan shouted with exhilaration. Chapter 34. An epic blockbuster, it willingly embraced the name Yellow Ox. Along the journey, Zhou Quan learned of this development, left utterly astounded and somewhat envious. He had once named the Yellow Ox Bull Demon King, only to be met with disdain and scorn from the creature. Yet, in the end, it was that particular finicky beast that chose such a name. Moo. The yellow bull let out a proud bellow, raising its head high, seemingly quite pleased with its melodious name. How can you be so self-satisfied? Zhou Quan was at a loss for words. To him, it seemed an exceedingly mundane name, and it was remarkable that the bull accepted it. The yellow bull cast a sidelong glance, disdainfully regarding Zhou Quan, as if to say, what of it? Do you have an objection? You, a mere scalper, basking in your own self-importance. Why not utilize your communicator to discover the meaning of Yellow Bull? Zhou Quan retorted. The Yellow Bull, puzzled and perplexed, exhibited a look of confusion. Seeing this, Chu Feng felt a twinge of anxiety and quickly interjected, Don't listen to his nonsense. We must focus on our journey. The Yellow Bull, ever astute, was well acquainted with Chu Feng and, upon hearing this, promptly retrieved its communicator and began furiously tapping away. After a moment of bewilderment, it fell silent. Well, what did you find? Zhou Quan inquired with a forced grin. Chu Feng remained unfazed, exuding calmness as he spoke deliberately. Those ordinary folk know nothing. Do not be misled. Allow me to enlighten you. The term Yellow Bull is, in fact, quite extraordinary, imbued with profound significance. Though it has been misconstrued in recent years. The Yellow Bull paused, harboring doubts. Chu Feng, with a serious demeanor, earnestly elaborated, Examine it closely. What does yellow signify? In ancient times, it denoted honor and nobility, a title reserved solely for royalty who donned yellow robes, beyond compare in value. Now, consider the character for bull. It embodies greatness. Nowadays, whenever something impressive is mentioned, people instinctively give a thumbs up and exclaim, awesome. Zhou Pengzi stood dumbfounded, watching him as he earnestly spun his fanciful tale. At last, he could no longer contain himself and interjected, stating, the character for ox is utilized in numerous contexts, for instance, awesome. Chu Feng, feigning seriousness, retorted, how vulgar. Zhou Quan, feeling aggrieved, defended himself, what is vulgar about it? There is an even more commonplace term I have yet to mention, which is ox. Suddenly, the yellow bull kicked him away with a forceful thrust, its demeanor unfriendly, warning him to cease his reckless speech. Frustrated, Zhou Quan had no outlet for his grievances. He spoke the truth yet received a direct kick in return, while Chu Feng rambled on nonsensically, to which the bull responded with delight, nodding repeatedly. Thus, it can be said that the combination of yellow and ox exemplifies great virtue and constitutes a fine name, unbothered by the misinterpretations of the vulgar. Chu Feng proclaimed. Moo. The yellow bull nodded in agreement. To whom could he appeal for justice? Enraged, Zhou Quan turned away, glancing elsewhere, and remarked, You all are indeed something. The ox has a field. He was insulting you, Chu Feng cautioned the yellow bull. What does that mean? The yellow bull asked, bewildered. It's nothing. I merely stated that the ox family possesses a field. Pay him no heed. Zhou Quan hastily clarified, fearful of provoking the bull demon. Meanwhile, as they traversed the desolate mountains, anxiety mounted within him. Where were they? There were no villages in sight, no inns to be found, only towering mountains shrouded in miasma. Suddenly, A thunderous roar echoed through the forest, the winds howled fiercely, and leaves trembled in response, creating an eerie atmosphere. In an instant, Zhou Quan's hair stood on end, a chill coursing through him. "Brother, I fear we have strayed from our path and inadvertently entered the primal mountains. We must retreat quickly," he exclaimed, panic-stricken and visibly distressed. "It is simply this path. Traverse it, and you shall understand the meaning of an unexpected paradise. Have you ever heard of a utopia?" With a smile, Chu Feng remarked. "What? Behind this grand mountain?" Zhou Quan expressed astonishment, yet his demeanor swiftly shifted to one of keen interest, his hands fidgeting with excitement. "No wonder this estate is constructed by a magnate. It truly is a significant undertaking. The emergence of the primordial mountains adds an air of mystery to this location. Not merely a touch of mystery, but an overwhelming enigma that will leave you utterly bewildered," Chu Feng replied with calm assurance. Zhou Quan nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "I am truly looking forward to it." Ultimately, they ventured into the primordial mountains, and Zhou Quan embarked on his extraordinary journey. Suddenly, as they walked, Zhou Quan let out a piercing scream, goosebumps erupting across his body as he leapt high in the air, nearly succumbing to fright. Before them loomed a colossal bear, its face as large as a house, emerging from the thorns, nearly colliding with Zhou Quan in a bear kiss. It is worth noting that this bear, with its gaping maw, could easily swallow several adults whole. Zhou Quan, nearly paralyzed with fear, scrambled backward, trembling uncontrollably, seeking refuge behind Chu Feng and the yellow cow. With a sharp command, Chu Feng startled the enormous bear, which promptly turned and fled in a panic, having witnessed this human dispatch even more formidable creatures before. "It ran away?" Zhou Quan asked, bewildered. "Nothing to worry about. It is merely a large bear, raised by the estate. In truth, it is rather timid. Did you not see how it fled at my shout?" Chu Feng explained with remarkable composure. Zhou Quan was perplexed. What kind of mysterious estate was this? Despite his trepidation, an overwhelming sense of anticipation surged within him. Suddenly, a chilling scream escaped his lips. He inadvertently glanced up to find a thread as thick as a thumb, suspending a spider the size of a millstone, descending from the colossal ancient tree, perilously close to his head. Paralyzed with fright, he collapsed onto the ground, scrambling backward with hands and feet. With a resounding thud, Chu Feng, unfazed, simply kicked the monstrous spider away. Zhou Quan, rolling his eyes and struggling to swallow, felt as though he might suffocate. The terror had nearly caused him to faint. "Brother, this path is treacherous. Perhaps we should reconsider. I can't shake the feeling that I'm in some prehistoric spectacle. What kind of creatures are these?" One after another. His breath came in quick gasps. Overwhelmed by fear. Simultaneously, he marveled at Chu Feng's audacity. Such a colossal spider, and he hadn't even flinched before launching a kick. Before long, Zhou Quan's eyes widened in disbelief. This time, he realized that Chu Feng's courage was not merely a trivial matter. From the stillness of the forest emerged a colossal one-eyed wolf, measuring an astounding 10 meters in length and several meters in height, its fangs gleaming like razor-sharp blades. Astonishingly, this fearsome creature bore wings on either side, marking it as a being capable of flight. Terrified, Zhou Quan turned to flee, only to find Chu Feng in stark contrast, charging forward with remarkable composure, ready to strike. In the next moment, Zhou Quan was left utterly dumbfounded. Did I not dream? What did I witness? A return to ancient times, beholding an authentic wild spectacle? Zhou Quan bit his lip with such force, convinced that he was not ensnared in a dream. Terrified, he staggered backwards, gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread, his instincts urging him to flee. The yellow bull beside him scoffed, soon vanishing, only to be replaced by a towering 3-meter-high monkey that advanced towards Zhou Quan. "Ah, help!" Zhou Quan cried out in horror, utterly petrified. That monkey was colossal, towering over him with sharp, gleaming white teeth, peering down at him as one might regard a mere chick. Chaos erupted in that place, as Zhou Quan fled frantically, the enormous monkey relentlessly pursuing him. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Quan opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, capable of incinerating gold and melting stones. the heat searing and terrifying. With a resounding crack, a towering ancient tree was reduced to ashes. The giant monkey recoiled in fear, hastily retreating. Zhou Quan's face drained of color as he too stumbled backwards. Chu Feng, having dealt with the one-eyed old wolf, approached. "Stay calm, harness your abilities, as an extraordinary being. Can you truly fear a mere monkey?" Chu Feng encouraged him. "Brother, this is utterly preposterous. What kind of place is this? Where is my sanctuary, my haven of comfort?" Zhou Quan's voice trembled, his body shaking with fear. "The mountain lodge is not accessible to just anyone. This is a trial that must be endured. Only by overcoming this great monkey can you proceed," Chu Feng stated earnestly. "Ah," Zhou Quan exclaimed, feeling cornered. He had no choice but to fight as the ferocious monkey lunged at him, embodying primal savagery and intent on harm. With a deep breath, Zhou Quan opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the area in a blazing inferno. Chu Feng and the yellow cow hurriedly attempted to extinguish the fire, genuinely fearing that the forest would be consumed by the flames. In the end, the great monkey, severely burned, fled in haste. Zhou Quan, overwhelmed, collapsed onto the ground, ultimately lying there, gasping for breath, drenched in a cold sweat of sheer terror, nearly on the brink of collapse. "Since we are here, we must find peace within it. Do not be afraid. Look, even such a formidable beast as that giant monkey was repelled by you. As an extraordinary individual, you possess great strength. What is there to fear?" Chu Feng consoled him. "All right, how did you become so formidable, able to contend with such a massive one-eyed old wolf?" It must be said that Zhou Quan was rather slow to grasp this realization, taking so long to recall it, appearing quite astonished as he inquired. Of course, it was primarily due to the fright he had experienced. Moments earlier, he had been in a state of chaos, unable to focus on anything until now, when his emotions began to stabilize. If you were to engage in combat with ferocious beasts here every day, you would learn to face them with composure, rather than in such a pitiful state as now, Chu Feng remarked. Moments later, as Chu Feng battled a giant bird stretching over 10 meters in length, Zhou Quan's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized just how extraordinary this brother of his truly was. What a fantastical spectacle, he murmured to himself. For Chu Feng was locked in an intense struggle with the giant bird, fighting from the ground to the ancient trees, eventually pursuing it into the sky. With a powerful leap, he landed upon the back of the colossal avian, soaring alongside it, delivering punch after punch. After gliding for hundreds of meters in the air, he finally struck the giant bird down, sending it plummeting into the forest below. This place truly is a realm of gentle tranquility? Time seemed to stretch endlessly as he murmured, having finally come to a realization. Yet, he found himself unable to withstand such gentle torment. Following this, Zhou Quan indulged in a visual feast of epic proportions, traversing from horror films to wilderness epics, and then to fantastical spectacles. Each was a grand narrative, albeit terrifying, often placing him in the midst of the action. This day felt like an eternity to him. Ultimately, Zhou Quan wept, profoundly moved by an indelible insight. "I have come to understand why some say that the realm of tenderness is a hero's grave. What a painfully accurate realization this is. Oh, how I weep." Chapter 35, a national sensation. A serpent with 8 heads. Oh, save me. A silver centipede. Heavens, 2 meters long. It is pursuing me. Help, Chu Feng. You scoundrel. Is this what you call the realm of tenderness? Quickly, bring me pest control. Here it comes again. A black tiger that can shatter a 1,000-pound boulder with a single swipe. I can no longer run. Bull Demon King, come to my rescue, Chu Feng. Save me. On this day, Zhou Quan howled like a banshee, fleeing for his life, utterly exhausted to the point of frothing at the mouth, nearly convulsing in fear. In that moment, tears threatened to spill from his eyes, overwhelmed by an inexplicable happiness, for it was finally over. His throat was hoarse. For much of the day, he had either been screaming in terror or breathing fire in defiance of monstrous beasts, leaving his throat swollen. "Brother, your tricks are too cruel. Not only do my heart and lungs tremble, but even my very soul quivers in response." Zhou Quan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Do you understand why I can contend with the ferocious avian beasts? Chu Feng comforted. It is simply because I come here daily to hone my skills, gradually adapting to the challenges. How can I possibly compare to you? With a single blow? You can shatter boulders weighing thousands of pounds and fell colossal birds measuring over 10 meters in length. You are a monster in your own right. I cannot survive in this realm, Zhou Quan exclaimed. You are an extraordinary individual, Chu Feng replied. The flames you conjure can incinerate gold and melt stone, wielding immense power. As long as you can master it completely, traversing the mountains should pose no challenge for you. He believed that, as an extraordinary person, Zhou Quan possessed the potential to enhance his abilities, but it required relentless training to unleash the latent power within him. Furthermore, since Zhou Quan had developed bull-like horns, it was possible that the fruit he consumed was indeed related to the Bull Demon clan, which could enable Huang Niu to impart some survival techniques to him. Chu Feng expressed his profound concerns for the future, noting that the world continued to undergo drastic changes and the monsters within the mountains might one day emerge. Additionally, who could predict the occurrence of even more terrifying events? In these precarious times, the only path to survival lay in self-improvement. Seeing the seriousness in his words, Zhou Quan felt disheartened. In this current era, who among us does not harbor a sense of impending crisis deep within? The world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible, and many carry their own hidden anxieties. Brother, I understand that you are looking out for me. You are right. I am determined to fight with all I have. Zhou Quan resolved. Amidst the mountains, the 2 men and 1 bull sat together, tending to the flickering flames. The leg meat of the raptor was being roasted to a golden, glistening perfection, exuding an irresistible aroma as the fat dripped onto the fire, hissing in delight. How can it smell so exquisite? Zhou Quan had completely forgotten the hardships of the past, gazing at the golden, succulent flesh before him. He could not help but swallow with anticipation, especially after toiling for most of the day, the pangs of hunger becoming increasingly unbearable. It was finally cooked. Chu Feng sprinkled salt over the meat and brushed a layer of honey onto the leg of the fierce bird, enhancing its rich fragrance, making his own appetite surge. Moo! The 2 men and the ox began to feast, eagerly vying for the delectable morsels. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of chewing and swallowing as the 3 devoured their meal ravenously. Oh my, this is exquisite. I have never tasted such delicious and aromatic game. The texture of this meat is unparalleled, simply unattainable elsewhere. Zhou Quan marveled. This was no exaggeration. The flesh of certain ferocious birds and beasts was astonishingly delectable, and with a little preparation, it became exceptionally palatable, its rich aroma lingering for an extended period. A substantial bird leg was picked clean by them. Had their appetites not been so sated, they would likely have roasted another leg. What a satisfying experience! The flavor, surpasses even a divine feast. For these exquisite dishes, I shall surely return. Zhou Quan lay back, thoroughly content, stroking his distended belly, seemingly forgetting the disheveled state he had been in just moments before. Chu Feng and the ox were indulging in bright red berries, which melted in their mouths. Sweet and fragrant, a rare delicacy. For several days, they had relied on various berries as their vegetables, finding them quite delightful. Zhou Quan sampled one and immediately joined the fray. Even though there was no room left in his stomach, he persisted, exclaiming that this place would indeed become his sanctuary. Upon hearing this, the ox scoffed and promptly retrieved a communicator, rapidly tapping it to show him several photos taken earlier. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Quan was consumed by a fit of rage and humiliation. Neo Mo Wang, how dare you capture my image clandestinely? Why must you portray me in such an unflattering light? He exclaimed, his frustration palpable. A few photographs, each distinctive in its own right, drew a hearty laugh from Chu Feng. One image depicted Zhou Quan with wide, terrified eyes, on the verge of fainting from fear. In another, he was seen weeping profusely, desperately attempting to flee. Yet another captured him with dilated pupils, utterly terrified to the point of losing control. Though merely a handful of images, each was a classic, striking at the very core of Zhou Quan's dignity. Suddenly, his expression changed as he gasped that been posted on the embarrassing moment sharing site. The yellow bull nodded smugly, implying that sharing a few images was a trivial task. Zhou Quan nearly choked on his own blood. What was the embarrassing moments sharing site? As its name suggests, it is a platform dedicated to sharing embarrassing images, attracting an astonishing number of visitors each day. It could be said that any mildly amusing, embarrassing photo would undoubtedly spread like wildfire in no time. Zhou, in a state of panic, shouted, "Mo Wang, I shall confront you." However, the yellow bull simply kicked him aside, perplexed by his agitation. It's just a few pictures, why the uproar? Such rashness will never lead to greatness. Zhou Quan, in his fury, protested, "Mo Wang, you are bullying me." He jumped up and down in exasperation, truly incensed. "Do not fret," Chu Feng reassured him. "That site receives a plethora of new images daily, and many get buried without a trace, never even getting a chance to surface." This brought Zhou Quan a modicum of comfort, allowing him to ease his worries slightly. He approached the scalper and glanced at the visitor count, only to find his blood pressure soaring, darkness creeping in at the edges of his vision, nearly causing him to collapse. In such a brief span, the reads had almost breached 100,000. "You wretched creature, I shall have my vengeance," lamented Zhou, his complexion turning a sickly hue. The growth was astonishing. The reading count had officially crossed the significant threshold of 100,000, marking it as a veritable sensation. Indeed, Chu Feng remarked from the sidelines, "Cursed be it. Who shall come to my aid?" Zhou Quan clutched his head, overwhelmed with trepidation. He sensed that these images might thrust him into the national spotlight. Yet not for commendable reasons, as they belonged to the realm of embarrassing anecdotes. "You miscreant, what have you wrought?" Zhou Quan charged at the scalper once more, attempting to grapple with him. Clearly, he was outmatched and easily subdued. "You fool, how can you find amusement in such an outrage, devoid of any sense of shame?" Zhou Quan shouted in frustration. The scalper remained unfazed, engrossed in the comments beneath the images. A fleeting glance revealed that the comments had surpassed 10,000, causing Zhou's blood pressure to spike anew. Individually, these images might have been mediocre, but together, they formed a collection of exceptional emoticons. "Look," he exclaimed. "There are expressions of sheer horror, tears streaming down in sorrow, and frantic flight in terror. Together, they truly are masterpieces. Undoubtedly, one could foresee their popularity lasting for over a year. I must download a collection. What a character, even in this day and age, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. Thank you, esteemed poster. I have already saved it to my collection of emoticons." Zhou Quan seized the communicator with fervor, his combat prowess surging in that moment as he furiously typed away, engaging in a verbal duel with those who left disparaging comments. Chu Feng watched in bemusement. "Administrator, please delete these images." Zhou Quan fumed in a message, seeking assistance to remove the offending pictures. Simultaneously, he lodged a complaint against the commenters, who had collectively turned against him. Zhou Pengzi could hardly suppress his irritation, nearly bursting with indignation. Not only had his request for image removal been denied, but he was also to be subjected to a month of being pinned down. What kind of wretched administrator is this? He raged. Chu Feng, unable to contain himself, erupted into laughter, unable to stop. Meanwhile, the instigator, Huang Niu, basked in the adulation of countless commenters, reveling in their praise. "Master of the thread, I bow before you. I am eternally grateful. What a divine image, O great master." Zhou Quan, witnessing Huang Niu's self-satisfied demeanor, accepting worship and acclaim, could no longer endure the sight. His blood pressure soared to alarming levels, and he nearly hurled the communicator across the room. Quick as a flash, Huang Niu snatched it from him. Fortunately, Chu Feng scrutinized the images and rendered his judgment. In this moment of despair, Zhou Quan found unexpected solace in Chu Feng's words, feeling as though he had stumbled upon an oasis in the desert. With bated breath, he inquired, "You mean to say these images aren't that embarrassing, correct?" "Quite embarrassing," Chu Feng replied. "I merely believe that you did not capture the monstrous entity pursuing you in the photographs. Thus nothing significant was revealed. So it could be worse." Zhou Quan turned away, dismissing him entirely. Not long after, the communicator of Zhou Quan rang, signaling that someone was attempting to reach him. "Cousin, Your talent is astounding. Those remarkable images you shared have taken the world by storm." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Pengzi was infuriated, nearly throwing his communicator in frustration, only to realize it was his own device, compelling him to terminate the conversation with great displeasure. However, almost immediately, another call came through, this time from his second cousin. As soon as the connection was established, he was greeted by an exuberant voice. "Cousin, I am utterly in awe of you. Your creativity knows no bounds. What talent? Go away." Zhou Quan fumed in exasperation. Subsequently, the communicator buzzed incessantly, with numerous acquaintances attempting to contact him. Zhou Quan, now devoid of any patience, switched off the device, his countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 36. A great pit in front of my house. The cow grinned broadly, having casually commented on a humorous image-sharing website, which unexpectedly attracted a throng of spectators who showered it with likes. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Quan felt as though his heart might give way. He simply could not bear it. One can never truly discern whether it is a cow, a person, or some other peculiar entity behind the communicator. This was the final message Zhou Quan left beneath several images, brimming with indignation. What a painful realization it was. Someone behind the scenes offered a critique, which nearly brought Zhou Pengzi to tears. It was a moment of profound epiphany that resonated deeply within him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the name of the commenter was none other than Lord Cow. At that moment, Zhou Quan could no longer contain himself. Unleashing a torrent of fiery indignation, he was on the verge of fainting from anger, realizing it was that detestable cow. As he continued, smoke began to emanate from his ears and nose, a torrent of scorching heat surging forth, truly a sight of smoke billowing from all 7 orifices. The yellow cow, with its remarkable popularity, attracted a multitude of comments, swiftly transforming into trending remarks. "How disgraceful! How shameful!" Zhou Quan cried out to the heavens. Chu Feng, astonished, remarked, "Something is amiss. Zhou Quan, has your ability increased? I sense that the flames you are expelling have grown more formidable." On the ground, a large area had melted, transforming into a vibrant crimson liquid, boiling and releasing an acrid scent of sulfur. Zhou Quan had turned a considerable section of the mountain into magma. The yellow cow nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhou Quan's advancement. Is this even possible? Chu Feng was left speechless. After such a provocation, Zhou Quan's flames had indeed gained potency. The yellow cow scribbled on the ground, noting that the more enraged their kind became, the stronger their abilities, as such emotions stimulated the release of their latent potential, far surpassing their usual capabilities. Can this be sustained? Chu Feng inquired. Still stimulating? Zhou Quan was on the verge of madness. The yellow cow, unfazed and indifferent, moved closer and sat beside Zhou Quan, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. Then, the yellow cow nudged Zhou Quan, indicating the view count of those few images. 800,000. Zhou Quan exclaimed, realizing that the administrator had pinned it for only a short time, and it was already racing towards the million mark. In an instant, he was indeed overwhelmed, not only spewing fire from his mouth, but also flames bursting forth from his ears, nose, and eyes. He transformed into a being of flames, entirely crimson, with thick smoke billowing around him. His very words ignited fire, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. "Oh!" The sound of Zhou Quan's anguished cries echoed, a cathartic release of his pent-up frustration. Done. The yellow bull swiftly retreated, inscribing those 2 characters upon the ground. It was a considerable time before tranquility returned to the area, where once a verdant expanse had been rendered barren, transformed by magma, and now solidified into volcanic rock. With a notable enhancement in strength, Zhou Quan was encouraged to persist in his endeavors. Chu Feng informed Zhou Quan of his augmented prowess. The yellow bull approached with a grin, surprisingly devoid of disdain, for Zhou Quan's few illustrations had afforded it the exhilarating sensation of being revered by many. It would not dare to sever ties so abruptly. The Tying Mountains sprawled magnificently, their vast terrain dotted with countless peaks. Having departed from the primordial mountain range, the roars of colossal beasts and the sight of gargantuan birds soaring across the skies were now but distant memories. The miasma dissipated in their wake. This absence imparted a sense of serene quietude. Suddenly, the yellow bull halted, its ears perked, fixating on the mountainous expanse ahead. Stop! Chu Feng also sensed something amiss, his expression shifting as he grasped Zhou Quan's arm, pulling him behind a massive rock. What's wrong? Zhou Quan, still mired in disappointment, was startled by the unexpected tug. Fearing some terrifying beast lurked nearby. There is danger ahead. Conceal yourself here. Chu Feng cautioned, his gaze penetrating the forest, his eyes shimmering with a fierce intensity. His demeanor shifted from calm to resolute as he unsheathed his sleek black dagger with a sharp clang. Zhou Quan, jolted from his despondency, felt a surge of tension. For Chu Feng had not drawn his sword even when battling that formidable avian creature within the primordial mountains. Now, however, he approached the situation with utmost gravity. I shall assist you. Although Zhou Quan felt a twinge of fear, he was resolute in not retreating, willingly choosing to advance and offer his assistance. No, just wait for me here. Please do not approach, otherwise I might lose my focus, Chu Feng cautioned. With that, he swiftly vanished, traversing the vast distance of several hundred meters in mere seconds, transcending the limits of human capability. He did not bring a companion, opting to venture alone. A cold glimmer flashed in Chu Feng's eyes as he arrived at his destination. He slowed his pace, moving stealthily through the dense forest like a leopard, silently advancing. He spotted several individuals, and not just a few, clad in full tactical gear, dispersed throughout the woods, guarding the path he must take, occupying advantageous positions. The menacing muzzles of their firearms were concealed within the underbrush, cold and terrifying, instruments capable of taking lives. They have truly come. A chill settled in Chu Feng's gaze. He had left a note at home, and indeed, someone had followed him, orchestrating such a considerable display. There were dozens of them, equipped with formidable weaponry. All of large caliber, a single hit could result in grievous injury. Having mastered the bull demon fist, Chu Feng possessed a sharp intuition, sensing the bone-chilling intent to kill from afar. To recklessly charge into an ambush would mean certain death. In this moment, he recognized that the greatest benefit of his training lay in heightened awareness. This instinctual perception allowed him to detect danger in advance and take precautions. These individuals were extraordinary. Remaining motionless in the grass, resembling lifeless stone figures, their eyes cold and hardened, indicative of seasoned warriors who had witnessed bloodshed. They truly hold me in high regard, even bringing a rocket launcher. Deep within Chu Feng's gaze, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered and vanished. He discerned the presence of exceedingly powerful weaponry. Should he be struck, the consequences would be dire. Stealthily traversing the mountains and forests, he meticulously sensed and assessed the number of adversaries concealed in the surroundings. There were 42 elite individuals wielding firearms, in addition to 10 rocket launchers capable of penetrating even tanks. Such a formidable display. If he were to recklessly charge into this perilous situation, the outcome would be lamentable. Moreover, Chu Feng detected two extraordinary beings whose awakenings appeared remarkably similar, both possessing the same abilities, as evidenced by their golden arms. It could be surmised that they had consumed a similar mysterious fruit. With this knowledge, an overwhelming sense of killing intent surged within him. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of that woman, intent on rescuing the captured bat and the large spider, and perhaps even more desirous of his demise. Time and again, she had struck. Had it not been for his considerable strength, he would have long succumbed to humiliation, ultimately becoming a lifeless, cold corpse. Whatever forces you bring, I shall vanquish them, ensuring your despair knows no bounds, murmured Chu Feng, before launching into action. He positioned himself behind a rock, akin to a fallen leaf drifting down, and delivered a powerful blow to the napes of two individuals. The snipers fell silently, unconscious without a sound. Chu Feng moved through the forest, silent and merciless. In a mere moment, he had incapacitated 20 adversaries, unnoticed by any. Extraordinary beings. The elite, clad in full gear and armed with firearms, were in fact disguised extraordinary beings, not mere mortals. One had sensed the impending danger at the last moment. He was utterly astonished, finding himself so close to someone that they could almost touch his body. With a thunderous roar, Chu Feng unleashed his left fist and right sword in unison, determined to swiftly eliminate his opponent. In an instant, the stranger was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, a layer of shimmering scales manifesting all over his body, even his face becoming obscured by this armor. He resembled a monstrous entity, reacting with remarkable swiftness. He evaded the deadly strike aimed at his neck from the black short sword, yet he could not escape Chu Feng's left fist, which struck him squarely in the chest. The impact was like a blow against withered wood. His defense was astonishing. Although blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, he narrowly escaped a fatal blow, being sent careening through the air. There, he bellowed, startling the entirety of the forest. The best offense is indeed a strong defense, and this was Chu Feng's choice. With a leap, swift as a predatory bird, he lunged forward in pursuit of the stranger. Gunfire erupted, flames bursting forth, all concentrated at the spot where the stranger had just appeared, obliterating the surrounding rocks and foliage. At the same moment, Chu Feng closed in on his target. With a resounding crash, his glowing fist descended, harnessing all his strength in a thunderous assault, exuding a terrifying aura. Thud! Before the stranger could touch the ground, Chu Feng was upon him, delivering a devastating punch to his back, his fist sinking deep into the flesh. Despite the hardness of the golden scales, they could not fully dissipate the force of the blow. The stranger let out a muffled groan as bones shattered. Nevertheless, he proved to be more resilient than others of his kind, avoiding death. Upon hitting the ground, he immediately rolled over, attempting to escape. At that very moment, Chu Feng's obsidian short sword arrived, slicing through the air like a bolt of black lightning. Though he reacted with remarkable swiftness, he still suffered a grievous wound. He narrowly avoided a fatal strike. However, one arm was left drenched in blood, the blade's razor-sharp edge nearly severing his left arm, leaving it barely attached by a sliver of flesh. This was a severe injury, eliciting a shriek of agony from the otherworldly being, his features contorted in pain, the golden scales adorning his body dimmed. Simultaneously, Chu Feng executed a sweeping kick, striking the creature's head with such force that it propelled him into the air, crashing against a massive boulder before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, Chu Feng vanished from sight. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, striking the ground and sparking in a wild display. Then, with a thunderous explosion, a brilliant fireball erupted in the forest, shattering numerous boulders and toppling towering trees, leaves swirling chaotically in the aftermath. Someone was unleashing a rocket launcher upon this mountainous terrain. Chu Feng crouched low, akin to a coiled dragon poised to strike, navigating through the mountains with unparalleled speed, evading the hail of bullets, and in the process, dispatching 3 more foes. From a distance, shouts rang out, demanding their comrades to obliterate him. A deafening roar followed. Flames surged skyward as the earth trembled, rocks exploded, and colossal trees crashed down in droves, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the atmosphere. In an instant, the relentless firepower converged upon that location, rendering the landscape barren and leveling it entirely. The might of the rocket launcher was overwhelming. Meanwhile, in the distance, Quan was left in a state of shock, seemingly petrified, as he beheld the scene unfolding before him. The formidable arsenal of advanced weaponry was all aimed squarely at Chu Feng. With a resounding bang, a smaller hill in that area was entirely flattened. On this day, the impact on Zhou Quan was overwhelming, transitioning from a vast wilderness to a thrilling spectacle, and then to a fierce gunfight. Even with his nerves of steel, he felt a twinge of trepidation. "Quick, save Chu Feng!" Zhou Quan exclaimed, rousing himself and shouting at the Bull Demon King. The yellow bull remained calm, indicating there was no rush. In the forest, patches of scorched earth emerged, and as the rocket launcher was fired, the temperature in the area surged dramatically. Wherever it passed, destruction followed. Yet, the target remained unharmed, as anguished cries echoed, and some areas inexplicably fell silent under fire. It was evident that these individuals had been dealt with. Eventually, all firepower ceased, leaving the forest in eerie silence. Trying to escape? Chu Feng bellowed, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he pursued them. In mere seconds, he traversed several hundred meters, intercepting 3 individuals. All were otherworldly beings, possessing the same extraordinary ability, their palms glowing a pale gold. At that moment, their brilliance surged, and their bodies became encased in golden scales. Chu Feng realized that 4 such beings had actually arrived, 2 of whom were disguised among ordinary people armed with firearms. He had already disposed of one. Now, the 3 otherworldly beings sought to flee. Just as he had surmised, these individuals had consumed the same fruit in a singular location, granting them immense strength and remarkable defenses. With their bodies adorned in golden scales, ordinary bullets would struggle to penetrate. Yet, faced with Chu Feng, the 3 beings were gripped by terror, fully aware that he had just survived a rocket launcher attack, a feat they could never hope to achieve. The garments worn by Chu Feng were somewhat tattered. However, his body remained unscathed and injury-free. Suddenly, one of the assailants fired a shot, attempting to catch Chu Feng off guard and eliminate him. Alas, he was met with disappointment as his bullet merely struck a fleeting shadow. In the next instant, he was propelled into the air, his head colliding with a forceful punch that rendered him disoriented. Despite the protection of mysterious scales, he could not withstand the blow, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell to the ground, unconscious. The 2 others, witnessing this, were engulfed in despair. Although they considered themselves formidable among their kind, they appeared utterly feeble in the presence of this young man. In truth, Chu Feng was also taken aback. He had exerted all his strength, yet had merely rendered them unconscious. Had they been other adversaries, they would likely have been pierced through by the force of his strikes. With desperation, the remaining 2 engaged in a fierce battle. In the mountainous terrain, the winds howled fiercely, and brilliance erupted as the 2 grotesque beings, their faces adorned with golden scales, fought Chu Feng to the death. Regrettably, the outcome held no suspense. Both were swiftly subdued, blood gushing forth as they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Quan arrived, panting heavily as he surveyed the ravaged forest and the numerous bodies sprawled across the ground. His face paled slightly as he inquired, "Did you truly kill them all? How could I be so cruel?" "Not a single one was slain," Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Zhou Quan exhaled in relief, but soon felt overwhelmed. These individuals had aimed to end Chu Feng's life, and with their numbers so great, how could he manage the situation? Chu Feng's next words sent a chill down his spine. "If they don't come to help, toss them all into the great wilderness mountains." He beckoned to Huang Niu and Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan's expression contorted into a grimace more sorrowful than tears as he responded, "Are we to throw them all in? Should I keep them around for another attempt on my life?" As Chu Feng spoke, he had already procured mountain vines, binding the unconscious individuals. The mountainous region fell into tranquility. However, deep within the vast wilderness, the roars of beasts echoed incessantly. "What shall we do about those?" Zhou Quan pointed at the rocket launchers. "Let us conceal them. They will serve a greater purpose," Chu Feng replied, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "For now, calm your mind and remain at home. Do not venture out, and certainly do not seek me," Chu Feng advised earnestly. Zhou Quan nodded hastily. He indeed desired a moment of peace, for the day's events had been overwhelmingly intense. That evening, Chu Feng quietly immersed himself in reading. The communication device rang several times, yet he chose to disregard it. After concluding his reading, he retrieved a map, unfurling it with care to study intently. This map had been sketched from intel acquired from Zhuojun Huang Niu. "Tomorrow we shall venture into the mountains for some fruit." Chu Feng beckoned Huang Niu. Before long, the communication device rang again, yet again from that same individual who had persistently called throughout the evening. Yawning, feeling somewhat fatigued, he finally picked up the device and connected the call. "Chu Feng." A woman's voice resonated from the other end. "It is I." Her tone was laden with concern, revealing the gravity of the matter. "What is it?" Chu Feng inquired, realizing it was not Lin Nuai herself. "Did anyone come to your location today to retrieve the injured alien?" The woman asked, striving to maintain her composure. "I witnessed several individuals descend from the sky, nearly crashing at my doorstep, covered in blood." "What are you implying?" On the other end of the communicator, the woman's voice escalated to an octave of fury, exclaiming, How did you almost cause me to fall to my demise again? I have already informed you about the large pit in front of my home. Chapter 37. The Quest. A fiery indignation swelled within her, yearning for expression, particularly exacerbated by Chu Feng's dismissive attitude, which ignited her desire to storm directly to the foot of Mount Taiyang. She endeavored to temper her voice, rendering it cold and devoid of emotion, as she declared, "You must ensure their safety. Who exactly are you? You continually send forth these monstrous beings. I am a normal person, and if this continues, I shall be stricken with a heart ailment." Chu Feng, on the other end of the communicator, expressed profound dissatisfaction and further questioned, "Could it be that you are an ancient witch?" Bang! The woman abruptly terminated the call. Her youthful and beautiful visage now transformed into a pallid mask of fury. Who could possibly be assisting him? She stood before the window, gazing at the night sky, her brows furrowed, eyes glinting with a cold, fierce light. The series of setbacks had stirred an unsettling anxiety within her. The disappearance of 6 or 7 extraordinary individuals, along with several elite operatives armed with advanced weaponry, was no trivial loss. Previously, she had conducted an analysis and ruled out the possibility of Chu Feng being responsible. His hair had been subjected to testing, confirming his improbability of becoming an extraordinary being. A formidable master must be aiding him. Could they be observing my every move? A sense of apprehension enveloped her. Beneath the crystal chandelier, she paced the room, and finally, with a resounding crash, she hurled a wine glass filled with red wine to the floor. It cannot possibly be Lin Nuyi. I have already dismissed that possibility. After careful contemplation, she felt a twinge of anxiety. The wild youth at the foot of the Taiyang Mountains was merely a mortal, someone she had initially believed could be effortlessly dealt with, without stirring any significant waves. In fact, she had already devised a fitting demise for him, one that, to outsiders, would merely appear as a tragic accident. Now, however, everything had spiraled beyond her control. For the sake of this insignificant figure, she had sacrificed several extraordinary individuals and an elite combat team. Were those who had gone missing still alive? She could not say. At this moment, a sense of regret and fear washed over her, as if she were standing on the precipice of a deep abyss, knowing that further descent would only lead to greater entrapment. This was an instinctive feeling. The more she contemplated, the more uneasy she became. How infuriating it was. "Curse be you, Chu Feng," she uttered coldly, her ruby lips and pearly teeth strikingly beautiful. Yet her countenance remained icy, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping her in her fury. Finally, she furrowed her brow and retrieved her communicator, seeking out someone named Mu. Dialing the number with urgency. "Mu, certain matters have exceeded my expectations, and they trouble me." That night, Chu Feng slept exceptionally soundly, awakening in the morning feeling invigorated. He surmised that the woman must have had a restless night. Even if she hadn't been frightened, she certainly would have been flustered. Anyone in her position, having incurred such substantial losses, would find it impossible to be at ease. Bathed in the morning glow, he practiced a special breathing technique, feeling warmth enveloping him, as if he were being purified under the golden rays of the sun. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, Chu Feng called to Huang Yo, ready to embark on their journey into the mountains, following the map's guidance to search one by one. Upon entering the mountains, he first examined a cache of formidable weaponry, selecting a rocket launcher for a trial shot, as it would soon be put to use. Boom! In the distance, flames erupted, boulders disintegrated, and ancient trees collapsed in droves, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the sky. Indeed, the power was considerable. He wondered if it could bring down the silver-winged celestial. Chu Feng mused to himself. He found it difficult to gauge this individual's strength. From his encounters with 7 or 8 extraordinary beings thus far, he believed he could handle them without issue. Once familiar with the operation, Chu Feng concealed the rocket launcher and unfurled a map, setting off towards the heart of the mountain range. The locations marked on the map were all situated within the original Taiyang Mountains without venturing into the primal highlands. Chu Feng and the Yellow Ox made swift progress, soon arriving at their first destination, a verdant peak of modest elevation. At the summit, Vegetation thinned, revealing a few ancient pine trees and several slabs of green stone. The map bore a note indicating, harvested. Chu Feng surmised that this place had likely yielded mysterious fruits that had since been picked. Yet he still detoured to see if there were any other discoveries to be made. The yellow ox quickly fixated on a particular plant. Chu Feng noticed it too. It was distinctly different, vibrant green, slightly glossy, imbued with a vigorous life force. Upon closer inspection, it was plantigo, a species commonly found by the roadside, easily overlooked. The leaves of this plantigo were oval-shaped, marked by numerous prominent veins. This specimen appeared unusual. Its leaves were thicker and, in comparison to ordinary plantigo, shimmered as though carved from verdant jade. Chu Feng remarked, "Alas, there is a conspicuous fruit stem above, long since harvested by others, leaving one to ponder its peculiarities." Just as he was lost in thought, the yellow bull lowered its head and swiftly severed the plant with a single bite, consuming it entirely in mere moments. "Bull demon!" Chu Feng exclaimed in fury. "You have devoured this treasure, an act of sheer wastefulness. How could you?" He glared, noting that the celestial beings had not destroyed this plant, but had instead marked it for observation, presumably to ascertain whether it would bear fruit again. The yellow bull, with an innocent expression, inscribed a few words in the dirt. "Ordinary grass has mutated, bearing fruit only once." Chu Feng was taken aback, lamenting the loss. The bull then grinned mockingly. "What is there to laugh about?" Chu Feng demanded. This time, the yellow bull wrote more extensively, revealing some secrets. "This realm is undergoing a transformation. Countless roots await revival." "Awaiting revival? What do you mean?" "Ancient species that existed long ago." Chu Feng pressed. "A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity," the bull pinned as its final message, thereafter falling silent. Chu Feng recalled the few secrets the bull had previously divulged. It seemed to aspire to attain sanctity and lineage, harboring grand ambitions. Did this relate to those roots yearning for resurgence? He speculated. Lost in contemplation, it appeared that this world harbored profound mysteries, compelling those monstrous beings to rush forth. Subsequently, Chu Feng unearthed the root of the plantain, for since it could no longer yield the enigmatic fruit, he felt no need for restraint and sought to uncover its true nature and the reason behind its mutation. He indeed made a remarkable discovery. Some soil clinging to the roots was particularly unusual, no larger than a fingernail, yet entwined with a profusion of fine root hairs. The soil, of a purplish hue, possessed a subtle sheen, reminiscent of tiny grains of sand. Could this be the reason for the peculiar transformation of the plantain? He harbored some doubts. The yellow cow also peered in, though it remained oblivious to the mystery. Regardless, he decided to collect it for now. Subsequently, they ventured to 3 more locations, each revealing transformed plants, yet regrettably, the fruits had already been harvested by others. To Chu Feng's astonishment, he discovered that beneath each plant lay a patch of soil, no larger than a fingernail, each exhibiting a slight luster, some a vivid red, others a striking blue, distinct from ordinary earth. These peculiar soil fragments were ensnared by the roots, as if they contained some essence. In this manner, he gathered 4 small pieces, each differing in color, and carefully wrapped them with these soils. "The 3 seeds I possess are likely to take root and sprout," Chu Feng thought, his heart fluttering with excitement as he pondered what they might yield. He was filled with anticipation, for they were no ordinary seeds, originating from a mysterious stone box at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Unfurling the map, he noted that one crucial location remained unexplored, situated at the very heart of this map, marked by an ominous black skull. Did this signify extreme danger? According to the leaked information, within the Tying Mountains, there existed a peculiar small tree bearing unripe fruit, which had captured the attention of various extraordinary individuals. Chu Feng suspected that the site of this black skull was likely where the small tree thrived. Several days have passed, and it is likely that some extraordinary individuals have already arrived. It won't be long before the Tying Mountains are filled with skilled masters, inevitably leading to fierce confrontations. Chu Feng speculated. He beckoned to Huang Miao and continued onward, eager to uncover the truth. If the timing was right, he was prepared to involve himself as well. Along the way, he indeed detected traces of some extraordinary beings, all of whom cautiously avoided him. The fruit had not yet fully ripened, yet its allure was already palpable. What would happen in a few days' time? This place would likely become a tempestuous battleground, with extraordinary individuals from all corners vying for supremacy. After all, it was rumored that such fruit could give rise to top-tier masters akin to the silver-winged Celestial and the Diamond Guardian. How could this place be the one? Chu Feng was astonished. White Snake Ridge. This is a region steeped in mystery within the Taiyang Mountains. It is said that a white serpent resides here. Having thrived for countless years, its legend enduring through time. However, many remain skeptical, as the last eyewitness passed away several decades ago. According to the account of that elderly man, the serpent was enormous, measuring at least 100 meters in length. Who could possibly believe such a tale? The largest pythons in tropical rainforests barely exceed a dozen meters. Everyone, be cautious. Chu Feng warned Huang Niu as they steered clear of danger. Extraordinary beings were guarding the mountain pass, and he spotted a familiar face, Zhuijun. It was highly probable that the small tree he sought was located here, Chu Feng deduced. Chapter 38. The extraordinary tree White Snake Ridge was heavily fortified, with extraordinary beings stationed along every route. There was no need for further contemplation. It was clear that the miraculous small tree lay within, and divine beings were anxious about its safety, wary of any unforeseen incidents. The proud ox stood tall, exuding an aura of confidence as he performed a swift punch, not only generating a vigorous breeze, but also displaying an astonishing lightness and grace. They stealthily maneuvered, skirting the trees, and arrived directly before a sheer cliff. With Chu Feng's current prowess, scaling it posed no challenge. Suddenly, he halted, remarking that while extraordinary beings could ascend, divine entities would surely have precautions in place. This location might be fraught with peril. Upon pausing, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize the precipice, which was exceedingly steep and devoid of vegetation, the entire brown mountain composed of stone. Chu Feng was taken aback as he uncovered a clue. Quite ruthless. He noticed fissures along the cliff, accompanied by signs of damage on the mountain's surface, although previously tampered with. A careful examination revealed the remnants of a past assault by rocket launchers. Moreover, he spotted a small, dried bloodstain on the treacherous wall, now a dark red, hinting at the violence that had transpired. Extraordinary beings had once climbed this very cliff, only to be struck down by firearms. Chu Feng retreated with the ox, recognizing that while they might not be able to eliminate him, it was prudent to avoid alarming the enemy and unnecessary entanglements. The expanse of White Snake Ridge was vast, and he was convinced that there existed a pathway for entry. If a complete lockdown were to occur, how many extraordinary beings and firearms would the divine entities need to deploy? Along the way, he observed numerous groups of extraordinary beings, all lying in wait, striving to approach the depths of White Snake Ridge. Chu Feng estimated that even conservatively, there were over 100 extraordinary beings in this area, now a vortex of conflict. Teetering on the brink of danger, should the fuse be lit, a great battle was inevitable. In certain mountainous regions and valleys, one can observe bloodstains, broken horns, and silver scales, all indicative of the presence of extraordinary beings. It is evident that fierce battles have transpired here, suggesting a tumultuous history. This is merely the beginning. When the fruits of this land fully ripen, the ensuing chaos will undoubtedly be more severe. Chu Feng sighed, realizing that to rise amidst the slaughter of these extraordinary beings and to claim the rare fruits exclusively would be an overwhelming challenge. After all, the number of extraordinary beings is vast. This area, shrouded in mystery, is not insignificant, and indeed, there are locations that allow ingress and egress. Even the mightiest celestial beings cannot entirely seal off every entrance. Some extraordinary beings are able to approach through such passages to gather intelligence. Chu Feng successfully infiltrated but became increasingly cautious, navigating the jungle with care. White Snake Ridge, as its name suggests, belongs to a mountainous region characterized by its expansive terrain. Legend has it that a great serpent lies dormant within this area. Within this mountainous expanse, there exists a clearing where the terrain is gentle, adorned with colossal ancient trees, albeit sparse. Some extraordinary beings are making their way toward this place. Chu Feng arrived as well, and, upon surveying the scene, noticed several ancient ginkgo trees, each over several hundred years old, their bark cracked and their trunks so robust that it would require several individuals to encircle them. So many wolves? Chu Feng marveled. This mountainous area bore a distinct scent, one that is characteristic of wild beasts. Ahead, nearly 100 azure wolves stood, bearing their gleaming white fangs. They were stationed here, seemingly vying for dominance. Among them, 2 wolves stood out remarkably. One possessed broad fangs, significantly larger than those of a typical azure wolf. Its physique robust like that of a mighty bull. Most intriguingly, its exterior was not covered in fur, but rather, it bore a hide of stone. It resembled a stone wolf. Evidently, this wolf has undergone a transformation. There is another wolf, even more extraordinary. It is as large as a house. Its entire form resembling bronze, shimmering with a frigid metallic luster. When its massive jaws open, it is quite terrifying, with its interior composed of metal, including fangs that exude an intimidating aura. A metallic wolf? Chu Feng was taken aback. Both wolves had mutated, akin to humans, possibly having consumed mysterious fruits that led to their peculiar evolution, resulting in a surge of power. They stood guard here with a pack of wolves, evidently waiting for the fruits on the peculiar little tree to ripen. Changing his position, Chu Feng finally caught sight of the little tree, previously obscured by an ancient ginkgo tree. It was a pine tree, quite diminutive, standing only about 1 meter tall, having emerged from the soil less than 2 years ago. Yet, it had transformed, radiating a vibrant green. This little pine tree thrived remarkably, emanating a sheen, surrounded by a vigorous life force, and even from a distance, one could sense its exuberance. The tree bore a pine cone, commonly referred to as a pine seed. This cone had a small portion that was tender green, while the larger part gleamed with a purplish-golden hue, making it exceptionally unique. The tender green section resembled an ordinary pine cone, somewhat mundane, whereas the purplish-golden part shimmered like metal, occasionally sparkling with iridescence. Such a small pine tree would typically be incapable of bearing fruit, yet this mutated pine defied convention. Its entire body suffused with a glowing green radiance. Anyone who beheld it would undoubtedly recognize its extraordinary nature. Moreover, the pine cone was as large as an adult's fist, far surpassing the usual pine cones, its purplish-golden luster captivating and impossible to overlook. Though the cone had yet to split open, a delicate fragrance was already wafting through the air. It appears that the pine cones will soon split open, once the tender green parts transform into a resplendent golden hue. Radiating a purple glow, they shall be deemed ripe. Chu Feng's gaze burned with intensity. The otherworldly beings remained vigilant, awaiting the fruit's maturation, refraining from acting prematurely for fear of disrupting the final metamorphosis of the fruit. The wolves exhibited similar patience, quietly keeping watch. And what of the corpses? Chu Feng's expression shifted to one of suspicion as he noticed, not far from the small tree, a considerable number of bodies scattered among the grass, including those of otherworldly beings and remnants of ferocious beasts. Exercise caution. This place harbors malevolence. It remains a mystery why anyone who steps within a 10-meter radius of the small tree inexplicably succumbs to a fatal poison, with no remedy in sight, resulting in the demise of even some of the extraordinary beings. The celestial entities were the first to discover this site, and they fell victim to its perils. Yet they chose to keep it a secret, transforming the area into a death zone. Evidently, other extraordinary beings lingered nearby, observing, although their whispers were soft. Chu Feng's acute hearing captured their words clearly. He had also heard tales of a formidable master with Bodhi genetics who had brazenly intruded, meeting a grim fate. Let us depart. We have witnessed enough and grasped the situation. We cannot linger here, for the consequences of being discovered would be dire. We shall return when the pine cones are ripe. The group of extraordinary beings murmured among themselves, harboring suspicions that the celestial entities had deliberately lowered their guard, likely monitoring the situation from the shadows. They departed with utmost caution. Could we extract the tree and transplant it elsewhere? Chu Feng inquired of the Bull Demon King. The bull demon king shook his head, his eyes gleaming with fervor, fixated on the small tree, clearly captivated by it, yearning to consume it whole. Before maturity, transplantation of the fruit will lead to its decay. A yellow cow inscribed these words upon the ground. Chu Feng relinquished his plans for a daring gamble. Simultaneously, he acknowledged the validity of the remarks made by a few individuals. The divine beings undoubtedly possessed a trump card, and the tranquility of this place felt unsettling. Chu Feng lingered in the shadows for an extended period, when suddenly, a faint crack echoed from afar. A rock on the ground shifted slightly, revealing a crevice through which an anomalous being peered. Are there individuals lurking underground? Chu Feng felt a chill. It was likely that this mountainous terrain had been hollowed out, entirely under the control of the divine beings. He gazed at the surrounding mountains, perceiving them as monstrous beasts eager to devour humanity, fierce and terrifying. He promptly decided to depart, for remaining here filled him with an inexplicable dread. It appeared that the divine beings were resolute in their ambitions. Chu Feng turned and left silently. The yellow cow remained vigilant. Upon arriving in this clearing, it too sensed the lurking danger and was reluctant to linger. The challenge was formidable. Snatching food from the jaws of a tiger seemed improbable. Nevertheless, the bare minimum goal he set for himself was to excavate the peculiar soil beneath the pine tree. It was evident that the soil surrounding the roots of the mutated sapling would possess unique qualities. All anomalous beings sought to claim the pine cones, and likely few would pay heed to the soil beneath its roots, presenting an opportunity for Chu Feng. He meandered through the mountains, eventually transporting all the confiscated rocket launchers and other items to various concealed locations outside of Whitesnake Ridge. Should fortune smile upon him, he would escape along this route. Let any pursuers be met with the wrath of his rocket launchers. He was relatively familiar with the Tying Mountains and meticulously selected his escape path. Zhou Quan once unearthed a peculiar herb bearing vibrant red fruits. It was this serendipitous encounter that bestowed upon him the formidable ability to melt gold and stone. When the yellow ox first laid eyes on it, he yearned to seize it for himself, yet ultimately consumed only the leaves, leaving the root and stem abandoned on the ground. Eureka! Chu Feng exclaimed in delight, for he had indeed discovered the herb in this very spot. The root and stem remained surprisingly intact, entwined with a small clod of soil, no larger than a fingernail, pale green and slightly translucent. He had gathered 5 exquisite fragments of this rare earth, convinced they would expedite the sprouting of 3 seeds at home. With 2 fragments still remaining, he hesitated to use them all, wary of overindulgence. "Oh, West Queen Mother and 9 Heavens Mystery Maiden, may you flourish soon," he murmured. Chu Feng retrieved a stone box, intending to preserve the remaining 2 soil pieces within. This enigmatic box, sourced from the foot of Kunlun Mountain, had previously housed the 3 seeds. Standing 3 inches tall and square in shape, it revealed only a single groove upon opening, barely accommodating the 3 seeds, rendering it unsuitable for other contents. Armed with a black short sword, Chu Feng prepared to excavate further, aiming to expand the interior for the special soil fragments. Indeed, the blade proved sharp, effortlessly slicing through the stone, significantly enlarging the internal space. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated as the black broken sword grazed the edge of the box, revealing an unexpected hardness that resisted even the slightest damage from the sword. Chu Feng, astonished, scrutinized the area while continuing his work, unearthing sufficient space, only to find the edges of the box remarkably resilient, impervious to harm. Once the area was thoroughly cleaned, he picked up the stone box and discovered some indistinct patterns on its inner surface. Were they man-made or naturally formed? Soon, he realized that this was the true nature of the stone box. The stone material in the middle had been filled in, composed of a common substance that could be easily excavated with a short sword. The genuine material of the stone box remained enigmatic, impervious even to the black short sword. The yellow bull approached, observing the stone box and then glancing at the excavated stone material on the ground, revealing an expression of profound seriousness. It bowed its head, lifting the stone box with its hoof for a meticulous examination. and crushed some of the excavated stone to taste it, instantly moved by the experience. It inscribed a line of text upon the ground. At that very moment, Chu Feng's communicator rang. Upon answering, Lin Nui's voice came through. Simple and unadorned, I will arrive at Tying Mountain tomorrow. Just moments ago, the words old which had nearly escaped Chu Feng's lips, but he restrained himself, realizing that this time it was not that woman. Chapter 39. A tremendous stir. Lin Nui's words were succinct, her tone flat, maintaining the same sense of distance as before, making her seem rather aloof. Chu Feng remained calm, extending an invitation for dinner. Lin Nui hesitated slightly, but ultimately uttered a brief affirmation before abruptly ending the call, leaving little room for further interaction. Chu Feng was taken aback. He had more to say, yet Lin Nui had already concluded the conversation, not granting him the time he needed. He wished to mention another woman, to inquire about her and share recent events with Lin Nui, yet he refrained from calling again. After all, they were soon to meet, and some matters were better addressed directly, face to face. As Chu Feng beheld the words inscribed by the yellow bull, he was instantly taken aback. Rare soil, mixed with secret blood. These simple 8 characters provoked a multitude of thoughts within him. Was it not merely stone? How could it be referred to as rare soil, and what kind of creature's blood could it possibly contain? His curiosity compelled him to inquire further. The yellow bull elucidated that the fragments of stone were originally composed of blood-infused earth, which, after the essence of the secret blood dissipated, ultimately solidified into stone, merging seamlessly with the stone box. Is the creature that possesses such blood extraordinary? Chu Feng pressed on. The yellow bull replied that the so-called secret blood signifies mystery, power, and the unfathomable. The true strength of such a creature is difficult to articulate. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng picked up a piece of stone from the ground, pulverizing it with the strength of his bull demon fist, and, following the yellow bull's example, brought it to his lips for a taste. Spitting it out, he exclaimed in dismay. He sensed no trace of secret blood, only an overwhelming bitterness that numbed his entire tongue. Bull Demon King, are you deceiving me? Chu Feng's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the yellow bull appeared lost in thought, its bovine eyes fixated intently on the stone box, as it cradled it with its 4 hooves. Reluctant to release its grip, suddenly alert, the yellow bull began tapping and knocking on the stone box, seemingly searching for something. It believed the box to be exceptionally remarkable, for it had once been stained with secret blood and had been wielded by an extraordinary creature. With a resounding thud, the yellow bull unleashed its bull demon fist upon the stone box, sending it hurtling through the air, crashing against the courtyard wall and creating a sizable hole, before landing in the orchard beyond. What are you doing? Chu Feng felt an urge to strike it. This object still held significance for him. Originating from the foot of Kunlun Mountain, perhaps it could unravel some clues in the future. The yellow cow, somewhat embarrassed, followed closely behind Chu Feng as they ventured out to observe the outcome. The stone box remained intact, without a single trace of damage. This astonished Chu Feng, for he was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the yellow cow when it unleashed the bull demon fist. It could effortlessly reduce a massive boulder to dust. The 3-inch-tall stone box had emerged unscathed, radiating an air of antiquity and naturalness. The yellow cow, with a mischievous grin, took advantage of Chu Feng's distraction and delivered 3 forceful strikes with its hooves upon the stone box, expressing its unwillingness to relent until it shattered. You foolish creature! Chu Feng exclaimed in alarm, swiftly seizing the opportunity to intervene, only to discover that the box remained undamaged. The yellow cow grimaced, rubbing its front hooves as if in great pain. This was the first time Chu Feng had observed it in such a vulnerable state. Serves you right. Chu Feng chuckled heartily. The yellow cow, feeling indignant, suggested that the stone box might conceal some mechanism, having once been in the possession of a creature of secretive blood, perhaps holding some hidden secrets. Chu Feng's lips twitched. He could hardly divulge that the greatest secret contained within was merely 3 seeds. For if it were to fully comprehend the circumstances, it would likely seize control at once. However, he clearly underestimated the yellow cow. As it struggled to extract any intrigue from the stone box, it soon widened its eyes and pointed a hoof at him, as if to accuse him of disloyalty. Oh no, Chu Feng thought, hastening to pursue it. Indeed, the clever creature was already guarding the flower bed, meticulously tending to it, scrutinizing every detail, eager to uproot every nearby flower and plant. Stop. Even if it is to disguise our intentions, we cannot uproot everything, Chu Feng whispered. Upon hearing this, the yellow ox immediately nodded, revealing a wary expression. It pointed at him, urging him to stand back and avoid inadvertently harming the seeds buried beneath the soil. This scene nearly caused Chu Feng to sputter in frustration. He wished to curse it. The ox was far too pragmatic. On the day he had buried the seeds, it had mocked him mercilessly, but now that it recognized their value, it sought to claim them as treasures. The emergence of deities is mine, it seemed to inscribe in the air. Begone! Chu Feng shoved the ox's head aside and approached the area, warning it not to cause chaos there. Concurrently, he felt a twinge of curiosity and inquired how the yellow ox had deduced the presence of the 3 seeds so quickly. The ox remained remarkably composed, slowly carving out a response, explaining that it had witnessed him retrieve the seeds from the stone box, though it had not paid much attention at the time. Chu Feng, exasperated, retorted, "I warn you, these are mine." The yellow ox, indignant, mooed defiantly, conveying the notion that those who see are entitled to a share. It ultimately threatened, asserting that if it did not receive a portion, it would simply consume the seeds. The night was exceptionally tranquil, the stars twinkling like scattered gems, their brilliance cascading like liquid light. In the courtyard, Chu Feng practiced a unique breathing technique, an unbroken routine, as the moonlight bathed him in a luminous sheen, lending him an almost sacred appearance. This breathing exercise did not consume much time, and soon he concluded it. Returning to his room, Chu Feng found himself wide awake. He activated his communicator, perusing various reports, with a particular focus on news regarding the otherworldly beings in the Taihang Mountains, which captivated his attention. It was rumored that the higher-ups of the celestial beings had already set out for the Taihang Mountains, expected to arrive by the following day. In this news piece, there exists a detailed analysis suggesting that Taiangshan biology is determined to acquire that peculiar fruit, aspiring to create a second silver-winged deity. If that were to transpire, who could possibly rival such a being? Whispers in the shadows indicate that entities of the silver-winged deity tier may be impervious to conventional weaponry, possessing a terrifying prowess that astonishes the world. Furthermore, reports indicate that with the celestial upheaval, the number of extraordinary individuals has surged, conservatively estimated to be around 100,000. Among these, a plethora of exceptional masters have emerged. Aside from the 4 apex figures at the summit of the hierarchy, a ranking of the top 100 has been established, heralded as the most formidable beings in existence, akin to deities reappearing in the mortal realm. Chu Feng scrutinized the list, noting that only a handful of names were disclosed, as the sheer number of extraordinary individuals rendered a comprehensive assessment of their abilities exceedingly difficult. Only those of notable strength and renown were included. For instance, there exists an extraordinary individual capable of transforming into a 6-meter-tall golden giant, possessing astonishing strength, with toughened skin that renders him impervious to bullets. Some even claim he is capable of challenging the 4 great titans. This extraordinary individual has also asserted that he will soon confront the indomitable Vajra, surpassing Zhuijun by a considerable margin. Chu Feng remarked that while he too can transform into a giant, this individual is evidently far more formidable. Enveloped in radiant light, his true visage remains obscured. It is said that he commands the power of thunder and lightning, rendering him invincible, sweeping away all adversaries in his path. Chu Feng's demeanor grew solemn, unwilling to underestimate the situation, as he observed the multitude of extraordinary beings. Indeed, many terrifying figures abound. It was only after an extended period that he began to peruse other reports. Bodhi Genetics is making significant moves, with the formidable King Kong personally leading the charge. This report is exceptionally captivating, as the colossal conglomerate Bodhi Genetics is set to venture into the Taihang Mountains, evidently aiming to contend with celestial biologicals for the extraordinary fruit on that diminutive tree. The foremost expert of Bodhi Genetics, King Kong, is anticipated to be present. This has stirred tremendous excitement, Could Bodhi genetics be preparing to confront celestial biologicals? Will King Kong face off against the silver-winged deity, igniting an epic showdown? The prospect has caused a considerable stir. Everyone is eager to ascertain the veracity of this report and its credibility. If true, the anticipation is immense, and it will undoubtedly set the internet ablaze. Chu Feng meticulously scoured for information regarding the Tying Mountains, and indeed, there is a plethora of reports. Some speculate that at least several thousand extraordinary individuals will arrive to participate in the contest, drawn by the irresistible allure of that fruit. Many are now aware that ordinary grass mutations can yield fruits capable of birthing extraordinary beings. However, the transformations of trees are even more astonishing. With only 4 known instances thus far, resulting in the emergence of the silver-winged deity, King Kong, Fire Spirit, and White Tiger King. They are entities perched atop the pinnacle, capable of surveying other extraordinary beings. Who would he aspire to stand alongside these 4? Rumor has it that they are now impervious to conventional weaponry. Particularly among some extraordinary individuals, there is an even greater ambition to undergo a secondary transformation, hoping to surpass King Kong and the Fire Spirit. Wake up. It is incredibly challenging to surpass these 4. Do you think they have merely consumed a single type of fruit to awaken their inner powers? In truth, they primarily harness the fruit of the small tree, supplemented by other enigmatic fruits. Some voices of skepticism emerge. Oh my! The breathtaking scene of the silver-winged celestial battling with humans has emerged for the first time. Who could have orchestrated such a revelation? It is astonishing that such classified material could be leaked. The internet is abuzz, and this night is destined to be anything but tranquil. In the footage, a young man with cascading silver hair that flows down to his waist, shimmering like liquid silver, stands out with his striking silver eyes. His presence is extraordinary, exuding an ethereal charm that resembles that of a deity. The video showcases a fierce battle where a dozen extraordinary beings challenge him, only to be effortlessly sent flying by a mere extension of his arms and a powerful fist technique. It is simply magnificent. At that moment, many women erupted in cheers. The release of this video has sparked immense excitement, particularly at the concluding moment when one defiant challenger wielding a metallic blade lunges at him. In a stunning display, he unfurls his silver wings, and with a resounding crack, he cleaves the formidable blade in 2. The footage concludes there, leaving viewers in awe, as if witnessing a myth come to life, truly worthy of the title, Silver-Winged Celestial. The online community is in a frenzy. Many are left speechless while others cheer in anticipation of the silver-winged celestial showcasing even more astounding powers in the future. His appearance is impeccable, handsome, and distinguished. With his silver hair billowing and an otherworldly aura surrounding him, he lives up to his illustrious name. In just one night, the silver-winged celestial has captured the hearts of many, particularly among the younger women who find him utterly flawless. He has mastered a mysterious martial art. Could it be that a grandmaster of combat within the celestial beings has trained him? Doubts linger in his mind. The following day, Lin Nuai arrived and promptly contacted Chu Feng, informing him that someone would come to fetch him shortly. Chapter 40. Fury in the East. A crimson radiance expanded, swiftly transforming into a resplendent golden hue as the sun ascended, rising above the Tying Mountains, and beginning to cast forth a magnificent dawn. A veil of mist lingered in the valleys and orchards outside, illuminated by the red sun, which instantly shimmered with a myriad of colors. Although it was still early, Lin Nuai had already arrived. Chu Feng uttered a word of farewell, and the call was terminated. After concluding the conversation, he stood in the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight and enveloped in the golden dawn, practicing a special breathing technique, a ritual he adhered to both morning and night. A marvelous sensation surged within him, akin to being cradled in a greenhouse or soaking in warm water, as a substance flowed over his body. Chu Feng felt a stirring within his heart, a blend of familiarity and strangeness. Memories of his experiences on Kunlun Mountain surfaced, specifically the peculiar little tree rooted atop the bronze peak, where blossoms had unfurled and 4 petals had drifted down into his hands. In the aftermath, he had experienced a faint warmth coursing through his flesh, almost imperceptible, Now, a similar warmth emerged, yet it was markedly more pronounced, as if magnified. He felt a profound sense of comfort, as if being cleansed from head to toe, with the warm currents flowing through him like gentle rain nourishing parched earth, rapidly absorbed. Chu Feng radiated warmth, enveloped in a comforting heat, his spirit exceptionally invigorated. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a wondrous sight. A delicate, golden veil seemed to envelop his form, ethereal and translucent. It was this very phenomenon that bestowed upon him such a remarkable sensation. As the breathing technique concluded, he lowered his gaze to behold the delicate golden veil, which grew increasingly translucent until it vanished into his skin, disappearing entirely. Chu Feng sensed a change within himself. He lifted his eyes towards the distant mountains and observed a squirrel playfully bounding upon an ancient tree atop one of the peaks. Such astonishing vision. Simultaneously, he could discern the faint buzzing of bees from afar, even detecting their brief pauses as they collided with flower petals. It felt as though he had escaped from a suffocating prison, inhaling the crisp air of freedom. Chu Feng realized that his hearing and sight, along with all his senses, had become extraordinarily acute. The entire world appeared vibrant, for his perception had intensified immensely. In the courtyard, the yellow cow had also just completed the unique breathing technique and witnessed the earlier scene, its expression peculiar as it fixed its gaze on Chu Feng without interruption. Unaware of the cow's scrutiny, Chu Feng was engrossed in experiencing his transformation and promptly set about testing his newfound abilities. With a swift motion, he vanished from his spot. Dashing into the fruit grove outside, his speed significantly heightened. A rough estimate revealed he covered a distance of 100 meters in merely 1.3 seconds. As for his strength, it had increased remarkably. His physique had undergone a substantial enhancement. The extraordinary breathing technique revealed its formidable nature. Capable of improving one's constitution with astonishing efficacy, shrouded in an air of mystery. Strength, speed, perception, all aspects had been elevated, akin to a form of evolution. What could be the origin of such a technique? Chu Feng inquired of the yellow cow. Regrettably, the yellow cow remained reticent, refusing to divulge the origins of this breathing method, just as it had done on previous occasions. However, it did inscribe a few words: pollen catalyst. How much time had truly passed since then? Chu Feng's constitution had astonishingly reached this level of efficiency, leaving even the seasoned veteran astounded. It speculated that this was somehow linked to the 4 petals that Chu Feng had encountered at the Bronze Mountain. According to the veteran's understanding, this extraordinary and enigmatic breathing technique required a catalyst for any significant achievement. After partaking in a breakfast primarily consisting of game, Chu Feng awaited the arrival of his escort. A young woman, adorned with a few freckles on her nose yet undeniably attractive, approached him. She smiled before uttering a word, effortlessly fostering an immediate rapport. She drove a sleek, all-black vehicle that exuded a sense of weightiness and stature, fortified with thick steel plating and the latest advancements in hardened glass. This was an armored car, clearly not an ordinary one. The celestial beings were known for their meticulousness, ensuring even the most routine personnel were equipped with exceptional provisions. "Mr. Chu Feng, please enter the vehicle." The young woman kindly opened the door for him. Chu Feng was momentarily distracted, for since receiving the call that morning from Lin Nua, informing him that someone would come for him, he had been preoccupied with a certain matter. "Mr. Chu Feng?" The young woman called gently, her smile unwavering. A touch flustered, she added, "But Miss Lin insisted that I must escort you." Chu Feng shook his head, declining her offer, and conveyed that the distance to the county town was not far. He would certainly arrive by noon on his own. "Perhaps I am merely being overly cautious," he thought as he watched the black sedan fade into the distance. "Veteran, guard the homestead." He then set off himself, traversing the forest alongside the road leading to the county town, avoiding the main thoroughfare. His pace was swift. If he truly exerted himself, he would not lag behind that vehicle. Indeed, the journey was fraught with turbulence. The original road fragmented into numerous paths, and many stretches were nothing but pockmarked dirt trails, rendering swift travel impossible. Chu Feng trailed at a distance, his remarkable physique showing no signs of fatigue. After traversing over 30 miles, the road ahead grew increasingly rugged and uneven, causing the black sedan to slow further. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquility of the area. A rocket struck the black car with pinpoint accuracy. The immense force and terrifying sound of the explosion lifted the vehicle into the air. Even a bulletproof car was reduced to a cacophony of shattering glass and total disfigurement. Thud. The black sedan crashed to the ground, igniting sparks and smoke, while dirt and debris erupted into the air, creating a cloud of dust. Boom. In the next instant, another thunderous blast resonated, striking the vehicle with astonishing precision, causing it to disintegrate on the spot. Despite its bulletproof design, the limits of its defense were unmistakable. These two rockets possessed a power that far exceeded the car's protective capabilities. In the distance, Chu Feng's expression darkened. The worst fears he harbored had materialized. He could hardly believe that the woman had audacity so profound as to orchestrate such an act, ambushing him on the route Lin Nui had dispatched to retrieve him, launching a lethal assault. How despicable! His eyes glinted with menace, mourning the loss of that young life, feeling a pang of guilt for failing to save him. Yet, he had never anticipated that the woman could be so unhinged as to commit such an atrocity. Initially, he had sensed a mere possibility and took precautions, but tragically, his worst suspicions had been confirmed. Subsequently, 2 more rockets were launched, striking the vehicle with devastating force, reducing it to mere fragments amidst a conflagration of flames. The noise was thunderous. What had once been a tranquil wilderness, bordered by dense woodlands, was now shattered by a cacophony akin to a thunderclap. "I shall kill you." Chu Feng was filled with genuine fury. How deep must the enmity run for them to exert such effort to eliminate him? They had resorted to such lethal measures on the route Lin Nui had arranged for him. Yet, he understood their fear of exposure. This woman, close to Lin Nui, was aware that he had not revealed certain matters and sought to eliminate him before the situation unraveled. Chu Feng recognized their trepidation. They were cornered and desperate. A cornered dog will leap over the wall. His expression was ice-cold. This incident was far from over. He was compelled to unleash a massacre. Anyone connected, regardless of their identity, would be eradicated. This had crossed his limits. In a grand mansion within the county town, a man and a woman were swirling red wine in their goblets, savoring it slowly. The man appeared relaxed and at ease, while the woman seemed anxious, constantly awaiting something. Soon, the communicator beeped, and the woman swiftly answered, "What is the status?" "The mortal is dead, obliterated along with the vehicle. However, the expert behind him has yet to reveal themselves. We are in a state of anticipation." Upon hearing such news, the woman's expression grew increasingly tense. Clearly, she was the one who had previously possessed Lin Nui's communicator, and now she was visibly agitated. "Stay calm. Await the appearance of that individual. Then deliver the fatal blow." Her voice trembled slightly. "Understood." Then, the call came to an end. "Walking, do not be anxious. It is a rather simple matter, so there is no need for alarm." The man spoke calmly as he sat there, his complexion fair and handsome, exuding an air of elegance as he casually swirled his wine glass. "Mu, while you speak so lightly, I have committed a grave error. If Noi finds out..." Su Wangqing's face paled slightly. "Do not fret. Even if she were to discover it, what of it? The celestial beings do not belong solely to her family. My Mu family is also a significant member. Moreover, you are her close confidant and a capable assistant. Soon, your sister will marry her uncle. What is there to be concerned about? Even if Nui knows, she will not take any action against you." The young man reassured her, a faint smile gracing his fair visage, seemingly unconcerned. "Mu, regarding this matter, I intended to assist you, yet it has escalated to such a degree. Can you manage the fallout?" Su Wangqing inquired, her beauty accentuated by her almond-shaped eyes, which, if not shadowed by worry, would render her an exceptionally alluring woman. "Rest assured, this matter cannot possibly be leaked. The Bodhijin personnel are currently active in that area, and our people will confront them. Ultimately, all of this will be attributed to them." The young man replied with a calm demeanor. He then shook his head and continued, "In truth, I merely wish to see that mortal experience some hardship, to gauge Lin Nuayi's reaction and test her intentions. I had no idea that you would resort to such drastic measures. How could I have known your thoughts? I accidentally learned that your subordinates were causing him trouble. And upon discovering his past connection with Nuayi, I intended to lend you a hand. Who would have thought it would lead to such a significant debacle? Su Wonking felt an overwhelming sense of regret. One misstep had ensnared her deeper than she had anticipated, and she truly believed she ought not to have involved herself. Just moments ago, he had met his demise. Su Wonking reminded herself, I understand that the death of such a person may seem inconsequential. Yet you have mentioned that he is backed by a formidable expert. Thus, it is prudent to eliminate any future threats completely. The young man, with his fair complexion, wore a confident smile. Can it truly be resolved? You must understand that the individuals I dispatched last time were more than capable of dealing with the experts among them. Yet they have vanished without a trace. Su Wonking furrowed her brow, filled with concern. Unless he has reached the level of a Vajra. And even if a Vajra from the Bodhi lineage were to arrive in person, it may not guarantee a favorable outcome. The man remained composed, his smile gentle. Let us hope there are no unforeseen complications. Rest assured, those from the Bodhi lineage are present. This time, it is an opportune moment for Tianshan Biotech to confront the enemy, vanquishing foes, while simultaneously resolving that lingering threat. There should be no issues. In the mountains, Chu Feng moved stealthily like a leopard, acutely aware of the impending danger, for it felt as though a trap lay open, beckoning him to venture inside. This locale was rife with ambushes, encompassing a vast area. The hidden adversaries were not targeting the vehicle on the road, but rather seemed to be waiting for someone to trespass into their territory. You regard Chu Feng as insignificant, believing that his allies are the true threats, and that this endeavor is primarily to eliminate that individual? Chu Feng chuckled at his own folly, his expression turning icy. Uft. This is merely the beginning. Force my hand, and I shall grant you what you desire. None shall escape. Chu Feng spoke coldly, resolute in his intent to unleash a torrent of violence, determined to carve a bloody path all the way to the county town. Chapter 41. A bloodbath. The forest was eerily quiet, permeated by a scent of blood. The lay lifeless on the ground, having emitted not a single sound, his demise complete. The wound on his neck was profound, rendering any possibility of survival, regardless of physical resilience, utterly futile. Chu Feng's heart raced, a tempest of anger swelling within him. Yet this was his first time personally extinguishing a life, leaving him with a tinge of discomfort. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell his emotions and maintain composure as he strode forward. The woman had acted with unhinged malice against him. How could he afford to show mercy? Though he harbored no desire to take a life, the grim reality demanded he steel himself, adapting to the harshness of his surroundings. Possessing a strong psychological fortitude, Chu Feng moved stealthily through the mountains, and soon, his expression grew tranquil, successfully adjusting his inner turmoil. The occurrence of his first kill unfolded under such dire circumstances. The wilderness was particularly serene, with Chu Feng resembling a ferocious beast, stealthily approaching one prey after another. The trials endured in the primitive mountains were not in vain. Although it was his inaugural act of killing, he had achieved a state of complete calm, safeguarding a composed heart. Now, he moved soundlessly, optimizing his physical capabilities, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Then, he spotted another. This individual possessed massive arms, a robust upper body reminiscent of a feral ape, with long hair cascading about him, lying in wait and fixating on a particular direction. Clearly, this exhibited the patience of a predator, ready to pounce at any instant. Yet now, he had unwittingly become the target, on the verge of being hunted himself. Chu Feng proceeded with utmost caution. For the distance between these extraordinary beings was not considerable. Should he alert them, he would be confronted by a multitude, besieged by their collective might. He tensed his physique, sealing his vital energies, akin to a fierce tiger. Despite possessing overwhelming strength capable of vanquishing prey, he remained in stealth, drawing closer in the shadows. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chu Feng struck. The black short sword sliced through the forest like a flash of lightning, transforming into a streak of darkness that cleaved through the air ahead. With a precise and lethal thrust, the neck of one extraordinary being was severed, the speed of the blade generating a gory spray. Chu Feng unleashed a merciless hunt, embodying his primal ferocity. Yet, this being's vitality was remarkably robust. Even as its neck was nearly severed, it struggled to turn, its visage contorted, and its massive limbs swelling with fury. In an instant, its body was cloaked in dark fur, its face no exception, fangs protruding menacingly as it lunged forward. It attempted to roar, but its throat had been cut, its eyes glinting with a mix of defiance and despair as it made a desperate counterattack. Chu Feng was astonished. This being, on the brink of death, managed to undergo a transformation, exhibiting an astonishing resilience. It resembled a demonic ape, exuding a fierce aura, its hands swelling to the size of millstones. Alas, Chu Feng granted no opportunity for retaliation. With a flick of his wrist, the black short sword soared forth, embedding itself in the creature's forehead, blood cascading forth. This time, the extraordinary being could move no more, its eyes wide open as it toppled backward. Chu Feng swiftly stepped forward, supporting its fall and gently placing it upon the ground. The creature's considerable bulk ensured that, even amidst the grass, its descent would create a commotion. He unsheathed his obsidian short sword, meticulously wiping away the blood, embodying the essence of a seasoned hunter as he resumed his journey, shrouded in an aura of lethal intent. Chu Feng remained cold and unfeeling, a tempest of rage surging within him as he pressed onward. Those who sought to ambush him in this desolate place intended to eliminate him without hesitation. Thus, he would show them no mercy. Shortly thereafter, he dispatched two more formidable adversaries with ruthless efficiency. At this moment, the forest lay in eerie silence. Gradually, not a single roar of a beast could be heard, nor the chirping of birds, enveloped instead in a profound stillness. Chu Feng sensed the ominous shift in atmosphere. It was likely that these adversaries were interconnected, and his relentless slaughter had not gone unnoticed by others. How else could such an expansive wilderness fall into sudden quietude? An undeniable wave of malevolence surged and expanded around him. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, accompanied by a sharp pang of pain, as if a spear were poised against his back, igniting a deep-seated unease within his soul. His instinctual warning illuminated the impending peril, one that could prove fatal. In an instant, he somersaulted, as swift as a cheetah, darting through the woods and distancing himself by several meters in a heartbeat. His speed was astonishing. Boom. Concurrently, the very spot he had just vacated erupted into flames, a rocket striking with devastating force, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered boulders and toppled trees by the dozen. Chu Feng glimpsed an adversary, adorned with a pair of violet wings, hovering in midair while brandishing a rocket launcher on their shoulder. At that moment, this foe unleashed their weaponry yet again, bellowing, "Over here!" They were unaware of their target's appearance, having merely received orders to eliminate anyone who dared to trespass within this territory without question. In the realm of the extraordinary, there exists no weakness among the beings. As Chu Feng commenced his hunt, he was soon discovered and met with fierce retaliation. The tranquility of the mountains was shattered, erupting with waves of lethal intent, each more formidable than the last, as numerous figures rapidly approached. With a thunderous roar, a certain extraordinary individual readied a rocket and unleashed it into the sky. He possessed remarkable hovering abilities, effortlessly managing the weight of such weaponry. The chaos unfolded as rocks splintered and trees were obliterated, transforming Chu Feng's former sanctuary into scorched earth. Laid waste. He had already evaded the onslaught, for his acute perception always afforded him the foresight to escape impending peril. From afar, the powerful beings drew closer, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, including the ominous presence of armed helicopters, heralding a terrifying display of firepower. "You are doomed," someone bellowed. Meanwhile, the hovering extraordinary being scoured the surroundings, having missed his target twice, sending shivers down his spine. What manner of creature was he confronting? Such extraordinary perception. He recalled an encounter with an ancient master of martial arts during his time with divine beings, who spoke of legendary figures in antiquity possessing incredible awareness. capable of evading all manner of threats. Now he found himself face to face with such an entity. The being suspended in midair felt a chill coursing through him. Realizing that with so many converging upon him, success was not guaranteed, the instinct of that individual was far too acute. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. A tingling sensation enveloped his scalp, as if he were being scrutinized by a colossal beast from the primordial era. Yet, he was in the air. Who could harm him? Nevertheless, he quickly reacted, flapping his wings vigorously, intent on ascending into the heavens. Yet, it was too late. A figure, agile and graceful as a celestial ape, leaped from a colossal tree into the air, wielding a black short sword, and struck forward. The sound of a slicing blade echoed, followed by a sickening thud as the head of the extraordinary being fell to the ground, blood gushing forth, sealing his fate. Furthermore, the rocket launcher he bore was cleaved in two by the very sword, plummeting from the heights. They beheld a silhouette, resembling a fierce dragon, sweeping across the sky. The black sword sinking into the treetops, vanishing without a trace. Such terror was unfathomable. That individual had leapt from the canopy to strike down a formidable being capable of flight with decisive and lethal precision. A sense of heaviness enveloped some of the extraordinary beings. They had encountered a monster. Their initial intent to ambush had now revealed itself as a venture requiring substantial sacrifice to eliminate the threat. Boom! An armed helicopter arrived, unleashing a torrent of bullets that rained upon the giant tree. In the blink of an eye, leaves were sent spiraling into chaos, and ultimately, the massive tree crashed to the ground, utterly shattered. Yet, the enigmatic figure had once again vanished without a trace. In a grand mansion within the county town, Su Wanqing paced restlessly, her heart unsettled. Until that formidable expert was dealt with, her peace of mind would remain elusive. She harbored a persistent fear that Lin Nuyi would uncover the hidden truth, and she dreaded the possibility of retribution from that master. Wanqing, relax. Try this bottle of red wine. It is truly exquisite, the young man Mu said, exuding calmness, his handsome and refined demeanor unwavering, a serene smile gracing his lips. Soon, his communicator buzzed, indicating someone sought his attention. Su Wanqing glanced over, her expression tightening with anxiety. Having identified the target, yet the task proves to be quite challenging. Mu received the report that 5 extraordinary individuals had perished in such a short span. This is no trivial loss. Without further delay, take that new type of serum. It serves as a fitting test in actual combat. Even if the formidable King Kong were to arrive, he would not emerge unscathed. I demand that you leave him to me, commanded the young man, Mu. After ending the call, his expression turned somewhat aloof, his smile fading as he remarked, Indeed, he is a formidable master, likely ranked among the top 100 extraordinary individuals in the realm. Such prowess? Su Wanqing exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes widening, her alluring crimson lips parting to reveal pearly teeth as her unease intensified. For once such a person escapes, the repercussions would be endless. Rest assured, he shall not escape. Among my ranks are also masters of this caliber. Once he consumes that new serum, he may very well challenge the likes of King Kong and Fire Spirit. Mu spoke coldly. His demeanor had shifted, becoming slightly more austere, no longer exuding the elegance he once did, for the loss of 5 extraordinary individuals weighed heavily on him. These were all individuals recruited by the Mu family, and their power lay firmly in his grasp. Is that serum truly effective? Su Wanqing inquired. Indeed, it is highly effective. Capable of unlocking one's potential and amplifying combat strength by several folds, up to 10 times, Mu replied, a fervent glint in his eyes. Isn't it still in the experimental phase? It is already applicable. This time, we intend to test it on someone possessing the Bodhi gene, a practical assessment. However, since that great master has crossed our path, let us first offer him as a sacrifice. Mu's words were calm, yet they carried an unmistakable chill. In the depths of the forest, Chu Feng furrowed his brow. This place had been meticulously set up, and there were indeed several detectors scattered throughout. He had already destroyed dozens of them, but continued to discover more. Now, he found himself gradually encircled. After slaying 5 of the 13 more remained, and to eliminate him. A total of 18 had been mobilized, armed with various heavy weaponry. This was no small-scale operation. After consuming the potion and testing it in battle, once we finish him off, we shall eradicate the genetic creatures operating in this region," commanded one of these beings displayed formidable strength and revealed their true forms, each more bizarre than the last. Some stood over 3 meters tall, their imposing figures shrouded in a mist, exuding explosive power. Others appeared partially petrified. Upon contact with objects, they turned them to stone, a capability that made Chu Feng's heart race. There was also one who was engulfed in blazing flames, with magma swirling beneath his feet. This fiery entity exuded a terrifying presence, akin to a leader, instilling a sense of danger in Chu Feng. The 13, each unique, possessed their own horrifying abilities, converging from all directions to ensure Chu Feng's demise. Meanwhile, a helicopter hovered above, poised to unleash a torrent of firepower, but held back for fear of harming the below. The group was consuming a translucent potion contained in crystal vials filled with a dreamy azure liquid. As they opened the vials, a blue mist wafted out, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. Chu Feng sensed impending doom, for the presence of these was intensifying. They roared in unison, their collective excitement palpable, their gazes filled with aggression. Not far away, an elderly apothecary was observing closely from the battlefield, displaying a countenance of excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent." Furthermore, he began to communicate with the townsfolk. Following recent enhancements, the efficacy of the potions had significantly improved, resulting in their physical capabilities being augmented by more than 8-fold, with some nearing a 10-fold increase. The old apothecary was exhilarated. He discerned from the luminous micro-devices on those extraordinary individuals that their bodily metrics were surging dramatically, an utterly terrifying sight. "Excellent." Mu nodded solemnly, unable to conceal his own excitement. Even someone as composed as he was could not maintain his calm. Amidst the mountains and forests, the old apothecary, while exhilarated, endeavored to regulate his emotions and regain composure. Upon careful observation, he slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, "This exuberance is excessive. It may lead to complications due to the intense fluctuations in mental states." He surmised that this might be one of the few drawbacks that still required refinement. At that moment, Chu Feng felt uneasy. In an instant, he sensed not merely a dozen extraordinary beings encircling him, but rather as if he were surrounded by hundreds. The intensity of the power emanating from these beings was overwhelming, as if each had experienced a tenfold enhancement, rendering them exceedingly perilous. Breaking through should not pose a problem, right? Chu Feng mused to himself, his expression grave, wary of any oversight. He stood ready, slowly extending his arms, employing the formidable bull demon fist, and began to condense his ultimate divine form. What was that? Although the dozen extraordinary beings were in a state of exuberance, their mental fluctuations intense, they remained astonished. Fixated on what lay ahead, Chu Feng clenched his fists, and behind him materialized a towering, jet-black wild bull, as if it had traversed the annals of time. Descending upon this realm, this was the ultimate manifestation of his fist imprint, vividly brought to life. Simultaneously, Chu Feng began to execute a unique breathing technique, his secret weapon, which, when invoked, could exponentially amplify the power of his fist imprint. In his daily life, he seldom employed this technique, even when battling colossal beasts, always holding back. Yet now, faced with imminent peril, he was prepared to unleash it. The individuals surrounding him were in a state of heightened agitation, their emotions erratic, a significant vulnerability. Perhaps, he mused, I could attempt the wild bull's roar. For this was not merely a sonic technique, but a formidable mental assault, capable of inducing utter devastation. A dozen extraordinary beings, radiating an alarming aggression, advanced toward Chu Feng with increasingly frenzied eyes, ready to unleash their lethal force upon him. In the next moment, both sides struck simultaneously. A resounding roar erupted, reverberating through the earth like a thunderclap, shattering the tranquility of the forest, causing nearby leaves to wither and crumble. And even the mightiest trees succumbed to cracks. All of this transpired due to the sheer might of Chu Feng's roar, enhanced by his unique breathing technique. This bellow echoed like the primordial wild bull's roar, accompanied by a thunderous resonance that shook the very mountains. Ah, a horrific event unfolded as the intense mental fluctuations of the extraordinary beings were further provoked. They screamed in agony, blood oozing from their orifices, clutching their heads in despair, howling in torment. Some collapsed to the ground, succumbing to their fate, because that bellow of the wild bull was not merely a soundwave technique. It harbored a formidable mental assault. Had these individuals been in a normal state, they would not have reacted so. Now, they resembled tightly stretched rubber bands, once again pulled to their limits, and ultimately, some could not withstand the pressure, their minds torn asunder. No, the old apothecary's eyes turned red. This was a monumental failure. For the weaknesses of the potion were magnified to an infinite degree. He attempted to rush forward, but ended up coughing blood. Unable to endure the onslaught of the sound waves, collapsing in the woods. In the county seat, within the opulent mansion, Su Wanqing composed herself upon receiving the news that the potion's effects were astonishing, capable of amplifying the powers of the extraordinary tenfold. How terrifying was that? If a dozen extraordinary beings were to be simultaneously empowered, it would be equivalent to the combined might of over 100. At that moment, she found herself believing Mu's words. Even if the diamond-like beings arrived, it would be impossible to annihilate everyone effortlessly. A smile graced her lips, vibrant and alluring, her phoenix eyes glimmering with seduction. Mu remained composed. Although he had experienced a slight emotional upheaval not long ago, he was now entirely tranquil, regaining his elegance. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Let us await favorable news. Not only shall we eliminate that so-called great master, but we shall also strike down a portion of the Bodhi Gene's personnel. I am eagerly anticipating it." "I too am looking forward to it," Su Wanqing replied, returning his smile as she raised her wine glass, signaling to Mu. "Come, let us rally support for the sacred ruins during the launch of the new book. We need the backing of our brothers and sisters. Member clicks, recommendation votes, and adding to the bookshelf are all essential." Chapter 42, Ruthless Sting. The two clinked their glasses lightly, both wearing expressions of ease, and everything was understood without words. Su Wanqing took a delicate sip of wine, setting the glass down before gracefully positioning herself at the piano. Her slender, ivory fingers glided gently over the keys, producing a melody that resonated with exquisite beauty. Mu retrieved a thumb-sized crystal vial, gently shaking it to reveal a mesmerizing blue liquid, ethereal and radiant, exuding an enchanting glow. This was a novel potion, a rare substance capable of awakening extraordinary potential within individuals, painstakingly extracted with astonishing effects. His gaze softened, akin to one admiring the most captivating of treasures. As he toyed with it, awaiting the fruits of his endeavors. Everything was already destined, he murmured softly. In the depths of the forest, among 13 extraordinary individuals, for lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies drenched in blood. Their spirits had already been in turmoil, and upon encountering the reverberations of the bull's roar, they were further agitated, their mental fluctuations surpassing their limits, unable to withstand the dire consequences. The cries of the remaining individuals echoed through the trees. Their faces twisted in agony. Some rolled on the ground, clutching their heads in despair, while others slammed their skulls against the trees. The sound of cracking wood resonating as mighty trunks splintered, leaves scattered all around. The blue potion held an air of mystery, its effects remarkably potent, granting them immense power. Yet the aftermath was equally horrifying. Among the 13 skilled individuals, 4 perished in the blink of an eye, merely due to an external psychological assault, resulting in this tragic calamity. "This is my life's work, and it can still be refined. There must be a way to improve it," whispered the old apothecary from a distance, as he lay on the ground, blood frothing from his mouth. He had not consumed the potion. His mental fluctuations remained normal. Yet, he was merely a mortal, and under Chu Feng's thunderous roar, he had already sustained grave injuries. Suddenly, a formidable being lunged forward, towering at nearly 3 meters. Drool cascading from the corners of its mouth, and its pupils dilated. The violent mental fluctuations had rendered its mind unstable, leaving it dazed and severely brain-damaged. With a swift motion, this being seized the elderly apothecary and, with a brutal tug, tore him apart, accompanied by harrowing screams. painting a gruesome scene drenched in blood. Chu Feng averted his gaze. Despite having acted ruthlessly moments before, he had never been this savage. These beings had lost their sanity, their ferocity terrifying and abhorrent. Without hesitation, Chu Feng strode forward, his sword flashed, and blood splattered. In an instant, several lives were severed, and the victims lay lifeless. Should these frenzied beings escape the forest, they would wreak havoc upon the nearby towns. Moreover, Chu Feng had no intention of sparing them, having come to ambush him. They were to bear the consequences of their actions. Furthermore, as beings who contemplated the demise of others, they ought to have been cognizant of the possibility that their own lives might one day be harvested. With merciless precision, Chu Feng wielded his sword, the black blade gleaming like a silken thread, claiming head after head. In mere moments, 6 or 7 had already met their demise, even those who had succumbed earlier. He approached to deliver a final blow. For having initiated the violence, he sought to eliminate any lingering threats. Such ruthlessness. Kill. With a resounding roar, the individual, though his pupils slightly dilated, struggled fiercely and charged towards Chu Feng, intent on fighting to the death. It was not a recklessness born of fearlessness, but rather a desperate understanding that without retaliation, death was inevitable. Only by risking everything could he grasp a slender thread of hope for survival. In an instant, his body became petrified, resembling a statue, yet his movements remained swift and powerful. With a thunderous crash, the very earth trembled beneath his feet, emanating an aura of terror as he advanced, shrouded in a haze of earthy yellow mist, his fist raised in a formidable assault. Wherever he passed, numerous objects turned to stone. Chu Feng, taken aback, had long been aware of this extraordinary being. He had previously witnessed the transformation of this individual into a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and stone. Now, he was entirely encased in a stony form. With a clang, Chu Feng summoned his short sword, refraining from employing his fist techniques out of caution, fearing he might become ensnared in a petrified state himself. The black blade sliced through the air, cleaving the stone man's palm and causing crimson blood to spill forth, accompanied by a wafting cloud of yellow mist that surged towards Chu Feng. His expression shifted slightly, and he summoned all his strength, unleashing the bull demon fist. His exterior shimmered brilliantly, and as the yellow mist enveloped him, it merely rendered his arms numb. With a tremendous upheaval, his fist glowed, and his skin remained unscathed. The so-called petrification was effectively thwarted. With newfound clarity, Chu Feng cast aside all reservations and launched his assault with full force. A resounding impact followed several collisions, culminating in a decisive blow to the chest of the extraordinary being, sending him hurtling through the air, accompanied by the ominous sound of cracking. Snap! The stone figure disintegrated, shattered into pieces, and dissolved mid-air, landing on the ground in a grotesque state, some fragments retaining their stony nature, while others oozed blood. It was an eerie spectacle. Yet, the stone figure ultimately met its demise. Regardless of the monstrous entities, a single punch sufficed for its annihilation. Chu Feng spoke calmly. After several confrontations, only one adversary remained. The formidable being who had once instilled a sense of danger within Chu Feng, now seated with his head cradled, leaning against an ancient tree amidst a pool of molten rock. This individual exuded an extraordinary power. Even in the face of backlash, his spirit nearly torn asunder. He clung to his last vestige of consciousness, his crimson pupils fixated on Chu Feng. All had perished, and as he tread upon the remains of the fallen, his hands stained with blood, he realized that the so-called mortal was indeed a mysterious master. He recognized Chu Feng, having seen his likeness. For he was the leader of these aberrant beings, privy to the underlying truths. "Let us proceed," Chu Feng declared, his tone measured but resolute. With a thunderous roar, the alien being erupted in a blaze of radiant light, crimson flames soaring high into the sky, incinerating the surrounding ancient trees to ash in an instant. He refused to surrender easily, unleashing his final surge of power as he lunged at Chu Feng, his fist charged with a torrent of molten rock. The earth beneath him melted, erupting in a terrifying spectacle alongside his strike. Undoubtedly, this adversary was formidable, a master of considerable skill, and under normal circumstances. Few could withstand his might. However, having gained experience through previous battles, Chu Feng summoned his strongest power, manifesting a colossal black bull, which surged forward in tandem with his punch. Boom! The forest lay in ruin. Ancient trees splintered apart, and a tremendous explosion reverberated through the area, all stemming from the clash between two formidable beings. Coughing amidst the flames and molten earth, the otherworldly figure spat blood, clutching his hair as an excruciating headache consumed him. The roar of the wild bull resonated, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices. Simultaneously, his chest bore a slight indentation, having endured a brutal blow. Chu Feng's fist had materialized the ultimate form of the wild bull, its power unparalleled, piercing through the flames, dispersing the crimson magma, and crashing into his chest. This new drug has betrayed me. The otherworldly figure bellowed, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, his visage contorted in anguish, utterly unwilling to accept his predicament. He was unable to summon even a fraction of his true strength. He appeared formidable, yet now he was but a hollow shell. Swiftly, he maneuvered his body to evade further blows. Earlier, the pilot in the sky had also suffered from a terrifying sonic assault. Even at a distance, his mind nearly shattered. Teetering on the brink of collapse, he swayed unsteadily in the distance, spiraling for what seemed an eternity before regaining his composure, only to unleash another barrage. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion rocked the forest as rockets descended, obliterating the surrounding area. The leader of the otherworldly beings was hurled backward amidst the flames and debris, feeling a chill course through his neck as he caught sight of his adversary. Chu Feng, brandishing a short sword, descended like a dark celestial rainbow, with a swift motion severing the leader's head with a resounding thud, before departing with an air of tranquility. Despair and shock filled the eyes of the otherworldly leader. This opponent was terrifying, daring to approach him in the midst of chaos and snuffing out his life. Chu Feng retreated with a single strike, disappearing into the forest, composed and unperturbed. Soon after, he discovered a stronghold, inhabited by several individuals, all armed with heavy weaponry. Chu Feng infiltrated the site, ruthlessly striking under their terrified gazes. Moments later, he heard the thunderous roar of an armed helicopter. He hoisted a rocket launcher and stepped outside, followed by a resounding blast. Boom! Flames erupted in the air as the helicopter disintegrated in a violent explosion. In a luxurious mansion within the county, the sound of a piano flowed like a gentle stream, akin to fluttering butterflies, lively yet graceful, with each vibrant note leaping from her delicate fingers. This melody mirrored Su Wanqing's mood. She felt elated. As the music ceased, she turned to Mu, smiling. The news of our victory has arrived, hasn't it? Not long now. There will be no suspense, Mu replied with a smile, convinced that the outcome was already predetermined. At that moment, the communicator buzzed, and both individuals in the room displayed smiles. They are all dead, everyone. All of them. On the other end of the communicator, a heavy breath echoed, the speaker wrought with terror, his voice strained. What did you say? Mu sat upright, alarmed. All the extraordinary beings have been slain. He is like a demon. From the other side, labored gasps followed. He was still alive, but utterly frightened. No. This was the last sound of that individual, filled with dread, abruptly cut off, leaving an eerie silence. In the forest, Chu Feng picked up the communicator belonging to that person, placing it to his ear, but there was no sound, only silence. The other side ceased to respond. He remained silent, standing there quietly. Ultimately, that person swiftly ended the call. Chu Feng once again vanished into the mountains, tirelessly searching and dispatching several groups armed with advanced weaponry, erasing the traces he had left behind. Half an hour later, the forest was utterly silent. He wiped the blood from his black short sword and sheathed it in his boot, treading lightly on the fallen leaves as he made his way toward the county town. Chapter 43. Terror in a grand mansion within the county town. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows into a spacious living room where a man and a woman sat in complete silence. Su Wanqing's complexion had turned pale. She had overheard the conversation moments ago. The voice on the other end of the communicator was hoarse, delivering news of astonishing magnitude. All the extraordinary individuals had perished, every single one of them slain. What an unfathomable outcome. It was truly terrifying. 18 extraordinary beings had joined forces only to meet their demise at the hands of one individual. What an alarming feat. Such news would undoubtedly cause a stir. The remarkable achievement foretold the rise of a formidable master. Particularly unsettling was the fact that all 18 extraordinary beings had consumed a new type of potion, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Yet they still fell in such dire circumstances, making it all the more horrifying. If this individual sought vengeance against her, could she defend herself? 18 extraordinary beings, coupled with an arsenal of heavy weaponry and armed helicopters raining down destruction, had failed to kill him, and he had slaughtered them all. A monster. Her face turned ashen as she uttered those two words. Indeed, he was a monster, powerful and terrifying, leaving her in a state of unease and causing her heart to race. The thought of the communication abruptly being cut off sent shivers down her spine. The person on the other end had screamed in terror, their voice suddenly silenced, akin to the final echoes of death. Mu remained silent, offering no words. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the horizon, motionless for an extended period. The outcome was utterly unexpected. Why has this happened? Suddenly, he turned, his expression icy, a flicker of unsettling light flashing deep within his eyes, casting a chill over the spacious living room. This result was disastrous for him, plunging his mood into the depths of despair. Those were 18 extraordinary individuals, an immensely significant force in his grasp, and now they were all gone? What transpired? Who can enlighten me? Mu suppressed his voice. The handsome visage, once adorned with a smile, now bore an unsettling gravity. His demeanor transformed as he exuded a cold aura incongruous with his usual erudite charm. Su Wanqing whispered in disbelief. How could such a thing occur? Who is he, that he could eliminate over a dozen extraordinary individuals who had ingested the new drug? Crash! Mu forcefully hurled the high-stemmed wine glass to the ground, shards of crystal scattering everywhere, and he could not restrain a low growl of frustration. Damn it! He bellowed. Earlier, he had remained composed, a gentle smile gracing his face, dismissing the event as a certainty. He believed that individual was doomed, the outcome predetermined. Yet now, he clenched his fists, his face ashen, unable to mask the anger brewing within. For him, this was an unforgivable defeat, a significant loss. Mu, do not succumb to anger. We must devise a plan to address this situation promptly, Su Wanqing urged, striving to maintain her composure. Yet deep within, she felt a surge of fear, for this incident had escalated due to her actions. If that person sought vengeance, she would undoubtedly be the first target. In the living room stood an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, with a lean visage. He spoke. Mu, this is not your fault. No one could have anticipated this outcome. His words held merit. With the combined might of 18 extraordinary individuals in the introduction of a novel agent, it was indeed feasible to sweep through an adversary. To take a life was a mere trifle. In this world, not every extraordinary being could rival the strength of a diamond. Such a formidable assembly, ambushing a solitary figure, would undoubtedly yield a decisive victory. Could it truly be the diamond's intervention? After all, isn't a faction of those with the Bodhi gene active in that region? Inquired Su Wanqing. When Bo was momentarily taken aback, yet he refrained from expressing his thoughts. Complying with Mu's request, he instructed his team to promptly investigate the scene and ascertain the cause of death for the 18 extraordinary individuals. Mu furrowed his brow, grappling with doubts. Was it indeed the diamond? Had he already arrived? However, reports indicated that the extraordinary being, known for his imperviousness, was still en route and would not arrive until later tonight at the earliest. Investigate whether the diamond has stealthily arrived, Mu stated with an air of indifference. When Bo nodded, setting about organizing personnel and leveraging connections to ascertain the whereabouts of key figures associated with the Bodhi gene. A small helicopter ascended, swiftly heading towards the mountainous woods 80 miles away to probe into the demise of the 18 extraordinary beings and to gather various clues from the scene. Though these individuals were not masters, their experience was invaluable. Upon entering the forest, they felt a chill, The 18 extraordinary beings had all met their end with severed necks. And among them, the heads of 13 had been completely decapitated and lay upon the ground. It is evident that they perished at the hands of a single individual, who executed them with formidable precision. The traces left at the scene suggest that only a handful engaged in a fierce struggle. The remaining beings were utterly no match for this person, each decapitated in a remarkably brief span of time, leaving an unsettling chill in their hearts. Could it truly be the arrival of the diamond? One quivered. Apart from the diamond and the three others, were there any other beings with such formidable combat prowess? They meticulously scoured the forest, yet failed to uncover any significant clues left by that individual. It was as if he had meticulously erased his tracks post-incident. In the county town, within a lavish mansion, Mu received a report, his expression dark as stormy waters. 18 beings had been beheaded by a sharp weapon, all suffering identical fatal wounds. That person had been overwhelmingly dominant. When Bo remarked as he gazed at the report, "It is said that the diamond possesses two weapons, one being the demon-subduing staff, which is generally not employed, and the other, a knife, has been wielded on several occasions, unmatched in sharpness," stated Su Wanqing. At that moment, a confidential report was delivered, and upon receiving it, when Bo's countenance shifted dramatically. "What? The diamond has indeed arrived quietly, just this morning?" Su Wanqing took the report, glanced at it, and was instantly taken aback. "The diamond is here?" Mu's fury ignited. His face contorted as he slammed his palm onto the table with a resounding crash, shattering it. He struggled to maintain his composure. Now, his anger surged uncontrollably. The arrival of the diamond signifies something profound. Perhaps only this individual could elucidate all of this. Otherwise, who possesses such capabilities? A single strike of the Buddha's blade can traverse the world, capable of vanquishing 18 extraordinary beings, even if they have ingested the latest potent elixirs. The losses are simply too great. According to reliable sources, after the arrival of the formidable King Kong, he indeed ventured out into the mountains and forests. Yet he has yet to return, leaving uncertainty regarding his direction. "King Kong, our conflict is far from over," Mu exclaimed, his eyes and brows radiating a fierce intensity. The elegance he once possessed now entirely dissipated as a blazing fire ignited within his chest. What of that individual? Did he not even arrive there? Su Wanqing pondered, questioning whether the figures behind Chu Feng had failed to make their appearance. Gradually, a sense of relief washed over her, with King Kong's involvement. This entangled matter was linked to the struggle between Bodhi genes and divine beings. Chu Feng's demise in that region could only be deemed a tragic accident. When titans clash and masters engage, should an ordinary person happen to cross paths and meet with misfortune, who could be blamed? It would simply be a stroke of ill fate. Su Wanqing exhaled softly, feeling reassured. Even the expert behind Chu Feng would likely remain oblivious to the truth. Left to grapple with helplessness, amidst the mountains, Chu Feng hastened his pace, gradually slowing as he caught sight of the county town in the distance. That woman was exceedingly malicious. To kill her directly would be too merciful, he muttered to himself. He recalled the young woman who had come to pick him up, her youth adorned with a smattering of freckles, exuding a down-to-earth charm and a penchant for laughter. Yet, when he had declined to accompany her, she had appeared bewildered. In the end, her fate was tragically sealed, her vehicle reduced to mere fragments. Such madness! A fierce glint appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. Though he wielded ruthless decisiveness against his enemies, there existed within him a tender heart, unable to bear the sight of the weak and kind being oppressed. The swift outcome you face is far too lenient, allowing you to linger in fear beforehand. Chu Feng harbored an intense disdain for that malevolent woman. He retrieved his communicator and contacted Lin Nuai, swiftly establishing a connection. Chu Feng's inquiry to Lin Nuai was succinct and straightforward. He asked who had been in possession of her communicator a few days prior. Lin Nuai questioned him about his concerns. Yet Chu Feng chose silence and abruptly ended the call. Shortly thereafter, Su Wanqing departed from the opulent mansion and made her way to Lin Nuai's residence. "Has Chu Feng spoken with you?" Su Wanqing inquired. Lin Nuai, possessing extraordinary beauty with porcelain skin and a statuesque figure, stood by the window gazing into the distance. Oh yes. He realized I wasn't you, exchanged a few casual words, and then hung up. She replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Are you concealing something from me? Lin Nua turned, her long hair cascading gracefully over her swan-like neck, her delicate features tinged with a hint of coldness, and her beautiful, deep-set eyes exerting considerable pressure on Su Wanqing. Not at all, Su Wanqing feigned surprise. From what I know of Chu Feng, he must have something to hide, Lin Nua remarked. Has he arrived? What did he say to you? Surely he isn't so petty as to hold a grudge against me for my brusque demeanor the last time we met, Su Wanqing asked casually, aware that the individual in question would likely never appear again. He hasn't arrived yet, but during our recent conversation, I sense that his feelings towards you extend beyond mere prejudice. Lin Nua fixed her gaze upon her. Just now, Su Wanqing gasped, her fingers trembling as she nearly dropped her teacup, though she skillfully masked her alarm. On Lin Nua's beautiful visage, her smile appeared somewhat indifferent as she said, Speak. Indeed. There was nothing of consequence to convey. Su Wanqing endeavored to maintain her composure, yet deep within, she was engulfed by an overwhelming fear. Was that person truly alive? What had transpired? A sense of unease enveloped her. Was Chu Feng already on his way? In that instant, her heart quivered with a myriad of thoughts. Was he genuinely still among the living? The notion was utterly terrifying. In a fleeting moment, Su Wanqing's mind raced with countless considerations, ultimately leaving her spine chilled and her entire being frozen, as if numb. She was gripped by dread and panic. What was she to do? She yearned to flee, but Lin Nua's gaze was fixed upon her. Soon, Chu Feng would arrive. Lin Nua remarked that, in truth, Chu Feng had not specified his arrival time. Nor was she certain he would come at all. She sensed a simmering anger within him. In an instant, a cold sweat broke out on Su Wanqing's back. Was Chu Feng truly approaching? Yet she could do nothing but wait here, trapped in a torment that was both agonizing and terrifying. The fear was suffocating. She felt as though nothing could be concealed, and even with her sister's protection, it would likely come at a tremendous cost. Chapter 44. The Encounter. Wanqing, are you unwell? Your complexion seems rather pale, Lin Nua inquired. Although these words were intended to express concern, they lacked warmth. Su Wanqing's heart sank. She understood that Lin Nua was displeased with her, delivering a frigid warmth as a form of reprimand. Indeed, she had not rested well and had caught a chill during the night. Su Wanqing offered a feeble smile, touched her pallid face, and rose to express her apologies before taking her leave. However, Lin Nua did not wait for her to speak, but instead took out a vial of blue potion, compelling her to consume it and insisting that she rest here, with no intention of allowing her to leave. Su Wanqing's heart nearly leapt from her chest upon seeing the thumb-sized crystal bottle containing the azure liquid, which bore a striking resemblance to that held by Mu. Not long ago, 18 extraordinary individuals had partaken of it. What could this possibly signify? Anxiety coursed through Su Wanqing, her heart drumming incessantly as her unease intensified. This is a novel special medicine designed to enhance immunity and vitality. Its effects will manifest swiftly after consumption, Lin Nua stated calmly. Su Wanqing felt somewhat startled, taking the vial into her hands, scrutinizing it closely. It should not be the same concoction, as this one was a shade lighter, yet it still provoked considerable apprehension within her. Wanqing, what on earth have you done? Do not conceal anything from me. You are well aware of my disposition. Lin Nua gazed intently at her. Su Wanqing managed a smile, yet her heart felt icy. As she pondered various possibilities, a slight tremor seized her. Although Lin Nua could never possibly be with Chu Feng, she still wished for his safety. If Chu Feng were to perish, it would be inconsequential, as the Bodhi gene in the Vajra would erase all traces. However, her true fear lay in the fact that he was still alive. During our last conversation, I had a spat with Chu Feng, arguing briefly and asserting that he was unworthy of you. I am certain he must loathe me. Su Wanqing's voice was barely above a whisper as she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Nua. I believe you, and here is simply incompatible. You belong to different worlds. She cloaked her words in half-truths, striving to buy time. Even if Chu Feng were to arrive, she would use this opportunity to contest and deny the action she had taken. You have greatly disappointed me. Lin Nuai uttered these words with an air of calmness, concealing the true turmoil within her heart. Su Wanqing, feeling a sense of foreboding, sensed that something was amiss. Lin Nuai's sharp intellect hinted that, even in the absence of concrete evidence, she might have already formed some suspicions. At that moment, Lin Nuai's communicator began to ring. The young girl you sent to pick me up was struck down by a rocket. She met a tragic fate. These were the words of Chu Feng. Although Lin Nuai harbored her own conjectures, she had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. With a sudden turn, she fixed her gaze upon Su Wanqing, her beautiful eyes radiating a piercing intensity. Su Wanqing gasped, as that gaze felt like a needle, causing her eyes to ache and her heart to race. Simultaneously, she had overheard Chu Feng's words, sending her thoughts into disarray. The man was indeed alive, a fact now confirmed. How could this be? Was he not in the vehicle at that time? This revelation filled Su Wanqing with both fear and resentment. Why had he survived? If Chu Feng vanished, everything would be erased. Some individuals are perpetually unwilling to reflect upon their own faults. Mu will surely rescue me, Su Wanqing fervently prayed. For she had undertaken these actions to assist Mu. Uncle Qian, take her away, but remember she is an extraordinary being. Utilize the latest alloy shackles. Lin Nuai stated with an unsettling calmness. Su Wanqing stood frozen, her complexion draining of color, leaving her pallid and devoid of any hue. Terror gripped her, and she felt a buzzing in her ears. She understood that only those who had committed unforgivable sins were treated in such a manner, shackled with rare metal. Escape would be impossible, and punishment would be inevitable. A slightly plump elderly man entered, his kind eyes reflecting a gentle demeanor. Typically amiable, he now appeared somewhat stern, dutifully executing Lin Nuai's commands. Nuai, how could you treat me this way? Su Wanqing exclaimed, her voice resonating with indignation. You are my assistant, and I placed my trust in you. In this short period, with no means to communicate with the outside world, I relied on you to manage various affairs. Yet you have crossed my boundaries. Lin Nuai's expression remained icy. Tall and exquisitely beautiful, she evoked a sense of envy in Su Wanqing. However, when angered, Lin Nuai exuded an air of chilling aloofness, strikingly formidable. Despite Su Wanqing's own beauty, she felt dwarfed and overwhelmed, rendered speechless by Lin Nuai's imposing presence. With a wave of her hand, Lin Nuai signaled Uncle Qian to escort her away. Chu Feng, where are you? I will come to fetch you. Lin Nuai spoke into the phone. I have arrived in the county town. I initially intended for you to treat me to the local delicacies, but it seems I shall treat you instead, she continued. Chu Feng discerned the underlying sentiment in her words, as if she were expressing an apology. He provided an address, and shortly thereafter, Lin Nuai parked her red sedan by the roadside, saying, "Get in." Chu Feng observed the car and remarked, "Red? It hardly aligns with your icy elegance. I presumed your vehicle would be blue." As witty as ever, Lin Nuai replied with a faint smile. Clad in casual hot pants and a t-shirt, seemingly indifferent to luxury or brand. Soon, they arrived at a restaurant. The atmosphere here is tranquil, accompanied by soothing music, crystal chandeliers, and marble floors. While it may not compare to the grandeur of a bustling metropolis, it stands as one of the finest dining establishments in the county, characterized primarily by its elegance and cleanliness. Upon exiting the car, the two walk side by side into the restaurant. Chu Feng naturally notices her casual attire of shorts and a simple t-shirt. Yet, this nonchalance accentuates her figure. Standing at 170 centimeters, she possesses a pair of long, straight legs that are strikingly fair and captivating. What is the matter? Lin Nuai glances at him. Long time no see. You dazzled me. Let me take a closer look. Chu Feng replies with a smile. Lin Nuai finds it quite impossible to be annoyed with him. He has a knack for speaking with such unabashed confidence that one could describe him as either forthright or utterly reckless. You haven't changed, Lin Nuai remarks with a smile, not at all displeased by Chu Feng's demeanor. In fact, it was precisely this quality that had drawn them together back in the day. During their school years, most people would tread carefully around her, intimidated by her cool demeanor. while a multitude of admirers hesitated to approach for fear of displeasing her. Yet, there was Chu Feng, who, upon their first meeting, brazenly snatched her seat and folded her paper into an airplane, playfully blowing it out the window. At that moment, he was utterly infuriating, yet somehow, she couldn't bring herself to be genuinely angry, and thus, they became well acquainted. "Come, let me see if you've changed," Chu Feng grins, unabashedly scrutinizing her from her beautiful face to her fair neck, and then further down. "Stop being ridiculous, sit down." Even though Lin Nuoyi's demeanor was somewhat aloof, rarely gracing others with a smile, she could not help but let her lips curve upward, momentarily setting aside her icy elegance. "How delightful it is to see such a smile, pleasing to the eyes," Chu Feng remarked, assisting her in adjusting her chair, gently pressing down on her shoulders to encourage her to sit. Not far away, Uncle Qian observed this interaction, raising his brows slightly on his plump face, yet ultimately feigning indifference as he gazed leisurely out the window. "I'm sorry," Lin Nuo murmured softly after settling down. "Don't say that. I'm perfectly fine. Really, it's just unfortunate for that young girl," Chu Feng replied, shaking his head. "Yes, I will make amends to her family," Lin Nuo remarked, her elegant brows knitting together. Although she rarely smiled, her heart was not devoid of warmth. Chu Feng nodded in understanding. "In recent days, have you encountered any further dangers?" Lin Nuo inquired. "A woman capable of sprouting vines from her palm, a bat, a spider for scaly monsters, and a group of armed individuals have all sought me out," Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Lin Nuo straightened her posture, her eyes sparkling with intensity, as if radiating light. She directed a commanding gaze toward Uncle Qian, instructing, "Keep a close watch on Su Wanqing. No one is to approach her." "Understood." Uncle Qian turned to carry out her orders. "I will ensure you receive a satisfactory explanation," Lin Nuo said earnestly, fixing her gaze on Chu Feng. "How do you intend to deal with her?" Chu Feng asked. Lin Nuo gathered her hair, revealing her porcelain forehead, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of frost as she declared, "She has gone too far. We must revoke her status as an extraordinary being." Chu Feng was taken aback. Is it truly possible to revoke someone's extraordinary status? However, I implore you to understand that the subsequent punishment for her will require some time. As my uncle is about to marry her sister and has entrusted me with the responsibility of looking after her, I must communicate with my uncle. Lin Nuo patiently explained. "What is the most severe punishment for her?" Chu Feng inquired further, for he harbored a profound disdain for that woman. "The harshest punishment is that she will never appear again," Lin Nuo stated. Chu Feng nodded, expressing, "However, I have some concerns. The person who rescued me has a fiery temper, and I fear he may act impulsively." A rare glimmer of curiosity flickered in Lin Nuoyi's eyes, which were usually marked by an air of cool elegance, as she asked, "I have always wanted to know who has been assisting you, though feel free to refrain from answering if it is inconvenient." He felt it prudent to remain discreet for the time being, having annihilated 18 ostentatious individuals in one breath. It was indeed a grim affair. In this world, quietly biding one's time and growing stronger surpasses the folly of flaunting one's prowess prematurely. Affection is simply affection, and aversion is merely aversion. It should remain untainted by power, identity, or status. Perhaps his ideals were overly romantic, yet this was his pursuit. His philosophy. He did not wish to leverage his sudden strength for gain. Is there such a person? Lin Nuo nodded. In the morning, it was indeed he who opposed my getting into the vehicle, thus allowing me to narrowly escape a calamity, Chu Feng remarked. At that moment, Lin Nuoyi's communicator buzzed, displaying a message from someone named Mu seeking her. She answered, and a melodious yet solemn voice of a young man echoed from the other end. Noi. We may have to confront Bodhi Jeans sooner than expected. He informed Lin Noi that this morning, Jingang launched a surprise attack, annihilating a crucial faction under his command. Despite consuming the latest potions, 18 extraordinary beings perished in battle. I understand. Lin Noi hung up the phone. She gently tapped the tabletop, displaying a contemplative expression. As she settled into silence, her enchanting visage became even more captivating, luminous, and delicate. What troubles you? Chu Feng inquired. A figure at the pinnacle of the extraordinary beings. Known as Jin Gang, assassinated the 18 celestial beings on the route where your vehicle was ambushed. How fortuitous, indeed, Lin Noi chuckled softly. Radiant beams danced within her beautiful eyes, and then she lifted her gaze to Chu Feng, saying, "Tell me, was it the individual behind you who killed those 18 extraordinary beings? I do not hold him accountable." Jin Gang, that kid, is truly formidable, Chu Feng exclaimed, utterly astonished. He continued, "The person assisting me did not engage. He remained by my side until he delivered me to the county town. It was only then that we witnessed the vehicle explosion, confirming that someone intended to harm me. Yet he did not partake in this incident. I believe the 18 extraordinary beings initially harbored malicious intent towards me, but unfortunately for them, they encountered Jin Gang." Chu Feng refrained from elaborating further, but his words sufficed. Now, he preferred to sidestep the turmoil, content to observe from the sidelines, allowing those who wished to harm him to seek out Jin Gang instead. "Jin Gang, it is not I who wronged you, but rather those wretched individuals who insist on blaming you. Nonetheless, I am truly grateful." This is the heartfelt confession of Chu Feng, genuinely expressing his admiration for the exquisite virtues of beef. Lin Nuai gazed at him, choosing not to pursue the matter further. "What would you like to eat?" she inquired with a faint smile, her vibrant red lips parting to reveal pearly teeth. The rare beauty of her smile, captivating in that fleeting moment, was truly enchanting. However, Chu Feng's exclamation shattered the ambience. He bellowed, "Boss, please bring me 10 pounds of beef." Lin Nuai's fair forehead furrowed with a few lines of annoyance, relieved that they were not dining in an upscale restaurant. Nor was anyone else present to witness such an embarrassing display. "Are you a starving ghost?" she scolded, though she couldn't help but chuckle. "You see, I've been craving beef so intensely lately, but I simply can't get any. It's driving me mad. Just the thought makes my mouth water," Chu Feng stated earnestly. Lin Nuai, amused and exasperated, replied, "Very well. If you enjoy meat so much, I shall order an array of dishes for you, ensuring you have your fill." "No, I only want beef." Chu Feng firmly rejected her offer. Observing his serious demeanor, Lin Nuai couldn't suppress her laughter. He was so carefree, always casual, never pretending to be sophisticated, yet occasionally delightfully quirky. Chapter 45. The period of dormancy, a table adorned with a plethora of beef dishes, braised beef, spiced beef, curry beef, and yellow braised beef, and of course, steak, a veritable feast of beef delicacies. If the yellow cattle were present, they would surely overturn the table. This was a blatant provocation, a table full of dishes without a single repetition, all centered around beef, prepared in various styles. Even the soup was Westlake beef soup. Eventually, they presented Chu Feng with 20 skewers of exquisite Xinjiang beef. If it were to know, it would undoubtedly contend fiercely with him. However, once he tasted them, he cared little for such matters, repeatedly expressing his admiration and gratitude to the esteemed chef in the kitchen for crafting such a magnificent array of dishes from beef. As they dined, the two engaged in soft-spoken conversation. They reminisced about the past, sharing anecdotes about classmates and alumni, revealing an abundance of stories. Yet, when it came to the history between them, they only touched upon it lightly. Chu Feng sensed that Lin Nuai was intentionally keeping a distance in this regard, as their dialogue remained quite subdued. He was cheerful and optimistic, yet this did not mean he would be overly persistent. He approached their conversation with a calm demeanor, and together they deftly sidestepped any potential awkwardness. They talked for quite a while, moving from their university days to the present and discussing the recent upheavals in the world. Upon hearing this, Lin Nuai expressed a hint of remorse, admitting that she had sensed a forthcoming change in the world, though she had not anticipated its severity. In this post-civilizational era, numerous mysterious transformations had occurred over an extended period, significantly impacting society, yet remained inscrutable to the average person. However, the divine beings were aware, having encountered the truth. This, it seemed, involved certain taboos that Lin Nuai was reluctant to fully disclose. As she recounted some old tales, Chu Feng listened attentively, contemplating deeply. Eventually, Lin Nuai inquired if Chu Feng intended to leave for another place, such as the great city in the north. As the Taihang Mountains were about to become unsettled, drawing many extraordinary individuals, he earnestly reminded Lin Nua to be cautious and protect herself, as there were indeed too many extraordinary beings coming to the Taihang Mountains, with even the formidable Vajra making an appearance, suggesting that a great battle was inevitable. Lin Nua nodded, indicating her understanding and commitment to her own safety. She subtly expressed that her initial intention was to see Chu Feng leave immediately. The purpose of their meeting was to facilitate his departure. However, now that she was aware of a powerful figure behind Chu Feng, likely to escort him away, she no longer insisted. I recognize the dangers of the Taihang Mountains. I shall refrain from provoking those extraordinary beings, Chu Feng remarked with a smile. Not only that. Lin Nua shook her head. She contemplated for a moment, choosing her words with care as she revealed certain truths to Chu Feng. We have detected some unusual occurrences. The subsequent revelations from Lin Nua left Chu Feng astounded. Numerous beasts and birds of prey were undergoing transformations, growing increasingly intelligent, as if the shackles within them had been unlocked, bringing their wisdom closer to that of humans. The fact that Lin Nua articulated such thoughts was astonishing. Chu Feng believed her words, for divine beings were colossal entities, possessing vast resources and knowledge of matters beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Recently, the emergence of extraordinary beings had sparked widespread discourse, yet how many had paid heed to the mutated animals? They remained largely silent, with the majority lying in wait, unremarked upon. Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng felt a profound shock within his heart. Lin Nua used words such as quiet and silence to depict the animals, elevating them to a profound level. Chu Feng pondered what thoughts might be occupying the minds of these intelligent beings, nearly akin to humans. The few we have captured are extraordinary and exceptionally clever, undoubtedly on par with humans, if not surpassing them, exhibiting remarkable abilities in learning and imitation. Lin Nua's mention of this brought a solemnity to her expression. A significant event looms ahead. Chu Feng pushed aside his utensils, his heart restless as myriad thoughts swirled in his mind, gently tapping his fingers on the table as he contemplated. I am convinced that the transformed beasts and raptors must outnumber the, Lin Nua remarked. Such words resonated deeply with Chu Feng. This is likely the truth, given that most beasts and raptors dwell in the wild, closer to nature. With the emergence of the mysterious fruit, they have easier access than humans. I can't shake the feeling that the future holds something terrifying, Chu Feng confessed. Hence, we must choose to enter the colossal cities, Lin Nua advised. Chu Feng harbored a lingering question. Why has the nation remained relatively silent lately, aside from soothing the populace? Are they perhaps harboring concerns? The state has consistently protected its citizens, and perhaps significant actions are imminent. I believe the repercussions will be substantial. Lin Nua concluded with such insights. The two engaged in extensive conversation, and their lunch extended for a considerable duration. By the way, if you feel uneasy about explaining to your uncle, and someone approaches you regarding Xiao Wanqing, you may hand her over directly. Chu Feng suddenly broached this topic. Lin Nua remained silent, merely gazing at him. Do not gaze upon me, for I am well acquainted with the enigmatic individual who aided me. His temperament is rather irritable, and I fear he may now be contemplating vengeance on my behalf. Should that woman encounter any mishap in your presence, it would surely place you in a precarious position. Chu Feng remarked, adding, does she truly qualify as your friend? Understood. Ultimately, as she rose to bid farewell, Lin Nua approached him with an unexpected calmness, gently embracing him, a gesture that marked the most intimate moment since their acquaintance began. I suppose you owe me a hug. Today, have you truly compensated me? Chu Feng sighed softly, aware of the implications behind her words. Her tall figure, cascading smooth hair, and alabaster complexion, complemented by her radiant eyes, exuded an aura of chilliness. Yet, her crimson lips, pearly teeth, slender waist, and snow-white legs rendered her appearance somewhat enchanting, striking a balance between icy elegance and captivating beauty. You have compensated me. Yet you bring up old matters. You truly are concerned I might overthink. Chu Feng shook his head, harboring a hint of discontent. For Lin Nua, he had previously uttered those very words. No need for that. I understand you are quite occupied. A significant event is imminent in the Taihang Mountains. So attend to your affairs. Just arrange for a vehicle for me, Chu Feng stated. Very well, Lin Nua nodded, evidently burdened with numerous responsibilities. As a confrontation with Bodhi genetics loomed on the horizon. Upon arriving outside his residence, Chu Feng exited the vehicle, waving his hand in gratitude as it swiftly departed. Did he detect the scent of beef on himself? He sniffed, perceiving nothing, yet still felt a twinge of unease. First, he must address the pressing matters at hand. He did not enter the courtyard, but directly departed for the mountains, retrieving a large-caliber firearm along the way. Recently, he had faced assaults with firearms on 2 occasions, seizing a considerable number of them. That afternoon, Chu Feng practiced shooting deep in the mountains, steadily improving his accuracy with each shot. Since adopting a special breathing technique, all aspects of his physical abilities had undergone remarkable enhancement. Coupled with his training in the formidable bull demon fist, his physique had become extraordinarily formidable. After numerous test shots, bolstered by his keen eyesight and exceptional perception, he had nearly transformed into an exceptional marksman. From a considerable distance, he observed the location of the personnel from the Celestial Biological Company, quietly noting their dispersed arrangement, seemingly cautious of being targeted by firearms. However, this was merely prudent caution. It seemed that those from the Bodhi gene were not so deranged as to deploy heavy weaponry in a densely populated area of the county. During the day, clashes between Celestial Biological and Bodhi gene had occurred 2 or 3 times, and it was evident that the night would not be peaceful either. As night fell, the 2 colossal forces indeed clashed once more. Chu Feng watched silently until the chaos reached its zenith. Then, he stealthily approached, remaining at a safe distance. For his vision had grown exceedingly sharp, far surpassing that of others. Through conversations with Lin Nua, he had gleaned much information, even having seen a photograph of Su Wanqing. As he searched and observed for some time, he finally spotted Su Wanqing. She had indeed been released. Had she been freed by Mu Bao? Chu Feng observed from afar, noting that the woman was an extraordinary being, her strength not to be underestimated. At this moment, he was cold and merciless, and with a resounding click, he pulled the trigger. In the distance, a muffled thud echoed, followed by the splatter of crimson, accompanied by a terrified scream. Chapter 46. The stillness of the night was shrouded in darkness, as clouds concealed the celestial tapestry. Along the way, the distant roars of wild beasts could be heard, and one could see raptors soaring majestically through the mountains, carving sharp arcs through the shadows. Chu Feng paused briefly, sensing the restlessness of these creatures. He believed that among them, some had indeed undergone transformations, yet remained dormant for the time being. What the future held was uncertain, but he had steeled himself, unafraid of the potential perils that might arise. Covering over 100 miles, he traversed numerous towering mountains. For an ordinary person journeying alone, there would be an overwhelming sense of dread. However, Chu Feng was undaunted, calm, and composed, striding swiftly through the forest. Soon, the clouds parted, and a gentle light bathed the heavens, dispelling the darkness. The ferocity of the beasts subsided, alleviating the oppressive atmosphere. The stars twinkled like scattered pearls, shimmering brilliantly against the night sky. Time had passed, and surely the cattle herders could no longer detect his presence. As Chu Feng neared Qingyang town, he was almost home. He resolved to treat himself to some delicacies. Boss, I would like 150 skewers of beef. Upon entering the town, Chu Feng spotted the grilling stall and made his way over with purpose. Actually, we only have lamb skewers. The young vendor looked at him quizzically, amused, as he had never sold beef skewers before. My mistake, I meant lamb skewers. I'll take 150 of those. With a fleeting glance towards the east, where his home lay, Chu Feng felt a twinge of unease. No payment required, just food. The vendor of skewered delights asserted resolutely. Nowadays, unusual phenomena had gripped various regions. Roads were impassable, and people placed greater value on tangible goods, expressing skepticism towards currency. Although we are not intimately acquainted, We are familiar enough. Please prepare my order first, and I shall return with payment tomorrow, Chu Feng proposed. The vendor, reassured by their shared town and his modest knowledge of Chu Feng, complied without hesitation. How long has this been frozen? It hasn't spoiled, has it? Chu Feng inquired in a hushed tone. The vendor hesitated slightly, responding, "It should be fine. That is all that matters." Chu Feng clapped him on the shoulder, embodying a spirit of camaraderie and generosity, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of an upset stomach. At last, a generous package of skewers emerged, generously seasoned with cumin and pepper, releasing a tantalizing aroma. "Do not overindulge. If you do fall ill, it won't be my responsibility," the vendor cautioned, a hint of concern in his voice. "Fear not. I possess a robust constitution," Chu Feng replied nonchalantly, casting his gaze towards the freezer behind the vendor. "Let us grab a few bottles of beer as well." "Certainly." Ultimately, Chu Feng departed with 2 substantial bags in hand. Before even crossing the threshold of his home, he began to quench his thirst with the beer, wary of the astute senses of the ox nearby. The ox, appearing skeptical, scrutinized him, suspecting ulterior motives in his apparent eagerness. Upon catching sight of the hefty package of meat skewers in Chu Feng's grasp, it raised its head in disdain, exhibiting an air of superiority. The ox, incensed, began etching words into the ground, questioning Chu Feng's intentions. Soon, white smoke began to emanate from its nostrils. With a sense of guilt gnawing at him, Chu Feng inwardly lamented that this cow was becoming increasingly difficult to deceive. Ever since it had ventured online, it seemed to know everything. He declared with righteous fervor, "What do you know? The true delicacies lie within the rustic traditions of the countryside. Those so-called upscale dishes are merely expensive torments, utterly lacking in flavor. If you doubt it, try some." As he spoke, he fervently hoped not to suffer any digestive misfortunes. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and began to indulge, exclaiming, "This is indeed the finest delicacy in the world." The yellow cow, intrigued by the sheer delight on his face, was momentarily swayed, especially as it caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. Ultimately, it could not resist the temptation, leaning in to grasp 2 skewers with its hooves, devouring them in a few greedy bites. Its eyes widened in surprise, and it let out a resounding moo. Startled, Chu Feng became highly vigilant, on guard. "All of this is mine." The yellow cow inscribed a few characters in the dirt before shoving Chu Feng aside, settling down to indulge in the delectable feast. "You ungrateful beast," Chu Feng scolded. "Moo moo moo." The yellow cow called out a few times, reveling in its triumph as it voraciously consumed the skewers, its mouth glistening with grease. In truth, the flavor of the grilled skewers was indeed delightful. The young man's culinary skills were exceptional. Had it not been for his concern about the food storage time and the potential for an upset stomach, Chu Feng might have dared to compete with the cow for a share. Understanding the situation, he refrained from risking his health and surrendered the entire pile of skewers to the yellow cow, patting its shoulder as he said, "See, I'm being generous, aren't I?" The yellow cow extended a front hoof and shook it dismissively, expressing disdain. "You heartless creature," Chu Feng grumbled, venting his frustration. The yellow cow gazed at the bottle of wine in its hooves, stretching out to grasp another. However, after merely taking a sip, it coughed and spat the contents out with a loud puff. It stared in disbelief, questioning the quality of the drink. "What sort of inferior wine is this? You must understand. This is the finest wine in the world, the best seller," Chu Feng asserted. The cow grinned. It was aware of prestigious labels like Lafite and Romani Conti, mocking Chu Feng for indulging in such a cheap vintage. It grumbled to itself, realizing this foolish cow had gleaned everything through its communicator. How could it ever deceive it again? Ultimately, the yellow cow devoured over 100 skewers of lamb, feeling immensely satisfied. It sprawled comfortably on a wrought-tin chair in the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky, exuding an air of contentment. "Yellow cow, come, take a couple of pills," Chu Feng approached. "For diarrhea and dysentery, these work wonders. Better to take 2 as a precaution," he said, a hint of guilt in his voice. "What does that mean? What is happening?" the yellow cow exclaimed, suddenly sitting upright. its eyes wide with suspicion as it fixed a glare on Chu Feng. "These are health supplements. Taking more is beneficial for your body," Chu Feng proclaimed with unabashed bravado. "Moo." The cow was not naive. After a moment's contemplation, it became furious. Indeed, it was just street merchandise. After feasting on skewers, it was expected to take medicine immediately? This was utterly outrageous, an affront to cowkind. It charged at Chu Feng in a fit of rage. Chaos erupted, with animals scattering in all directions. It was uncertain how long the tumult lasted before tranquility returned. Chu Feng, grimacing in pain, had endured several kicks from the cow. Fortunately, his physique was remarkably resilient. Otherwise, he would likely have been unable to rise. He made his way to the bathroom, indulging in a hot shower. Reflecting on the day's ceaseless toils between the county town and Qingyang town, and after the recent skirmish with the yellow cow, he felt quite fatigued. As Chu Feng entered the room, he was already in a state of drowsiness, neglecting to turn on the light and collapsing onto the bed, surrendering to slumber. However, in an instant, he was jolted awake, all remnants of sleep vanishing. "What is this softness?" A muffled groan emanated from the bed, suggesting that someone had been struck and was in pain. Alarm surged through Chu Feng, causing his hair to stand on end. There was indeed someone on the bed. He swiftly retreated, flicking on the light with a decisive click. What on earth is happening? His eyes widened in disbelief. There lay a stunningly beautiful woman, seemingly awakened from her slumber by the impact. Her delicate brows furrowed in confusion as she slowly opened her eyes. "Who are you? In the dead of night? Do you intend to violate me?" Her voice was filled with indignation, a clear challenge. Chu Feng, somewhat perplexed, sought to assert himself first, not wishing to hear a woman, especially a captivating one, scream in his room. Upon closer inspection, his heart skipped a beat. This woman was not merely beautiful. Appearing to be in her 20s, clad in white garments, her long, sleek hair cascading down her alabaster neck. Her features were enchanting, radiating youth and vitality. She had fully awakened, and it was evident she was no ordinary person. After encountering this situation, she remained remarkably composed, her striking eyes scanning the room with keen awareness. Feeling a slight pain at the back of her head, she furrowed her brow and gently brushed her hair back before addressing Chu Feng. "You knocked me unconscious and brought me here? When did this happen? If I had such intentions, would you still be unscathed?" Chu Feng vehemently denied the accusation. He would not bear such a false charge. "Why are you here?" a young woman inquired, her demeanor calm, yet betraying a hint of nervousness as she subtly assessed her surroundings. "I also wish to know when you entered, how you found your way to my bed, and what your intentions are." Her inquiry was met with the unflinching confidence of Chu Feng, who, unperturbed, posed his questions. Upon hearing his words, the beautiful woman arched her brows, questioning her own worthiness, feeling unjustly chastised. However, she restrained her indignation. "Please wait a moment. I need some time to gather my thoughts." Chu Feng hurried downstairs, bursting into the room of the bull. "You foolish creature, what have you done?" The bull, sulking, nearly erupted in anger upon seeing him, but was ultimately pacified by Chu Feng's presence. "Why is there an additional woman in my room? Have you perhaps honored me?" The bull raised a hoof in disdain. Eventually, Chu Feng comprehended the unfolding events. It seemed that trouble had come looking for him, as the woman indeed approached the courtyard of his home. Without hesitation, the bull stealthily followed, ambushing her from behind, delivering 2 swift kicks that rendered her unconscious. "You truly possess a heavy hoof," Chu Feng remarked, grimacing. The bull silently chastised him. "And you have slain a beauty, while enjoying skewers." It had already learned of Chu Feng's journey to the county town. "And then you unceremoniously deposited her into my room?" Chu Feng questioned. The bull, for once, exhibited a hint of embarrassment, realizing that it had acted preemptively and had struck the woman without cause. "You have caused a ruckus, tossing her onto my bed." Chu Feng glared at it. Communication between individuals is indeed effortless. The yellow bull inscribed a line of text, then extended its hoof, gesturing towards the door, implying that Chu Feng could depart swiftly. At that moment, the young, beautiful woman had completely adapted, standing serenely by the window, gazing at the starry sky. Chu Feng was at a loss for words. Who would believe that a bull had knocked her unconscious? He certainly could not bring the yellow bull over. If word got out, it would surely cause a scandal. Do you have anything to eat? The beautiful woman inquired. Chu Feng was astonished, contrary to his expectations. She bore no intention of reproach, but rather asked him for food with remarkable composure. Yes, there are some skewers in the courtyard, he replied. The woman smiled softly. Her beauty amplified, and said, Are you not an extraordinary person? Indeed. Chu Feng nodded. The one who attacked me was a monstrous beast. In the final moments, I sensed its immense strength and danger. Her words alleviated Chu Feng's anxiety, assuring him that he would not be held responsible. Do you keep a monstrous beast? She asked gently, her smile warm, her large eyes curving, and the corners of her mouth slightly lifted as she observed his reaction. That is not the case. Chu Feng firmly denied. As they conversed, they had already reached the courtyard. The woman frowned slightly, evidently unaccustomed to consuming such street food, yet her hunger was apparent. And she ultimately picked up a skewer. She ate delicately and gracefully. Even while enjoying lamb skewers, her demeanor was refined. Chu Feng speculated that she must hail from an extraordinary family, as there was an underlying adherence to certain decorum and etiquette that she consistently exhibited. Having had a simple meal, the woman retrieved her communicator, glancing at it with a slight frown before she began to send messages incessantly. It is time for me to depart. Having been absent for so long, they must be quite anxious. In the future, I shall confront that beast, she declared. To the astonishment of onlookers, she suddenly ascended into the air, ethereal wings of light unfurling behind her, radiating a pure, snow-white luminescence. She hovered gracefully, resembling a celestial deity. Transcendent and elegant. The strands of her hair, cascading down to her alabaster neck, danced in the wind, her bright eyes sparkling with life. Clad in white garments, she appeared unsullied by the mundane world, evoking an illusion that she was no mere mortal. Wait, called out Chu Feng. What is it? She inquired softly. This is for you. Chu Feng tossed a vial into the air. What is this? The woman questioned, her expression one of confusion as she caught it. Her striking visage betraying her puzzlement, while her radiant wings emitted a divine glow. Hold it firmly, Chu Feng instructed. Upon hearing this, the young woman in white trembled slightly. Despite her enchanting beauty, a flicker of fierceness emerged in her eyes. Ignoring Chu Feng, she flapped her wings and soared skyward. Do not discard it. You must keep it safe, Chu Feng shouted after her. In midair, the woman paused momentarily, revealing a struggle against her restraint, before vanishing from sight. Soon after, she reunited with several other extraordinary beings. Thank heavens, we were unable to reach you. We feared that the divine creatures had laid an ambush to collectively assail you. It is a relief to finally see you, exclaimed some of them, visibly relieved. Chapter 47. The Great Thunder Bow. On this particular night, Chu Feng slumbered exceptionally soundly. As soon as he lay down, he drifted into a dreamless sleep. In stark contrast, the yellow cow bore a troubled expression. Having scurried out 3 or 4 times throughout the night, grinding its teeth in frustration and emitting low grunts, nearly compelled to storm into Chu Feng's room and deliver a few kicks. However, it hesitated, fearing to disturb the lad and become the subject of ridicule. Under the moonlight, it stealthily infiltrated the storage room, rummaging through boxes until it finally unearthed an identical small bottle. At dawn, Chu Feng and the yellow cow rose almost simultaneously. Standing in the courtyard, facing the east, engaging in a unique breathing technique. Chu Feng perceived the remarkable efficacy of the practice. Particularly as he basked in the gentle warmth of the morning glow, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if warm currents were enveloping him. Ultimately, he felt as if he were nestled within a blazing furnace, his body aflame, pores wide open, as though undergoing a purification, experiencing a metamorphosis of sorts. Indeed, upon opening his eyes, he beheld a wondrous sight. A delicate veil of pale gold seemed to drape over his body, strikingly real, which receded into his flesh as the breathing exercise concluded. Not far away, the yellow cow watched with envy. This extraordinary breathing technique had manifested its most potent effects in Chu Feng. In such a brief time, it had transformed his constitution. This was a form of evolution, as the breathing exercise wrought tremendous changes, refining his flesh and blood, adjusting various vital parameters, continually enhancing his physical form. The yellow cow became increasingly convinced that the petals Chu Feng had acquired were extraordinary, serving as a premier catalyst, playing a crucial role in this transformation. However, upon reflection, it calculated that the effects would soon wane, for all substances possess a certain temporal limitation. Upon contemplating the pollen, the catalyst, and the fervor within the heart of the ox, I hastened to the edge of the flower bed for a closer inspection. Alas, the 3 seeds remained dormant, still failing to sprout. With a low bellow, the ox unexpectedly charged at Chu Feng, seeking retribution for the previous night's stomach troubles. "You dare to come at me for real?" Chu Feng exclaimed, startled. He swiftly leaped aside to evade the bull's assault, retaliating with a well-placed punch. Ultimately, he managed to escape, for a wise man knows to avoid immediate peril. He sensed the pent-up frustration in the beast, who seemed eager to devour the remaining skewers of lamb. He made his way to Master Zhao San's cold weapon workshop, this time seeking some sharp blades. He had discovered that with his newfound strength, a mere flick of his wrist sent a black short sword flying, its impact more astonishing than that of a crossbow bolt. Chu Feng briefly described his desired effects, to which Master Zhao San readily agreed to forge a batch of flying knives. "Little Chu, do you have a fondness for such weapons?" Zhao San inquired, his tall stature complemented by upright short hair, exuding an aura of vigor and spirit. "I have always held a certain admiration for them. I once believed crossbows were impressive, but now I see that flying knives possess a swiftness and directness that is unparalleled." Chu Feng replied, "Ah, but you're mistaken. The true power of a bow and arrow is immense, though some techniques have regrettably been lost to time." Zhao San remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "Progress in the ages is an inevitable circumstance, and even the mightiest bow pales in comparison to firearms," Chu Feng countered. "Not necessarily," Zhao San shook his head in disagreement. Chu Feng was astonished. He knew that old Master Zhao possessed a hereditary craft, and his cold weapon workshop was renowned, attracting many from various regions. It was said that his ancestors had forged legendary weapons in ancient times. However, he wondered whether those ancient weapons could still match the hardness and sharpness of modern craftsmanship. In antiquity, certain weapons bore an otherworldly quality. For instance, bows that not only launched arrows but also channeled a mysterious force, inflicting tremendous damage. Old Master Zhao mentioned that such accounts were recorded in his family's ancient tomes. Chu Feng was taken aback. Those bows seemed almost magical, yet it was said that only individuals over a century old, such as venerable Taoists or monks, could barely draw them. How peculiar! Was it true that the older one became, the more suited one was to wield a bow? Chu Feng found this hard to comprehend. It almost bordered on myth. Nonetheless, he had heard tales of certain ancient Taoists and esteemed monks whose bodies remained uncorrupted after death, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. This was attributed to their extraordinary physical forms, as they were immensely powerful during their lifetimes, akin to the legendary attainment of physical sanctity. Only such individuals could draw the bow forged by his ancestors. Old Master Hao's face gleamed with an inexplicable luster, as if he longed for the era when such mythical bows could be crafted. According to his account, a single arrow could bring down a city gate. "You little rascal! Dare you mock me?" "Do not doubt, such bows indeed exist," Old Master Zhao remarked, a hint of embarrassment gracing his aged countenance. This was a tale from many years ago, perhaps measured in millennia, for we now reside in a post-civilization era. Chu Feng remained skeptical. Even if such bows once existed, who could ever behold them now? "Long ago, I had no idea where it had been buried underground. I have seen it," Zhao Sen blurted out. He was a man of a strong temperament, a stubborn old fellow who, even when joking with acquaintances, could sometimes be quite inflexible. "If it truly exists, show it to me." Chu Feng's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. If such a mysterious great bow were to be found, he wished to borrow it and take it to the Tying Mountains to test its might, regardless of armed helicopters, celestial beings, or silver-winged deities, should they provoke him. He would shoot them all down from the sky. After uttering these words, Zhao San regretted it, quickly shaking his head and waving his hands, repeatedly insisting that such a thing did not exist. Sanny, am I not familiar with your nature? It certainly exists. Show it to me. Chu Feng's gaze was fervent. Zhao San glanced around, then with a loud thud, he shut the door. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "All right, I shall show it to you." Ultimately, he entered the bedroom and struggled to pull out a large stone box from beneath the bed. It was quite ancient in appearance, unmistakably not a modern creation. It was heavy. Even dragging it across the floor, Zhao San found it burdensome. Preserved in a stone box? Chu Feng inquired in astonishment. Yes. It had been buried underground for many years, and I was concerned that a wooden box would decay. Although it was eventually unearthed, my ancestors believed that a stone box would be more reliable, hence it has been kept this way. Upon opening the stone box, a great bow was revealed, nearly 1.5 meters long, displaying a brown hue, dull and lacking luster, evoking a sense of antiquity. The entire bow emanated an aura of simplicity and history, bearing the weight of time, clearly not an ordinary object. Upon attempting to grasp the bow, Chu Feng was immediately astonished. The material was remarkably unique and exceedingly heavy, likely exceeding 100 pounds. Even metal would not account for such weight. However, for him, this posed no challenge. "Little Chu, do not move carelessly. It is far too heavy," cautioned Zhao San. Yet, Chu Feng effortlessly held the bow in one hand, striking a pose as if to shoot an arrow. Zhao San was taken aback. How could he so easily lift such a heavy bow with such ease? "Little Chu, your strength is quite substantial. But where is the bowstring?" Zhao San sighed, explaining that the bowstring had long been destroyed, leaving only the bow's frame. "We could simply attach a bowstring," Chu Feng remarked, bewildered. "You do not understand. The original bowstring was said to be made from dragon tendons, and any ordinary bowstring would be unworthy of this bow, rendering it incapable of unleashing its true power." Zhao San elaborated. Chu Feng clearly doubted this claim, incredulous that dragon tendons could exist. Zhao San nodded in agreement, suggesting it was likely made from some monstrous creature's sinew. "This bow holds no significance for me anymore. It may as well be gifted to you, but you will never be able to draw it," Zhao San declared. However, to his astonishment, he watched as Chu Feng gripped both ends of the massive bow, exerting his strength, and gradually managed to bend it slightly. "What is happening?" Zhao San exclaimed in shock, for he knew just how formidable this bow was. In the past, 7 or 8 robust young men combined had been unable to bend it. Yet, Chu Feng was even more astonished. As he exerted force, the bow emitted the sounds of tigers and leopards, the roars of wild cattle, and the calls of gigantic birds, all imbued with a sinister charm. Ultimately, it culminated in a thunderous roar, creating a substantial commotion that was truly astonishing. "Xiao Chu, you are a monster," Mr. Zhao exclaimed, utterly taken aback. He felt dizzy, clutching Chu Feng and rambling on until he could scarcely remember what he had said. The yellow bull's eyes widened, fixated on the bow, unable to look away. When it attempted to draw the great bow, it indeed replicated various beastly roars and avian cries, culminating in another thunderous sound. "What is the name of this bow?" It etched characters into the ground, inquiring. Mr. Zhao replied, "This is the Great Thunder Bow, though the bowstring has long been accidentally damaged. It is said that the original bowstring was crafted from dragon tendons." Chu Feng remarked, "Let us go hunt a dragon." The yellow bull decisively inscribed these 3 characters, pulling him along, eager to venture into the primeval mountains, clearly displaying a peculiar interest in the bow. "Zhou Quan, come quickly. I will take you to hunt dragons." Chu Feng dialed Zhou Quan's communicator, calling him to prepare for a little training along the way. "Don't go. I've heard that the mysterious fruit in the mountains will likely ripen tomorrow. You should conserve your energy now," Zhou Quan replied. "Enough with the nonsense. Hurry here," Chu Feng urged. If there was indeed a battle tomorrow, it would be the perfect opportunity to restoring the mighty bow and restore its former glory. Chapter 48. Dragon Hunt. Zhou Quan hesitated, appearing quite indecisive, but ultimately, he acquiesced from the other end of the communicator, deciding to accompany Chu Feng into the mountains. Primarily, The last time left a significant psychological shadow on him. First, he was relentlessly pursued by ferocious beasts, nearly frightened to the point of losing his soul. Subsequently, he bore witness to Chu Feng engaging in a fierce battle with a group of ruthless individuals wielding rocket launchers. A sight both thrilling and chilling that sent shivers down his spine. Chu Feng and the sturdy bull were swift enough to venture outside the county to fetch him. When Zhou Quan arrived, albeit late, he approached with a degree of trepidation, slowing his pace from a considerable distance. Chu Feng appeared somewhat dazed, but soon could not help but chuckle. Zhou Quan's slicked-back hair had inexplicably curled, gleaming with an oily sheen, thick and voluminous, making his head appear larger than before. The curls slicked back merely to conceal a pair of horns. The hairstyle was rather unique. Chu Feng found himself at a loss for suitable compliments. After several days apart, Zhou Quan had lost even more weight. He was no longer merely plump, but could be described as lean. The nickname Fatty no longer seemed appropriate. Slim Zhou would be far more fitting. This was excessively slender. Surely, wasn't he consuming weight loss pills daily? Chu Feng laughed. The sturdy bull also seemed momentarily stunned. For Zhou Quan appeared utterly transformed from the first time they met, resembling a different individual altogether, having descended from a jolly Buddha to a mere skeletal figure. Zhou Quan, in indignation, pointed at the horns atop his head and exclaimed, "All the essence has been drained away. At this rate, I might as well procure a chainsaw and endure the pain to sever them." The horns atop his head had grown considerably larger, exuding a wild aura. Earlier, he had referred to the sturdy bull as the Bull Demon King. Now, he found himself quite fitting of the title. Chu Feng could hardly contain his amusement. The sturdy bull approached, curiously touching his horn, breaking into a wide smile, surprisingly devoid of disdain, and amiably patting his shoulder. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Quan glared on guard. He felt a profound discomfort. The cow had never been kind to him, always taunting him whenever it caught sight of him. What had caused this sudden change in temperament? Had it transformed into a handsome creature? The yellow cow etched words into the ground, an extraordinary occurrence, for it had never before offered compliments to anyone. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quan's heart swelled with satisfaction, lifting his chin with newfound confidence. Was it merely a pair of horns that made the difference? In truth, he was quite handsome. Even this cow seemed to sing his praises. The yellow cow added, "Among bull-headed beings, you could be considered among the finest. You wretched bull demon, I shall slay you." Zhou Quan's voice rose in fury. After much ado, he realized the cow was insinuating he was increasingly resembling a bull-headed being, which infuriated him. All along the journey, Zhou Quan's shouts, cries of pain, and the cow's mooing echoed incessantly. At last, they approached the vast and ancient mountain once more. As he stepped into the entrance, the sight of the sprawling primordial forest sent a shiver down his spine. The last encounter had left an indelible impression, with various monsters nearly scaring him to the brink of insanity, resulting in nightmares for many days thereafter. "Let us proceed slowly," he murmured, wishing to acclimatize gradually. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when he leapt into action, sprinting ahead without a moment's pause. For right behind him, a colossal spider, over 3 meters in height, descended from the air and began to pursue him relentlessly. Alas, it commenced anew. Zhou Quan screamed, haunted by memories of his previous ordeal. Nevertheless, he understood that with each experience, forged in the crucible of danger, he would emerge more resilient for the challenges that lay ahead. Chu Feng had informed him that many wild beasts and fierce birds across the nation were undergoing mutations, surpassing even the in number, yet they remained hidden, potentially poised to unleash chaos at any moment. In the primordial forest, the fallen leaves accumulated to an unknown depth, many having long since decayed into fertile soil. Some vines were as thick as water barrels, while the towering trees formed a canopy that obscured the sky, their massive trunks resembling colossal umbrellas. Within the woodland, ancient trees stood in clusters, and the miasma was dense. The average person's constitution would surely falter under such harsh conditions. In the air, mist swirled, nearly obliterating the sunlight, and one could occasionally glimpse gigantic predatory birds soaring above, resembling clouds, an awe-inspiring yet terrifying sight. Simultaneously, The echoing roars of beasts reverberated all around. Entering this realm felt akin to stepping into another world, starkly different from the one outside. This time, were they truly going to hunt a dragon? Zhou Quan found it hard to believe that dragons existed in this world. Chu Feng also questioned whether there were indeed dragons lying in wait deep within the mountains. Did they possess the ability to confront such legendary creatures? How could one possibly contend with beings of such mythic stature? The yellow cow nodded affirmatively, its expression grave, cautioning Chu Feng to exercise utmost care, advising that this time, he must not be careless. You mean, I am to hunt the dragon alone? Chu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course. The yellow cow inscribed these two characters. I believe this cow is nothing but a trickster. Do not heed its words. Zhou Quan remarked. The yellow cow shot him a sidelong glance, its gaze laden with malice, and then indicated that it would soon put him through rigorous training. Zhou Quan shivered involuntarily, promptly sealing his lips, daring not to speak further. It was the yellow cow that had previously provoked the monstrous beasts, thereby honing his skills. The mountains grew increasingly steep and primal, occasionally requiring the ascent of rugged cliffs. Clearly, they were traversing the highlands to reach another realm. Eventually, they even crossed several patches of marshland. At last, they were nearing their destination. The ox's pace began to slow. Ahead, the towering trees thinned, revealing a hard, stony ground scattered with jagged rocks, enveloped in a menacing aura. This area was distinctly different, radiating an unsettling danger. The miasma swirled around, and even fearsome beasts that occasionally passed through seemed terrified, hastily fleeing in trepidation of this ominous place. At last, they arrived. The ox gestured towards a water pool, where an expanse within the stone forest lay, littered with scattered bones. It appeared as though prey had been devoured by some creature, leaving behind the remnants of beastly remains. Deeper within the clearing, the miasma thickened, and upon entering, Chu Feng was met with an overwhelming sense of dread. The atmosphere was truly terrifying. The ox halted, pulling Zhou Quan back, allowing Chu Feng to advance alone. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng strode confidently into the stone grove, approaching that open space. Behind him, Zhou Quan was so tense he felt as though he could scarcely breathe, fixated on the area. Was there truly a dragon lurking here? As the wind parted the miasma slightly, Zhou Quan's hair stood on end, nearly escaping a scream as he glimpsed a pair of eyes within the mist. Each as large as lanterns, cold and merciless, fixated upon Chu Feng. In that moment, a shiver coursed through Chu Feng, for he beheld a colossal creature. It stood 10 meters tall, its body adorned with glistening silver scales, emanating an overwhelming aura of ferocity as it lowered its gaze. A pair of mesmerizing pupils, gleaming with a silvery sheen, appeared, their size comparable to that of a large basin. In an instant, this colossal beast erupted forth, charging with astonishing speed, accompanied by a terrifying aura that made the very ground tremble beneath its stride. Chu Feng deftly evaded, sidestepping with agility. With a thunderous crash, the creature barreled through a cluster of boulders, disregarding them entirely, as if they were mere twigs. A Tyrannosaurus Rex? At last, Chu Feng discerned the form of this behemoth. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a T-Rex, yet it was silver in hue, towering at a staggering 10 meters. Its length was even more astounding, with densely packed scales that glistened brilliantly. With a buzz, the silver behemoth lashed its tail, sweeping through the air with remarkable swiftness. Despite its massive size, it exhibited no clumsiness, but rather exuded a dreadful gale. Chu Feng narrowly avoided the attack as the tail struck with force among the stone forest, causing a cascade of boulders to shatter and scatter in all directions. Roaring, the silver beast unleashed a thunderous sound that reverberated through the area, shaking the heavens and the earth alike. This was the dragon that the yellow bull had spoken of. Chu Feng felt a pang of trepidation. Was this not a dinosaur? Yet, it was undeniably larger than those described in paleontological studies. Is this what you call a dragon? In the distance, the very air seemed to quiver. Even from such a distance, he could sense the overwhelming terror emanating from the creature, far surpassing the monstrous beings he had encountered previously. Its silver scales radiated light, impervious to the crushing force of massive stones, while an aura of malevolence loomed ominously. Was this something that could be resisted by human strength? Standing before it, a person felt utterly insignificant, incapable of inflicting any harm. In the clearing of the stone forest, the battle between Chu Feng and the silver dragon began. He took the initiative, harnessing his extraordinary speed to dart to one side, channeling all his strength into a formidable punch aimed at the dragon. Clang! The sound was deafening, and the silver-scaled Tyrannosaurus Rex possessed a hardness surpassing that of steel, emitting a terrifying metallic resonance upon impact. Chu Feng's heart trembled. This was a monster, its flesh resilient, making it exceedingly difficult to breach its scales, let alone vanquish it. Then, he noticed something peculiar. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's breathing was unusual, particularly labored during his assault. Could it comprehend breathing techniques? Chu Feng was taken aback. It was no wonder it was so formidable. His previously devastating strike, capable of shattering immense boulders, merely resonated against its body as if he were striking iron. It endured, likely due to a connection with some form of breathing technique. A tempest of emotion surged within Chu Feng. He had encountered a Tyrannosaurus Rex that possessed such knowledge. With an odd gaze, he scrutinized it closely, discerning that the silver beast's breathing technique was rudimentary and crude, far inferior to that of the yellow cattle. Its strength stemmed from its sheer size, its naturally tough skin, and its robust scales, all innate advantages. This was the first time Chu Feng had encountered a colossal creature that understood breathing techniques, and he realized he had stumbled into peril. However, he found solace in the fact that, despite its speed, the silver Tyrannosaurus Rex could not match his own. And his strikes were not in vain, inflicting pain and rendering its eyes increasingly ferocious. In the distance, the yellow cattle signaled to Zhou Quan, indicating that it was time to proceed with their training. Zhou Quan expressed his astonishment, questioning whether it was wise to leave Chu Feng alone, fearing the monstrous dragon might consume him. Without hesitation, the yellow cattle bowed its head and charged at Zhou Quan with its horns. Ouch! Zhou Quan leaped high, turning to flee, for he realized the bull was serious. Failure to evade would lead to dire consequences. Not long after, from the distant mountains and forests, a terrified scream echoed as Zhou Quan found himself engulfed in peril, rousing several monstrous creatures. Thus began his arduous journey. An hour later, utterly exhausted, Zhou Quan unleashed a terrifying inferno, incinerating a bat over 6 meters in length that relentlessly pursued him, leaving it lifeless and motionless. As he dragged his weary body to the outskirts of the stone forest, he beheld Chu Feng still engaged in a fierce battle with the silver Tyrannosaurus. However, the fray was nearing its conclusion. It was evident that Chu Feng was equally fatigued, drenched in sweat, his garments tattered and on the verge of disintegration. The silver Tyrannosaurus exhaled heavily, the gusts from its nostrils resembling silver flames, possessing a formidable force that caused the nearby colossal trees to tremble and their leaves to dance wildly. It was fighting with all its might, for some of its scales had been forcibly shattered by Chu Feng, leaving it bloodied and wounded. Its silver eyes were cold and merciless, imbued with a bloodthirsty and brutal essence. As it opened its massive jaws, its pristine fangs were as sharp as blades, capable of severing its adversary's bones with ease. So keen were they. With a final, resounding roar, the Tyrannosaurus fought with desperation. Its breathing was peculiar, its entire form quaking as if a mysterious power surged within, amplifying its malevolent aura. It leapt forth, delivering powerful bull demon punches, striking various parts of the Tyrannosaurus's body with astounding speed, while simultaneously employing a unique breathing technique to enhance the force of his blows significantly. With a splatter of blood, wounds opened up across the creature's body, erupting in a cascade of crimson. The dragon is slain, Zhou Quan shouted from a distance. The golden bull also appeared, entering the clearing within the stone forest. The silver Tyrannosaurus collapsed, crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath its immense weight. Its colossal body bled profusely, transforming the ground into a small river of crimson. Chu Feng sat atop the mountainous form of the dinosaur, utterly exhausted and gasping for breath. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a consequence of being struck by the creature's tail, though fortunately his injuries were not severe. After a grueling battle, this behemoth had finally been vanquished. Chapter 49. Supreme Breathing Technique. The mountain-like Tyrannosaurus lay sprawled on the ground, its scales fierce and cracked. With blood seeping from the fissures in its body, this prehistoric titan was irrevocably slain. Zhou Quan approached, his heart pounding in trepidation, and reached out to touch the creature, finding it almost surreal that such a dinosaur had fallen. If we transport this dinosaur away, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar, Zhou Quan remarked. Dragon tendons, Huang Niu inscribed, his sole concern centered on this resource, as he circled the Tyrannosaurus with greater fervor than Chu Feng, eager to restore the great thunderbow. The scent of blood wafted through the air, permeating the surrounding forest, yet an extended period passed without any ferocious beasts daring to approach. Deterred by the Tyrannosaurus's fearsome reputation that rendered this area a forbidden zone, Chu Feng found himself lost in thought, quietly reflecting on the events of the battle, and unknowingly began to employ a unique breathing technique. A series of white vapors emanated from his mouth and nostrils, while sunlight pierced through the miasma above, casting a soft golden sheen across his body. He felt a warm sensation enveloping him, the excruciating pain from the earlier tail strike, which had caused him to cough up blood, gradually dissipated. Was there truly such a miraculous effect? He was astonished. The breathing technique was extraordinarily enigmatic, revealing such remarkable benefits, akin to a vast treasure that could be ceaselessly unearthed. Soon, a soft golden glow enveloped his body, and Chu Feng's injuries were completely healed, leaving no trace of discomfort. Not far away, Zhou Quan and Huang Niu were attempting to peel the skin of the Tyrannosaurus. The scales were excessively tough. I surmised that even bullets would struggle to penetrate them, Zhou Quan lamented, expressing his frustration at the impossibility of skinning it. Huang Niu, however, demonstrated his prowess, delivering a series of powerful blows that widened the cracks on the dinosaur's body, seemingly intent on shattering the colossal beast. Let me handle this, Chu Feng declared as he leapt down from the mountain-like Tyrannosaurus, drawing forth a black short sword, effortlessly slicing through the silvery scales in search of the dragon tendons within. Half an hour later, an extraordinarily long beast tendon was extracted. Is this the dragon tendon? It appears rather robust, Zhou Quan remarked, feeling a bit lightheaded. The tendon was translucent, with its thinnest section comparable in girth to an adult's arm. Extract its essence, Huang Niu instructed, drawing upon his considerable experience as he probed the lengthy tendon, as if in pursuit of something elusive. Eventually, he indicated a specific section. He employed the black short sword to carefully strip it away. Indeed, the dragon tendon proved to be remarkably resilient, far more challenging to manage than the Tyrannosaurus's scales. After 2 arduous hours, they finally beheld the true form of the silvery thread. This was the essence of the dragon tendon, a slender strand hidden within the larger tendon, nearly 2 meters in length, perfectly suited for crafting a bowstring, as the great thunder sound bow required a length of 1.5 meters, an ideal fit. This silvery tendon, both delicate and strong, was tested by Chu Feng. Once tied to the Tyrannosaurus's teeth, it demonstrated the capability to drag the enormous creature without any signs of fraying. What a remarkable treasure this is. Even without a thorough understanding, Zhou Quan could discern the extraordinary value of this dragon sinew. Chu Feng finally comprehended why some legendary bows of antiquity were crafted with the tendons of colossal beasts. It was indeed a sound rationale. The yellow bull shook its head knowingly, inscribing, a naturally occurring bowstring, requiring no treatment. It is essential. Zhou Quan swallowed hard, marveling at the astonishing opportunity to taste dinosaur meat in this day and age. Truly an extraordinary occurrence. Dragon teeth, the yellow bull wrote, informing him that this was the finest material for crafting arrows. To forsake it would be a grievous waste. Chu Feng exerted great effort to detach the hefty dragon teeth, binding them together with a vine and shouldering the load, carrying the mighty thunderous bow and several dozen pounds of Tyrannosaurus meat. He made his way to the cold weapon workshop. Upon seeing the gleaming dragon sinew, Master Zhao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, as if he had encountered a ghost. He could scarcely believe that dragons still existed in this era. "Little Chu, how did you acquire this?" Master Zhao's throat felt parched, as if he had regained 20 or 30 years of youth, brimming with vitality. He yearned to witness the Grand Bao's restoration, eager for it to reclaim its former glory. Chu Feng felt overwhelmed, pondering how to explain it to Master Zhao. "A being from another realm gifted it to me," he finally managed to assert, steeling himself while referencing recent anomalies among individuals and insisting that Master Zhao maintain discretion. Master Zhao nodded, aware of the underlying mystery but refraining from further inquiry. After scrutinizing the sinew, he concluded that it could be employed directly. Ultimately, under the guidance of Master Zhao, Chu Feng entwined the dragon tendons and secured them to the great bow. With a gentle tremor, the bowstring was drawn back slightly by Chu Feng, producing a terrifying roar akin to that of a beast, accompanied by the piercing cries of birds, culminating in a thunderous explosion that resonated through the courtyard like a clap of thunder. The glass in Master Zhao's home shattered, splintering into myriad pieces in response to this singular sound. This was merely a slight pull on the bowstring. Had it been fully drawn, the result would have been even more daunting. The bow was indeed extraordinary. Master Zhao was exhilarated. "If you cherish it, I shall return it to you once I have finished using it," Chu Feng remarked, for this bow had truly become a treasured artifact, and he had no intention of taking advantage of Master Zhao. "There's no need for that. If I say it's yours, then it is. Just bring it over occasionally for me to admire," Master Zhao replied. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. This was certainly feasible, unless confronted with a great battle or urgent matters. The great bow could remain in Master Zhao's residence for an extended period without issue. As he departed, Chu Feng took with him a bundle of iron arrows. "I cannot practice archery at home. I must venture into the deep mountains," Chu Feng declared, aware that the earlier commotion had been significant, and feared the consequences if he fully drew the bow. In the desolate wilderness, devoid of human presence, Chu Feng attempted to fully draw the great bow and nocked an iron arrow. In an instant, the air was filled with the earth-shattering roars of beasts and the silhouettes of birds surged skyward. Most alarming of all, a thunderous clap erupted, and amidst the chaos, a flash of lightning surged forth, propelling the iron arrow into the sky. Throughout this tumultuous ordeal, the yellow bull paid no heed to the arrow's formidable power. It appeared to be listening intently, its expression remarkably grave. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed in the distance as clouds of dust rose into the air. Chu Feng stood in astonishment. This was no mere arrow feather. To him, it resembled a cannonball, capable of shattering a massive stone weighing 10,000 pounds into countless fragments. "Shoot again." The yellow ox hastily inscribed characters upon the ground, visibly anxious and tense, urging Chu Feng to continue his archery. Nodding in agreement, Chu Feng seized the opportunity to practice, knowing it could prove invaluable in the days to come. As he drew the bow for the second time, the thunderous sound was even more astonishing, resonating with a deafening roar that caused the surrounding flora to shatter, as if an inexplicable force was unleashed. Whoosh! The iron arrow soared forth, accompanied by arcs of electricity. In the distance, a stone cliff erupted with a thunderous blast, sending colossal boulders plummeting, a truly terrifying spectacle. Throughout this process, the yellow ox remained unfazed by the arrow's might, instead pressing its ear against the bow's belly, undeterred by the cacophony, intent on listening intently. Chu Feng realized that this dead ox harbored ulterior motives. No wonder it was more eager than he was, compelling him to hunt dragons to repair this grand bow. "Continue," the yellow ox urged, its ears still glued to the bow, utterly motionless, fervently attuned to something. In response, Chu Feng complied without inquiry, releasing arrow after arrow. The area was soon illuminated by fierce lightning, arcs of electricity dancing wildly. The surrounding vegetation disintegrated, leaving charred remnants scattered upon the ground. With each arrow released, the electric brilliance surged forth, even carving away portions of the low hill, a sight that was truly alarming. Ultimately, Chu Feng expended all of the more than 100 iron arrows he had brought, his archery skills significantly enhanced. It was primarily due to his heightened perception and extraordinary visual acuity that he achieved remarkable precision. The fundamentals of archery were now firmly established. Nevertheless, the yellow bull was disheartened, clutching the great bow, flipping it over and over with profound disappointment. "What are you searching for?" Chu Feng inquired. Chu Feng was taken aback. His current accomplishments were primarily attributed to a unique breathing technique, far surpassing the might of the ox demon fist. This breathing method, shrouded in mystery, possessed remarkable efficacy, and the yellow bull had once raised a hoof to the heavens and another to the earth in praise of this technique, indicating its exceptional nature. Now, it astonishingly mentioned an even more supreme breathing method. "Is it more powerful than our current technique?" Chu Feng asked. "Similar," the yellow bull inscribed. "Since both were supreme breathing techniques, wouldn't one suffice?" Chu Feng felt elated and immensely satisfied, finally comprehending the standing of their current breathing method. If they could acquire the great thunder sound breathing technique, their physical enhancement would accelerate. According to the yellow bull, each method possessed its own merits, suggesting that top-tier breathing techniques each had their unique attributes. Most importantly, the breathing method currently practiced required little time, merely a brief session morning and evening, with no benefit in prolonging it. "What is the distinct advantage of the great thunder sound breathing technique?" Chu Feng asked. "Dominant," the yellow bull wrote. The term dominant referred to the intense vibrations of thunder within the body during this technique, forcefully purifying and rapidly altering one's physical constitution. However, it also bore a drawback. Its overwhelming nature could frequently inflict severe harm, and at times, the internal thunderous vibrations could even lead to one's demise. According to the words of the cattle trader, if one were to master a different supreme breathing technique and sufficiently strengthen their physique, they would be able to counter the overwhelming force of the great thunder breath technique. Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with insight. He finally understood why the trader held the great thunder breath technique in such high regard. He began to study the great bell, which was not a treasure forged by artisans. Chu Feng was taken aback. The trader rolled his eyes in exasperation. Chu Feng humbly inquired whether the so-called breathing techniques were merely methods for cultivating inner strength or for practicing qi. Embarrassed, he realized he had overthought it. The concept of breathing techniques was entirely unrelated to those matters. Chapter 50. Who in the world does not recognize you? The great bow appeared dull and lacked luster, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length. Its body was a brown hue, resembling rock, and it had a somewhat rough texture, imparting a sense of ancientness. Chu Feng examined it for an extended period, yet made little progress. The trader, unwilling to concede, urged Chu Feng to continue shooting arrows, though all the arrowheads had already been expended, embedded in the opposite hillside. After a moment's reflection, he understood that such tremendous force could shatter a massive stone weighing thousands of pounds. How could the iron arrows remain intact? The trader huffed and puffed, persistently requesting that Chu Feng retrieve the iron arrows, as if 1,000 claws were scratching at his heart, eager to ascertain whether he could acquire that supreme breathing technique. Soon after, arcs of electricity danced through the air, and thunder reverberated, as the trader pressed his ear against the great bow, attuning to its pulsations. Chu Feng, too, focused on sensing, neglecting to aim while shooting. They listened intently, contemplating deeply until they began to perceive a hint of understanding. There was indeed a pathway. It was time to switch to the dragon tooth arrows. The yellow bull urged Chu Feng to refine his skills, replacing the iron arrowheads with dragon tooth tips on site. Was it truly necessary? Chu Feng deemed it a waste. After all, dragon teeth were scarce. The yellow bull nodded affirmatively and inscribed a few words to elucidate his reasoning. He posited that a fine arrow deserved an equally fine bow. Only when both were harmoniously matched could they resonate effectively, allowing the arrows to unleash their utmost power. Upon substituting the dragon tooth arrowheads, a noticeable transformation occurred. With a crack, arcs of electricity erupted, accompanied by a dazzling electric glow as the bone arrow soared forth. Both Chu Feng and the yellow bull were engrossed in the bow's frame, indifferent to the potency of the dragon-tooth arrows, yearning instead to perceive that enigmatic pulse. They succeeded. The rhythm was remarkably regular. The yellow bull likewise perked up his ears, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. After a considerable duration, they reluctantly departed from the bow's frame. Alas, the yellow bull inscribed those two words. Again, he urged. Thus, Chu Feng fashioned both of the substantial dragon teeth he had brought into bone arrows, launching them all with fervor. The yellow bull sighed, although there was some gain. A sense of regret lingered. Indeed, it was a pity, a sentiment echoed by Chu Feng. Both man and bull fell into a contemplative silence, absorbing the moment. Before long, a rumbling thunder reverberated within their bodies, causing them to tremble as if a mighty hammer of thunder were striking their bones and organs. Chu Feng was taken aback. Had he not mastered an alternative breathing technique and undergone significant physical evolution, such an impact would have surely made him cough blood. The thunderous breathing technique was indeed extraordinarily powerful. As he finally exhaled, it felt as though lightning had purified his flesh and blood, providing a thorough cleansing, leaving behind a sensation of tingling and discomfort, yet ultimately resulting in an unparalleled sense of ease and comfort throughout his entire being. Chu Feng felt that this breathing technique was extraordinarily remarkable. Its effects were almost instantaneous, yielding remarkable results. No wonder it was said to be domineering, as it swiftly promoted the evolution of one's physique. Indeed, it was so. This was merely a superficial outcome, lasting only a fleeting moment. One could only wonder at the effects of mastering the complete Great Thunder Sound breathing technique. Chu Feng's eyes blazed with fervor. This technique was undeniably powerful, and he yearned to possess it. The yellow ox stood there, its internal thunderous resonance having ceased, bearing an expression of astonishment, coupled with profound regret. For it could not grasp the ultimate essence of the supreme breathing method. Did the yellow ox possess a means to attain the complete Great Thunder Sound breathing technique? Chu Feng gazed at it eagerly. The yellow ox, hearing his inquiry, shook its head in resignation and inscribed a few words. It is forever unattainable. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng hastily pressed for further explanation. The stakes are too high. The yellow ox elucidated. The Great Thunder Sound breathing technique was an ultimate method, generally deemed impossible to acquire. It regarded the grand bow with a mere flicker of hope. In truth, this was indeed the case. Such an exceptional breathing technique could not simply manifest in the outside world. Was the small mountain diminished? Chu Feng was taken aback. After depleting all the polished dragon-tooth arrows, he noticed from a distance that the once towering mountain now appeared considerably shorter and barren. Although he had been shooting arrows, his mind was wholly focused on the Great Thunder Sound bow, attuning himself to its pulsations alongside the yellow ox, while everything else faded into oblivion. Upon returning home, he polished additional dragon teeth to craft arrow fletchings, most of which merely involved sharpening a dragon-tooth arrowhead, while the shafts were fashioned from other materials. It was not until the very end that he painstakingly crafted 12 full-bone arrows, each entirely made from dragon teeth, an endeavor that consumed an inordinate amount of time and proved exceedingly arduous to perfect. Despite the formidable constitution of Chu Feng, he expended several hours and obliterated numerous electric sanders due to the material's exceptional hardness. Upon completing his task, Chu Feng cast a glance at Huang Yo, who had long forgotten the significant thunder sound breathing technique and was now exuberantly fiddling with the communicator. "Huang Yo, have you been up to no good?" he inquired casually. At the mention of this, Huang Yo immediately became alert, akin to a thief, safeguarding the communicator as if wary of Chu Feng's scrutiny. Realizing the truth, Chu Feng dashed over. "Let me see." "Moo," Huang Yo bellowed, issuing a warning. His family members praised him, declaring that the meat was exceptionally tender and delectable, leaving them yearning for more. In high spirits and completely relaxed, he mused over a photograph. From the profile view, it bore a striking resemblance to him. Who was this person? He wondered, astonished to find them featured in the news, looking so much like himself. Zhou Quan, upon seeing the news image, displayed a look of surprise before quickly scoffing. The editor truly lacks discernment. Using this fellow as a feature image, they should have chosen me instead. He shook his head dismissively. Wait a moment, he exclaimed as he clicked in for a closer look, only to be rendered speechless. Goodness, this is me? The attire was identical, and there was even a frontal image showcasing an exaggerated slicked-back hairstyle. Zhou Quan stood dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. How had he ended up in the news? A foreboding sense washed over him as he hastily scanned the title, and upon closer inspection, he nearly spewed blood in disbelief. The expression Emperor makes a triumphant return. Upon reading a single line, Zhou Quan was so taken aback that he sat upright, sensing an impending realization. Trembling, he finished perusing the report, and indeed, it was yet another mischief orchestrated by scalpers. The website showcasing embarrassing moments had, in addition to his previous collection of awkward images, added several more, all updated following the last set, which ignited a frenzy among the onlookers. Moreover, the administrator not only pinned the post, but also adorned it with a shimmering highlight, rendering it the most sensational visual narrative. The staggering click count nearly caused Zhou Quan to faint. He could scarcely discern how many digits that number possessed. These newly surfaced images depicted the very incident that instilled fear within the scalpers today, capturing the most compromising angles, exuding an abundance of embarrassment, and closely mirroring the style of the previous collection, thus forming a seamless continuation. With the inclusion of these images, the series reached completion, celebrating the notorious scalper. This time, the slick-back hairstyle was complemented by curls. What a spectacle! I have gathered them all, thanks to the scalper. A cacophony of voices erupted as a throng of individuals reverently worshipped the account of the image poster, the scalper. Zhou Quan exclaimed in frustration, feeling an uncontrollable urge to rush to Qingyang town, to confront the scalper and hold on with unwavering tenacity. How infuriating. Following the previous surge in popularity, this collection had already gone viral, and with the introduction of new images, several media outlets treated it as breaking news. Scalper, I shall have my revenge, Zhou Quan fervently declared, scouring through numerous reports from various media, realizing that achieving notoriety was now inevitable. He directly dialed the scalper's communicator, only to have it promptly disconnected, with no response whatsoever. This left Zhou Quan seething with rage, nearly bursting with pent-up frustration. He sent a text message, cursing the scalpers vehemently. How can I possibly live with this? He questioned. His eyes glazed over in disbelief. This shameless bull demon even had the audacity to understand poetry? How swiftly he learned. Yet this only fueled Zhou Quan's ire further. Curse you, he fumed. Initially lost in thought, Zhou Quan was soon driven to the brink of madness. Indeed, the world was aware of it, but was this truly a blessing? Infuriated, he erupted with fury, his anger manifesting as flames spewing from his mouth and nostrils. This startled him, prompting a hasty exit from his home, racing towards the outskirts of the county where he unleashed a prolonged howl, igniting a patch of woodland into ash. In Qingyang town, Chu Feng was at a loss upon hearing the news. Indeed, this bull had not acted wisely. Meanwhile, the scalper remained remarkably composed, leisurely perusing the reports with an air of unperturbed nonchalance. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard. Chu Feng, open the door. You promised to deliver the grain today. Why haven't you done so? Came the shout from beyond the gate. Who is it? Chu Feng was momentarily bewildered, unable to recall. The lamb skewer vendor. The disgruntled voice of the skewer seller sounded again, pounding on the door more insistently. Upon hearing this, the previously unflappable scalper lost his composure, leaping up in anger, smoke billowing from his nostrils. No longer able to maintain his calm demeanor as he prepared to rush out in a frenzy, Chu Feng swiftly intervened, blocking his path and murmuring soothingly, "Stay calm. Maintain your composure. Maintain composure, my foot." The yellow bull, in a state of agitation upon recognizing the visitor, lost all semblance of composure and attempted to charge forth with a formidable display of strength, as if determined to fight. Despite the considerable effort expended by Chu Feng, who nearly exhausted himself in persuasion, he ultimately managed to dissuade the creature. The yellow bull, still seething with indignation, settled down and ignored him. Chu Feng, wielding a short sword, sliced through several dozen pounds of beast meat, and carried it outside, directly handing it to the skewered meat vendor, informing him that provisions had run out and suggesting a trade for meat. The vendor, visibly skeptical, questioned the quality of the meat, expressing concern that consuming it might lead to digestive distress. Inside the room, upon hearing this, the yellow bull became agitated once more, almost bolting out. "Hurry," Chu Feng urged, shoving the vendor outside and promptly slamming the door shut. Once back inside, he felt compelled to reassure the bull again. "Do not cause trouble. We must venture into the Tying Mountains at dawn tomorrow to compete for the elusive fruit. For now, remain calm." Outside the courtyard, the vendor called out, "Chu Feng, are you certain the meat is safe? It won't cause any stomach issues, will it?" The yellow bull, enraged, stomped into the courtyard. "What is that noise?" the vendor inquired, and before departing, he patted the door, warning, "If I end up with an upset stomach, this isn't over." "Leave," Chu Feng shouted, firmly holding back the yellow bull. Chapter 51. All eyes upon us that evening. Within Chu Feng's abode, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, the rich scent of braised Tyrannosaurus meat permeating the space from a considerable distance. Even before it was fully cooked, the yellow bull could hardly contain itself, making several attempts to invade the kitchen. On the dining table, several plates of berries lay scattered, some a luscious crimson, others a shimmering violet, and still others a golden hue, their fragrance wafting delightfully through the air. "Dinner is served." The moment those words were uttered, the yellow bull charged forward. A battle ensued between man and beast, both fighting for sustenance. Disputes easily arose over the unequal distribution of food. The meat was truly exquisite, Chu Feng marveled. Recognizing the evolved form of the Tyrannosaurus, its physique transformed, imbued with a mysterious essence within its flesh. After a day spent in ceaseless activity, it was only late in the evening that they finally began their meal, both man and bull with appetites voracious. As night fell, Chu Feng perused the news, absorbing various reports about the anomalous beings, while also paying particular attention to the happenings in the Tying Mountains. Thousands of these extraordinary individuals had gathered there, perhaps even surpassing 10,000. This report sent ripples through the community, sparking conversations that the northern mountain range was on the brink of unrest, potentially leading to large-scale conflict. Many articles emphasized the significance of the Celestial Biological Corporation, who were resolute in their pursuit of a mysterious fruit, having prepared extensively, with even their higher-ups making an appearance. Moreover, Chu Feng came across a photograph of Lin Nui. Even in profile, her beauty was breathtaking, ethereal, and striking, stirring gasps from many. Was she one of the higher-ups at Celestial Biology? It seemed almost too enchanting. Many were astonished to discover such a young woman among the elite, igniting feelings of admiration. Her unparalleled grace and striking allure eclipsed that of many so-called popular actresses. It was a pity, however, that only a side view was available. Who could unveil her full visage? The reporter had not anticipated that a mere news illustration, a candid photograph, would prove to be more captivating than the accompanying text, igniting considerable upheaval. Similarly, certain reports have prominently featured Bodhi Genetics, a colossal entity poised for a potential confrontation with celestial biologicals. Over the past couple of days, continuous reports have emerged indicating that a series of conflicts have erupted between these two financial behemoths, resulting in mutual casualties. As the extraordinary fruits ripen, the strongest contenders prepare to vie for supremacy. A highly influential media outlet has even created a special edition for public discourse. Consequently, the screen was inundated with posts about the Diamond King and the Silver-Winged Celestial. Who could rival their prominence? Reliable sources have confirmed the attendance of these two individuals. Furthermore, whispers suggest that these titans, perched atop the pyramid, have already clashed once, with their ultimate showdown set to unfold in the Tying Mountains. The moment the enigmatic fruits on the peculiar little tree mature will mark the decisive battle between them. Will the Fire Spirit make an appearance? Will the White Tiger King show up? Should these two join the fray, all four apex beings would be present, and one cannot help but feel excitement. I too hope for the appearance of these extraordinary individuals, anticipating the fierce contest between the dragon and tiger in the Taiyang Mountains to determine the strongest among them. However, should the elite at the pinnacle truly arrive, what chances would remain for us? A mere strike from them could easily surpass any collective defense. The special edition has sparked fervent discussions, captivating countless eyes. Subsequently, a betting company has astutely launched a service, allowing wagers on who would prevail among the silver-winged celestial, Diamond King, Fire Spirit, and White Tiger King, inviting anyone to place their bets. Simultaneously, they unveiled the so-called Top 100 Masters leaderboard, which also allowed for betting. This sparked a tremendous uproar, yet one cannot deny its captivating allure. Many individuals became engrossed, actively participating in wagers. A single pebble sent ripples across the pond. On that night, the executives of the betting company wore expressions of sheer delight, their faces numb from the overwhelming response, as countless individuals joined in the fervor. Ultimately, it became apparent that the silver-winged deity was exceptionally favored, his popularity soaring above all others, with many perceiving him as the strongest contender. Furthermore, his tall stature and flowing silver hair crafted an image of perfection, with silver wings upon his back. He stood as if a divine being had descended upon the mortal realm, exuding an aura of transcendence. Numerous young women found him strikingly handsome, his charisma undeniable, leaving a profoundly positive first impression that psychologically inclined them to regard him as the most formidable. One must admit, the bookmaker's strategy was extraordinarily successful, drawing immense attention and prompting many companies to follow suit. In no time, the internet buzzed with endless discussions, a cacophony of chatter. It was precisely due to the myriad of topics and debates that various rumors began to circulate, frequently capturing public interest. One might wonder, is there any connection between the young woman whose profile picture only shows her side and the silver-winged deity? Certainly, being of the same celestial lineage. How could there be no relation? Upon reflection, it indeed seems a fitting match. Admittedly, though it is merely a profile shot, she undeniably possesses the aura of a goddess, complementing the silver-winged deity remarkably well. This left some media outlets bewildered, prompting them to hastily investigate for further reporting. This night is destined to be anything but tranquil. As a multitude of trending topics abound, for many are aware that the fruit of the Taiyang Mountains is on the verge of ripening. Perhaps tomorrow it shall be harvested. And at that moment, a tremendous storm will undoubtedly erupt over Taiyang. The anticipation is unbearable. I long for the dawn to break. Eager to learn the outcome of the following day, many await with bated breath. Even those who are not extraordinary beings, who lack the privilege to compete, are filled with fervor, eagerly anticipating the morrow. The tempest of Taiyang is about to unfold. Countless eyes are fixed upon this event. After perusing various reports and absorbing ample information, Chu Feng set aside his communicator. At dawn, as the sun began to illuminate the sky, he did not delay in practicing the enigmatic breathing technique. Even as he prepared to enter the Taiyang Mountains, he felt as though he were ensconced in a furnace. Waves of golden radiance emanated from his body, akin to flames or golden surf, resplendently manifesting in a breathtaking display. In no time, he completed the practice. As the duration was truly brief, a thunderous roar reverberated, shaking his very core, as if a storm of lightning surged forth, cleansing his physical form, purifying every part of him with an overwhelming efficacy. After a fleeting moment of discomfort, an indescribable sense of relief washed over him. The great thunder sound breathing technique, though severely incomplete, still bore some fruit. It was time to venture into the mountains. Chu Feng called for Huang Yao. Suddenly, he pricked up his ears, sensing something amiss. Vehicles were approaching along the street, and not just a few. Why, so early in the morning, were there so many cars heading in the direction of his home? Indeed, his assessment was correct, as those vehicles came to a halt outside his door. Swiftly, Chu Feng gathered his arrows, animal hides, and all other belongings. There was a forceful knock on the door, the sound resonating with a notable intensity, yet the atmosphere outside remained surprisingly tranquil, as though a multitude had gathered. Upon opening the door, Chu Feng was met with a sight of numerous vehicles, their presence obstructing the thoroughfare before him. A crowd stood outside, their gazes sharp and vigilant, encircling an elongated and exceptionally formidable vehicle that was unmistakably a super-armored car, its exterior cloaked in a glossy black sheen. As the door of the car swung open, two individuals emerged, a man and a woman, each exuding an air of sophistication that set them apart from the ordinary. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, clad in a pristine white shirt that accentuated his refined demeanor. His complexion was fair, and he possessed strikingly handsome features, coupled with an aura of calm composure. He surveyed Chu Feng with an unhurried gaze as he stepped out of the vehicle. Beside him stood the woman, seemingly in her mid-20s, with captivating almond-shaped eyes and alluring red lips. While she may not have surpassed Lin Nua in beauty, she was undeniably a stunning woman, radiating a certain seductive charm. Upon catching sight of her, Chu Feng felt a jolt of realization, as her resemblance to someone he knew was unmistakable. She was the sister of Su Wanqing. This deduction allowed him to infer the identity of the man as well. He must be Lin Nuyi's uncle, Lin Yiyu, rumored to be on the verge of marrying Su Wanqing's sister. Surrounding this duo were a dozen or so formidable individuals, steadfastly guarding them as they moved. Lin Yiyu approached, his gaze fixed on Chu Feng, maintaining a tranquil demeanor devoid of overt reaction. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing's sister clung to his arm, her enchanting eyes sparkling with intrigue as she scrutinized Chu Feng closely. The group remained silent, their collective attention directed at Chu Feng, some assessing him, others harboring hostility, while a few regarded him with indifference. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, Chu Feng decisively shut the door. The gathered crowd was taken aback by his unexpected action. Lin Yiyu, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned before a faint smile graced her lips as she remarked, "He possesses a strong character." A member of the group stepped forward and forcefully knocked on the door. Ignoring them, Chu Feng settled into a wrought-tan chair in the courtyard. Since these individuals remained silent, scrutinizing him with impudent gazes, he felt no obligation to respond, leaving them to face the coldness of his refusal. "Open the door. Please, we have urgent matters to discuss," someone called out, knocking insistently. Chu Feng sipped half a cup of tea and, noticing their restraint in not forcefully entering, succinctly replied with a single word, "Speak." This indicated his willingness to hear them out. "Mr. Chu, please open the door. We have a few questions to ask, and will leave immediately afterward," spoke the woman, evidently the sister of Su Wanqing. Recognizing the principal speaker, Chu Feng finally opened the door. Indeed, she exhibited composure and considerable courage in the face of adversity. Upon their second encounter, Lin Yiyu, dressed in a pristine white shirt and exuding an air of scholarly elegance, spoke first. "Please, take a seat." Chu Feng gestured with a composed demeanor, maintaining a respectful distance, choosing not to pry into their intentions. "Was it your people who harmed my sister?" Su Wanqing's sister inquired directly, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light, imbued with an aura of profound mystery. "I do not understand what you are referring to," Chu Feng replied. At that moment, he sensed an ethereal wave of energy approaching him, an occurrence both intriguing and uncanny. "My sister is Su Wanqing," the woman stated. "Oh." Chu Feng elongated his voice, revealing a look of astonishment. "That is a most detestable woman. Has she perished?" A glimmer of coldness flickered in the woman's eyes, though it quickly subsided as she inquired once more, "Is her demise unrelated to you?" "Unrelated," Chu Feng replied with calmness. In truth, his heart was tumultuous, a peculiar spiritual wave enveloping him, compelling him to voice the innermost thoughts he harbored. Disappointment washed over the woman, the enigmatic sparkle in her eyes fading away. She fell silent, her demeanor towards Chu Feng evidently lacking warmth. When she glanced at him again, her expression was devoid of any smile, icy and distant. "You have potential," Lin Yiyu remarked, patting Chu Feng on the shoulder with a gentle smile before turning away and striding towards the exit. Su Wanqing's sister linked arms with him, following suit, while the other extraordinary individuals dispersed, encircling them for protection. "You should convey that to Nua Yi. It bears no relevance to me," Chu Feng responded. "I advise you to depart quietly. You exist in two disparate realms. Can you compare yourself to Mu? You certainly cannot stand alongside the silver-winged celestial. With that, Lin Yeyu boarded the vehicle. Dozens of cars departed in succession, vanishing from Qingyang town. Yellow Bull, venture into the mountains, go hunting. Chu Feng called out, shouldering the great thunder sound bow and preparing the dragon-tooth bone arrows. Mu, the Yellow Bull bolted forth. Chapter 52, The Silver-Horned King. Put this on. Chu Feng signaled to the Yellow Bull, retrieving a crude beast skin cloak, hastily stitched together by his own hands. The Yellow Bull's hide was a brilliant golden hue, as smooth as satin, shimmering with a radiant glow, undeniably striking. It would be impossible for it to stride boldly into the Tying Mountains without attracting attention. It would likely be mistaken for a strange beast and invite trouble. The yellow cow, reluctant to comply, was heavily shrouded in thick animal hide, leaving only 2 holes for its eyes, while its mouth, nose, and ears remained concealed beneath the leather. Mu, the yellow cow protested. There was no room for negotiation. Unwillingness was not an option. Chu Feng's resolve was unwavering. Once adorned in the hide, the yellow cow walked upright like an oddity. Yet given the multitude of peculiar beings in the Tying Mountains, it was hardly remarkable. Chu Feng observed that its head appeared overly swollen, an awkward sight indeed. It would be better to let its 2 light golden horns peek out. He punctured 2 holes in the hide, allowing the golden horns to emerge. After all, there were bound to be some beings with long horns. All right, from now on, you shall be known as the masked hero, the Bull Demon King. Chu Feng chuckled heartily. He then equipped the cow with animal hide boots, ensuring even its front hooves were well concealed, and adorned its forelimbs with golden gloves, completing the ensemble. The yellow cow approached the mirror, gazing in disbelief, feeling an urge to rip off this ridiculous attire. What is this? Such a disgrace to its glorious image. Do not be discontent. I even don matching attire for you, so be grateful. Chu Feng remarked as he fitted a helmet onto his own head. A specially crafted piece that concealed his visage while revealing only his nose and eyes, topped with a pair of silver horns. From this moment forth, I shall be known as the Bull God King, he declared, giving the yellow cow a friendly pat on the shoulder. The yellow cow regarded him, surprisingly nodding in agreement. Scribbling a few words, more handsome than before. Get lost. What kind of look is that? Chu Feng felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a couple of slaps. Let us go. With a swift motion of his hand, he ushered the yellow ox out into the world, basking in the morning glow, striding purposefully towards the Tying Mountains. The yellow ox stood upright, patting its belly, conveying a sense of assurance that nothing was lost, for it had consumed everything. You wretched beast. Did you sneakily devour my share while hiding in the room? Mooing, the yellow ox stood on its hind legs, caressing its belly, still unsatisfied, indicating that it had yet to satiate its hunger. Ox King. As the sun rose majestically, mist intertwined with the mountainous terrain, painting the landscape a vivid red. Although the hour was still early, the Tying Mountains were far from desolate. Figures of extraordinary beings flitted about, some arriving alone, others in clusters. In the rugged terrain, atop cliffs and within gorges, one could frequently catch glimpses of these remarkable individuals. Many were already aware that the mystical fruits of the extraordinary pines in the Tying Mountains were nearing ripeness, and those daring enough to venture here were filled with hope. Naturally, this would lead to inevitable conflict. As Chu Feng traversed the mountains, he had already encountered several instances of bloodshed, with extraordinary beings clashing along the path, their lives extinguished amidst the grass. This was merely the beginning. Even minor frictions had sparked violent confrontations, and one could only imagine the tumult that awaited as the day progressed. When the pine cones reached maturity, the intensity of the clashes would escalate further. Before White Snake Ridge, a gathering of extraordinary beings was evident, some perched atop the peaks, others stationed at the valley's entrance, and some even soaring through the air, suspended above. With the increase of people came a cacophony of sounds, rendering the area quite lively. Yet, they all understood that this place was steeped in peril. Should the battle for supremacy commence, those nearby could swiftly transform into adversaries. Thus, even while engaged in conversation, They remained on guard against one another. Chu Feng and Huang Niu arrived at the foot of the White Snake Ridge, initially intending to approach stealthily, only to discover that such caution was unnecessary, as they were surrounded by otherworldly beings. "Why are you two lurking about with your heads covered in tattered bags?" As soon as they arrived, trouble found them, with someone confronting Chu Feng and Huang Niu, clearly aiming to assert dominance. The individual confronting them bore a somewhat fearsome appearance, with a row of bony spikes along his back, his body adorned with a layer of fine green scales and menacing tusks that rendered him quite grotesque, resembling a mountain demon. "What business is it of yours? Are you bullying us?" Chu Feng retorted, and at that moment, 4 or 5 others swiftly encircled them, evidently intent on establishing their authority and rallying support. "You have quite the audacity. Today, I shall strip you of your hide simply because I take a disliking to you," sneered the leader of the group. With a thunderous crash, his fist, covered in green scales and moving with the swiftness of lightning, hurtled towards Chu Feng's temple. His intent was vicious. He launched an immediate and ferocious assault, and should he connect, it would likely cost Chu Feng half his life. "Get lost." Chu Feng's gaze turned icy as he leaped into the air, delivering a kick to the assailant's green fist, resulting in a sharp crack that shattered his bones. With a resounding thud, Chu Feng followed up with another kick to the foe's chest, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, toppling the others in his wake. With merely 2 kicks, he established his dominance. The enigmatic figure lay bloodied, convulsing, and ultimately lost consciousness, while the others turned pale, realizing they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Rising from the ground, they hastily retreated. "Brother, you are truly formidable. How about we travel together for a while?" Indeed, with just those 2 kicks, several individuals approached, acknowledging Chu Feng's prowess and wishing to form a team with him. "I'm afraid I have little interest," Chu Feng replied. In his view, a hastily formed alliance might seem beneficial for mutual support, but it was fundamentally a disorganized mob, of little use in critical moments. "Are you not being overly arrogant?" someone murmured in discontent. A glance from Chu Feng silenced the crowd, as they were wary of provoking someone so powerful. "Brother, we are determined to follow you." Some individuals, undeterred by his rejection, insisted on trailing behind him. "I truly have no interest," Chu Feng reiterated. However, he underestimated their resolve. Perceiving his exceptional strength and reluctance to join forces, they believed he might be an extraordinary master. Regardless of his refusals, they steadfastly clung to him, unwilling to depart. Chu Feng, at a loss for words, chose to ignore them and continued on his path. To his surprise, the group instinctively organized themselves. Some led the way while others surrounded him, effectively placing him at the center of their makeshift assembly. The more he rejected them, the more they regarded him as powerful, resulting in a following of dozens, forming a sizable entourage. These individuals are driven by a singular thought: to linger near the powerful, believing that in such proximity, they might glean advantages for themselves. Should they chance upon that peculiar little tree and pluck its fruit to savor, they would seize the moment. Should an anomaly occur, transforming them into formidable beings like the diamond and silver-winged celestial, who would dare challenge them? Rumor has it that even firearms are ineffective against such entities. It appears that these celestial beings intend to dominate, securing their hold over us. Now, even to venture deeper into the White Snake Ridge, one must queue. Otherwise, they would strike without hesitation. Murmurs of discontent ripple through the crowd. What is the situation? With our numbers surely in the thousands, can we truly fear a single faction of celestial beings? Someone incites the crowd's emotions. Look over there. Heavy weaponry is stationed atop the mountain. A voice calls out, pointing into the distance. The crowd collectively pales at the sight. I refuse to believe they would dare to act against us. Let us move. Someone declares. The sheer number of outsiders is overwhelming. No matter how powerful the celestial beings are, can they genuinely face hundreds against thousands? Such an act would render them public enemies. In truth, the situation has escalated. Since whispers of this affair began circulating, the higher-ups among the celestial beings have found themselves in a quandary, as this matter has spiraled beyond their control. They are still striving to maintain order, The path into the depths of White Snake Ridge remains guarded, with sentinels ensuring order is upheld. Chu Feng also joins the queue. Opting not to scale the cliffs to evade detection, it is wiser to blend in with the throng, appearing unremarkable. Just then, a commotion erupts from behind. A group of individuals, brazen and assertive, forces their way along the path, shoving aside those who stand in their way. Chu Feng was forcefully shoved, the individuals behind him exhibiting an extreme level of arrogance and brutality. He observed that the earlier rabble who clamored to join him had all fled, proving to be nothing more than a disorganized mob, utterly unreliable. Begone! The group displayed a contemptible attitude, displaying their rudeness by not only pushing him but also attempting to strike, with some even raising their feet in aggression. Anger surged within Chu Feng. Having been confronted early that morning by Lin Nuaiyi's uncle, now he found himself subjected to further indignities. It is you who should leave. In the next moment, he retaliated, summoning Huang Niu, urging it to join him in delivering a fierce assault upon these individuals. In an instant, several among them were sent reeling, blood spurting from their noses, bones shattering, as they were flung through the air, seeking death. This team was indeed formidable. At the forefront stood an otherworldly figure towering at 2 meters, sporting a shaved head that gleamed ominously. In that moment, he unleashed a terrifying aura. The next instant, he transformed into a colossal rock-like entity, his form swelling to 7 meters in height, brimming with immense strength, and with a single stomp, he cracked the ground beneath him. Charging forward, some, caught off guard, were struck by his foot, emitting anguished cries as their insides were obliterated, meeting a gruesome demise on the spot. Such a heavy, rock-like body crushed all in its path, reducing the living to mere pools of sanguine muck. Witnessing this, Chu Feng's eyes ignited with fierce determination. He realized that the upheaval of the post-civilization era was unlike any before. The unleashed savagery of certain individuals had transformed them entirely. Observing the bald giant's merciless rampage, he too showed no mercy, raising his fists to deliver lethal blows. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Chu Feng unleashed a series of powerful punches, ultimately shattering the rock-like giant, who let out a ghastly scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The crowd immediately dispersed in a frenzy. After vanquishing the giant, Chu Feng strode forward without hesitation, inciting a wave of panic among the spectators, each of whom was acutely aware that they were witnessing a formidable master. The group that had recently fled was now filled with regret, yet felt too embarrassed to approach him. "Brother, what is your name? Let us be acquainted." Some individuals called out from behind, evidently impressed by Chu Feng's prowess. A group exchanged glances, then fixed their eyes upon the silver horns adorning his helmet, deeming it quite fitting. However, Chu Feng did not pause. He beckoned forth a yellow bull, clad in animal hide, with only its eyes and 2 golden horns visible, introducing it with pride. "This is my brother, the Bull Demon King." At this revelation, the crowd was left somewhat bewildered. The Bull God and the Bull Demon King truly were brothers. "It seems more akin to the Golden-Horned King and the Silver-Horned King," someone murmured quietly, fixating on their horns. The transformed beings came in all shapes and forms. The emergence of horns was hardly extraordinary. Chu Feng turned and departed, paying no heed to the chatter behind him, while the title of Bull God that he bore remained unspoken. The name of the Silver-Horned King had already spread among many. Deep within White Snake Ridge, the atmosphere was surprisingly tranquil, despite the multitude of visitors, each occupying their own space. Clearly, those who dared to venture here and remain were all exceptional masters. Many individuals, upon arriving, took one look at the situation and retreated, daunted by the circumstances. Chu Feng chose a hilltop and ascended, finding it a favorable vantage point to observe the peculiar little tree not far away. In truth, all the nearby hilltops were occupied. The fruits had yet to ripen, suggesting a wait of several more hours. Chu Feng's gaze was sharp, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. He could discern that the pine cones on the little tree still bore a faint green hue, yet to transform into a rich purple gold. This hilltop housed a mountain spring, and after tasting its sweet water, Chu Feng turned to hunt a small deer. Having lost his breakfast to a wild cow, he intended to roast the game here. Suddenly, he spotted Lin Yeyu and a woman, both of whom had ventured into the depths of White Snake Ridge, casting glances in his direction. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar individual scaled the hill and politely requested that Chu Feng vacate the peak, as it had been chosen by the divine beings. Upon hearing this, the individual, perched on the cliff, revealed a glint of menace in his eyes. His voice, somewhat hoarse, conveyed, "My friend, I have already been quite courteous. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness." Chu Feng recognized him as someone sent by Lin Yeyu and her sister, clearly acting under orders. After the morning's events, Chu Feng harbored little affection for them. Was ordering him to leave considered courtesy? He cast a sidelong glance at the man, his expression darkening, and replied, "Shall I extend my courtesy by inviting you down? Do you possess the ability to do so?" The man sneered, asserting his status as the leader among Lin Yeyu's companions. A formidable figure within the ranks of the divine beings. Could any mere outsider dare to treat him with such disdain? Boom. Without uttering a word, Chu Feng advanced a step forward, unleashing the formidable bull demon fist. At that moment, he exuded ferocity and dominance, his fist imprint resonating with a thunderous sound that shook the very mountain. What is happening? The leader of the outsiders was taken aback. How could he randomly select a peak and encounter such a formidable opponent? With a low growl, he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of blue flames, intensely radiant, the terrifying heat melting the rocks upon the mountain. Chu Feng was astonished. Indeed, this was a powerful adversary, possessing abilities akin to those of Zhou Quan. The blaze was exceedingly fearsome, capable of incinerating gold and melting stone. A mere touch would surely reduce anything to ashes. The leader of the outsiders' eyes transformed into a brilliant blue, his entire being pulsating with fierce blue flames, the fire leaping several meters into the air, creating a scene that was somewhat terrifying. Nearby, onlookers were appalled. Many witnessed this spectacle as the mountaintop melted, morphing into flowing crimson lava, cascading down the cliff like molten iron, evoking a sense of horror. Everyone realized that this outsider was extraordinarily powerful. Anyone who crossed paths with him would be reduced to ashes by a single flicker of flame. He was a master among the celestial beings, wielding the element of fire with boundless might. The mountain stone had turned to lava. How could flesh and blood withstand such a force? This ability was remarkably exceptional, rendering it insurmountable for us outsiders, as he could easily melt even metal. Whispers of astonishment spread among the crowd, particularly among those who stood closest, feeling a chilling dread as lava flowed downward, instilling fear in all who beheld it. They hurriedly retreated to evade the impending danger. In the distance, Lin Yeyu and Su Wani were both observing intently. Despite the considerable distance, they could still see the alien leader engaging with that individual. The person possessed quite a temper, provoking the leader Wang Ji, who intended to teach him a lesson. Su Wani spoke softly, resembling her sister with her enchanting phoenix eyes, yet she was even more beautiful than her sibling. The formidable Wang Ji was rarely challenged, and that individual was no match for him. An alien nearby spoke up. Lin Yeyu remained silent, calmly watching the unfolding scene. Su Wani nodded slightly, stating, "Leader Wang Ji has grasped the essence of the Samadhi true fire. Once comprehended, it could incinerate heaven and melt earth." She articulated the terrifying aspect of Wang Ji, who had obtained a glimpse of the Samadhi true fire. Should this ability continue to evolve, its power would be beyond imagination. The unfortunate individual had provoked the wrong adversary. It would have been far better to relinquish the hilltop swiftly rather than face such wrath. Another alien scoffed, reveling in the misfortune of the situation. He believed that in the next moment, that individual would be reduced to char, with no hope of survival. In truth, nearly everyone shared this sentiment. Once the essence of the Samadhi true fire was unleashed, anyone daring to confront it would undoubtedly suffer tremendous losses. On the hilltop, Chu Feng did not retreat. To ensure his safety, he employed a special breathing technique. Simultaneously, his fist strikes grew increasingly ferocious, generating a gale that resounded like thunder. stirring the sands and stones around him in a terrifying display. With a resounding boom, the blue flames were pierced by Chu Feng, as a layer of mysterious energy enveloped his body, resembling a gossamer veil of pale gold, repelling the flames from drawing near. The extraordinary breathing technique possesses remarkable efficacy. In fact, even the formidable bull demon fist can withstand the azure flames. After executing the fist technique, a mysterious energy envelopes Chu Feng's body, enabling him to resist external harm. The leader of the stood in stunned silence. Could the blue flames, capable of effortlessly melting metal, truly be vanquished? He suffered a blow from the fist technique, spitting blood and tumbling down the mountainside. How could such an event occur? Nearby, a group of individuals gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. In the distance, surrounding Lin Yiyu, they fell silent, their hearts shaken, each one horrified that their leader was struck down the mountain by a single punch. Su Wani's beautiful eyes sparkled with alarm. How could one casually select a mountain peak and encounter such an extraordinary master? One hurriedly rushed forward, only to find that Wang Ji had already ascended the mountain summit. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds echoed from the peak, and soon, people beheld Wang Ji, his fiery aura dimmed, collapsing at the feet of that individual. This person was overwhelmingly domineering. In the distance, Su Wani spoke, a look of discontent gracing her charming features. After all, Wang Ji was one of their own, a leader among the belonging to the divine beings. Yet that individual showed him no respect whatsoever. Cold light flickered in her eyes as she turned to Lin Yiyu, urging him to make a decisive choice. Suddenly, many people gasped, standing in a daze, staring at the mountain peak. Su Wani quickly turned her head to look again, and in the next moment, she was left speechless, utterly astonished. On the summit, Chu Feng meticulously skinned and cleansed a roe deer by the mountain spring, subsequently skewering it on a sharpened wooden stick to roast over an open flame. The source of the fire lay beneath his feet, where he constrained a leader, Wang Ji, compelling him to expel flames from his mouth. Nearby, a multitude stood in stunned silence, astonished by the audacity of the scene. How domineering he was, forcing one who wielded divine flames to assist him in grilling meat. Many were petrified, lost in disbelief, particularly the members of the celestial beings, their expressions a mix of shock and incredulity. How could their leader endure such humiliation? Wang Ji, consumed by rage and embarrassment, sought to incinerate Chu Feng, unleashing torrents of fire. However, the flames slipped beyond his control. Chu Feng kept him firmly subdued, occasionally delivering a punch that weakened the fire erupting from his mouth, rendering it flickering and unstable. What was once the incarnate essence of the blazing, molten flames now served as mere fuel for roasting meat. Wang Ji, furious beyond measure, erupted in a tempest of flames soaring over 10 meters high from his mouth and nostrils. Yet, in that moment, Chu Feng lifted him, directing his mouth towards the sky, effectively preventing him from reaching the roast. Who was this individual? His display of dominance was unparalleled. It was a spectacle of grilling unlike any other. I was certain he was a formidable being summoned by the Bodhi gene, showcasing his might in front of the celestial beings. The area was abuzz with commotion and fervent discussions. Su Wani's countenance darkened. Wang Ji was one of their own, yet he was being utilized as mere kindling. An indignity she found impossible to swallow. Night Feather, are you truly just going to stand there and do nothing? That person is far too arrogant, showing us no respect. She pouted, vigorously shaking Lin Night Feather's arm. Lin Night Feather regarded her with a peculiar expression, his gaze fixed upon the mountain peak as he sighed softly. It appears that there are many extraordinary individuals. We must not underestimate the world. I don't care, this is utterly embarrassing. We must swiftly teach that person a lesson. Su Wani insisted. He remained remarkably calm, showing no inclination for retaliation. Night Feather. Su Wani expressed her dissatisfaction. I feel a sense of unease here. White Snake Ridge harbors great terrors and dangers. We should not linger. Let us withdraw for now, Lin Night Feather suggested. His tone was serene, yet carried an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Very well, Su Wani conceded, albeit reluctantly. Ultimately, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Knight Feather chose to humble himself, approaching to apologize and taking the fainted Wang Ji away. "Pray tell, who are you?" Before departing, a member of the celestial beings, irked, inquired about Chu Feng's identity. "I am the Bull God King," Chu Feng declared proudly. Upon hearing this name, a murmur rippled through the crowd, as it was distinctly unique. "Remember, I am the Bull God King, not the Silver-Horned King," Chu Feng emphasized, his voice booming, ensuring that all nearby could hear him clearly. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Everyone understood that he was the Bull God King, a figure of immense strength. What is the Bull God King worth? When the silver-winged celestial arrives, he could extinguish you with a mere gesture. A young man on a nearby peak spoke up, his tone hostile towards Chu Feng. The crowd gasped in surprise. "And who might you be, to hold the silver-winged celestial in such high regard? Are you well acquainted with him?" Chu Feng inquired, turning his gaze towards him. "I hold a deep admiration for the celestial beings, and today I shall choose to join them. Although I am not well acquainted with the silver-winged celestial, I am aware that should he choose to act, none in the realm could rival him." Thus spoke the young man. Upon hearing his words, many came to a sudden realization. Chu Feng revealed a chilling smile. This individual was indeed shameless, openly targeting him merely to curry favor with the celestial beings, hoping to secure a place among them. Perhaps he even anticipates being regarded with new eyes upon joining their ranks. With such a character, I doubt the celestial beings would dare to accept him. Nevertheless, I shall extend a helping hand and resolve their dilemma. As Chu Feng articulated this, he drew forth a large-caliber firearm, and with a resounding bang, he pulled the trigger. The young man across from him let out a piercing scream, his body drenched in blood. Chu Feng did not take his life. However, he severely wounded him. He harbored no fondness for this petty man who sought to humiliate him, yet he did not deem it necessary to extinguish his life outright. The individual collapsed upon the mountain peak, rolling and wailing in agony. The onlookers gasped in shock, acutely feeling the overwhelming might of the Bull God King. Anyone who dared to provoke him further would be courting death. Simultaneously, many came to the realization that with these two displays of power, the Bull God King had solidified his dominance, and it was likely that no one would dare to disturb him again. "I have a premonition that the name Bull God King shall be etched in the memories of all today, echoing far and wide," someone remarked. Indeed, even now, when the name Bull God King is uttered, it carries a weighty significance. Suddenly, a radiant light cascaded from the heavens, and a graceful figure descended, strikingly beautiful, appearing atop the mountain where Chu Feng stood. Those around her were taken aback, for the beauty of the woman was simply extraordinary. Clad in a pristine white outfit, she appeared untouched by the world, with a pair of radiant wings adorning her back. As she descended from the heavens, she exuded an indescribable purity and elegance. Her hair danced lightly in the air, her skin was as flawless as snow, and her captivating eyes sparkled with charm. Who could she be? Truly, she was a vision of stunning beauty. The onlookers were enthralled, unable to tear their gazes away from her. Chu Feng recognized her. She was none other than the woman in white who had been ambushed by scalpers, knocked unconscious, and discarded on his bed. To encounter her again so soon was quite astonishing. He felt a twinge of unease, uncertain whether any mishap had befallen her after their last encounter over the lamb skewers.